Lin Ran, we're not suited for each other. Please do not seek me out again, all right? Fan Yu is already misunderstood, and I do not wish to delay my future any further. Su impatiently shrugged off Lin Ran's arm, casting him a disdainful glance before turning away to pursue Fan Yu. She had long since discarded the designer bag that Lin Ran had painstakingly saved for and gifted her after working tirelessly for half a year. With graduation from university approaching, she no longer needed a useless hanger-in like Lin Ran and was eager to rid herself of him to avoid hindering her prospects with the wealthy Fan Yu did. Lin Ran watched Su Yu's haughty figure retreat. His eyes involuntarily grew moist. An orphan raised in a welfare home. He had never experienced warmth until he encountered Su Yu during high school. When he was on the brink of starvation, she had offered him a bun. From that moment on, her image in Lin Ran's heart became increasingly radiant. He vowed to protect her forever, becoming her devoted follower from that day forward, fetching water, buying meals, and doing laundry. Whenever Su Yu needed him, he would rush to her side without hesitation. After graduating high school, Lin Ran and Su Yu enrolled in the same university and even the same major, further convincing Lin Ran that fate had conspired to bring them. Together, Su Yu was his divine light, his redemption. Throughout university, Lin Ran continued to serve as her unpaid attendant, converting every penny he earned from part-time jobs into clothing, shoes, and bags for Su Yu. While he himself remained perpetually clad in the same sportswear, he bore this without complaint, believing that her invitations to group dinners were a tacit acknowledgement of his role as her boyfriend. However, it was only today, when his roommate Han Bing casually mentioned seeing Su Yu and Fan Yu kissing in a secluded grove, that Lin Ran was jolted into reality. He realized that he had never even held Su Yu's hand. Disbelieving, he rushed to the grove, where he indeed found Su Yu and Fan Yu locked in an intimate embrace. Fan Yu noticed Lin Ran first, chuckling mockingly before pushing Su Yu away and gesturing toward Lin Ran. "Look, your little follower has arrived." As he walked past Lin Ran, he scoffed, "Hey buddy, what's your deal? Are you addicted to being a lackey? You even bring your shadow along for a kiss? Later, when Su Yu and I head to the hotel next door, will you be tagging along to observe?" "Huh? Haha. If you want to come, I wouldn't mind letting you have a look. After all, you've been her shadow for so long. I bet you haven't even touched her hand. Tonight, you might get a chance to see her body satisfy your cravings, right?" "Haha." Lin Ran ignored him, fixated on Su Yu, who was adjusting her attire. He had just witnessed Fan Yu practically undressing her right there. He couldn't believe that the seemingly innocent Su Yu he knew had turned into someone so brazen in front of Fan Yu. When Fan Yu saw Lin Ran's silence, he snorted in annoyance, turning to Su Yu. "Hurry and clear things up with him. They'll be waiting for you at the hotel." With that, he strode away. Su Yu, having composed herself, glared at Lin Ran, her voice cold. "You saw everything, didn't you? I won't hide any longer. I'm dating Fan Yu now. Let's not keep in touch anymore." As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Lin Ran gradually came to his senses. He watched Su Yu's retreating figure, a bitter smile escaping his lips. He had been blind, and all that had transpired could simply be dismissed as a lost cause. Yet, even with this clarity, the ache in his heart intensified. After all, they had shared years of feelings, and despite knowing Su Yu's true nature, he could not suppress his sorrow. Stumbling out of the school gates, he caught sight of the illuminated sign of the hotel nearby, a sardonic laugh escaping him. Surely, Fan Yu and Su Yu were reveling in their newfound intimacy at that very moment. "Hey student, want to buy a lottery ticket?" The lottery shop owner, sitting outside cracking sunflower seeds, observed Lin Ran's melancholic demeanor as he stared longingly at the hotel sign. Lin Ran briefly regained his focus, glancing at the shop owner before shaking his head. "I don't play that." He had never believed in luck, viewing it as no different than a gamble, subconsciously resisting such notions. "Oh, it's just $2. Why not give it a try?" The shop owner scrutinized Lin Ran with a grin. "Young man, you're still naive. You don't understand many things. Money is a wonderful thing once you have it. You can have everything. Wouldn't you agree?" Seeing Lin Ran's expression soften slightly, he continued, "With money comes a house, a car, and with those, women will follow you. Isn't that the truth?" The last sentiment struck a chord with Lin Ran. Indeed, Su Yu was drawn to Fan Yu precisely because he was wealthy. Looking at himself, still without a stable job after all this time, he couldn't help but scoff at the cruel reality. The shop owner, sensing Lin Ran's shifting perspective, pressed on. Young man, buy a ticket. Just take a chance if you win. You could change your life and attract countless women. Ha! Lin Ran gazed at the distant twinkling lights, yearning for a home of his own in this city, a place that belonged solely to him. Yet, for an ordinary university student like him, lacking money, connections, and influence, such aspirations seemed utterly unattainable. Was he truly destined to live in obscurity, forever mocked by others? No, he refused to accept that. With newfound resolve, he raised his head and stepped into the lottery shop that, if fate was kind, perhaps he might just win this time. The shop owner chuckled. Young man, will you choose your numbers or let the machine do it? Let the machine pick, Lin Ran replied nonchalantly, then turned to the winning numbers posted on the wall. Reaching into his pocket, he found a crisp $100 bill. He'll take 50 tickets. Today, he would take a gamble. All right. The shop owner beamed as he accepted the money, handing Lin Ran a ticket. Young man, I see great potential in you. This ticket could very well change your destiny. Be sure to check the results tomorrow. Chapter 2. The package. Lin Ran gazed at the lottery ticket in his hand before tucking it into the inner pocket of his coat. He wandered aimlessly through the streets for quite some time, until it was nearly 10:00 and amp, Oppos, clock in the evening. Only then did he meander back to the dormitory, aware that curfew was approaching. As soon as he returned, his roommate Han Bing approached him, a smirk on his face as he observed Lin Ran's dejected demeanor. So, you see, that Su Yu is nothing but a gold digger. I told you so, but you wouldn't believe me. A man like us, without money. How could we ever attract a woman? Lin Ran glanced at Han Bing. Their relationship was neither particularly close nor distant. Yet Han Bing's cynical outlook on life had always irked him, especially regarding his connection with Su Yu. In Han Bing's eyes, a man destined to be poor would remain single for life. Ironically, it seemed he was right. Lin Ran and Su Yu were indeed finished. Lin Ran gave him a fleeting look, said nothing, and returned to his bed. Han Bing scoffed, but didn't press further. Lying on his bed, Lin Ran clutched the lottery ticket he had just purchased, reflecting on the hardships he had endured. He had placed all his hopes on this ticket, believing that if he won, he could finally rise above his circumstances. The following evening, after checking the lottery draw time, Lin Ran remained in the dormitory, fixated on his phone screen, awaiting the results. 1 number matched. 2 numbers matched. 3 numbers matched. His eyes were glued to the screen until the final ball rolled in. And it was a complete match. He had bought 50 tickets, resulting in a staggering 500 million yuan. After deducting 20% for personal income tax, he would still have 400 million left. While housing prices in Shanghai were steep, this amount was enough to transform his life entirely. He could purchase a luxurious apartment, an extravagant car, and finally establish himself in Shanghai. With this fortune, he was poised to ascend to the pinnacle of success. In that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, pinching himself to ensure it was real. He meticulously double-checked the numbers. Indeed, he had one. Fate had smiled upon him at last. He stifled his excitement and glanced around the dormitory, relieved to find it empty. He understood the importance of discretion when it came to wealth. With graduation just 6 months away, it made sense that apart from him and Han Bing, 2 other students had already moved out with their girlfriends, leaving them behind in the dormitory. He quickly hid the lottery ticket and searched for information on claiming his prize. Feeling a sense of calm wash over him, Lin Ran also checked his bank account balance, 5,000 yuan. He had previously worried that this paltry sum wouldn't even cover the deposit and first month's rent after graduation, but now, all his troubles seemed to dissipate. He was wealthy. Why would he need to rent? At that moment, Lin Ran felt a newfound confidence radiate from him. He resolved to go claim his winnings the next day. For now, he simply wanted to ensure the money was safely in his hands. Just then, his phone rang, breaking his reverie. Noticing a delivery notification, Lin Ran answered. Hello? Is this Lin Ran? You have a package at the dormitory entrance. Please come and sign for it. The delivery person said before hanging up. Lin Ran tucked the lottery ticket away, put on his shoes, and stepped out of the dormitory, approaching the delivery person. Hello. I'm here for the package. Name and phone number? Lin Ran. Phone. After the delivery person rummaged through a pile of packages, he produced a large box, scanned it, and handed it to Lin Ran. Here you go. Lin Ran accepted the box, already guessing its contents. It was the bag he had purchased for Su Yu. She had shared an article with him titled, "Which Little Fairy Can Resist This Graduation Gift?" And he had promptly ordered the bag. wanting to please her. He believed that since she didn't mind his humble background, it was only right for him to treat her well. But now, he couldn't help but scoff. Su Yu had merely seen him as a backup option all along. The gifts he had given her were now irrelevant. And he had no intention of delivering this bag to her like a fool. He realized he had been foolish before, but now he was clear-headed. Hey, do you know where I can sell luxury goods? Lin Ran asked the delivery person, hoping he might have some insight. The delivery person glanced at Lin Ran and then at the package he held. As Lin Ran opened the parcel and examined the brand, the delivery person chuckled. This is new. Selling it secondhand means losing value. Even if you haven't used it, the moment it leaves the store, it depreciates. So, you don't need it anymore? Lin Ran smiled. Yes, it's a women's bag, and I have no use for it now. The seller doesn't accept returns or exchanges after shipment. Instead of letting it go to waste, I'd rather get some cash for it. The delivery person nodded knowingly. Not to pry, but a gold-digging woman is not worth your time. After a pause, he continued. There's a store selling second-hand bags across the street from the south gate of your school. I've delivered packages there several times. They might buy it from you. Lin Ran nodded in appreciation, smiling slightly at the delivery person. Thanks a lot. Don't mention it. If you need any delivery services, just let me know. Of course. Lin Ran responded, glancing at the package in his hand and checking the time. The store likely hadn't closed yet, so he decided to sell it today. It would be better to convert it to cash sooner rather than later. With that in mind, Lin Ran headed towards the south gate. Unaware that Su Yu and her friends were gathered there, chatting. One of her friends spotted Lin Ran first and nudged Su Yu. Hey, Yu. Isn't that Lin Ran? I see he's holding a designer bag. Could it be the one we saw before? Lin Ran is really devoted to you. You mentioned it casually, and he went right out and bought it. Following her friend's gaze, Su Yu indeed saw Lin Ran approaching with the bag. She scoffed. Although she looked down on him, she still desired the gift. If Lin Ran insisted on giving it to her, she would reluctantly accept it, not wanting to dismiss his feelings entirely. Chapter 3. The beautiful boss. As Lin Ran approached the south gate, he was called to a halt by Ling He. Lin Ran, where are you off to? Can't you see you is over there? Hurry up and come over. Initially, Lin Ran had not even noticed Su Yu until Bai Ling and Appo's voice drew his attention. He turned to see Su Yu standing there, her expression one of haughty defiance. Lin Ran scoffed quietly. He had once harbored gratitude towards Su Yu, viewing her as an innocent and kind-hearted girl. However, after witnessing her reckless behavior in Fan Yu's embrace, his perception of her had irrevocably changed. He had already repaid any kindness she had shown him through the many gifts he had bestowed upon her, and now, with a clear conscience, he had no desire to encounter this materialistic woman any longer. Pretending not to see Su Yu, he disregarded Bai Ling's words and continued his way toward the south gate. Bai Ling, taken aback, looked on with confusion, while Su Yu cast a curious glance at Lin Ran, followed by a sympathetic look at the bag he held. Bai Ling quickly approached Lin Ran and grasped his arm. Hey, Lin Ran, I and Appo's am talking to you. What and Appo's on your mind? Can and Appo's, you see you over there? After glancing at the gift bag in Lin Ran and Appo's hand, she added with a smile, I get it. You and Appo's, shy, right? Let me take it to you for you. At this, Lin Ran instinctively withdrew his hand, transferring the bag to his left side, and replied coldly, this is not for her. I have things to attend to. I and Appo's am leaving. With that, he attempted to walk away. Seeing this, Su Yu felt a pang of urgency. Although she had been intimate with Fan Yu, he had yet to officially acknowledge her as his girlfriend. Regret washed over her for the harsh words she had spoken to Lin Ran the previous day. In truth, Lin Ran had always treated her well, loyal and honest. She now wished to rekindle their connection. Losing such a devoted admirer felt like a considerable loss. Thus, she turned and approached Lin Ran, her voice softening. Lin Ran, are you still angry with me? Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, and her voice trembled slightly. I was forced into it by Fan Yu. Recognizing her distress, Bai Ling discreetly stepped away. With Bai Ling out of earshot, Su Yu became bolder. She reached out, grasping Lin Ran's hand. You know, we both come from humble beginnings. It's not easy to establish ourselves in this big city. I had no choice but to. She let her words trail off, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lin Ran regarded Su Yu and Appo's tear-streaked face with indifference. While he acknowledged her beauty, he recognized that he had once been blinded by infatuation, serving her for years like a devoted fool. However, now that he had awakened to reality, her tears held no sway over him. Without the filter of affection, he saw Su Yu as merely an ordinary woman. He could hardly fathom why he had once been so captivated by her, and the memory of his former self filled him with disdain. Yet, the past was the past. He had wealth now, and women were abundant. You don't need to say any of this to me. I don't care. You and Fan, you can do as you please, he declared, shaking off Siyu and Appo's grasp and attempting to move forward. Siyu seized his hand again, her voice filled with sorrow. Lin Ran, are you still deceiving me? If you truly didn't and Appo's care, why would you buy this bag for me? Lin Ran could hardly contain his incredulity. Who said this bag is for you? Don't flatter yourself. With that, he pushed past her and continued on his way. Siyu's expression fell. Did she not know Lin Ran well enough? For 4 years in university, he had trailed after her, never once engaging with other women. How could he possibly be buying it for someone else? She had extended herself toward him, speaking gently, but he was not reciprocating. In the past, no matter her transgressions, a few tears would always win his forgiveness. Why had he changed so drastically? With a glare in Lin Ran's direction, she glanced at the bag in his hand, feeling a pang of longing. She truly adored that bag. After all, she had given herself to Fan Yu, yet he had refused to buy it for her. Now that Lin Ran had offered it, she could not afford to let it slip away. So, she quickened her pace, catching hold of his shirt. Lin Ran. What do you mean? I and Appo's explained everything. Why are you still upset? Here's what we can do. If you willingly give me the bag, I and Appo's overlook what just happened. Her gaze remained fixed on the gift bag, knowing that Bai Ling and the others were watching. If she failed to reclaim it, she would lose face among her friends. Lin Ran cast her an impatient glance. How had he never noticed before how materialistic this woman was? At that moment, he felt a pang of regret for the money he had spent on her, and his gaze turned more contemptuous. A woman who had just crawled out of another man and Appo's bed still dared to pursue him. He was no fool. Let go. I have things to do, he replied curtly. When he noticed Siyu still clinging to his sleeve, he impatiently shook her off and strode away. He was in a rush to sell the bag. Siyu stood there, incredulous, watching Lin Ran and Appo's retreating figure. She had clearly seen the disdain in his eyes. Was it true? Was Lin Ran truly angry because of her liaison with Fan Yu? Had he really given up on her? Her gaze lingered on the gift bag he carried, her heart aching. She genuinely liked that bag and felt increasingly regretful about how harshly she had treated Lin Ran the previous day. Had she known better, she would have chosen her words more carefully, ensuring she secured the bag first. Meanwhile, Lin Ran hurriedly made his way to the store, arriving just before it closed. Welcome. As he entered, a melodious voice greeted him, followed by the appearance of a graceful young woman. Taken aback at first upon seeing Lin Ran, she quickly smiled and asked, "Little brother, what would you like to buy?" Lin Ran understood the surprise in her gaze. He was dressed far too simply. He rarely dared to enter even moderately upscale clothing stores. However, unlike the disdainful looks he had received from others earlier, this woman merely appeared astonished, which made Lin Ran feel somewhat at ease. Chapter 4. The sale of a bag. Beautiful sister, I am not here to purchase anything. I have a bag, brand new and never used, with the shopping receipt intact. Would you be interested in it? The young woman paused briefly, then smiled, extending her delicate hand towards Lin Ran. Let me have a look. Lin Ran, momentarily distracted by the slender, fair hand before him, quickly regained his composure. He sighed, opened the gift bag, and presented the bag. Sister, please assess its condition and provide an offer. Lin Qingqing took the bag from Lin Ran, oblivious to his gaze. After examining it closely and confirming its authenticity, she glanced at the shopping receipt and original packaging, all in pristine condition. A price began to form in her mind. She looked up at Lin Ran with a gentle smile. Brother, this bag is still brand new. Why are you thinking of selling it? Lin Ran forced a bitter smile, realizing that it was ultimately a consequence of his previous infatuation. Yet, faced with a stranger, he preferred not to divulge his reasons, merely responding, I no longer need it. Rather than letting it take up space, I might as well sell it for some practicality. Lin Qingqing chuckled softly. You are quite honest. That makes sense. Here's the deal. This bag is in excellent condition and brand new, which I quite like. I'll take it. How much did you pay for it? 6,000. Lin Ran replied, and then inquired, what do you intend to offer, sister? Brother, according to market trends, even if it's new, once it's sold, it's considered used, which incurs depreciation. Do you understand? I do. Lin Ran nodded, having prepared himself for a loss. Moreover, having recognized Su Yu and Appo's true nature before selling the bag, any amount he received felt like savings, effectively a gain. Lin Qingqing regarded him with a slight smile. You are quite reasonable. By the way, you must still be a student, right? Earning as a student is challenging, so I want to press for a lower price. How does 5,500 sound? Given that you are a handsome young man, I'll be lenient. Surprised, Lin Ran found the offer higher than he anticipated. Before coming, he had researched that at least a 20% discount would be expected, which meant even a brand new bag would be valued around 4,800. To his delight, this sister was quite kind, only deducting 500. All right, thank you, sister, Lin Ran beamed. Let us exchange WeChat, Lin Qingqing suggested. I'll scan you. Lin Qingqing took out her phone, displaying her payment code. I'll transfer the money. Noticing her fair hand, Lin Ran felt a stir within him. Sister, how about we add each other on WeChat? If I have more bags in the future, I would like to come to you. Taken aback, Lin Qingqing observed Lin Ran's slightly flushed cheeks and then smiled warmly. All right, go ahead and scan me. After they exchanged codes, Lin Ran completed the transaction. Checking the time hesitantly, he finally asked, Sister, do you have some time later? Shall we have a meal together? It's on me. Really? Little brother. Is it that you just sold a bag and are now ready to spend? She teased, a bemused look on her face. No, Lin Ran quickly shook his head. I merely noticed your store is quite successful and wanted to learn about your experience in running a business. I'm about to graduate and need to consider my future endeavors. His words were sincere. He genuinely harbored such thoughts. Working for meager pay felt insufficient, especially now that he considered himself a wealthy young man. Investing in a small shop would not be a daunting task. Moreover, he had a personal motive. Lin Qingqing and Oppo's beauty stirred feelings within him. Throughout his 4 years in college, he had always trailed behind Su Yuyu, never even holding her hand. He was just a normal man, and during his time in the dormitory, he had listened to friends recounting their romantic escapades, occasionally indulging in fantasies after watching romantic films. Yet, Su Yuyu had never been willing to breach that barrier between them, and he had refrained from pushing the matter, believing her to be innocent. Ironically, she was quite open with the wealthy second-generation Fanyu. Now, having given up on Su Yuyu, Lin Ran felt free to explore new relationships. Although he was not wealthy before, he was tall, thin, and handsome. Over the years, several girls had shown interest, but he had always turned them down. Fixated on Su Yuyu, reflecting on his past, he realized how foolish he had been. Now in his early 20s, and yet to experience romance felt rather unfortunate. With money in his pocket, it was time to seek companionship. Lin Qingqing's beauty and gentle demeanor were exactly to his liking. Now that he had some financial security, he felt emboldened to pursue her. Lin Qingqing studied Lin Ran, seemingly assessing the truth behind his words. After a moment, she smiled. All right then, let us go to the hot pot restaurant across the street. Wait for me while I tidy up. Lin Ran sat on a nearby sofa, awaiting her return. Before long, Lin Qingqing emerged, and Lin Ran's admiration deepened. She possessed an enviable figure, accentuated by her black dress, which highlighted her curves. Her long hair cascaded lazily over her shoulders, adding to her allure. She casually slung a small bag over her shoulder, noticing Lin Ran's gaze. What are you staring at, little brother? Let us go. Snapped back to reality, Lin Ran replied with a start. Yes, let us go. As they exited the store, Lin Qingqing shivered slightly, though spring had arrived. The evening breeze remained chilly. Seeing her in just a dress, Lin Ran swiftly removed his jacket and offered it to her. Sister, if you don't mind, please wear this. It's freshly laundered and quite clean. With a gentle smile, she accepted the jacket. You're quite considerate. By the way, I don't know your name yet. I can't keep calling you little brother. My name is Lin Ran, he replied promptly. Lin Ran, she mused, then smiled. What a coincidence. I also share the surname Lin. My name is Lin Qingqing. From now on, you can call me Sister Qingqing. All right, Sister Qingqing. Let us go. Lin Ran said cheerfully, his gaze lingering on her. She exuded a charm and grace that was uncommon among students, leaving him curious about her age. Yet, he dismissed the concern, feeling that age was inconsequential. What mattered was the connection they might forge. Chapter 5. Dining. Moreover, Lin Qingqing was extraordinarily beautiful, appearing to be merely in her mid-20s, likely not much older than him. Besides, a few extra years did not concern him, as the saying goes. Elder sisters tend to be more caring and understanding, making her far superior to Su Yuyu in every regard. At present, Lin Ran had come to a complete realization. As long as he had money in his pocket, there was no woman he could not pursue. The hot pot restaurant was not overly crowded. Upon their arrival, Lin Ran and Lin Qingqing were promptly guided to their seats by a server. Lin Ran swiftly scanned the QR code on the table and handed his phone to Lin Qingqing. Sister Qingqing, take a look and see what you would like to eat. Lin Qingqing accepted the phone graciously, smiling as she inquired, do you have any dietary restrictions? I have none. I can eat anything. I love whatever Sister Qingqing orders. She lifted her gaze to meet Lin Ran and Appos, letting out a light laugh. Your compliments are quite sweet. Shall I order then? Please do. Order plenty, he encouraged. With newfound financial security, Lin Ran felt more generous, especially since Lin Qingqing was exceptionally attractive. Throughout his 4 years at university, he had never encountered a girl as stunning as her. Perhaps it was because he had been too focused on Su Yuyo to notice other girls. Regardless, Lin Qingqing's beauty and outgoing personality perfectly aligned with Lin Ran's aesthetic preferences, prompting him to desire closer proximity, perhaps even a potential romance. All right, I've placed the order. Would you like to add anything else? Lin Qingqing handed her phone back to Lin Ran. Upon reviewing her selections, he noted her conservative choices. Unlike the numerous dishes he had previously ordered with Su Yuyo, who insisted on ordering a plethora of items for the sake of capturing the perfect 9-grid photo. Such extravagance seemed wasteful. Lin Qingqing's restrained approach only enhanced Lin Ran's admiration for her. Let's add 2 servings of fatty beef and 2 servings of shrimp paste. No need to be modest, Sister Qingqing. As he placed the order, Lin Ran felt a thrill at the prospect of spending money. Previously, he had never dared to order more than 1 serving of meat. In fact, he would not have even considered hot pot had it not been for Su Yuyo and Appos' desire for it. He had always been frugal with his hard-earned wages, allowing himself only the occasional indulgence of a luxurious spicy hot pot as a reward. Sounds good, Lin Qingqing smiled, and Lin Ran felt himself swooning. Her smile made her even more enchanting, making him increasingly aware that leaving Su Yuyo behind had opened up a vast world of possibilities. However, he had resolved to remain unscathed in the midst of the floral chaos around him. He wanted to explore all types of relationships, confident in his ability to attract women with his newfound wealth. Sister Qingqing, do you have a boyfriend? The question caught Lin Qingqing slightly off guard. But she laughed and replied, you were quite direct. After a brief pause, she added, I am single. Lin Ran secretly rejoiced, thinking to himself that this was his chance. He had been single for far too long, and the thought of not yet experiencing romance only intensified his eagerness. Moreover, with his financial stability, his primary goal now was to find a girlfriend, to transition from boyhood to manhood. Given your beauty, I imagine many men pursue you. What type do you prefer? He inquired, testing the waters. I prefer young and handsome types, she responded. Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback. Was she not describing him? Youthful and handsome, and most importantly, in good health. Sister Qingqing, how do you find me? Little brother, are you trying to pursue me? Lin Qingqing teased with a playful smile. She had primarily dated older men. This establishment had been funded by a previous older companion as part of their breakup settlement. She had never considered a younger man before. From a young age, Lin Qingqing had been aware of her beauty, yet her humble beginnings left her impoverished, unable to afford education. To secure a better life, she had learned early on to leverage her looks to obtain what she desired. Reflecting on it, she realized she had never engaged in a proper romantic relationship, always being supported by older men. Over the years, she had saved a considerable sum, acquiring both a house and a car. The funds from her last older partner had enabled her to open this restaurant, allowing her to enjoy a comfortable life. Now, perhaps it was time to explore the realm of romance. Lin Ran nodded eagerly. What do you think of me, Sister Qingqing? Hello, let me serve you your dishes. The server and Appos' voice chimed in at that moment. Lin Qingqing smiled but remained silent. Though she had her own desires, she was not one to accept any suitor without consideration. She needed to observe Lin Ran further, particularly to gauge his financial situation. Over the past year, several younger suitors had pursued her, but they were all penniless, seeking to live off her earnings. She had little interest in such arrangements. She had worked hard for her modest fortune and had no intention of financially supporting a younger man. As Lin Ran and Lin Qingqing shared laughter over their hot pot, a girl nearby was busily snapping photos of them with her phone. After capturing several shots, Lu Yuming scrutinized them, ensuring Lin Ran and Lin Qingqing and Appos' faces were clearly visible before putting her phone down. Soon, she intended to send these photos to Su Yuyo, relishing the thought of causing her discomfort. Lu Yuming was well aware that Su Yuyo had always kept Lin Ran as a backup option. However, Women often enjoy the attention of a man who adores them even if they choose not to reciprocate. The moment that man turns his affections elsewhere, feelings of jealousy inevitably arise. It is akin to not wanting to eat something yet refusing to let anyone else have it. Lu Yameng had long harbored disdain for Su Yuyo and Appo's pretentious demeanor, and until now, she had not managed to find any incriminating evidence against her. Yet, the universe had seemingly conspired to present her with this opportunity to witness Lin Ran on a date with another girl. Without a doubt, Lu Yameng knew that Su Yuyo would be devastated upon seeing these photos. An hour later, as Lin Ran and Lin Qingqing neared the end of their meal, Lin Qingqing slowly rose, glancing at Lin Ran. Lin Ran, shall we leave? It's getting late. Certainly, he replied, completing the payment on his phone before they exited the hot pot restaurant in tandem. Sister Qingqing, how will you get home? Would you like me to give you a ride? Lin Ran offered gallantly. I'll drive. And you? I'm just a student from the nearby school. I'll walk back. Chapter 6. House viewing. Lin Qingqing nodded gently and walked across the street with Lin Ran. As Lin Ran watched her elegantly enter her BMW, he felt a pang of envy. Thank you for dinner today. I and Appo's. I'll return your coat, he said. All right. Lin Ran accepted the coat that Lin Qingqing handed him, watching her car start up and drive away until it was no longer in sight. A thought crossed his mind. If he won the lottery tomorrow, he too would acquire a BMW, perhaps the X5, a model that's relatively understated. He wasn't keen on being ostentatious just yet. Besides, having a car would be advantageous for future dates. He slipped on the coat, which still carried Lin Qingqing's delightful fragrance, much more pleasant than Su Yu's. He meandered back to his dormitory, finding it empty as Han Bing had yet to return from work. Observing the disarray of his living space, Lin Ran realized it was time to consider purchasing a home. With graduation approaching, staying in the dormitory would no longer be an option. Most importantly, he had money now. Things he once could only dream of were now within reach. Contemplating this, he took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Lin Qingqing. Sister Qingqing, have you reached home? Just as Lin Qingqing parked her car and headed upstairs, she received Lin Ran's message. Just got home. Do you have time tomorrow? As soon as she sent her message, Lin Ran replied, I'm free in the morning. I need to go to the store in the afternoon. What and Appo's up? I want to look at houses and cars. Would you accompany me? Lin Qingqing recalled Lin Ran's modest attire from earlier that day. She knew that housing prices in Shanghai were quite steep, even in the suburbs, averaging over 20,000 per square meter, easily amounting to over 2 million for any decent property. Was Lin Ran perhaps someone who shunned extravagance? She pondered, realizing that if Lin Ran had some financial clout, it would be a significant plus in her eyes. While she had considered dating her brother, she dismissed the idea of a younger man who would rely on her. However, if Lin Ran truly was affluent, their relationship could develop further. The prospect of merely dating, without the pressures of marriage, seemed appealing. She could experience the vitality of a younger man, certainly more invigorating than the middle-aged men who had previously supported her. All right, let us meet at my store at 9 tomorrow morning. After sending the message, Lin Qingqing stepped into the bathroom for a shower. If Lin Ran was indeed wealthy, she would need to present herself well. After all, her age meant that despite her good upkeep, she lacked the exuberance of youth. The next day, as dawn broke, Lin Ran rose early. He carefully selected a new outfit and shoes, having missed the chance to prepare the previous night. Today, he would make sure to elevate his appearance. After calculating his winnings, he realized he now possessed a fortune, enough to purchase a car and a spacious apartment. Even if he deposited the remaining funds in the bank at current interest rates, he would never have to worry about basic necessities again. Naturally, he had no intention of becoming complacent. Given this windfall, he was determined to embark on a grand venture, generating even more wealth. By 8:00 and amp, Appo's clock, he arrived punctually at the prize collection point. Under the envious gazes of the staff, he swiftly verified his information, and soon the prize money was deposited into his account. Lin Ran gazed at the sum in his bank account, feeling a rush of excitement. Checking the time, he hailed a taxi to Lin Qingqing's store. Sister Qingqing, he greeted her with a smile as he approached. Lin Qingqing noticed how much more handsome Lin Ran appeared compared to the previous day, and her heart swelled with joy. He was tall and striking, undeniably her type, and she had never dated a handsome boyfriend before, only some rather unappealing older men, though she had accepted that for the sake of finances. Let's go? Lin Qingqing was wearing a floral dress today, her curly hair styled beautifully, radiating youthfulness. Together, they looked strikingly compatible. Sister Qingqing, you look beautiful today, Lin Ran complimented her. clearly inexperienced with flattery, repeating the same two sentences. Yet, Lin Qingqing appreciated his straightforwardness and smiled warmly at him. Was I not pretty yesterday? You were beautiful yesterday too. He quickly replied. Yesterday's beauty was alluring, while today's is youthful, two different styles. They shared laughter as they got into Lin Qingqing's car. Where to? Lin Ran sent her a location. Let us go here, he said, having spent considerable time researching the neighborhood the previous day. It was upscale and refined, fitting for someone of his newfound status. Lin Qingqing glanced at the location, Guobin Huafu, and felt a brief surge of surprise. This was a prestigious development. With an average price of 60,000 per square meter, a casual unit would easily exceed 10 million. She had not anticipated Lin Ran to be so discreetly affluent. Having navigated the social landscape for years, Lin Qingqing masked her inner turmoil with a calm smile. All right, she replied. Soon, they arrived at the sales office of Guobin Huafu. Upon entering the lobby, a beautiful saleswoman approached them. May I ask if you have an appointment? Her voice was sweet, stirring a flutter in Lin Ran and Appo's heart. No. But could you give us a brief introduction? Lin Ran responded, his confidence buoyed by the wealth in his pocket. Certainly. May I ask your names? We both have the surname Lin. Lin Ran and Lin Qingqing exchanged amused glances. Very well, Mr. Lin and Miss Lin. Please follow me. Song Yi quickly assessed Lin Ran and Lin Qingqing. While Lin Qingqing was dressed in high-end fashion and exuded beauty, Lin Ran, despite his tall and handsome demeanor, appeared rather ordinary in his attire. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle that the customer is king, Song Yi warmly welcomed them, recognizing that not everyone could afford such luxury apartments. In 2 short days, Lin Ran realized the abundance of beautiful women in the world, gentle and charming. Su Yu had lost her allure in his eyes. Song Yi led them to view the property model, and since it was a ready-to-move-in apartment, she took them to see several showrooms. After a morning of exploration, Lin Ran identified his choice. I'll take the 260 square meter unit. He was particularly fond of the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, envisioning the breathtaking night view. Upon hearing this, both Song Yi and Lin Qingqing exchanged astonished glances. 260 square meters at 65,000 per square meter totaled nearly 17 million. Was Lin Ran truly prepared to commit to such an expense? His nonchalant declaration made it seem as though he were purchasing cabbages at a market. Chapter 7. Car viewing. Song Yi instinctively reconfirmed with Lin Ran, Mr. Lin. Are you referring to the 260 square meter unit? Yes, is there a problem? Lin Ran replied, glancing quizzically at Song Yi. No problem at all. May I ask, Mr. Lin, will you be paying in full or financing? At this moment, Song Yi's emotions could no longer be described as mere excitement. She was in a state of extreme exhilaration. With a price tag of 17 million and a commission of 2%, she stood to earn 340,000. Lin Ran was indeed her benefactor, and he was handsome to boot. The way she looked at him now was imbued with admiration and affection. Full payment, Lin Ran stated succinctly. Upon hearing this, both Song Yi and Lin Qingqing were momentarily taken aback. Paying 17 million in cash, what did that imply? It indicated that he possessed at least 100 million in liquid assets. Otherwise, how could he speak so nonchalantly? Please, take a seat for a moment. I will draft the contract right away, Song Yi instructed, arranging for Lin Ran and Lin Qingqing to sit before hastily darting off to retrieve the paperwork. It wasn't an Appo's tea until Lin Ran signed the contract that Lin Qingqing could hardly believe her eyes. But once Lin Ran completed the card transaction, disbelief turned into acceptance. Lin Ran was indeed quite wealthy. Lin Qingqing couldn't help but recall Lin Ran's question from the previous day, desperately wishing to respond with an immediate, I do. However, she recognized that such a response would be too awkward, suggesting that her agreement was contingent upon the property. So she decided to wait for Lin Ran to bring it up again before readily agreeing. After completing the necessary formalities, Song Yi carefully handed Lin Ran a leather briefcase. Mr. Lin, congratulations on becoming the owner of a unit at Guobin Huafu. Inside the briefcase are your purchase contract, invoice, and 5 keys to your new home. Please keep them safe. The property deed will take about a month to process, and I will deliver it to you once it's ready. All right, Lin Ran replied, accepting the briefcase. By the way, do you offer cleaning services? He had seen the house. It was spacious and beautiful, tastefully decorated with understated luxury and fully furnished. However, it had been uninhabited for some time, and there was a bit of dust. Yes, we do. I'll arrange that for you right away, Song Yi responded eagerly, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward Lin Qingqing before she mustered the courage to look back at Lin Ran and sweetly proposed, Mr. Lin, shall we add each other on WeChat? If you have any questions in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Lin Ran noticed the coy yet inviting glint in Song Yi's eyes and instantly comprehended her intentions. He was aware that purchasing luxury properties, cars, or goods often came with additional services. It was clear that Song Yi had this in mind. Without hesitation, he seized the opportunity, especially given her striking beauty. He smiled and took out his phone, opening the WeChat QR code. Sure, go ahead and scam me. Surprised by how smoothly things were unfolding, Song Yi quickly scanned the code. Great, I've added you. Please accept my request, and I'll arrange for the cleaning service immediately. After it's done, I'll contact you for a walkthrough. Sounds good, Lin Ran said, carrying the briefcase as he and Lin Qingqing exited the sales office. Lin Qingqing and Appo's expression soured the moment she witnessed Song Yi add Lin Ran on WeChat. However, she felt powerless. She and Lin Ran were merely friends, and she lacked the standing to question him. Furthermore, adding a WeChat contact was hardly a transgression, yet Song Yi's provocative gaze was unmistakable. As a woman, Lin Qingqing recognized that look all too well. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she felt a pang of discomfort. Lin Ran's ability to purchase a multi-million-dollar luxury home indicated substantial financial prowess, coupled with his youth and attractiveness. Such a man was undoubtedly a catch. And Lin Qingqing realized she could not afford to be overly reserved, even as she grappled with the desire to avoid appearing too eager. Qingqing, what would you like to eat? It's on me. Lin Ran's voice pulled her from her reverie. I'm not too hungry. What do you want to eat? Lin Qingqing responded, her smile growing softer, and her gaze towards Lin Ran growing warmer. Lin Ran observed this transformation with satisfaction, secretly amused. It was evident that wealth attracted admiration. He had specifically invited Lin Qingqing to view properties, hoping to showcase his capabilities. He believed that after demonstrating his worth, she would naturally gravitate towards him. From his interactions with Su Yuyu, he learned that money didn't necessarily need to be spent on women. Showcasing one's strength attracted their affections. Just as he had witnessed with Fan Yu, having spent lavishly on Su Yuyu, only to find himself unfulfilled. While Fan Yu merely cultivated an image of affluence and effortlessly drew Su Yuyu in. Such is the reality. I know a great Cantonese restaurant. Let us go there. Lin Ran suggested. All right, I'll follow your lead. Lin Qingqing replied softly, subtly shifting closer to Lin Ran. From a distance, one could observe how intimately they were situated. After starting the car, Lin Qingqing drove straight to the Cantonese restaurant. Lin Ran, do you have any plans for the afternoon? Lin Qingqing inquired while driving. I intend to check out some cars, Lin Ran replied. Perfect. I'm not too busy either. I'll accompany you this afternoon, Lin Qingqing said, gauging Lin Ran's expression. Her aim was to spend more time with him and cultivate goodwill. Absolutely, Lin Ran agreed, eager to have such a lovely companion. After lunch, they headed directly to the BMW dealership. In the afternoon, the dealership was relatively quiet, with only a handful of customers browsing. As soon as Lin Ran and Lin Qingqing stepped inside, a sales representative approached them. Welcome to the BMW dealership. May I ask if you have an appointment? Lu Ming greeted them with poise. Lin Qingqing sized up the woman before her, noting her fair complexion, alluring figure accentuated by a fitted dress, and her long hair elegantly styled. The youthful glow on her face revealed her tender age, igniting a sense of competition within Lin Qingqing. Although she was confident in her own appearance, she was acutely aware that she was 30 and youth was fleeting. No matter how much she adorned herself, she could not reclaim that youthful essence. Lin Ran also took note of the youthful beauty in Lu Ming. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he shook his head. No, but please assist us with the introductions. He was not the type to become infatuated at the sight of a pretty face. Especially with the captivating Lin Qingqing by his side, he needed to prioritize her first. Of course. Which model are you interested in exploring? Lu Ming inquired, her demeanor brightening upon sensing Lin Ran and Appo's interest. She had interned for 3 months without a single sale, but that was hardly her fault. Older men who came to buy cars invariably hinted at requiring additional services in exchange for a purchase. She wasn't particularly prudish, but the thought of catering to men who were nearly as old as her father was utterly unappealing. Chapter 8. Purchasing a car. This predicament led to Lu Ming. After 3 months of employment, having sold not a single vehicle, as the older gentleman had been charmed by her female colleagues. Such is the reality of this era. If one is unwilling to invest effort, there are plenty eager to do so. If she continued to not make any sales, she risked losing her job. She cast a hopeful glance at Lin Ran and Lin Qingqing, silently praying they would make a purchase. Her gaze lingered on Lin Ran. who was tall and handsome. She resolved that if he were to make a certain request, she would acquiesce. However, her attention shifted to Lin Qingqing beside him, tall and beautiful. Surely, with such a girlfriend, Lin Ran would not entertain any notions of pursuing her. Yet, one could never be too certain, after all. They say no man is immune to infidelity. Moreover, with her own beauty and figure, perhaps Lin Ran could be attracted to her as well? Let us take a look at the X7, Lin Ran suggested without hesitation. Lin Qingqing glanced at him, aware that despite her years of hard work and savings, her own purchase had only been a 3 Series. The X7 was significantly beyond her budget. The lower configuration did not appeal to her. And the higher one was still a stretch, as she needed to reserve funds for the store and Oppo's operations. Having just purchased a luxurious mansion for tens of millions in cash, Lin Ran's interest in cars only amplified Lin Qingqing's admiration for him, even igniting an impulse to throw herself at him. Yet, she recognized that Lin Ran was not like the men she had previously dated. His youth was his capital, surely attracting a multitude of admirers. This realization only heightened her sense of urgency. Determined, she resolved that today she would seize the opportunity to win over this affluent and handsome man. Adhering to her life philosophy of pursuing what she desires without hesitation, even if it meant being one of many in his life. Right this way, sir and madam. Lu Ming beckoned as she led Lin Ran and Lin Qingqing to view the vehicle. This model is equipped with a fully upgraded engine, achieving a top speed of 243 kilometers per hour, featuring a front-mounted 4-wheel drive with a displacement of 3.0 L. The exterior continues the BMW SUV family S signature style, exuding sophistication and power. Noticing Lin Ran and Oppo's keen interest in the vehicle, Lu Ming and Oppo's enthusiasm for her presentation intensified. Lin Ran, listening intently, opened the car door and settled into the driver's seat, savoring the comfort of the upholstery. He squinted slightly, signaling that no further introduction was necessary. He had already made up his mind. This was the one. Lu Ming, anticipating further discussion, was taken aback by Lin Ran's swift decision. Having only been in the store for less than 15 minutes, this vehicle, the top configuration, with taxes and insurance, amounted to around 2 million. Was he truly prepared to make such a lavish purchase so nonchalantly? Staring at Lin Ran in disbelief, Lu Ming stammered, Sir, do you require further information? I can provide additional details. No, just swipe the card. I'll take this one, full payment. The final words left her and Lin Qingqing in astonishment. Lu Ming was shocked at how casually Lin Ran purchased a luxury vehicle, while Lin Qingqing marveled at his recent acquisition of a mansion followed by this car. She speculated on the extent of his wealth. All right, Lu Ming said excitedly as she accepted the card from Lin Ran, her heart racing at the prospect of finally making a sale, securing her job, and earning a substantial commission. After signing the contract, she accompanied Lin Ran to handle the registration process. By the time they completed everything, it was already evening, yet Lu Ming felt no fatigue. She calculated that the car's base price was 1.73 million, and with a 5 commission, she stood to earn over 80,000. She could finally hold her head high in the dealership. With these thoughts, her gaze towards Lin Ran shifted to one of admiration and gratitude. Such a wealthy and handsome man was a rare find, and she intended to seize the opportunity. With her impending graduation, perhaps she could transition directly from dormitory living to residing in a mansion, thus sparing herself the hassle of searching for a new place. Lin Ran, gazing at his new car, felt a surge of excitement. Who would have thought that just days ago he was a mere admirer, and now he stood in a 4S store, purchasing a car outright, surrounded by beautiful women? He mused inwardly, fate truly favored him. With wealth in hand, he would never revert to being an admirer again. Lin Ran, congratulations on your new car. What would you like to eat tonight? Let us celebrate. It's on me. Lin Qingqing's voice broke into his thoughts. I'm fine with anything, but it seems I am imposing on you. Sister Qingqing, Lin Ran replied, sensing her increasing warmth towards him, her gaze more enticing than before. Would he truly surrender to her tonight? Lin Qingqing's beauty and figure were exceptional. If he were to give himself to her, he wouldn't be losing out at all. Let's go to my place, and you can try my cooking, she said gently, her gaze tender. Lin Ran, not oblivious, quickly grasped her implications. He was no longer a passive character, and he had resolved to enjoy life. Since she was offering herself, and he held a favorable view of her, there was no need to refuse. All right, then I'll trouble you, Sister Qingqing. Not a problem. Let us go. I'll send you my address. Lin Qingqing shared her address via WeChat. Upon checking his phone, Lin Ran realized he had yet to respond to Su Yu and Amp Oppo's messages, which were a series of 3 question marks sent in the middle of the night. In the past, he would have rushed to reply, worrying about her well-being. But now, he felt only irritation upon seeing such messages. After glancing at the text, he set his phone aside, ignoring Su Yu entirely. Once outside the 4S store, Lin Ran followed Lin Qingqing's car, arriving at her residential complex in about 20 minutes. "I'll inform the security guard. Just follow my car in," Lin Qingqing messaged. Lin Ran promptly replied with an affirmative. After parking in the basement, Lin Qingqing stepped out first and approached Lin Ran's vehicle. "What would you like to eat? Let us pick up some ingredients. My fridge is almost empty. I'm fine with anything. Just make your specialty, Sister Qingqing," Lin Ran replied as he exited the car, following her to the nearby supermarket. Chapter 9. Cooking. Lin Qingqing appeared determined to demonstrate her capabilities, filling the shopping cart to the brim before proceeding to check out. As Lin Ran hesitated at the sight of the BYT displayed beside the cash register, Lin Qingqing, oblivious to his indecision, casually placed a box into the cart. Observing her nonchalant action, Lin Ran mused to himself that his sister was indeed quite bold. Noticing Lin Ran's gaze lingering on the BYT, Lin Qingqing raised an eyebrow in silent understanding. Such is the nature of adulthood, where much is conveyed without words. Lin Ran felt a rush of excitement and a hint of embarrassment, hastily paying the bill before his sister could insist on treating him. After all, she had already given him her time and company, and he felt it only right to cover the cost. The two of them exited the supermarket, Lin Ran naturally carrying the shopping bags as they strolled toward their community. Lin Qingqing walked closely beside him, and, after a moment's hesitation, linked her arm with his. Lin Ran was taken aback, turning to meet her gaze, which sparkled with cheerfulness. "Didn't you ask me what I think of you the other day? Today, I shall reveal my answer." The sudden wave of happiness made Lin Ran's heart race. They soon arrived at Lin Qingqing's residence. Upon entering, Lin Ran discovered she lived in a cozy 2-bedroom apartment. Though modest in size, it was tastefully decorated and exuded warmth and cleanliness, creating an inviting atmosphere. "Sister Qingqing, let me assist you," Lin Ran offered as he stepped into the kitchen. "Still calling me sister?" Lin Qingqing chuckled softly, her eyes glinting with a more pronounced interest. "Qingqing." Lin Ran addressed her again. "Do you need my help?" "No, you've been out all day too. You must be tired. Take a moment to rest," she replied, pausing before adding, "There are fresh towels in the bathroom cabinet. You can take a shower first." With her words, and considering the box of BYT they had just purchased, Lin Ran felt compelled to act. He sighed and made his way to the bathroom. As the sound of running water filled the air, Lin Qingqing smiled to herself, realizing she would seize the opportunity with Lin Ran, a man of quality. No longer a naive girl, she felt no need to hesitate or second-guess herself. If she desired something, she would pursue it. Regardless of whether they could become a couple, spending an evening with such a charming and affluent man was worth the endeavor. It had been a year since she had last been intimate, and she felt the need to relieve her pent-up energies. After Lin Ran finished showering, he found Lin Qingqing still busy in the kitchen. She noticed him leaning against the doorframe and said softly, "Just one last dish. It will be ready shortly." Before long, 4 dishes and a soup were elegantly presented on the table: stir-fried lamb with cilantro, steamed grouper, stir-fried asparagus, dompa pork, and tomato beef soup. Lin Ran admired the array of dishes, their presentation enticing, and he gave Lin Qingqing a thumbs up, genuinely praising her. "Qingqing, your culinary skills are exceptional. Try it and see if it suits your taste," Lin Qingqing encouraged, confident in her abilities honed from past experiences. She had invited Lin Ran over to showcase her domestic prowess, understanding that men like him appreciated a partner who was both affectionate and competent. Even if she could not marry him, a dalliance with such a wealthy heir was a worthy pursuit, and even if she could not be the main partner, she could certainly play a supporting role. Lin Ran wasted no time and began to eat, while Lin Qingqing watched him intently, anxious about whether her cooking would please his palate. "How is it?" she inquired. "Delicious," Lin Ran replied earnestly. "Qingqing, your cooking surpasses that of professional chefs." Satisfied with his response, Lin Qingqing felt her worries dissipate. After their simple meal, she cleared the table and headed straight for the bathroom. Lin Ran sat on the sofa, his mind racing as he watched television. Experiencing such open affection from a beautiful woman was new to him, and combined with the anticipation of what lay ahead, he felt a surge of excitement. After her shower, Lin Qingqing emerged from the bathroom, her graceful figure draped in a pristine white towel, artfully accentuating her alluring curves and soft skin, enhancing her mysterious and seductive charm. Lin Ran found himself entranced by the captivating woman approaching him, each step seemingly imbued with an enchanting allure that quickened his heartbeat. Her every glance and gesture radiated an irresistible sensuality, leaving Lin Ran momentarily flustered, unsure of where to direct his gaze. After all, having such a provocatively dressed woman drawn near him was a first, and he lacked the experience to navigate this situation. As Lin Ran's eyes instinctively roamed over Lin Qingqing's porcelain-like skin, he felt a rush of warmth, his body responding instinctually. Although he had yet to engage in intimate encounters, he had absorbed enough knowledge from various instructional videos to grasp the essence of the moment. Just as Lin Qingqing was about to take a seat beside him, a sudden, melodic ring-tone shattered the charged atmosphere. Lin Ran, jolted from his reverie, quickly reached for the phone on the coffee table. The screen displayed a voice call from Su Yuyu, eliciting a wave of irritation within him. Nevertheless, he suppressed his annoyance and pressed the hang-up button. Who called? Why didn't you answer? Lin Qingqing and Amp, Oppo's delicate voice chimed in, as sweet as a songbird, stirring a fluttering sensation in Lin Ran's heart. It was no one, he replied vaguely, his tone somewhat evasive. Lin Qingqing, perceptive, chose not to press further. She had already noted the name, Su Yuyu, and it was clear it belonged to a woman. However, respecting Lin Ran's privacy, she refrained from prying deeper, understanding the importance of discretion, a skill she had cultivated over the years. Would you care for a drink? Lin Qingqing gracefully stood and made her way to the wine cabinet. Chapter 10. Communication. All right. Lin Ran agreed without hesitation. He had never tasted red wine before, and an air of anticipation and curiosity stirred within him, coupled with a hint of nervousness, for tonight was destined to be extraordinary. Perhaps a sip of wine would aid in alleviating his tension and relaxing his nerves. Lin Qingqing deftly uncorked the bottle, allowing the deep crimson liquid to flow gracefully into two crystal-clear goblets. With a smile, she presented one glass to Lin Ran, softly declaring, to celebrate you. Congratulations on acquiring your new car. As her words lingered in the air, she tilted her head slightly, savoring a delicate sip from her own glass. Lin Ran accepted the wine, yet his gaze inadvertently gravitated toward Lin Qingqing. He found himself swallowing hard, striving to mask the tumult of emotions stirring within. Every subtle shift in his demeanor was keenly observed by Lin Qingqing, who was well-versed in the art of teasing men. Pleased by Lin Ran and Amp, Oppo's reaction, a sly smile graced her lips as she gracefully maneuvered closer, settling beside him like a silent feline. Meanwhile, her captivating eyes fixated on Lin Ran, exuding an enchanting allure. With her lips slightly parted, she inquired in a soft, inviting tone, "Is it to your liking?" Lin Ran had never encountered such a scenario. With Lin Qingqing taking the initiative, the next move was up to him. He hastily set down his glass, gazing at her with a vague response, "It and Oppo's. All right." On the other side, Su Yuyu trembled in frustration as she stared at her phone. Lin Ran had not replied to her messages and even dared to ignore her calls. Glancing at the photo sent by Lu Yameng, depicting the beautiful woman sitting across from Lin Ran, a sense of unease settled in her heart. Despite her reluctance to be with Lin Ran, witnessing him with another stirred discomfort within her. In truth, she did not harbor an absolute aversion to Lin Ran. Tall, handsome, and radiating cleanliness and sunshine, he was indeed her type. Yet, his lack of wealth was a significant barrier. Had he been affluent, she would have willingly surrendered herself to him long ago. That night, Su Yuyu found herself restless, increasingly regretting her impulsive words that had wounded Lin Ran. To the extent that this devoted admirer was genuinely upset with her, she pondered ways to entice Lin Ran back while maintaining her dignity. The following day, Lin Qingqing nestled against Lin Ran's broad, warm embrace like a gentle kitten, gazing up at him with soft eyes, asking, "What are the plans for today?" "Returning to school. I have classes in the afternoon and moving in the evening." The previous night, Song Yi had sent Lin Ran a video confirming that the apartment was ready. Thoroughly cleaned with all the furnishings and appliances provided, even the bedding was thoughtfully arranged. Lin Ran merely needed to pack his belongings to move in seamlessly. With only a few months left until graduation and scant classes remaining, staying in the dormitory was inconsequential. Furthermore, his new residence was not far from the school. A quick drive would suffice for any errands. Lin Qingqing responded softly, "Shall I come find you tonight?" She tentatively proposed, "Consider it a warm visit." Having navigated the complexities of society for years, she was astutely aware of Lin Ran and Amp, Oppo's intentions, understanding that a man of his stature often juggled multiple romantic interests. She knew well that she would not be Lin Ran and Amp, Oppo's sole girlfriend, nor would he devote all his time to her. Yet, after their intimate exchange the previous night, She found herself genuinely drawn to him. Young, affluent, and tender. Lin Ran turned to gaze at the woman in his arms, nodding in agreement. Reflecting on the allure of wealth, the likes of Lin Qingqing, a woman of such captivating charm, had once seemed unattainable, yet now, with a mere display of his financial prowess, he could bask in the delight of such a connection. Chapter 11. Returning to school after departing from Lin Qingqing and Oppo's residence. Lin Ran drove straight to the school. Upon arrival at the entrance, he produced a prepared pass, and as a student of the institution himself, he was granted entry by the security guard. After parking beneath the dormitory, he ascended to gather his belongings. In truth, he possessed little in the way of personal effects, merely a few articles of clothing and bedding. He selected several relatively new garments, took his identification and some books, and cast one last glance at the dormitory he had inhabited for over 3 years, feeling no pangs of nostalgia as he locked the door behind him. As he stepped out of the dormitory, Lin Ran noticed a group of girls chattering animatedly beside his car. Although the distance rendered their words indistinct, it was evident they were discussing the vehicle and its owner. With a smile, he approached them, opened the car door, and placed his belongings inside. He glanced at the 3 girls before him, each possessing slender waists and long legs, their faces still adorned with a hint of youthful innocence. "Hey, handsome. Is this your car?" One of the bolder girls inquired directly. Lin Ran nodded, affirming, "Yes." "Wow, is this a new ride? I see it still has temporary plates. It's stunning." The girls gazed at the luxurious vehicle, their admiration for Lin Ran growing in tandem. "Indeed," he replied succinctly, and noting the beauty of the 3 girls. He added with a grin, "Would you like a ride? I can take you for a spin." "Can we?" Another girl exclaimed excitedly. "Of course," he assured them. Just as the trio prepared to hop in, a sharp voice interrupted them. Lin Ran. Su Yu approached with an assertive demeanor, first glancing at the 3 girls beside him, then at the car, before fixing her gaze on him with an accusatory tone. "Why didn't Oppo's answer my call yesterday?" The girls exchanged knowing looks, intuitively sensing that Su Yu held a particular claim over Lin Ran. One of them turned to him, smiling sweetly. "Handsome, if you have something to attend to, you can go ahead. We can reschedule." Lin Ran nodded in silence. Su Yu, incensed, could hardly contain her frustration. She had not anticipated Lin Ran's newfound popularity, having just seen him dining with another attractive girl days prior, now confronted by yet more admirers. "Who are they?" she demanded, her voice laced with indignation. "Nobody. And this is none of your concern," Lin Ran retorted coldly, opening the car door to depart, his tone dripping with disdain. "This is your car?" Su Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as she scrutinized him. Though she knew little about cars, she could recognize the emblem and surmise that the vehicle was undoubtedly expensive. "Yes," Lin Ran replied, his expression devoid of warmth. As he attempted to close the door, Su Yu swiftly positioned herself in front of it, blocking his exit. Her gaze was filled with skepticism as she scrutinized him, seemingly searching for an inconsistency in his demeanor. "Where did you acquire the funds for such an extravagant vehicle? Why does it matter to you?" Lin Ran frowned, irritation bubbling within him. He had no desire to engage further with her. The memory of her previous indiscretions with Fan Yu turning his stomach. Su Yu gazed at him, a flicker of hurt and defiance crossing her features. Biting her lip, her voice trembled slightly as she implored, "You never used to speak to me like this." With that, she pulled out her phone, her fingers flying across the screen until she produced a photograph. She raised the device before Lin Ran, pointing to the image and demanding, "Who is this person?" Lin Ran cast a casual glance and instantly recognized the image, himself with Lin Qingqing. Had it been merely a day earlier, he might have dismissed it as inconsequential, stating that she was merely an insignificant passerby. However, after spending a night with Lin Qingqing, their relationship had evolved to a degree that warranted his impatience as he glared at Su Yu. "Are you serious? Engaging in such covert photography?" "I didn't." Su Yu instinctively protested, but upon seeing his impatient expression, a surge of stubbornness welled within her. Straightening defiantly, she challenged loudly, "Who is that person?" "Lin Ran. How can you betray me?" Lin Ran found himself laughing at her shamelessness, his derision palpable. He regarded her with disdain, feeling that without the benefit of any filter, she appeared exceedingly ordinary. "Betray you? How so? Did Fan Yu not satisfy you? Are you seeking validation from me now that you and Oppo's feeling empty and lonely?" As Su Yu met his scornful gaze, a pang of sorrow struck her, tears welling in her eyes as she spoke through her anguish. "Lin Ran, how can you say that? I've explained. I was coerced by Fan Yu." It was just that one time. Can't you find it in yourself to forgive me? She could not fathom why he held on to this matter so fiercely when she had not engaged in any indiscretions beyond that one encounter with Fan Yu. Moreover, her feelings of injustice deepened as she recalled her initial impression of Fan Yu as a wealthy heir, only to discover he was a fraud. The realization that she had unwittingly contributed to the facade of a false rich man left her feeling degraded. Your life is of no concern to me. Please step aside. I have matters to attend to, Lin Ran said impatiently, his gaze fixed on Su Yu. With a wounded expression, she looked at him, and then at his car, a bitter smile escaping her lips. So, Lin Ran, now that you have money, you think you can look down on me, is that it? You've hit the nail on the head, Lin Ran replied, unconcerned with her wounded demeanor as he closed the door and drove away with a flourish. As Su Yu watched the vehicle disappear from her view, she grappled with the perplexing transformation of Lin Ran from a penniless boy to someone capable of affording such luxury. Her mind wandered to his upbringing in an orphanage, leading her to speculate whether he could possibly be the lost son of a wealthy merchant, recently reunited with his affluent family. The more she pondered, the more plausible the scenario seemed, for it provided a sufficient explanation for his newfound wealth. If this were indeed true, she mused, then she must find a way to win him back. Her aspirations of living as a pampered mistress hinged on her ability to reconcile with Lin Ran. She glanced at her own figure, resolute in her decision. If Lin Ran was upset due to her past with Fan Yu, perhaps an overt display of affection could soothe his anger. Chapter 12. Sending Flowers on the Other Side. Lin Ran had just parked his car steadily beneath the academic building. At that moment, a girl clad in light, breezy attire approached him with a graceful sway. She wore a pink crop top that revealed her midriff, paired with a denim miniskirt that showcased her long, fair legs. She stood tall in sky-high heels, exuding an air of elegance and allure. As she leisurely approached Lin Ran, she tilted her head slightly, her face beaming with a sweet smile as she playfully inquired, "Handsome, which major are you in? I don't think I've seen you around before." Upon hearing her voice, Lin Ran turned to face the girl. With just a glance, his heart fluttered. Her skin was as flawless as fresh snow, her figure slender and delicate. Especially striking were her long, exquisite legs. Not only straight and elongated but also smooth as jade, evoking an irresistible urge to touch and experience their silky softness. "I'm majoring in computer science," Lin Ran replied with a warm smile, his tone amiable and gentle, akin to a refreshing spring breeze. He always maintained a positive demeanor towards beautiful women. "Oh, what a coincidence. I'm also in computer science. What is your name? I've never noticed you around campus," the girl said, her bright, curious eyes sparkling with intrigue, resembling two brilliant stars that seemed to speak directly to Lin Ran. Lin Ran chuckled inwardly, reflecting on how he had never caught the attention of such a campus beauty before acquiring his luxurious car. Though she did not recognize him, he was well aware of her identity, Song Yi, the campus belle, who, like him, was now a senior about to graduate. "Perhaps my appearance is too ordinary to have drawn your notice," Lin Ran replied with a grin. Song Yi responded with a cheerful laugh, "Not at all. I think you're quite handsome. Are all handsome guys this modest?" Hearing her unabashed compliment, Lin Ran couldn't help but marvel at the boundless power of wealth. The beautiful women who had once overlooked him were now openly expressing their interest. With that thought, a confident smile crept onto his lips. "My name is Lin Ran," he said, extending his right hand with a charming gesture. Song Yi quickly reciprocated, their hands meeting in a moment that sent a delicate thrill through Lin Ran, causing his heart to race slightly. After a brief exchange, they exchanged WeChat information. Lin Ran then turned to head towards the classroom. As the class concluded, the sky outside was shrouded in darkness, casting a dim atmosphere. Ignoring Su Yu and Oppo's gaze, which was a mix of longing and fervor, he left the classroom without looking back. Driving swiftly, he soon arrived at his new home. After parking, he took the elevator, opened the door, and stepped into the living room. He sat quietly on the spacious sofa, gazing out at the warm lights and vibrant city skyline, still somewhat incredulous. In the span of a single day, he had undergone a monumental transformation, emerging from a penniless youth to a billionaire. Transitioning from a humble suitor in search of love to a dashing figure sought after by beautiful women. The surreal sensation left him momentarily disoriented. Ding dong. The doorbell jolted Lin Ran from his reverie. "Hello, is this Mr. Lin?" The delivery person politely confirmed the information while looking at him. "Yes. Good. Here are the flowers you ordered. Please sign here." After signing, Lin Ran received the bouquet from the delivery person, who had cradled it in his arms. His initial impression was one of beauty. No wonder Su Yu had adored them so much. They were worth every penny. He thought of Lin Qingqing and believed she would appreciate them too. Early that morning, he had contemplated what would be suitable to gift her. Considering his enjoyable evening together with her and the budding affection he felt, wanting to engage more. However, transferring money directly would come off as superficial. Gifting a handbag would seem unnecessary since she likely had plenty. After much deliberation, he decided on flowers, convinced that no girl could resist a beautiful bouquet. Just as he placed the bouquet on the table, a knock echoed through the air. He opened the door to find Lin Qingqing, her face bright with a smile, carrying 2 large shopping bags. Lin Ran quickly took the bags from her. Are they heavy? Why didn't you call me to come down? Not heavy at all. I can manage this much, she replied, stepping inside. Upon noticing the bouquet in the living room, she cast a curious glance at Lin Ran, secretly wondering if the flowers were meant for her. After setting down the shopping bags, Lin Ran walked over to the table, picked up the bouquet, and approached Lin Qingqing. Speaking softly, I wasn't sure what you'd like, but I thought every girl loves flowers, so I ordered these. I hope you like them. Seeing Lin Ran and Apos' gentle demeanor stirred something within Lin Qingqing. Despite having been with several men over the years, this was her first time receiving flowers. With those past relationships, she had merely been a kept bird, where money sufficed to keep her content, with no effort needed to procure gifts for her affection. She couldn't deny that she felt a flutter of emotion for Lin Ran, a sentiment unrelated to wealth. Rather, it was the sincerity he displayed that resonated with her. Every woman appreciates romance, after all. I like them, Lin Qingqing said softly, then teasingly added, but these flowers must have cost quite a bit. You don't need to spend so much in the future. As long as you like them, the cost is secondary, Lin Ran replied, gently pulling her into his embrace. Savoring the softness of her presence. In the past, he would have felt a pang of regret over spending 3,000 on flowers. However, times had changed. Now, with his newfound wealth, he could afford such gestures without hesitation, believing that bringing a smile to a beautiful woman's face was worth every penny. After all, Lin Qingqing had also put in considerable effort the previous day. A small token of appreciation was only fitting. Chapter 13. A reunion with an old friend. Don't make a fuss. I shall prepare dinner first. Lin Qingqing extricated herself from Lin Ran's embrace and added, Tonight, I will nourish you well. Lin Ran, beaming with delight, followed her, inquiring, Do you need any assistance? Not at all. I have purchased some daily necessities. Please organize them. Lin Qingqing replied as she strode into the kitchen, immersing herself in her tasks. Lin Ran opened the shopping bag and discovered that Lin Qingqing had been exceedingly thorough. She had acquired a complete set of toiletries, slippers, bath towels, face towels, an entire range of male skincare products, and even undergarments and socks. Observing these items, Lin Ran's gaze toward Lin Qingqing became increasingly affectionate. Truly, she is my sister, so attentive and considerate, he mused. He felt a growing sense of contentment knowing that such a woman was by his side, caring for him. As promised, Lin Qingqing had prepared a sumptuous array of dishes, all of which were crafted from premium ingredients meant to replenish Lin Ran's strength. Upon seeing the lavish spread before him, Lin Ran could not suppress a smile, his eyes sparkling as he turned to Lin Qingqing and said, Qingqing, it seems you hold great expectations for me today. Lin Qingqing playfully chided, Do eat more. Choosing to disregard Lin Ran's mischievous grin, she added, Please do not overthink it. I merely felt that after your exhausting day yesterday and the fatigue you experienced this morning, you deserved a proper meal to recuperate. Although you are still young, it is essential to take care of one's health. Upon hearing her words, Lin Ran displayed a resigned expression and softly replied, I cannot be blamed. Who could remain unaffected by such captivating beauty by their side? Picture it, having such a stunning woman beside you. What man could possibly keep his thoughts unclouded and remain indifferent? Lin Qingqing and Apos' heart swelled with sweetness at his words, for it is rare for a woman to dismiss compliments regarding her allure. In that moment, Lin Ran understood why his roommate and Apos' first endeavor upon entering university had been to seek a girlfriend. The following morning, Lin Ran and Lin Qingqing rose early. Having agreed to exercise together, Lin Ran donned the new attire he had purchased the previous day, instantly elevating his demeanor. As he stepped into the elevator, he encountered a familiar face. Jinsu? Lin Ran? Lin Qingqing glanced at the man in the elevator, then cast a puzzled look at Lin Ran. Lin Ran graciously introduced. This is Jinsu, a friend of mine. Hello, I am Lin Qingqing, she said, extending her hand to Jinsu with poise. Hello, I am Jinsu. He politely shook her hand before promptly releasing it. Noticing the two men appearing eager to reminisce, Lin Qingqing astutely remarked, Lin Ran, you two catch up. I shall go and exercise. All right. Lin Ran nodded, reflecting that after years apart from Qin Su, he was indeed eager to reconnect. He turned to Qin Su and proposed, come over to my place for a bit. In truth, the distance that had grown between Lin Ran and Qin Su was not without reason. During high school, they had shared a strong friendship, but the emergence of Su Yuyu had driven a wedge between them. Qin Su had never cared for Su Yuyu, especially after she had attempted to seduce him on several occasions, leading to a deep-seated animosity on his part. However, Lin Ran, under Su Yuyu and Amp, Oppo's influence, had allowed their friendship to fray. Years later, upon reuniting, Lin Ran felt a tinge of awkwardness recalling the past, yet Qin Su seemed entirely unconcerned, as if he had long since cast aside any unpleasant memories. After all, youth is often marked by folly, and who can claim to have never misjudged another? Good to see you, Lin Ran, Qin Su expressed, genuine delight radiating from him. You and Amp, Oppos, done well for yourself, now residing here, he remarked, lightly punching Lin Ran and Amp, Oppos, shoulder. His face alight with joy. Ah, just lucky, I suppose. But what brings you here? Have you settled in Jianghai? Lin Ran asked, aware of Qin Su and Oppos' affluent background. Despite knowing that Qin Su attended university in Jianghai, he had always assumed that someone from such a privileged lineage would inevitably return home to inherit the family business. Indeed, I reside on the 9th floor, just above you. We can meet often. Qin Su grinned, a glint of mischief in his eye. He continued, who was that stunning lady with you? She wouldn't happen to be your girlfriend, would she? You were quite fortunate. Sort of, Lin Ran replied. Then shifted the conversation with curiosity, by the way, what are you up to these days? I had thought you would surely return home to take over the family business. Me? You still do not know my situation? Qin Su chuckled. I spend my days indulging in leisure and pleasure. My father is eager for me to take over the family enterprise, but the moment I return home, I am immediately inundated with matchmaking activities. You know me. I cherish my freedom too much to be ensnared by the shackles of marriage at such a young age. That would be utterly disheartening. Thus, I plan to remain in Jianghai for a few more years to revel in my youth before contemplating my future. Qin Su's demeanor radiated a carefree nonchalance. In the past, Lin Ran had envied Qin Su's lifestyle, admiring his carefree nature and the absence of financial worries, enabling him to pursue his desires without constraint. Unlike Lin Ran, who had followed Su Yuyu for years without acknowledgement, Qin Su had always been surrounded by admirers. By the heavens, Lin Ran vowed, I shall never again be a mere follower. Chapter 14. Acquiring a company at this moment, Qin Su approached with an inquisitive expression, his face brimming with curiosity. So, what about you? What extraordinary fortune has befallen you? He was well aware of Lin Ran's circumstances and was genuinely intrigued by his situation. Hearing this, Lin Ran's lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile as he replied, would you believe me if I said I struck it rich in the lottery? Qin Su observed Lin Ran's earnest demeanor, sensing no pretense. He slapped his thigh in excitement. I believe it. You've got the Midas touch, my friend. With a hearty laugh, he draped an arm around Lin Ran and Oppos' shoulder. Fortune seems to be smiling upon you. Genuinely pleased for Lin Ran. Qin Su admired his tenacity and resilience since their high school days. To him, Lin Ran deserved every bit of his good fortune. When Lin Qingqing returned from her run, Lin Ran and Qin Su were still engaged in lively conversation. I and Oppos, bought breakfast. You both can help yourselves, she said softly, her voice like a gentle breeze, bringing comfort to Lin Ran's ears. Qin Su gratefully acknowledged her with a smile and, feeling no need for formality, the trio enjoyed their meal together. After breakfast, Lin Qingqing noticed that Lin Ran and Qin Su still had much to catch up on. Being perceptive, she excused herself, tidied up the kitchen, and addressed Lin Ran. I have some matters to attend to at the store, so I'll take my leave. Lin Ran nodded, replying, please be careful on your way. After exchanging farewells with Qin Su, she stepped out. Look at you. Not only is your girlfriend beautiful, but she is also so gentle and understanding, Qin Su remarked, a teasing tone in his voice. Lin Ran chuckled in response. You're not exactly lacking in female companionship either, Chun. You're just starting out. Over time, you'll come to realize that women are often much the same. Qin Su waved off casually, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned veteran. Come on now. If you're truly done with your escapades, you and Amp, Oppos, LL be back home for an arranged marriage, Lin Ran retorted, clearly skeptical of Qin Su and Amp, Oppos, words. At least in his brief time with Lin Xingxing, he found the presence of a woman to be quite delightful. Moreover, since he had experienced intimacy, the thought of abstaining from women in the future seemed utterly intolerable. Haha, with you in Jianghai, I have no desire to return home. It's splendid here, no one to oversee my actions. I can indulge as I please, Chen Su chuckled, sharing a few more light-hearted jests with Lin Ran before his expression turned serious. Knowing Chen Su had an extensive network, Lin Ran decided to seek his advice regarding his entrepreneurial aspirations. Chen, if I were to start a business, which industry do you think would be worthwhile to invest in? Lin Ran inquired earnestly. Chen Su took a moment to ponder before straightening up in his seat, suddenly struck by a thought. Ah, Lin, if you and Oppos, reconsidering entrepreneurship. I happen to know of a unique opportunity. What opportunity? Lin Ran asked, intrigued by Chen Su's animated demeanor. He trusted Chen Su, confident that he would not lead him astray. Chen Su was straightforward, loyal, and had looked out for him during their high school years. Moreover, given Chen Su's affluent background, there was no reason for him to deceive Lin Ran. One of my friends has a streaming company that he wants to sell. You know how booming the streaming industry is right now. I've been there myself. It's filled with stunning female hosts. Streaming? Lin Ran had considered it, but was initially unfamiliar with the industry. The prospect of acquiring an established company was indeed appealing, as it would allow him to learn the ropes gradually. Yes, streaming. You wouldn't believe it. His hosts are all fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged. The first time I visited, I was nearly dazzled. Chen Su reminisced, his excitement palpable. Then why is he selling? Lin Ran inquired, puzzled. Well, like me, he has been arranged for an engagement, and his fiancée is adamant that he relinquishes control of the streaming company and avoids interactions with the female hosts. Furthermore, he hasn't been managing the company well. It's only generating a profit of 3 to 5 million a year, barely worth the trouble, Chen Su explained, casting a glance at Lin Ran. If you're interested, I can arrange for you two to meet and discuss it further. If it suits you, it'll be a good opportunity to hone your skills. Without hesitation, Lin Ran nodded. Yes, let us set up a meeting. A profit of 3 to 5 million a year was quite decent. While it might not impress someone like Chen Su, it was certainly appealing to Lin Ran, who viewed it as a viable starting point from which to expand into other ventures. Chen Su nodded in agreement, promptly making a call. Hello, Chung. Regarding that streaming company you mentioned, I have a friend who is interested. Do you have time to meet? Zhang Chung readily agreed. His fiancée persistent urging to dispose of the company weighing heavily on him. He was eager to conclude this matter. They arranged to meet at a CAF adjacent to Lin Ran's community. When Zhang Cheng arrived, Chen Su and Lin Ran were already present. Ah Cheng, over here. Chen Su called out. As Zhang Cheng approached, he assessed Lin Ran's attire and deduced that he must possess some level of capability. Hello, I'm Zhang Cheng. He greeted Lin Ran, extending his hand. Hello, Lin Ran. Lin Ran replied politely, shaking his hand. Let us dispense with the formalities. We're all friends here. Chung. Lin Ran is a close buddy of mine whom I've known for many years. He is interested in purchasing your streaming company. Let us talk numbers, Chen Su interjected, lightening the atmosphere. The company generates a profit of 3 to 5 million annually, and its hosts are well established with a solid fan base. Additionally, factoring in rent and equipment. Zhang Cheng glanced at Lin Ran before quoting a price. 6 million. Lin Ran had done his homework and recognized that Zhang Cheng and Oppos' offer was quite fair. Without hesitation, he agreed, no problem. After concluding the sale, Zhang Cheng felt a wave of relief wash over him. He was finally free from his fiancée's pressing demands. After all these years of indulgence, he genuinely liked his fiancée, who possessed the looks and figure he admired. Selling the company was a small price to pay. There were myriad enterprises to explore, but a good partner was paramount. Once the deal was settled, Zhang Cheng led Lin Ran and Chen Su directly to the company, where they completed the necessary paperwork in the span of a morning. Lin Ran promptly transferred the funds to Zhang Cheng. Shall we go out for a drink? Chen Su suggested, pulling Zhang Cheng and Lin Ran toward the bar. Zhang Cheng waved his hands in refusal. I'll pass. You're well aware of my situation. You two enjoy yourselves. We can plan another outing soon. Chapter 15. Encountering the class beauty at the nightclub. Chen Su was well aware of Zhang Cheng's strict family background. Given that Zhang Cheng had recently turned over a new leaf, prioritizing his wife above all else, he decided against further discussion. He waved his hand dismissively, saying, all right then. I'll take Ranzi out for some fun. We'll gather again another day. Zhang Cheng nodded in agreement, exchanged pleasantries with Lin Ran, and drove home. Chen Su, with an impish grin, took Lin Ran by the arm and said, "Come on, Ran Z, I and Amp, Oppos, am about to take you to a wonderful place." "Where to?" Lin Ran asked. Curiosity etched on his face, though he could glean some insight from Chen Su and Amp, Oppos' mischievous smile. "Where else but the paradise of men?" Chen Su replied, pulling Lin Ran into a taxi bound for the Red Romance nightclub. Upon their arrival, Lin Ran looked up at the bold characters spelling out Red Romance, a knowing smile gracing his lips. This was his inaugural visit to such an establishment, and he felt it was the perfect opportunity to indulge in the experience. After all, he had adopted a singular principle: life is meant to be savored and enjoyed to its fullest. Seeing Lin Ran's eagerness and lack of hesitation filled Chen Su with delight. It seemed the young man had finally shed his former rigidity. With a jovial laugh, he threw an arm around Lin Ran's shoulders and strode confidently into the nightclub. As they stepped inside, a stunningly dressed woman approached them. Her attire was provocatively alluring, radiating an irresistible charm. Upon spotting Chen Su, she gracefully entwined herself around him like a water snake, her voice dripping with flirtation. "Ah, Mr. Chen, you finally made it. I've missed you terribly. It's been so long since you last visited. Have you forgotten all about me?" Her sultry tone sent shivers down Lin Ran's spine, evoking a sense of discomfort. Chen Su chuckled. "How could I ever forget you, Lina? I and Amp, Oppos, V brought my good friend here for a night of fun. Are your girls ready?" "Rest assured, Mr. Chen. I've got everything prepared," Lina replied with a radiant smile, her eyes glancing at Lin Ran. "Your friend is quite handsome. Why haven't I seen him before?" Her lips curled invitingly, casting a bewitching gaze upon Lin Ran. "Well, today you have the pleasure of meeting him. This is Lin Ran. You may address him as Mr. Lin." As Chen Su finished speaking, Linan and Oppos' sweet voice chimed in. "Hello, Mr. Lin." Lin Ran, now accustomed to grand occasions, nodded and smiled in acknowledgement. Chen Su teased, "Shall we proceed?" Lina playfully shot him a glance before swaying her hips and leading the way. Lina guided them into an opulent private room, lavishly adorned and illuminated with dazzling lights, enveloped in an atmosphere of luxury. "Please, gentlemen, take a seat. I'll step out to make arrangements," she said, her slender figure gliding gracefully out of the room as if each step caressed the hearts of the men present. Lin Ran mused silently that Li Na was indeed a natural seductress. Shortly thereafter, the door to the room gently swung open, revealing 10 young and beautiful girls, each possessing fair skin, exquisite features, and statuesque figures, particularly their long, slender legs which drew all eyes. Dressed in matching white shirts paired with form-fitting skirts and black stockings, their modesty was tantalizingly preserved. "Come, ladies, greet the bosses." Li Na's voice rang out, laced with flirtation. The 10 girls giggled and collectively bowed. "Hello, bosses." The chorus of their alluring voices stirred an excitement within Lin Ran, who was utterly captivated by the scene before him. Wide-eyed, he grinned uncontrollably, finally grasping the essence of true enjoyment in life. This is what life is meant to be, he thought. "Mr. Su, Mr. Lin," Lina glided back to their side, taking her seat with a bewitching smile. "These 10 girls are all untouched. What do you think? Aren't they beautiful?" "Indeed, Lina always delivers," Chen Su replied with a grin, then turned to Lin Ran. "So, is there anyone here that catches your eye? Feel free to choose as many as you like. Tonight, we shall celebrate in style." He patted Lin Ran's shoulder with exuberance. "Mr. Chen is truly generous," Lina chimed, leaning against Chen Su, her fingers trailing over his chest, her gaze seductive. "Which ones will you choose, Mr. Chen?" "Oh, you are quite the tease," Lina laughed lightly. Lin Ran, surveying the 10 girls, found himself at a loss. They all seemed appealing. However, considering his own well-being, he decided to select just one. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a familiar face. "Li Meng," he exclaimed in surprise. One of the girls blushed at his call, shyly nodding in acknowledgement. "Mr. Lin, do you know each other?" Li Na inquired, glancing between Li Meng and Lin Ran with curiosity. Lin Ran nodded. "Indeed, we do. Li Meng is the beauty of our class, with a slender waist, long legs, and skin as fair as snow, captivating countless admirers. However, she has always maintained a cool demeanor and never had a boyfriend." He had assumed her to be a serious girl, so it was unexpected to find her here. Remembering Li Na's earlier comment about the girls being untouched, Lin Ran concluded that Li Meng was still pure. "It shall be her," he declared. And the other girls exchanged glances of mild disappointment. After a moment and Oppos' hesitation, Li Meng obediently approached him. Originally, she had intended to serve drinks, not to sell herself. But due to some family circumstances, she found herself in need of money. Now, facing a familiar face, she felt both embarrassed and relieved. Thankful it was Lin Ran, not some lecherous older man. Stealing a glance at Lin Ran, she realized he was quite handsome, which eased her apprehension. "Mr. Lin, allow me to toast to you," she said, adeptly pouring a drink and presenting it to him. Chapter 16. The Class Beauty. Lin Ran observed Li Meng's relatively adept demeanor, indicating that she had been engaged in this line of work for quite some time. Lina, seasoned in her experience, swiftly discerned Lin Ran and Apos' interest in Li Meng and chuckled. Today is Li Meng and Apos' first outing. Usually, she merely sells drinks and has never entertained any patrons. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran's lips curled into a knowing smile as he cast a meaningful glance at Li Meng, subsequently exchanging an understanding look with Lina. Li Meng felt a tinge of embarrassment under Lin Ran's gaze, her cheeks flushing a delicate pink as she lowered her head shyly. Her impression of Lin Ran was rather vague. She only recalled his persistent pursuit of Su Yuyu, coupled with his apparent lack of wealth. However, she was acutely aware that she must refrain from mentioning any other women, particularly Su Yuyu, in Lin Ran and Apos' presence. At this moment, her primary concern was to devise a means to entice Lin Ran to part with his money, enabling her to earn a substantial sum. After all, Lina had assured her that she needed to sell at least 10,000 yuan. She contemplated her own allure as a striking beauty, reminding herself that she must negotiate a favorable price. After some playful banter, Li Meng began to relax, her demeanor less tense as she glanced at Lin Ran. Boldly, she placed his hand on her fair thigh and leaned closer to him. After all, they were merely conducting business. It was preferable to engage with a familiar classmate. And Lin Ran's handsome features provided her with a sense of comfort. "There are rooms upstairs," Li Meng whispered into Lin Ran's ear. "What kind of room do you fancy?" Intrigued by her words, Lin Ran raised an eyebrow and replied, "Whatever style you prefer, I shall like as well." Li Meng's face flushed instantly. I can accommodate any style." Suddenly, Lin Ran recalled a mirrored room type he had seen in a movie, with a large mirror overhead allowing for intimate observation of each other and Apos' expressions. He wished to experience that. "Lina, book a room," he instructed. Originally, Lin Ran intended to take Li Meng out to a hotel, but observing her eager and bashful demeanor, he opted for a nearby solution. After all, immediate needs required immediate solutions, and this would also show respect for her wishes. "Certainly, no problem," Lina replied, disentangling herself from Chun Su's embrace. After a brief communication via intercom, a server soon entered with a room key. "Suzy, I must attend to some business," Lin Ran said to Chun Su, wrapping an arm around Li Meng as they exited the private room and headed towards their designated space. "All right," Chun Su replied with a grin. Turning to Lina with a mischievous smile, "Is my room ready?" "Annoying," Lina retorted, playfully scratching his chest. "It and Apos' all set. Same place as usual." "Then what are we waiting for?" "Let us go," Chun Su exclaimed, pulling Lina out of the private room. As they approached room 818, Lin Ran chuckled at the room number, finding it rather auspicious. Although Li Meng had exuded charm and allure within the confines of the private room, she suddenly appeared more reserved as they stepped outside, her gaze towards Lin Ran filled with bashfulness and apprehension. "Are you afraid of being cherished?" Lin Ran teased, a smirk playing on his lips. "Not at all," Li Meng retorted, her voice barely above a whisper. "Could you keep this a secret for me?" she implored softly, wishing to keep her employment confidential. Of course, Lin Ran answered without hesitation, readily accommodating the request of the captivating beauty before him. "However, you must heed my guidance shortly," he added as they entered the elevator. Li Meng instantly grasped the underlying meaning of Lin Ran's words, her cheeks blooming with a deeper shade of crimson, resembling a ripe apple. She nodded slightly, whispering, "All right. 818, this is the one," Lin Ran said as he swiped the key card, gently pushing the door open and ushering Li Meng inside. I'll take a shower first," Li Meng murmured. Her face still flushed, her gaze cast downward, her voice barely audible. Lin Ran looked Li Meng up and down, silently marveling at her exquisite figure. The fitted dress she wore accentuated her physique, particularly around the waist. Any hint of excess would have been glaringly obvious, yet it suited her perfectly. Chapter 17. Family changes. An hour later, as Li Meng gazed at Lin Ran, she found herself increasingly captivated by his charm, her affection for him blossoming with each passing moment. Today, Lin Ran realized that the class beauty was not at all aloof. Rather, she was quite bashful, resembling an innocent little rabbit. Thus, Lin Ran concluded that her previous demeanor was not one of indifference, but rather a reflection of social anxiety stemming from limited interactions with others, leading to an impression of coldness over time. It no longer hurts, Li Ming whispered softly. Another hour slipped by. Entering a contemplative state, Lin Ran remembered to inquire about Li Ming's circumstances. Although they had little interaction prior, they had been classmates for 4 years, often sharing the classroom and exchanging fleeting glances. While he could not claim to know her intimately, he recognized her as a person of integrity. What could possibly bring her to this situation? It was well known that many boys had pursued Li Ming over the years, yet none had succeeded. She had consistently rebuffed them, including several affluent suitors. If she were the type to sell herself for money, she would not have waited until now. She would have long since capitulated. In a twist of fate, Lin Ran found it surreal that he had taken the first step beyond the boundaries Li Ming had maintained for over 3 years. Life, it seemed, was full of unimaginable surprises. Dream, how did you end up here? Lin Ran wondered, contemplating whether her situation involved a gambling father, ailing mother, or some other melodramatic narrative. When Li Ming sensed Lin Ran's curiosity, she did not hesitate to share. After their recent intimate exchanges, she felt a newfound closeness to him, even beginning to regard him as someone significant in her life. She sighed gently and replied, honestly, there is nothing I can't share with you. I grew up in a single-parent household. From the earliest memories I have, I've never seen my father. My mother has worked tirelessly to raise me, which has not been easy. At this point, Li Ming's voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes. Though life has been challenging, we managed to scrape by. After entering university, I took on part-time work to alleviate the financial burden on my family. Things were manageable until recently when my mother fell gravely ill. She requires medication every month and can only rest at home, which has not only cut off our income but also added to our burdens. Out of desperation, I heard that selling alcohol here could yield better earnings, so I came. Upon hearing her story, Lin Ran was at a loss for words. It was no wonder Li Ming always kept to herself at school, while others perceived her as distant. The reality was that she simply lacked the time to cultivate social relationships, having devoted her hours to work. This realization resonated with Lin Ran, who had similarly existed on the fringes in class, never participating in activities, dedicating his time instead to earning money to buy gifts for Su Yu. How much does your mother's medication cost each month? Lin Ran asked, wrapping an arm around Li Ming. Over 3,000. The doctor said she needs at least a year of treatment, and regular checkups will be required, Li Ming replied, glancing at Lin Ran. This is my first time doing this. They say it pays better, but selling alcohol doesn't and oppos, tea bring in much. You know, besides medical expenses, there are everyday costs that add up. I understand, Lin Ran assured her, patting her gently. Suddenly, an idea struck him. What if you join me instead? I have just taken over a live streaming company, and I plan to make a significant impact. With your natural beauty, you would surely attract a large audience. Join you? Li Ming looked at Lin Ran quizzically, remembering that he did not appear to be from a wealthy background. However, she recalled the man who had accompanied Lin Ran earlier and what Lena had said about a rich and handsome individual arriving today. Perhaps Lin Ran was indeed a low-key wealthy figure. Yes, I just acquired a live streaming company. How about you become a female host? The base salary is 8,000. And we split the gifts 50-50. As he spoke, Lin Ran playfully patted Li Ming's derriere. Moreover, I would love to see you often. Don't you want to see me frequently as well? Li Ming and Oppos, as cheeks flushed. She indeed thought so, but hesitated. But I've never done live streaming before. And you know, I have some social anxiety. Not to worry. Being a female host doesn't necessarily mean crossing boundaries. In our company, I aim to cultivate diverse styles of hosts. You can focus on what you excel at. Female audiences are quite valuable these days. After pondering, Li Ming and Oppos' eyes sparkled with realization. I just thought of something. I'm skilled at makeup. I could do live streams teaching girls how to apply makeup. Absolutely, Lin Ran nodded, recognizing the potential in the female market. So, have you decided? I'll go speak with Lena. Li Ming nodded enthusiastically. I and Oppos, VE made up my mind. I'm willing to join you. With that, she shyly smiled, adding, and I want to see you often. Is it me you want to see often, or something else? Lin Ran mused, feeling confident in his abilities. After all, years of physical labor had given him a strong physique. Yet, today had prompted a realization. He needed to start exercising. With less physical work ahead, indulging in food and drink could lead to weight gain and health issues. You're insufferable, Li Ming huffed, playfully punching Lin Ran's chest. She felt much more at ease around him now and began to express her emotions openly. Are you hitting me? Lin Ran and Appo's expression turned serious. Li Ming, thinking he was upset, quickly shook her head. I didn't, and Appo's. T mean to. Hitting me comes with consequences. I must retaliate. Chapter 18. The Little White Rabbit. While Lin Ran and Li Minglang were immersed in their romantic affair, Lin Qingqing found herself wide awake, staring at her phone. Having grown accustomed to a solitary life, the sudden appearance of Lin Ran had stirred something within her. She realized that her feelings for him had evolved into something deeper. She missed him dearly after just one day apart. Initially, Lin Qingqing intended to maintain a facade of restraint, fearing that her overt enthusiasm would bore Lin Ran. However, the discomfort she felt that evening made it clear that she could no longer imagine her life without him. With a sigh, she glanced at the time. It was already the wee hours of the morning. Tomorrow, she would seek him out. The following morning, Lin Ran accompanied Li Ming to resign from her position at Lina's establishment. Thanks to Chen Su's influence, Lina did not make things difficult for Li Ming. She readily accepted her resignation and even settled her final paycheck in full. With the additional 10,000 Lin Ran had transferred to her that morning, Li Ming found herself with a total of 15,000, more than sufficient to sustain her for over 2 months. Grateful, she looked at Lin Ran, realizing she did not want to remain in that place any longer. Without Lin Ran's assistance, not only would she have struggled to pay her salary, but she also would have faced a hefty penalty for breaking her contract. Now, thanks to Lin Ran's generosity, she could leave and pursue a legitimate, well-paying job. Without considering bonuses, the base salary alone was 8,000, ample to cover her mother and Appo's medical expenses and their daily needs. Reflecting on this, Li Ming's gaze toward Lin Ran grew fervent. Noticing her reaction, Lin Ran chuckled softly. This was merely the beginning. He had given Li Ming a mere 10,000. Yet she was already eager to repay him. Li Ming was indeed a source of satisfaction for him. She would soon be his woman. Let us head back to my place. I'll drive you to school. I need to return myself, Lin Ran said, bidding farewell to Chen Su and guiding Li Ming back to his home. Today marked the deadline for their thesis submissions, and he needed to make an appearance. Additionally, he intended to check on Lin Qingqing, who had sent him several selfies late the previous night, an indication that she missed him. Despite his relationship with Li Ming, he felt it would be unfair to neglect Lin Qingqing entirely. 20 minutes later, Lin Ran and Li Ming exited the taxi. As Li Ming gazed at the community before her, she was taken aback and whispered, Lin Ran, you live here? Seeing her surprise, Lin Ran smiled broadly. Come on. Let me show you the entrance. You'll need to know the way when you come to visit. He understood her astonishment. After all, for over 3 years in college, he had worn the same few sets of athletic gear, hardly projecting an image of wealth. Who would come to see you? Li Ming shyly turned her head away, avoiding Lin Ran and Appo's gaze. Today, she realized that Lin Ran was a discreetly affluent individual, having never flaunted his wealth during their university years. Upon arriving home, Li Ming marveled at the spaciousness of Lin Ran and Appo's abode. It far surpassed the modest 50-square-meter apartment she shared with her mother. With floor-to-ceiling windows offering a splendid view of a vast artificial lake, she could easily imagine how enchanting the night scenery must be. Do you like it? Lin Ran asked, amused by her curious exploration. Your home is truly magnificent. Li Ming nodded enthusiastically. Lin Ran chuckled softly, thinking to himself that this hardly qualified as grand. If not for his plans to invest and acquire a company, he would have aspired to purchase something even more lavish. Yet, as he observed Li Ming, a thought struck him. His future partners would not all possess their own properties like Lin Qingqing. He considered acquiring several residences for his future women to reside in, an investment in real estate that would afford him convenience, allowing him to visit whenever he desired, while also ensuring his need for personal space. Come on, let us go, he said, glancing at his phone. We have time. Let us get you some new clothes. Li Ming looked at Lin Ran's attire, then at her own dress, shaking her head. No, I can wear this. You work hard for your money. Let us save where we can. Let us go, Lin Ran insisted, leading her out the door. Follow me. I won't let you suffer. It's just a few pieces of clothing. Blushing, Li Ming yielded to Lin Ran's gentle tug, allowing him to guide her down the stairs. Why are you always so shy? Lin Ran teased. Unable to resist the urge to tease the innocent demeanor of the girl beside him, he silently regretted not noticing Li Ming's charm sooner. Having been preoccupied with the superficiality of Su Yuyu, the materialistic girl who had wasted his time. I'm not, Li Ming protested, her face growing even redder and her voice barely audible. Lin Ran opened the passenger door for her, helping her into the car before starting the engine and heading toward the shopping mall. As Li Ming settled in, disbelief washed over her. How could someone so young possess both a luxurious apartment and a high-end vehicle? He was not only considerate but had even arranged a job for her. As she gazed at Lin Ran and Appo's profile, her heart swelled with joy. He truly resembled a fairy tale prince. Yet, reality struck her. A man of Lin Ran's affluence would undoubtedly attract many admirers. The fact that he frequented nightclubs implied that he would not remain exclusive to her. In a fleeting moment of conflict, Li Ming quickly resolved herself. Even if Lin Ran were to engage with other women in the future, she would still cherish their time together. The joy and security he provided were more than enough for her. She had no desire to impose further expectations. Moreover, in this era, what did marriage guarantee? Her own father had callously abandoned her and her mother, illustrating that even the sanctity of marriage offered no real protection. Upon reaching the mall, Lin Ran took Li Ming straight to the luxury brand store. The sales associate, spotting Lin Ran clad in high-end attire and accompanied by a beautiful girl, immediately recognized him as a wealthy patron and greeted them with enthusiasm. Dream, why don't you pick something you like to try on? Yes, ma'am. Over here are our latest collections, perfectly suited to your style, the sales associate chimed. Standing eagerly beside Li Ming. Feeling overwhelmed, Li Ming glanced at Lin Ran, acutely aware of the store and Appo's exorbitant prices. A single piece of clothing could cover several months' worth of expenses for her family. I don't really like these. Let us find something else, she whispered. Shaking her head, Lin Ran, noticing her shyness, understood that her hesitation stemmed from a lack of confidence rather than genuine dislike. He recalled his own struggles with social anxiety in such luxury settings. It's all right. I'll help you choose, he assured her, squeezing her delicate hand. At that moment, he found himself quite taken with Li Ming's gentle, innocent spirit. Had it been Su Yuyu, she would have likely insisted on a shopping spree. Yet Li Ming remained sweetly compliant. Chapter 19. Purchasing dresses for obedient and sensible girls. Lin Ran always exhibited a willingness to extend extra patience. Thus, he took Li Ming along to select dresses, and after several rounds of deliberation, she ultimately accepted 2 dresses. Moreover, both were reasonably priced. Observing Li Ming's furtive glances at the price tags only deepened Lin Ran's fondness for her. What a delightful girl she was. All right, sir, the dresses are packed. And the total comes to 37,000 yuan. How would you like to pay? The sales assistant beamed at Lin Ran. Let us use WeChat, he replied. Certainly. Once the transaction was completed, Li Ming remained in a daze. 37,000 for just 2 dresses? When had she become so extravagant? Dream. Why not try on this one? Lin Ran urged, gently pulling the seated Li Ming to her feet, leaning in to whisper, I prefer how you look in this dress. Li Ming's face flushed instantly. She offered no rebuttal, merely nodding as she walked into the fitting room. Before long, she emerged in her new attire, prompting Lin Ran to nod in satisfaction. Indeed, one's appearance is enhanced by their clothing. After changing, her overall aura was instantly elevated. Shall we go for a meal now? What would you like to eat? Lin Ran asked as he led Li Ming out of the store. I'm open to anything. Whatever you wish to eat is fine by me, Li Ming replied, still somewhat dazed as she glanced at the shopping bag Lin Ran held. Although Li Ming's response was simple, it warmed Lin Ran and Appo's heart. He recalled how, during his outings with Su Yuyu, they often spent an eternity debating what to eat. Her classic retort was always anything. If he suggested barbecue, she would complain about its greasiness and potential for weight gain. If he proposed stir-fry, she would question the appeal of the same few dishes. When he suggested hot pot, she would lament her inability to handle spice, claiming that a clear broth was unsatisfying. In short, whatever he proposed, she had a counterargument. Yet, Lin Ran could not show any displeasure. Even the slightest hint of reluctance would lead to Su Yuyu accusing him of impatience, resulting in a significant fallout, which would only dissipate after he showered her with gifts. Recalling those memories made Lin Ran feel nauseous. How had he been so subservient? From now on, he resolved to embrace enjoyment without reservation. Let us have Japanese cuisine. I've heard of a splendid place, he suggested as he guided Li Ming into the elevator, heading straight for the sushi restaurant. Isn't Japanese food rather expensive? Wouldn't it be better to choose somewhere else? Li Ming, though unfamiliar with Japanese cuisine, was aware of its reputation for high prices. She seldom dined out. Even during dormitory gatherings, they typically opted for restaurants where the average cost was around 50 to 60 yuan per person. What are you worried about? Do you think I can't afford a meal at a Japanese restaurant? Lin Ran teased, noticing the stark contrast in Li Ming's demeanor. While she appeared aloof and composed on the surface, she was, in fact, a timid little rabbit, easily blushing and possessing a gentle nature that made one want to protect her. "No, it's not that. I'm just concerned about you spending too much. The dresses you bought for me were already quite expensive," she hurriedly explained. "Don't worry, this amount is insignificant," he reassured her. Upon arriving at the Japanese restaurant, Lin Ran eagerly placed his order, while Li Ming watched in silence. Once the waiter departed, she quietly inquired, "Lin Ran, do you think we ordered too much?" "Not at all. I merely wanted to sample all their signature dishes so you can experience them too," he replied. Li Ming's eyes glistened with emotion as she gazed at Lin Ran. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Lin Ran, why are you so good to me?" This question momentarily left Lin Ran speechless. He pondered. Hadn't he really done anything extraordinary for her? The 10,000 yuan from that morning was her hard-earned money. And he genuinely believed that for someone of her beauty and grace, that price was reasonable. Aside from the 2 dresses he had bought, he found her gratitude overwhelming. "Do you believe me when I say I like you?" Lin Ran asked sincerely. He had an affinity for beautiful women, with the exception of Su Yuyu, whom he could never forgive for her manipulative ways. Li Ming was even more touched upon hearing this. "You don't mind my past at," she trailed off, lowering her gaze. This subject had always been a sensitive point for her. Perhaps it stemmed from her traditional upbringing, which made her feel embarrassed about having worked there. Lin Ran sighed, realizing how fortunate he was to have discovered such a wonderful girl. He approached Li Ming, enveloping her in a warm embrace, his tone gentle. "It's nothing to be concerned about. I don't mind. Besides, you had no choice, did you? Moreover, the first time you experienced such things was with me. So why would I care?" He viewed such matters with an open mind. Everyone has a past. Upon hearing this, Li Ming began to sob. "Lin Ran, you're so kind. Do you know that since I started working there, I've been on edge, fearing someone would find out? My family is very traditional. If they discovered it, and it reached my mother, I wouldn't be able to bear it." "Sob, it's all right, it's all right," Lin Ran comforted her. That won't happen anymore. After finishing their meal, the 2 strolled around the mall hand in hand like a couple. When they checked the time, Lin Ran drove Li Ming back to school. At 1:50 p.m., the area in front of the teaching building was bustling with students rushing to class. Lin Ran's car quickly attracted attention, especially when he stepped out, revealing himself to be quite the handsome gentleman, causing many girls to stir with excitement. Some even dared to approach, hoping to ask for his WeChat. However, before they could utter a word, Lin Ran approached the passenger side, opened the door, and took Li Ming's hand as they exited the vehicle. The sight of this made many girls' spirits plummet. It was that they were disinterested in a man with a girlfriend. Rather, Li Ming's beauty and figure made them feel inadequate, feeling the weight of their gazes. Li Ming shyly moved closer to Lin Ran. He understood that she was experiencing social anxiety again and smiled as he held her hand, leading her into the teaching building amidst the envious and jealous stares of onlookers. Not far away, Su Yu witnessed the entire scene, her teeth clenched in jealousy. No wonder Lin Ran had ignored all her messages these past few days. He had a new companion. This one was different from the last. She gritted her teeth. She was determined to win Lin Ran back, using every tactic at her disposal. If she succeeded, it would be her that people envied, not Li Ming. Chapter 20. A sudden encounter. After Lin Ran and Li Ming submitted their graduation thesis, Lin Ran intended to escort Li Ming home, and afterward, he had to make a trip to see Lin Xingxing. Since the previous night, Lin Xingxing had been in a state of distress, and Lin Ran needed to rush to her aid. As Su Yu finished her thesis, she noticed Lin Ran walking away with Li Ming and hurriedly called out to him. Having harbored feelings for Su Yu for many years, Lin Ran recognized her voice immediately and impatiently turned to face her, asking if she needed something. Li Ming observed from the side. Although she and Lin Ran had little interaction over the years, she was aware of the history between Lin Ran and Su Yu. Though she was uncertain why Lin Ran had suddenly ceased pursuing Su Yu, she firmly believed that Su Yu must have done something to break his heart. After all, how could such a wonderful man suddenly lose interest? "I have something to discuss with you." Su Yu stepped closer to Lin Ran, glancing briefly at Li Ming. "May I speak with you privately?" Upon hearing this, Lin Ran thought to himself, good heavens. Over the years, Su Yu had always spoken to him with a commanding tone, never once asking a question. "Not a chance," Lin Ran replied curtly, attempting to walk away. He had no affection or patience left for Su Yu, a woman who had toyed with his feelings for years. Conversing with her felt like a waste of time. "Wait, don't go," Su Yu insisted, stepping forward to grasp Lin Ran and Appo's clothing tightly. Lin Ran glanced at her hand with exasperation, muttering, "What do you want?" I want to be with you. Is that so wrong? Su Yu's words left both Lin Ran and Li Ming exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. Let go, Lin Ran said as he tried to shake her off, but Su Yu clung to him stubbornly, like a persistent adhesive that refused to budge. 10 minutes later, Su Yu was still holding on to Lin Ran, and he felt utterly helpless. Li Ming, too, felt exasperated. Her mother had just called, urging her to return home, and they needed to go to the hospital for a follow-up later in the afternoon. She looked at Lin Ran and said, Lin Ran, my mom is calling for me. I'll head back on my own. Seeing Su Yu's determination not to let go, Lin Ran nodded in agreement, saying, all right, take care on your way. Li Ming gave a slight nod, picked up her bag, and walked away. Su Yu, eyeing the dress Li Ming wore and the bag she carried, cast a resentful glance at Lin Ran. That dress and bag, didn't you buy those for her? Yes, and what of it? Lin Ran replied nonchalantly, which only deepened Su Yu's distress. You've never treated me this well. Lin Ran, amused by her words, retorted, reflect on how I treated you in the past. Since my freshman year, I've spent all my free time working part-time jobs. How much of my earnings did I spend on you? Do I need to recount every detail? Listening to Lin Ran, Su Yu pleaded, then could you treat me like you did before? I would like to be your girlfriend. What do you say, Lin Ran? Absolutely not. Let go of me. Lin Ran attempted to pry her hands off, realizing for the first time how strong her grip was. Let us talk in the classroom. If you agree, I'll let go, Su Yu said, her expression one of desperation. Lin Ran, curious about what she wished to say, nodded in agreement. Fearing he might escape, Su Yu held onto Lin Ran and Apos' hand tightly until they entered the classroom, where she quickly locked the door and began removing her clothes. Lin Ran and Apos' eyes widened in shock. What are you doing? What else would I be doing? Lin Ran, I like you. I'll give you everything. Will you be with me? As Lin Ran watched Su Yu's frantic actions, he couldn't help but think that the power of money was indeed overwhelming. Women could be quite aggressive in their pursuits. Realizing that Su Yu was nearing the point of undress, Lin Ran swiftly opened the classroom door and bolted out. Good grief, Su Yu is truly terrifying, he thought. Meanwhile, Su Yu stood frozen, utterly perplexed. She could not comprehend why, despite her boldness, Lin Ran remained unmoved. Did she truly have to resort to drastic measures to win him over? On the other hand, Lin Ran drove towards Lin Qingqing's home, determined to extinguish the flames of her distress. As for Su Yu, he found himself no longer captivated by her allure. Chapter 21. The cad. Though Lin Ran had never contemplated preserving his virtue for anyone, he possessed his own principles and standards, resolutely refusing to allow a woman like Su Yu to ensnare him. He sped along, swiftly arriving at Lin Qingqing and Apos' residential complex, where she had already informed the security personnel in advance, permitting him to drive directly into the underground parking garage. Upon reaching Lin Qingqing's doorstep, he had scarcely knocked twice before she opened the door and pulled him inside, her voice playfully lilting. You're here. Didn't we agree to meet at the shop? Why have you come home? Lin Ran inquired as they made their way to the sofa. Someone wanted to see you, and with eyes watching at the shop. It's far more convenient here, wouldn't you agree? Lin Qingqing replied, inhaling the scent lingering on Lin Ran. She chuckled. It seems you had quite a delightful night. Lin Ran sniffed himself. Not bad. He then glanced at Lin Qingqing. Your nose is truly remarkable. I've showered, and yet you can still detect it? Of course. Lin Qingqing said with a proud expression. Allow me to impart a little knowledge. A woman's sense of smell is exceptionally acute. Even after bathing, I can still catch the fragrance of other women's perfume on you, and not just one. It appears you had quite the revelry last night. She gazed at him with a hint of melancholy. Lin Ran chuckled heartily at her words. All right then, didn't you mention having a surprise for me? What is it? Just wait, Lin Qingqing said lightly as she gracefully slipped off Lin Ran and darted into the master bedroom. Moments later, her voice called out, Lin Ran, come in. Lin Ran hesitated for a moment, realizing he was still somewhat naive, a consequence of having been so earnest for many years. Fixated on the crooked tree that was Su Yu. You look stunning in that outfit, like a fairy, Lin Ran couldn't help but compliment. Lin Qingqing beamed at the praise. Is it truly that lovely? Absolutely. Why not purchase a few more dresses to vary your wardrobe? Lin Ran suggested, gazing at her. What colors do you like? Lin Qingqing asked, genuinely valuing his opinion. Anything will do. Every style, every color. Let us buy a complete set, and I shall reimburse you. Money is no object, Lin Ran declared. As soon as the words left his lips, Lin Qingqing burst into laughter. Silly brother, it's just a trifling amount. I don't need your reimbursement. I have no other demands of you. Just visiting me often will suffice. Initially, Lin Qingqing had been drawn to Lin Ran's affluent background, but now she valued him for far more. After all, it was the first time she had encountered someone so formidable, making her feel as though her years had been squandered. Thus, she could accept Lin Ran having other women. After all, what man isn't inclined to indulge in a bit of fun? Who was she to impose restrictions on the man she had chosen? As long as he thought of her and visited occasionally, that was sufficient. Besides, she had never entertained thoughts of marriage, so the notion of wasting her youth was irrelevant. Of course, Lin Ran readily agreed, patting Lin Qingqing. Who could resist liking you? Naturally, I must come often. Have you said this to a few other women? Lin Qingqing teased, snuggling into Lin Ran's embrace, feeling the reassuring strength of his heartbeat. What do you think? Lin Ran asked, shifting his hand slightly. Cad. Lin Qingqing shot him a playful glare. I'm a cad? Then let me show you what a cad is truly capable of. Chapter 22. The school bell's invitation at 8 o'clock in the evening, in Lin Qingqing's residence. I ordered takeout. Are you heading back tonight? Lin Qingqing softly inquired, her voice laced with a hint of anticipation. What's wrong? Didn't you have enough to eat earlier? Lin Ran raised an eyebrow, playfully observing the charming Lin Qingqing before him. How annoying. Lin Qingqing pouted playfully, gracefully taking a seat. I just wanted to spend a little more time with you. As he gazed at the adorable Lin Qingqing, Lin Ran and Appo's heart softened instantaneously. Then perhaps I shall stay a while longer. With a delighted expression, Lin Qingqing pressed a kiss on Lin Ran and Appo's cheek before rising to head to the kitchen. I'll make you some juice. Lin Ran watched her alluring silhouette depart, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Ding dong. Upon hearing the sound, Lin Ran casually picked up his phone, which was resting nearby. A knowing smile appeared on his face as he read the message on the screen. Song Yi, unable to contain her excitement, had sent him a message. Lin Ran. Do you have plans tomorrow? No plans, Lin Ran replied swiftly. When Song Yi received his response, she immediately checked her phone, finding only the curt three-word reply. She couldn't help but chuckle. Throughout her life, she had never lacked for suitors eager to flatter her. Countless messages flooded her phone daily, overwhelming her with attention. If she had sent such a brief message to any of those admirers, she could only imagine their excitement and eagerness in response. Yet Lin Ran had responded with such an indifferent 3 words. How aloof, she mused. Having added Lin Ran's contact information, she had been waiting for him to reach out. But after several days of silence, she was reluctant to give up on the charming and wealthy gentleman. Thus, she resolved to take the initiative. Lin Ran and Appo's cool demeanor only ignited Song Yi and Appo's desire to conquer him. For years, she had never encountered a man who was not enthusiastic toward her. Lin Ran was the first. Taking a deep breath, she pondered before sending another message. Could you accompany me to my interview tomorrow? I'm a bit scared to go alone. Lin Ran, reading Song Yi's message, chuckled knowingly. What fear? Surely, that's just an excuse. She simply wants to see me. However, the thought of Song Yi and Appo's long, graceful legs tempted him, and without hesitation, he replied, All right. Lin Ran, here's your juice, Lin Qingqing announced, bringing 2 glasses to sit beside him. Coming, Lin Ran replied, setting his phone down. Tomorrow's affairs can wait until then. The following morning, after a hearty breakfast, Lin Ran felt refreshed and suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to ask Song Yi where they were meeting and at what time. He picked up his phone, intending to message her, only to discover that she had already sent him the location last night, instructing him to meet her at Jiayu Building at 10 o'clock in the morning. Jiayu Building, Lin Ran murmured to himself. How fortuitous, as it was located near his own company. Perfectly, after accompanying Song Yi to her interview, he could also visit his office. He had been working remotely for the past few days, and it was high time to inspect the premises. The company was his stronghold, and he was determined to manage it well. With this in mind, Lin Ran messaged Sun Quan to prepare for his work report the next day. Chapter 23. The boss at 10:00 and Appo's clock in the morning, Lin Ran arrived punctually at the foot of the Jiayue building. He was always punctual when it came to appointments with beautiful women. Shortly thereafter, Song Yi sent a voice message. Lin Ran, I'm at the entrance. Where are you? Lin Ran glanced at his phone, then opened the car door and stepped out. He immediately spotted Song Yi standing by the entrance. After all, her tall stature and exceptional aura made her hard to overlook. Lin Ran waved to her and called out, Song Yi. Today. Song Yi had tied her hair into an adorable bun, which made her appear particularly fresh and tidy. She wore a snug white top featuring a hollow design at the chest, subtly revealing her fair skin and enchanting collarbone, igniting one's imagination. Her lower half was complemented by a short denim skirt that barely covered her backside, and on her feet were delicate little shoes paired with knee-high socks. The overall effect radiated a vibrant youthful energy, compelling one to steal glances. Upon noticing Lin Ran gazing at her, Song-yi bashfully lowered her head. A faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she softly said, "Hi, Lin Ran. Thank you for accompanying me to the interview. Without you here, I honestly wouldn't know what to do." "It's nothing, just a small matter," Lin Ran replied, diverting his gaze. "Shall we head in?" "Which company are you interviewing with?" "Xingxing Media," Song-yi responded, naturally moving closer to Lin Ran, their bodies nearly touching. Lin Ran paused for a moment. Xingxing Media was the very live-streaming company he had recently acquired. During his last visit, he had mentioned to the HR manager the need for more female anchors. And here was Song-yi, a serendipitous encounter indeed. "Xingxing Media? Are you planning to become an anchor?" Lin Ran inquired. Honestly, with Song-yi's physique and beauty, if she were to become a female anchor and received some support, she would undoubtedly thrive. From the company and Oppo's perspective, he had high hopes for her, believing she could bring substantial profits. Song-yi nodded and smiled. "I and Oppo's VE search for numerous jobs. As you know, finding one that aligns with my major is quite challenging. University graduates RN and Oppo's T is sought after as before, and the competition for employment is intense. Moreover, typical jobs pay too little for me to sustain myself. Being an anchor is great, the income is good, and I have a positive outlook on the industry." Lin Ran looked at her, marveling inwardly at her candid and charming nature, unreservedly expressing her desire to earn money, which felt refreshingly sincere. After all, who would he want to earn more in this world? He couldn't, and Oppo's T helped but feel an increased fondness for Song-yi. "All right, sounds good. Let Oppo's go upstairs," Lin Ran said as he and Song-yi entered the elevator together. Upon reaching the reception area, Song-yi flashed a sweet smile at Lin Ran. "Please wait for me here. I'll go for my interview first. Later, I'll treat you to a feast." "Sure, go ahead. I'll wait for you." Once Song-yi entered, Lin Ran also walked in directly. "Good day, sir. Please wait here for a moment," the receptionist called out. Not recognizing Lin Ran and assuming he was merely accompanying someone for an interview, Lin Ran smiled. "I'm here to see Sun Quan." "Manager's son?" the receptionist confirmed. "Yes." The receptionist scrutinized Lin Ran's attire briefly before nodding slightly and asking, "May I have your surname, please?" "Lin Ran," he answered calmly. "All right, Mr. Lin. Please wait a moment while I contact him," she replied courteously. Then, she picked up the microphone and skillfully dialed Sun Quan and Oppo's office. "Manager Sun, hello, there is a Mr. Lin Ran here to see you." After a brief silence, she continued, Oh, all right, thank you." She hung up, smiling as she approached Lin Ran. "Mr. Lin, please follow me. I will take you to him." Lin Ran nodded, stood up, and followed the receptionist inside. This was his second visit. The first time he had only taken a hurried glance, signed a contract with Zhang Cheng, and met with department heads without lingering. Thus, it was understandable that the receptionist did not recognize him. After a few steps, Lin Ran saw Sun Quan striding towards him with enthusiasm. Upon spotting Lin Ran, Sun Quan's face lit up with a warm smile. "Mr. Lin, you've finally arrived." He then turned to the receptionist and cheerfully introduced, "This is our new boss, Mr. Lin." The receptionist finally understood. No wonder Lin Ran seemed somewhat familiar. Thankfully, she had maintained a courteous demeanor and had not offended the new boss. She quickly greeted Lin Ran with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I apologize for not recognizing you earlier. Please forgive me." "Not at all. You were quite diligent. Now, you may go back to your duties," Lin Ran reassured her. Once the receptionist left, Sun Quan eagerly approached Lin Ran. "Mr. Lin, your office has been renovated according to your specifications. Let me show you." After the receptionist departed, Sun Quan was eager to win Lin Ran's favor. As the saying goes, a new ruler brings new subjects. With Zhang Cheng having sold the company to Lin Ran, he was now the actual power holder. And Sun Quan and Oppo's continued employment would depend on Lin Ran and Oppo's approval. At this stage in life, finding work was not easy. He needed to ensure he catered well to this new boss. "All right," Lin Ran nodded, stepping deeper into the company. His office was the one previously occupied by Zhang Cheng, located at the far end of the building. He had visited once before and found the office spacious but outdated in style, not aligning with his aesthetic. Most importantly, the bed inside needed replacing, so he decided to have it swapped for a brand new one. Upon entering the office, Sun Quan opened the door for Lin Ran. Mr. Lin, please have a look and let me know if there is anything you're dissatisfied with. I will arrange for immediate changes. Lin Ran surveyed the surroundings. Indeed, it appeared much more modern than before. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down from a height, relishing the view. Noticing Lin Ran's approval, Sun Quan leaned in. Mr. Lin, I've had the glass modified. It is now one-way glass. One-way glass? Lin Ran echoed. Yes, you can see outside, but they cannot see inside, Sun Quan explained. Observing Lin Ran's expression with the keen insight he had acquired over years of experience, sensing that Lin Ran was undoubtedly more charismatic than Zhang Cheng. Chapter 24. Secretary Lin Ran gazed at the smile adorning Sun Quan's face, and a sudden realization stirred within him. Could it be that this implied the possibility of indulging in some unique diversions at the office desk in the future? It appeared that Sun Quan and Apos' perceptiveness was indeed extraordinary. Having merely met him once, he could so accurately discern Lin Ran's preferences. Truly, one who manages human resources must possess a remarkable aptitude for understanding human nature. Indeed. You have done exceptionally well, Lin Ran praised, not hesitating to express his admiration. Afterward, he stepped into the inner room to scrutinize the arrangement within. The previous bed had been replaced with a brand new one, larger in size than the standard 2-meter by 2.2-meter bed. However, Lin Ran felt it inadequate for his aspirations. After all, one could never predict whether there would be 2, 3, or even more individuals in the future. A smaller bed would certainly not suffice for all the potential enjoyment. Now, the bed was a custom-made 3-meter by 3.5-meter creation, complete with a modern zero-pressure mattress that Lin Ran had previously found quite satisfactory, providing excellent support. The bedding was entirely new, crafted from tinsel, a material Lin Ran favored for its luxurious feel. This fabric was not only skin-friendly and breathable but also boasted remarkable moisture-wicking properties, ideal for physical activities. Lin Ran reclined upon it, nodding in approval. As he opened the wardrobe, he discovered several sets of men and Apos' clothing, alongside a few elegant dresses for women. As for the sizes, Lin Ran noted that they would fit Lin Qingqing and Li Ming perfectly. There were also some small toys and couples and Apos' intimates, as well as various styles of children and Apos' novelty items, which prompted Lin Ran to nod in satisfaction. The floor-to-ceiling windows were fitted with single-pane glass, maximizing privacy, while the washer-dryer unit had been entirely replaced with a new one. Beside the balcony stood a wine cabinet, stocked with an array of red and white wines, an impressive collection previously curated by Zhang Qing. After acquiring the company, Lin Ran had been generously gifted this collection by Zhang Cheng, a gesture of considerable magnanimity. Having surveyed the surroundings, Lin Ran ventured into the bathroom, where he found a brand-new bathtub equipped with massage functions, spacious enough for 2 individuals to soak comfortably. The array of toiletries was comprehensive, indicating that everything had been meticulously prepared. Excellent, there is nothing that requires alteration, Lin Ran remarked to Sun Quan. Thank you for your hard work these past few days. It has been no trouble at all. Serving you is my privilege, Sun Quan responded with a smile, his primary focus now being to cater to his new boss, devoting all his energy to the office. Once this matter was settled, the next priority would be to recruit female streamers, particularly those with exceptional looks and figures. Suddenly, Sun Quan recalled that a highly rated candidate was scheduled for an interview today. He leaned closer to Lin Ran, grinning. Lin, as per your instructions, our human resources department has been interviewing female streamers. Today, we have a particularly outstanding candidate coming in. Would you like to conduct the interview personally? Lin Ran raised an eyebrow at Sun Quan and Apos' obsequious smile, understanding precisely what he meant by conducting the interview. Is her name Song Yi? He inquired. Sun Quan and Apos' eyes lit up, and he nodded eagerly. Yes. How did you know, boss? Song Yi and Apos' striking appearance and poise had left a lasting impression on him, especially since she was still an undergraduate, making her seem far more innocent and inexperienced compared to women who had been in the workforce for years. Naturally, he had a personal interest. If Lin Ran found her unsuitable, he would seize the opportunity himself. However, he needed to gauge the boss's intentions first. Should Lin Ran take a liking to her, she would be off limits. Oh, I actually came with her today. She is my friend, Lin Ran disclosed. Sun Quan immediately comprehended Lin Ran's implication, indicating that Song Yi was already connected to him. Understood. I will ensure she is well taken care of, he affirmed. Lin Ran nodded. Great. Li Ming will start tomorrow, so please find someone to guide her. Of course, understood, Sun Quan replied promptly. He was well aware that Li Ming was another woman connected to Lin Ran and would ensure her proper care without fail. As they conversed, a message from Song Yi arrived. Lin Ran, I've completed my interview. Where are you? Lin Ran glanced at his phone and replied, I'm also at the office. I'll come out now. After sending the message, he turned to Sun Quan. I have something to attend to, but I will be back tomorrow. Please inform the department heads that there will be a meeting at 10 in the morning. Having realized he needed a secretary, his previous one had been Zhang Cheng and Amp, Oppo's lover, and left after he sold the company. Lin Ran added, please recruit another secretary. Understood, Sun Quan nodded. Contemplating that the new secretary should also possess good looks and a great figure, following the same criteria as the female streamers. As soon as Lin Ran stepped outside, Song Yi approached him, her mood buoyant after a successful interview, expressing her satisfaction with the generous compensation. Lin Ran, what were you busy with just now? Just some work. He replied with a smile. Shall we go? The receptionist, upon seeing Lin Ran, was eager to make a good impression, especially given his youth, charm, and wealth. As Lin Ran exited, she sweetly greeted him. Hello, Mr. Lin. Lin Ran waved dismissively, then took Song Yi's hand and led her out. Song Yi, glancing at the receptionist, suddenly had a thought. She swallowed hard and asked Lin Ran, wait, the receptionist just called you and Amp, Oppo's, Mr. Lin. And Amp, Oppo's, does that mean this company belongs to you? Indeed, Lin Ran confirmed. Disliking any pretense of modesty, especially in front of beautiful women, demonstrating his capabilities would surely encourage their admiration and interest. True to his expectations, Song Yi was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, oh my, this company is yours? Lin Ran, you truly are remarkable to be a company owner at such a young age. With newfound admiration in her gaze, she leaned closer to Lin Ran and softly asked, so, Lin Ran, what do you feel like eating later? Let me treat you. Chapter 25, take a break. I am open to whatever we eat. You decide, Lin Ran said, gazing at Song Yi. Since you and Amp, Oppo's, retreating, you call the shots. Well, I know a delightful private dining restaurant. Shall we go there? Song Yi suggested, leaning closer to Lin Ran, her fluffy bunny toy brushing against his arm. Feeling the soft touch, Lin Ran nodded without hesitation. All right, let's get in the car and head out. After Song Yi sent the location to Lin Ran and Oppo's phone, he drove swiftly, reaching the restaurant's entrance in no time. He glanced at the establishment, admiring its unique character, before noticing a nearby couple's hotel. It's quite close. We can proceed directly after dining. Song Yi really chose a splendid spot. As Song Yi exited the passenger seat, she glanced back at Lin Ran and Oppo's car, marveling at the luxury it exuded. It was far more comfortable than her ex-boyfriend's small vehicle, and the spacious interior captivated her. She reluctantly touched the car door. However, she had keenly observed certain details indicating that Lin Ran likely had a girlfriend, like the car's fragrance and the seat adjustments. Yet, she was unfazed in this era. Having a girlfriend was inconsequential. After all, who among the wealthy was not surrounded by admirers? Besides, Lin Ran was her employer, and she needed to secure her position by staying close to him. Lin Ran, shall we go? Song Yi approached him, standing close and smiling sweetly. Let's go. Lin Ran replied as they entered the restaurant. Song Yi had made a reservation, and upon their arrival, the waiter guided them to their table. Please take a seat. You can scan the QR code to place your order, the waiter instructed. Song Yi nodded, took out her phone, and scanned the code. Lin Ran. Scan it and see what you'd like. Just order directly. Lin Ran nodded and symbolically selected a couple of dishes. Song Yi then inquired, would you like to drink? Perhaps some juice. Safety comes first since I and Oppo's. In driving, Lin Ran stated, prioritizing caution. Especially as he had recently acquired wealth and wished to relish it fully. Song Yi agreed, you're right. Safety is paramount. Let us have 2 cups of iced juice then. Lin Ran noticed Song Yi's emphasis on iced, as if she were subtly hinting at something. The dishes arrived promptly, and as they dined, Song Yi was animated and engaged in lively conversation with Lin Ran. Before they knew it, time had slipped to 2 in the afternoon. After a yawn, Song Yi appeared sleepy and said softly, Lin Ran, I and Oppo's, am feeling a bit tired. You and Oppo's, been running around with me all morning. You must be tired too. How about we find a place to rest? It's a little scary for me to stay alone in the hotel. Upon finishing her sentence, she looked at Lin Ran with anticipation and a hint of shyness. Lin Ran, not oblivious to her intentions, could hardly refuse. He certainly would not. Sure. Seeing Lin Ran agree, Song Yi beamed at him. I just settled the bill, so let us head out now. After they exited the restaurant, Lin Ran asked. Where would you like to rest? Song Yi glanced around and pointed to the adjacent couple's hotel. How about this place? It and Appos, close and saves us the trouble of searching elsewhere. Lin Ran nodded. All right, let and Appos, go. I'll drive over. After parking the car, they entered the hotel lobby, where Song Yi had already arranged the room. As Lin Ran stepped inside, she approached him. Let us head up. With that, she linked her arm with his, portraying the image of a couple in love. Lin Ran couldn't help but smile at Song Yi's enthusiasm. Having money is truly enjoyable, he thought to himself. As they swiped their card to enter the room, a circular bed came into view, surrounded by draped curtains that added an air of mystery and intimacy. The soft lighting cast a gentle glow on Song Yi's face, illuminating her features and revealing a hint of blush, causing her heart to flutter. I had no idea the hotel would be like this, she murmured. The receptionist said there were no twin rooms left, just this king-sized bed. It's all right. Lin Ran replied nonchalantly, his eyes betraying an understanding that she needn't explain. The hotel's signage boldly proclaimed its romantic theme, making her attempt to mask the obvious seem futile. Shall I help you with your hairdryer? Lin Ran asked, walking up behind her and taking the dryer from her hands. Song Yi nodded, feeling a wave of happiness. She had never had a man dry her hair before, only witnessing such moments in dramas. Lin Ran's gesture filled her with warmth and affection. All done, Lin Ran said after finishing. He even took the time to comb her hair, unaware of the growing fondness Song Yi felt for him in that moment. His actions were not driven by extraordinary thoughtfulness. He merely wished to expedite the drying process. Chapter 26, Seduction. Song Yi softly murmured in response, her heart racing despite her mental preparations. The gravity of the moment overwhelmed her. The unpleasant memories of past experiences lingered in her mind. Initially apprehensive of pain, she realized retreat was no longer an option, especially since she had been the one to invite him to the hotel. To backtrack now would surely diminish Lin Ran and Appos' regard for her. She steeled herself, reminding herself that her goal was to win Lin Ran and Appos' affection, and she must not provoke his displeasure. With determination, she turned to Lin Ran, her face flushed and stammering. You. She struggled to articulate her thoughts. Lin Ran found her bashfulness amusing. It was she who had lured him here. Yet now she appeared innocent. Nevertheless, he possessed ample patience for beauty. Over the past few days, he had gained experience with Lin Qingqing and Li Meng, evolving from a naive youth. He gently took Song Yi and Appos' hand and guided her to sit on the edge of the bed. What and Appos' wrong? Are you nervous? No. She quickly shook her head, although her cheeks betrayed her. Lin Ran discerned her inexperience. Intuition played a significant role in such matters. He was well aware of Song Yi's reputation in school, her beauty attracting attention wherever she went. Moreover, he knew she had previously maintained a stable relationship with a boyfriend, a well-known fact throughout the campus. Thus, he surmised that her intimate experiences were likely limited to her ex-boyfriend, leaving her somewhat innocent. Don and Appos, be afraid. I'm not a bad person. I won't harm you, he chuckled, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, a small gesture that sent her heart racing. I and Appos, am not a frivolous woman. I just like you, Song Yi clarified, her apprehension growing as she feared she had acted too hastily. Yet, with a man of Lin Ran's caliber, she worried that waiting too long might be detrimental. After having deliberately left him hanging for so long, it was surprising that he had not reached out to her. Thus, she resorted to this bold approach, hoping to bridge the gap between them. Lin Ran smiled knowingly. He might be uncertain of her true feelings for him, but he was confident that she was attracted to his wealth. He considered it a fair exchange, as he too appreciated beauty. I understand, he replied softly, caressing her back to help her relax. He beckoned her closer, commenting, your skin is so smooth and soft. I apply body lotion every day without fail, she said with pride, having always invested in her appearance. Otherwise, how could I maintain my beauty? I thought so. You smell delightful, like roses, he remarked, inhaling her scent. Song Yi laughed at his observation, feeling her tension dissipate. Your nose is quite perceptive. It is indeed the fragrance of roses. It was worth noting that Song Yi had been crowned the campus belle for 4 consecutive years. Observing the change in Lin Ran and Appos' gaze, she recognized that maintaining her facade would and Appos' serve her well. She understood that given the circumstances, it was unnecessary to provoke Lin Ran and Appos' displeasure. Just think about it. Those who understand will understand. It and Appos' hard to articulate, she hinted. Lin Ran, a diligent student, had absorbed much knowledge from his brief encounters with Lin Qingqing, supplemented by online courses, yielding impressive results. After all, the lessons were akin to those found in textbooks. With a light chuckle, he regarded Song Yi, amused by her playful demeanor. Chapter 27. Tolerance. It was evident that Song Yi had noticed the issue. Yet she intentionally refrained from alerting Lin Ran. She harbored a desire to conceive Lin Ran's child, fully aware that he would not remain devoted solely to her. How long could a concubine truly relish her position? This wisdom was not lost on her. Only a child would serve as her eternal support. Once she bore Lin Ran's offspring, even if he grew weary of her in the future, she would still have the child, and with the child, Lin Ran would not abandon her. Moreover, their bond would deepen with the presence of a child, just like her neighbor, an unmarried woman in her 40s who had long played the role of a mistress. Enjoying freedom from the burdensome dynamics of in-laws while receiving ample pocket money, was and oppos, see that far more appealing than living an ordinary life with an average man? Song Yi understood this clearly and was well aware that her parents held an open-minded perspective, thus she felt no psychological reservations. Most importantly, Lin Ran was both handsome and affluent, aligning perfectly with her criteria for a partner. She knew well that a man of such caliber was a rare find. Missing this opportunity would make it exceedingly difficult to encounter another. Therefore, she was determined to employ every means at her disposal to secure him, dismissing any notions of modesty, as such sentiments were only relevant in the context of ordinary men. In the presence of a wealthy and attractive man, the only relevant concept was initiative. Taking a deep breath, Song Yi turned over, languidly reclining on the bed, propping her head with one hand while casting a playful smile at Lin Ran. Lin Ran perused an online application and discovered a barbecue restaurant that served whole lamb. He quickly dressed and pulled Song Yi along to their destination, feeling an urgent need to replenish his energy. After indulging in a hearty meal, he felt revitalized, as did Song Yi. "Are you full?" Lin Ran inquired, gazing at her. Song Yi nodded, affirming her satiation. The two of them had devoured nearly half a lamb. How could they possibly still be hungry? "Brother, I see a park over there. Shall we take a stroll?" Lin Ran, eager to aid digestion, nodded in agreement. It occurred to him that he had visited a park in quite some time. During his early university days, he had wandered through parks twice with Su Yuyu, but subsequent invitations were met with refusal. According to Su Yuyu, she had no interest in such free venues, preferring to wait until Lin Ran could afford to take her shopping in malls before agreeing to any outings. Thus, it had been 3 years since Lin Ran had last strolled through a park, as he had devoted his leisure time to various part-time jobs to fund Su Yuyu's numerous gifts. With the weather warming, the park was bustling with people jogging, singing, playing harmonicas, and, of course, enjoying romantic moments. Song Yi, holding Lin Ran and Appo's hand with an innocent demeanor, exclaimed, "Look, there and Appo's a fountain. Let and Appo's go take a look." "All right," Lin Ran replied, in high spirits. He recalled reading online about the 20-minute park rule, suggesting that parks are excellent for alleviating stress. If one is feeling overwhelmed, a brief visit to a park could provide relief. However, prior to this moment, even the meager 20 minutes had been elusive, as his days were consumed by classes and work, with meals often consisting of hurried snacks. Today, however, he savored the brief respite in the park. "Brother, look quickly. The musical fountain is so beautiful." Song Yi tugged at his hand excitedly. Lin Ran followed her gaze and nodded, indeed finding it lovely. "Wow, people are making wishes here." Song Yi dashed over to read the inscription on a stone tablet and swiftly returned. "Brother, let and Appo's make a wish too." "Sure. What is your wish?" "I shall fulfill it," Lin Ran replied, genuinely fond of Song Yi. She was both charmingly obedient and vibrantly lively, exuding a sensual yet innocent allure. Song Yi blinked thoughtfully before articulating, "I wish to be with you forever." Upon delivering her wish, she cautiously observed Lin Ran's reaction. Seeing no sign of anger, she breathed a sigh of relief. "However, to be my woman, you must accept that I have other women," Lin Ran stated matter-of-factly. Such matters hinge upon mutual consent. He was no longer the insecure young man who needed to grovel for affection. In contrast, he now found that with a mere beckon, countless beautiful women would eagerly approach him. Therefore, he did not wish to expend energy on appeasing a woman and Appo's whims. While he cherished Song Yi, he would not force her to accept this aspect of his life if it troubled her, to avoid future discord. "I understand," Song Yi nodded, gazing at Lin Ran with deep affection. "But I like you, brother. I don and Appo's. Do you mind? As long as I can be by your side, I'm content." Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in admiration at her forthrightness. In this regard, Song Yi exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. Indeed, women tended to exhibit a remarkable degree of tolerance towards wealthy men. Chapter 28. A good man. Lin Ran was quite pleased with Song Yi and Appo's response. After all, he had developed a fondness for this long-legged beauty. Given her perceptiveness, he decided not to treat her poorly. "Let us go shopping," he said, pulling Song Yi towards the exit of the park. Song Yi was momentarily taken aback, jogging to keep up with Lin Ran. "What do you want to buy, brother?" "Of course, I'm going to buy you some cosmetics, my little enchantress. I noticed you didn't bring anything with you. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable to go without makeup today?" Upon hearing this, Song Yi paused, her eyes glistening with emotion. "You're so kind, brother." She grasped Lin Ran's hand and planted a kiss on his cheek. She hadn't anticipated his attentiveness. She had already resolved to order takeout or call for a courier when they returned to the hotel. The fact that Lin Ran noticed this small detail touched her deeply. Feeling a mix of gratitude and affection, she stole glances at Lin Ran's profile, her heart racing unexpectedly. She realized she was beginning to develop genuine feelings for him. With such a considerate and affluent man, she was relieved that she hadn't held back and had secured his attention early on. Upon arriving at the mall, Lin Ran led Song Yi directly to the Chanel counter. With a flourish, he instructed the sales associate to prepare a complete set for her. Song Yi gazed at the overflowing box, tugged at Lin Ran's hand, and softly protested, "Brother, I don't need this much. I still have some in my dormitory. Is there such a thing as too much of this? Besides, don't girls go through skincare products quite rapidly? It's perfectly fine to stock up a bit more." Most importantly, he leaned in closer, whispering in her ear, "A delicate body like yours deserves proper care." Song Yi felt a blush creep onto her cheeks as she shot him a playful glare, secretly resolving to impress him when they returned to the hotel. Although she couldn't be the only woman in Lin Ran's life, she was determined to cultivate a skill that would help her secure his attention. The sales associate, observing the charming couple whispering sweet nothings to each other, felt a surge of envy. She mused about how one might encounter such a wonderful man. Only when Song Yi and Lin Ran's silhouettes faded from her view did she reluctantly redirect her gaze. In this day and age, it was rare to find a man who was both handsome and willing to spend generously on his girlfriend. After returning, Lin Ran didn't engage much further with Song Yi. His mind was occupied with the prospect of acquiring a gym membership and hiring a personal trainer. In the past, he had been constantly on the go, engaged in physical labor, which had kept him in excellent shape. Now that life had become more leisurely, he feared he might start to gain weight if he wasn't careful. Observing the wealthy around him, it became evident that they valued their health. After all, one must have life to earn and to spend. "All right, time to sleep," Lin Ran said, patting Song Yi gently. "It's getting late, and we need to rise early tomorrow." The following day marked Li Ming's first day at work, and he intended to visit the company to offer his support. After all, he had played a crucial role in her initial success, and she held a certain significance in his heart. Song Yi obediently nodded. She understood that excessive indulgence was detrimental to one's health. A hearty meal was satisfying, but moderation was key. Consequently, she refrained from tempting Lin Ran further and settled down to sleep peacefully in his embrace. Chapter 29. Harvest. At the break of dawn the following day, Lin Ran first escorted Song Yi back to her dormitory before driving to the company. Upon entering, the receptionist, upon noticing Lin Ran's arrival, immediately brightened, greeting him with a sweet smile. "Good morning, President Lin." Lin Ran nodded in acknowledgement and instructed, "Call Sun Quan to my office." Before long, a knock echoed from outside the door. "Come in." Sun Quan entered with a smile. "President Lin, you called for me?" Lin Ran nodded and inquired, "Has Li Ming arrived?" "Yes, she has just completed her onboarding and has been assigned a room," Sun Quan replied eagerly. As Li Ming was Lin Ran and Appo's partner, he naturally did not dare to be negligent. He had ensured that her streaming room was spacious and luxurious, equipped with everything she might need, leaving no room for dissatisfaction. Pleased with this, Lin Ran nodded. "Good. Have her come to see me." Sun Quan promptly acknowledged. "Understood, President Lin." Additionally, regarding the recruitment of a secretary, the HR department has shortlisted 3 excellent candidates over the past 2 days. When would you like to conduct the interviews? Lin Ran contemplated for a moment. He intended to spend time with Li Ming today, and afterwards, he needed to rest and recuperate from his fatigue. He had already delegated much to Song Yi yesterday. He was neither a workhorse nor made of bronze and needed to exercise some caution. Tomorrow morning will suffice. Sun Quan quickly nodded in agreement. "All right, President Lin. I will make all necessary preparations in advance." He then carefully placed the resumes on the desk. These are the resumes and photos of the 3 candidates for your perusal. President Lin. Lin Ran acknowledged with a sound, briefly scanning the photos, 3 stunning beauties. He mused that with Sun Quan's initial vetting, they should be respectable candidates. Moreover, he was quite satisfied with Sun Quan's efficiency and attitude. I see. Thank you. After Sun Quan finished his report, he discreetly exited the office. Lin Ran sat in his executive chair, gazing out the window. Not long ago, such a life was beyond his wildest dreams. Just a month prior, he juggled multiple jobs and was pathetically vying for the attention of Su Yuyu. Life's unpredictability taught him to maintain hope and an optimistic outlook. One never knows when fortune might smile upon them. Knock, knock, knock. A series of soft knocks interrupted his thoughts. Come in. Li Ming cautiously pushed the door open and stepped inside. Lin Ran. She called softly. Taking in the office's opulence, the exquisite furniture and the striking artwork adorning the walls left her momentarily speechless. How lavish. She began to wonder just how much wealth Lin Ran possessed. He had certainly been understated during their school days. Lin Ran turned slowly, lazily reclining in his chair. A smile gracing his lips as he regarded her. How does it feel to be at work on your first day? Li Ming blushed shyly, lowering her gaze. Her cheeks resembling blooming peach blossoms. I just arrived and haven't started working yet, but the streaming room manager's son prepared for me is rather extravagant. Is it too ostentatious for a newcomer like me? She felt a twinge of anxiety, having already had several colleagues visit her room. She was aware of the complexities of workplace dynamics and worried that such display might invite envy and criticism. Noticing her unease, Lin Ran chuckled softly. What are you afraid of? This is my company, and you are my woman. I treat my woman well. Who would dare to say anything? Li Ming paused, her clear, autumn-like eyes lifting to meet his gaze. At that moment, Lin Ran seemed even more handsome, dispelling her lingering insecurities like clouds swept away by a gentle breeze. She smiled softly. You have a point. Lin Ran gently patted his thigh, signaling her to come closer. Li Ming understood and obediently sat on his lap. Her demeanor playful and charming, evoking a desire to cherish her tenderly. Unable to resist, Lin Ran wrapped his arms around her, leaning closer to inhale the delicate fragrance emanating from her hair. You smell divine. At his words, Li Ming's fair complexion flushed a deeper shade, resembling a spring blossom. And she stammered, Stop it. We're in the office. Yet Lin Ran remained unfazed, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. What is there to fear? No one dares enter without my permission. Here, I can do as I please. Don't you agree? He playfully squeezed her soft, delicate hand, relishing the sensation. Li Ming was momentarily at a loss for words. Reflecting on their relationship, she realized they were still strangers despite having spent 4 years together at university, hardly exchanging words. It struck her as amusing how 2 seemingly distant individuals had ventured into such intimate territory. A cascade of emotions welled within her. A blend of shyness and an ineffable thrill. Being held so closely by Lin Ran, sensing his warmth envelop her, her heart began to race inexplicably. She turned slightly to gaze out the window, noticing the picturesque scenery. The day was clear, and through the glass, she could see distant mountains. What are you staring at so intently? Lin Ran asked, amused. Mountains, brother. Look, we can see the mountains, Li Ming exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the vague outlines of the hills. Lin Ran chuckled at her affectionate term, reflecting on how women often favored such endearments. Yes, little sister, I see them. He tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear, admiring the office's splendid view. Indeed, Zhang Cheng had designed it beautifully, making it the most panoramic space on the floor. Ah, that tickles. Li Ming felt a gentle caress on her head, instinctively shivering, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Lin Ran, unfazed, continued. Do you like it here? Very much, she replied without hesitation, her small face blooming like a flower, captivating enough to make one want to gather her up. Chapter 30 The Utility of the Office. Would you like to engage in something more delightful in this place? Lin Ran whispered softly into Li Ming and Appo's ear. Please Dawn and Appo's tea. She involuntarily let out a faint whimper, her previously fair complexion now blushing like a ripe apple, radiating a delicate rosy hue. She nervously replied, But this is a floor-to-ceiling window. People might see us. What is there to fear? Lin Ran grasped Li Ming and Appo's small hand, enveloping her tightly in his embrace, chuckling lightly. This is one-way glass. You can only see out from the inside, while those outside cannot see in. Li Ming felt a twinge of disbelief. Blinking her expressive eyes filled with skepticism and curiosity, she softly asked, Is that really true? Of course it is true. I would never deceive you. Ming Ming. The endearment took Li Ming by surprise. Only her mother had ever called her that affectionately. Having a somewhat introverted nature and lacking close friends, no one else had ever addressed her in such a manner. In that moment, gazing into Lin Ran's deeply affectionate eyes, Li Ming conceded that she was somewhat entranced. His gentleness struck her heart and Appo's softest core. Though she had never been in a romantic relationship, many boys had penned love letters to her throughout her life. However, she had always heeded her mother's admonitions, resolutely avoiding early love. Upon entering university, her introverted personality further limited her interactions with boys. Despite being pursued, she harbored a lingering unease. She had witnessed her roommate being deceived by a scoundrel. The pain and helplessness of that betrayal still etched vividly in her memory. She feared being misled herself, and even more so, feared that if she fell into a relationship, it might lead to an unmanageable consequence, a child. At that moment, she would not only have to confront her mother and Appo's disappointed gaze, but would also feel she had betrayed her mother and Appo's hopes over the years. Thus, she meticulously guarded her heart, reluctant to trust any man easily, terrified of being hurt like her roommate. Each time she faced the advances of those boys, she instinctively recoiled, cocooning herself within a thick shell, keeping everyone at bay. She understood that such a self-protective approach might be somewhat pessimistic, yet for her, it was the only means to find solace. She yearned for love, yet feared it, the conflicting emotions coiling within her heart like an intricate knot. To this day, she had never experienced a romantic relationship, and had it not been for the serendipitous encounter with Lin Ran, perhaps their paths would have never crossed. Perhaps she would have become a mere plaything for older men in her desperate pursuit of financial gain. Reflecting on this, Li Ming let out a deep sigh. Initially, she felt gratitude towards Lin Ran, but now she realized that beyond gratitude, she had begun to harbor feelings of affection for him. After all, Lin Ran was her first man, which inherently held a different significance. Moreover, she found herself unable to resist the warmth in Lin Ran and Appo's gaze, so tender and lingering. No one had ever looked at her with such intensity. The feeling of being treated with such devotion gradually ensnared her heart. "What are you thinking about?" Lin Ran noticed Li Ming's momentary distraction. I wasn't thinking about anything," Li Ming replied, returning to reality, staring blankly at the man before her. Waves of indescribable happiness washing over her heart. Though she understood that she could never be the sole woman in Lin Ran's life, she firmly believed he was a man worthy of her trust. His eyes would never deceive her. Furthermore, she was confident that her mother would surely like Lin Ran and would understand her choice. She secretly resolved to cherish this relationship, to journey through every day ahead with Lin Ran, unwavering through any storms that might arise. Lin Ran chuckled softly, feeling fortunate to have found such a treasure. Who would have thought that such a stunning beauty could possess such innocence? He felt lucky that he had ventured to the bar that day. Otherwise, he might never have had this opportunity. Li Ming, glancing at Lin Ran, felt shy yet obediently followed his unspoken cue. Snuggling into Lin Ran's embrace, she softly remarked, "I didn't expect there to be such a large bed in the office. This is my first time seeing such a spacious bed." "Indeed," Lin Ran chuckled lightly. "This bed is custom-made." Upon hearing this, Li Ming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, retreating further into Lin Ran's arms and falling silent. Noticing her reaction, Lin Ran smiled and suggested, "Why don't you find a dress to wear from the wardrobe?" Only then did Li Ming recall that her dress had become dirty and was no longer wearable. She softly acknowledged with a hum. She wasn't Appo's sure if she would fall into a trap this time. Yet, looking at the handsome profile of the man beside her, Li Ming felt reassured. She trusted Lin Ran. If anything were to happen, he would surely take responsibility. Besides, how could it be so easy to fall into a trap? Chapter 31. Fitness at 11:30. Lin Ran and Li Ming exited the office, one after the other. Lin Ran radiated with joy, while Li Ming appeared somewhat bashful, her cheeks still flushed with a lingering blush. A discerning observer would need only a fleeting glance to discern that the two had undoubtedly shared a moment of unique emotional entanglement in the office. The receptionist cast a wistful yet envious glance at Li Ming, silently watching as the pair left the company, her eyes betraying a complex blend of emotions. "Enough of that. This new boss is not someone we can easily engage with," remarked another girl of modest beauty, playfully teasing the receptionist. The receptionist recognized the truth in her words but could not suppress a scoff, for they worked in a live-streaming company, overflowing with various styles of beauties. Take Li Ming, who had just walked out alongside Lin Ran, fair-skinned, stunning, with long legs. Even a woman could not help but steal a few extra glances, let alone a man. Moreover, beyond Li Ming, the company boasted numerous enchanting female streamers, each resembling a hungry leopard, keenly eyeing Lin Ran. In such an environment, how could the ordinary employees possibly hope for a chance? They could only watch helplessly, burying their envy and admiration deep within. Meanwhile, Lin Ran escorted Li Ming to a private dining establishment downstairs. Inside the private room, Li Ming gazed at the abundant spread before her and exclaimed, "Brother, have we ordered too much? It would be a shame to waste it." Having grown up with frugality instilled in her, she instinctively thought of waste upon seeing the array of dishes. Lin Ran chuckled, fully aware that Li Ming's intentions were merely rooted in her diligent habits. "We can finish this. After all, we exerted quite a bit of energy earlier. It's time to replenish." The pair dined leisurely, finishing their meal by 1:30 in the afternoon. Lin Ran chose not to return Li Ming to the office for more exercise, mindful of his health. He contemplated finding a place to work out to enhance his physical fitness. After all, managing 3 women, Lin Qingqing, Li Ming, and Song Yi, had already left him feeling somewhat fatigued, which was not ideal. Upon returning to the office, Lin Ran indulged in a brief hour-long nap. Upon waking, he felt refreshed and invigorated, relishing the memory of Li Ming from earlier. Just as he contemplated inviting her to play a game in the office, he swiftly reminded himself of the need for moderation. After some thought, he dialed Sun Quan and Appo's number. The call was answered promptly, and Sun Quan and Appo's somewhat obsequious voice came through. "Mr. Lin, how may I assist you?" Lin Ran replied, "I am looking for a gym. Could you find a suitable one and send me the details?" Sun Quan and Appo's face lit up upon hearing this. As a man, he understood perfectly why Lin Ran had suddenly taken an interest in fitness. "Mr. Lin, I know of a private studio right in our building, primarily catering to successful individuals like yourself. I can accompany you to check it out." Lin Ran found this quite convenient. Being in the same building would save him the hassle of commuting, while he had a car and could easily travel anywhere. It was preferable to save time and energy for other pursuits. "No need. I will go myself. Just send me the name and floor number," Lin Ran replied, rising from his bed, stretching leisurely, and dressing. By the time he was ready, Sun Quan had already sent the address. Lin Ran glanced at his phone. It was located on the 28th floor Kong Phone Club. He mused that the name sounded somewhat antiquated, likely indicating an older proprietor. He took his phone and soon arrived at the 28th floor, where he was greeted by the 5 bold characters, Kong Phone Club. He walked straight in, and the receptionist, with a polite and charming smile, greeted him. "Good day, sir." Lin Ran nodded. "What is the procedure for obtaining a yearly membership? I would like to acquire one." The receptionist beamed even more brightly at his request. "Please hold on for a moment, sir. I will summon the sales manager to provide you with the details." With that, the receptionist led Lin Ran into the meeting room, thoughtfully serving him a cup of coffee and smiling sweetly. "Please wait a moment, sir." Lin Ran squinted slightly, taking in the spacious yet understatedly luxurious decor of the meeting area. The soft lighting cast a calming glow throughout the space, creating a tranquil and comfortable atmosphere quite delightful. He savored a sip of coffee, the rich flavor unfurling on his palate, as a warm current flowed smoothly down his throat. Quite exquisite indeed. Just as he was lost in thought, a clear, melodic voice broke through. "Mr. Lin, my apologies for the wait." Lin Ran lifted his gaze towards the source of the voice, momentarily dazzled. Before him stood a young woman with a bun hairstyle, radiating sweetness through her charming dimples. Clad in a pink tracksuit, her youthful energy enveloped him, leaving him momentarily entranced. Chapter 32 Lu Yuma. It's all good. I can take a moment to rest here. Lin Ran smiled gently, naturally displaying his good temperament in the presence of a beautiful woman. Sun Xiaoya returned his smile and promptly sat beside him, presenting a brochure. "Mr. Lin, please have a look. This is an introduction to our studio. You might find it enlightening." Lin Ran accepted the brochure and flipped through it, discovering it contained nothing more than tales of corporate history and culture. He felt little interest, pondering that in this day and age, it was a rarity for any company to forego a narrative on its culture or brand. With this thought, Lin Ran resolved to have the planning department draft a corporate culture story for his company upon his return. Noticing Lin Ran's disinterest in the brochure, Sun Xiaoya smiled again. "Mr. Lin, how about I show you around the studio? You can see our equipment firsthand." "Sure," Lin Ran replied, rising to follow Sun Xiaoya inside. He soon realized that although the reception area was modest, the interior was quite spacious, evoking a sense of openness. The equipment area was well organized, and the lounge was ample. The trainers appeared quite fit, indeed. After sampling a few machines and finding them satisfactory, Lin Ran turned to Sun Xiaoya, who was enthusiastically detailing the studio, and smiled. I think it's quite good. Can you tell me about the membership options? Sun Xiaoya, pleased with Lin Ran's eagerness, nodded eagerly. Certainly. We offer monthly, quarterly, and annual memberships. Which one would you prefer? The annual membership, Lin Ran decided without a moment and Appo's hesitation. After all, with someone as captivating as Sun Xiaoya around, it was only fitting to opt for the annual plan. How else could he charm her? Sun Xiaoya and Appo's smile widened at the mention of the annual membership. It and Appo's 200,000 yuan. Which shows that you're quite capable, Mr. Lin. Most people either purchase a few gym machines for home or opt for a few thousand yuan memberships. Spending hundreds of thousands on fitness certainly indicates financial comfort. Very well, Lin Ran acknowledged. After a brief pause, she added, just so you know, our memberships are non-refundable and non-transferable. Is there anything else you and Appo's do you like to inquire about? No, that and Appo's. That's all. Lin Ran shook his head, handing over his card. Let and Appo's proceed with the annual membership. Sun Xiaoya respectfully accepted the card. Of course, Mr. Lin. Please follow me. I'll prepare the contract for you. As Lin Ran examined the contract presented by Sun Xiaoya, he was taken aback by the figure 200,000 yuan. He recalled that during his part-time job distributing flyers, most gyms charged only 500 to 2,000 yuan for an annual membership, with the better ones reaching around 3,000 to 4,000. This place indeed had an upscale ambience. Lin Ran signed without hesitation. To him, 200,000 was merely a trifle. Not to mention, his investment returns were several million a year, and the media company he owned also profited in the same range, making this expenditure negligible. Sun Xiaoya provided him with 2 copies of the receipt and contract, one for him to keep and one for the records. Please take care of it, Mr. Lin. Just as Lin Ran and Sun Xiaoya were engaged in pleasant conversation, a lively voice interrupted. Lin Ran? Turning to the source, he was surprised to see Lu Yuma. Although he was not well acquainted with her, he had heard complaints from Su Yuyu, who often criticized Lu Yuma and Appo's haughty demeanor and entitled attitude due to her wealthy background. Consequently, Lin Ran had held a certain aversion towards Lu Yuma. However, now that he had seen through Su Yuyu's true character, his disdain for Lu Yuma had dissipated. Still, they were essentially strangers, and it seemed quite coincidental that after having no interactions with female classmates during school, he had now encountered Li Meng at a bar and Lu Yuma at the studio. Sun Xiaoya, understanding the situation, gracefully excused herself, having secured her commission for the day. Lu Yuma scrutinized Lin Ran before glancing at Sun Xiaoya, stepping into the lounge. Lin Ran, are you here to sign up for a membership as well? Lin Ran nodded. What a coincidence. Are you working out here too? Yes, Lu Yuma replied, her gaze lingering on Lin Ran. Having been a member for several years, she was aware of the pricing structure and was taken aback. Lin Ran, whom she had previously perceived as a poor student, now appeared to be a hidden wealthy heir. Not wishing to engage in small talk with Lu Yuma, Lin Ran attempted to leave. However, she stepped closer. Since you and Appo's renew, you might not be familiar with some courses. Let us exchange contact information. I can inform you of any valuable classes. Though her excuse was somewhat flimsy, Lin Ran acquiesced, charmed by Lu Yuma's beauty. Previously, his negative impression of her stemmed from Su Yuyu, but without her influence, he now realized Lu Yuma possessed a striking and spirited beauty, distinct from those he had encountered before. After Lu Yuma saved his contact information, she waved and returned to her workout. Once she was a distance away, she exhaled deeply, her heart racing. Fortunately, she had managed to maintain her composure. Otherwise, her feelings might have been revealed. In truth, Lu Yuma was uncertain when her feelings for Lin Ran had blossomed. Perhaps it was during her fixation on Su Yuyu that she recognized Lin Ran as an exemplary friend, responsible, ambitious, and deeply caring. Yet, Lin Ran had always been in Su Yuyu and Appo's shadow, leaving her without an opportunity. Little did she expect that fortune would present itself so gracefully. The last time she had seen Lin Ran was at a hot pot restaurant, and she wondered about his relationship with the girl he was with. Lost in thought, Lu Yuma found herself distracted from her workout, preoccupied with how to invite Lin Ran out in a legitimate manner. Chapter 33. Turtle Soup. After completing his card application, Lin Ran did not return to the company but headed straight to Lin Qingqing's home. The reason was simple. Lin Qingqing missed him and mentioned that she had prepared a surprise for him. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran wasted no time in agreeing to visit her. Once in the car, Lin Ran ordered a bouquet of flowers. He recalled that Lin Qingqing had adored the floral arrangements from a certain boutique last time, so he opted for the same place again. He specifically scheduled the delivery for 2 hours later, estimating that it would take about half an hour to reach Lin Qingqing's house. And they would likely spend an hour playing cards. The timing seemed perfect. As anticipated, upon his arrival, Lin Qingqing eagerly pulled him into the bedroom. Today, she wore a maid outfit, an enticing white strapless top paired with a short black skirt, and her long, slender legs adorned with delicate white lace stockings, leaving Lin Ran breathless. After approximately an hour, Lin Ran sat up in bed, glancing at Lin Qingqing with a playful smile. Have you forgotten to eat? Humph. It and amp, Oppos, it's all your fault. Lin Qingqing replied, sitting up. You've been too busy with others to notice my plight. With a playful laugh, Lin Qingqing added, how could I possibly not know? She then hopped off the bed and announced, I've bought a turtle for dinner. We'll have turtle soup tonight to nourish your body. After all, to make a horse run, you must feed it grass. I understand that very well, so don't worry, I won't exhaust you. Truly, Sister Qingqing is so considerate, Lin Ran said sincerely. Among the women in his life, Lin Qingqing was the most homely, always ensuring that he was well taken care of, resembling a caring elder sister who provided him with a sense of home. He felt entirely at ease in her presence. Ding dong. As they conversed, the doorbell rang. Lin Qingqing, puzzled, went to answer it. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by a delivery person holding an enormous bouquet, even grander and more exquisite than the one she had received previously. Do you like it? Lin Ran's voice called from behind her. Turning to see him leaning against the wall, Lin Qingqing felt a rush of warmth. This man seemed even more charming and handsome. Her eyes glistened with excitement. I love it. Though she had been with a few men before, those relationships had been purely transactional, lacking genuine emotional connection. Lin Ran, however, had truly touched her heart. The delivery person, oblivious to their intimate exchange, quickly departed after delivering the flowers. Lin Qingqing placed the bouquet in a prominent spot in the living room and playfully scolded. This flower is quite expensive. You've wasted money again. Hearing her gentle complaint warmed Lin Ran's heart. It is often said that a woman who truly loves you will hesitate to spend your money, instinctively seeking to save for you. Those who constantly eye your wallet likely do not harbor genuine affection, much like Su Yu, who only showed a pleasant demeanor when Lin Ran spent money on her. As long as you like it, money is of no consequence, Lin Ran remarked truthfully. A bouquet costing several thousand yuan was insignificant to him, especially since such gestures were rare. Most importantly, he felt compelled to reciprocate Lin Qingqing's kindness. Lin Qingqing blushed at his sweet words. Only you know how to flatter me. With that, she busied herself in the kitchen. Dinner was lavishly prepared, featuring not only turtle soup but also cumin lamb, stir-fried chives with walnuts, grilled eel, and beef brisket with tomatoes. Lin Ran recognized the effort Lin Qingqing had put into the meal, and it would be disingenuous not to express his gratitude later. After the meal, Lin Ran took a refreshing shower, feeling a bit overheated. The turtle soup was invigorating, and soon he felt a pleasant warmth coursing through his body. An hour later, content and relaxed, Lin Ran lay in bed. This turtle soup is truly delightful, he mused. With such generosity from Sister Qingqing, I must find a way to repay her. It seems I should indulge you more often. Lin Qingqing and Oppos' eyes sparkled at the prospect. Her culinary skills had flourished over the years, and she was confident that with her undeniable advantage, Lin Ran would never abandon her. Perhaps they had both been exhausted, as after a brief chat, they quickly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Lin Ran rose early. Sister Qingqing, I and Oppos am off now. I have interviews with several secretary candidates this morning. Okay, Lin Qingqing replied, watching him with a hint of reluctance but understanding the need for moderation. As Lin Ran's figure disappeared from view, she snuggled back under the covers to catch a bit more rest. At that moment, at Fear and Culture, 3 beautiful secretary candidates sat neatly in the conference room awaiting their employer. Soon, Sun Quan entered, accompanied by a handsome man. Sun Quan initiated the introduction. Ladies, this is our boss, Mr. Lin. He will be conducting today's interviews personally. The 3 women were momentarily stunned, then exhilarated. They hadn't anticipated that their boss would be so young and attractive, especially for a secretary position. This meant an advantageous proximity to him. Hello, Mr. Lin. They chimed in unison, their voices sweet and melodious. Lin Ran was quite pleased. The 3 women were even more beautiful in person than in their photos. Please, have a seat, he said, taking his own chair while Sun Quan discreetly exited the room. Chapter 34. The interview. Upon hearing the instruction, the three candidates promptly resumed their seats. Lin Ran cast a cursory glance at them and coolly remarked, "From left to right, please introduce yourselves." As his words lingered in the air, the girl on the far right responded, "Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Mu Tingting, a graduate of Jianghai Media University, and I am 23 years old." Listening to Mu Tingting's introduction, Lin Ran nodded slightly while scrutinizing her closely. If he were to assign a score, it would be approximately 85. She was indeed beautiful, yet an undeniable air of worldly experience clung to her, one that she could not seem to conceal. Lin Ran speculated that Mu Tingting might have engaged in some unconventional profession, for such experiences profoundly shape one's demeanor. Although one might be oblivious to it while immersed in that world, an outsider can discern the truth with remarkable clarity. The aura of sophistication surrounding Mu Tingting was heavy, and Lin Ran found it unappealing. He did not harbor an absolute aversion to cleanliness, but he relished the option to choose someone more pristine and genuine, which would be better for his well-being, sparing him unnecessary entanglements. Once Mu Tingting completed her introduction, Lin Ran acknowledged her with a nod, devoid of any expression. Next, he prompted. Mu Tingting, sensing his indifference, felt a twinge of disappointment. Throughout her school years, she had always been quite popular, particularly among the male students. She prided herself on her exquisite looks and excellent physique, convinced that no man could resist her charm. The second girl seized the moment, declaring, "Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Zheng Dandan, a graduate of Jianghai University with a specialization in secretarial studies, 24 years old. I previously worked for a year as a secretary at XX company, primarily responsible for." As Lin Ran listened to Zheng Dandan's introduction, he observed her attire. She was the most conservatively dressed among the three, her makeup the most subtle. Her articulation was clear, and she exuded confidence and poise. Lin Ran mentally assessed her, deeming her commendable. However, her physique appeared somewhat delicate. Gazing at her subtly revealed contours, he surmised she was likely a B cup. Certainly not a C, but still adequate for the role. After Zheng Dandan concluded her introduction, Lin Ran nodded appreciatively, signaling for the third candidate. The final girl, nodding, began her introduction. "Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Hu Jingjing, a graduate of Jianghai Normal University, 26 years old. I previously worked for 3 years as a secretary at XX company, primarily responsible for." Lin Ran scrutinized Hu Jingjing, instinctively guessing that she might have borne children. He could not articulate why, but her gaze seemed more nurturing than that of the other two candidates, radiating a hint of maternal warmth. Could she be a married woman? Lin Ran pondered. He was not opposed to the idea. He merely found it somewhat cumbersome. Nonetheless, he deemed Hu Jingjing worth considering, primarily because her voice was melodious and sweet, stirring something within him. He found himself lost in thought, wondering how such a voice would sound during a game of cards. After the interviews, Lin Ran had formed a tentative preference. Mu Tingting, being a woman, possessed an acute intuition. She observed Lin Ran's evident interest in Hu Jingjing and felt a pang of urgency. Thus, after Hu Jingjing finished her introduction, Mu Tingting impulsively interjected, "Mr. Lin, I can dance. I even won awards during my school years. Perhaps I could showcase my talent? If I am fortunate enough to join your esteemed company, I could also provide dance guidance for the female streamers." Lin Ran, amused, nodded. "All right, please do." With Lin Ran not declining her proposal, Mu Tingting felt a surge of hope and promptly stood, activating music on her phone to perform a popular K-pop dance. Her movements were enchanting and provocative, bordering on risque. Yet she seemed increasingly exhilarated, her gaze on Lin Ran becoming more direct. Upon concluding her performance, Lin Ran admitted to feeling somewhat captivated. Mu Tingting indeed danced exceptionally well, showcasing her foundational skills with boldness and flair. He found himself momentarily enthralled. Lin Ran faced a dilemma, initially seeking only a secretary. He now found himself drawn to all three candidates. After a brief hesitation, he resolved that only children would make such choices, and as an adult, he would pursue them all. Mu Tingting, noticing the shift in Lin Ran and Appo's gaze, felt a swell of triumph as she returned to her seat, brimming with satisfaction. The other two exchanged knowing glances, inwardly cursing, "Vixen." Given the nature of the secretary profession, they were all adults. The nuances of the role were well understood. The adage goes, when there's work to be done, it's the secretary. When there's none. As they sat for the interview, they had prepared for this reality. Upon seeing Lin Ran and Appo's youthful handsomeness, their determination to secure a position intensified. After all, working under such a charming boss would be a daily delight. In this day and age, one would pay to admire a handsome man at an amusement park. Here, they could earn a living while enjoying close proximity to a wealthy and attractive figure, a win-win scenario. Zhang Dandan, unwilling to be outdone, stood up with a sweet smile. Mr. Lin, since Ding has showcased her talent, I would like to present mine as well. I specialize in classical dance, so I'll perform a brief piece. Lin Ran was delighted. Go ahead. Zhang Dandan then rose to dance, and it was evident that classical dance exuded elegance. No wonder her demeanor was so refined. Classical dance truly cultivates grace. Though her figure was somewhat slight, Lin Ran considered it a minor issue, believing that with time and effort, it would develop. After all, wasn't he had said that such things would grow? As the dance concluded, Lin Ran felt the atmosphere in the conference room elevate in sophistication. He couldn't help but compliment Zhang Dandan, quite impressive. Hu Jingjing, seizing the moment, also stood. Mr. Lin, while I may not dance, I do sing well. Would you permit me to sing a song? Of course, Lin Ran replied without hesitation, knowing that her voice was already delightful, and her singing would surely be even more enchanting. With a nod, Hu Jingjing began to sing a heartfelt ballad. As the melody flowed, her clear voice resonated beautifully, captivating even Lin Ran's emotions. He immediately decided to hire all 3 candidates the following day. Chapter 35, Health Examination before commencing his employment. He needed to arrange for a pre-employment health examination, particularly for certain items that warranted thorough scrutiny. Of course, his primary concern lay with mood eating. After Hu Jingjing finished singing, Lin Ran nodded and declared, well, our interview concludes here for today. We will provide you with a response tomorrow. The 3 responded in unison, expressing their gratitude to General Manager Lin. Lin Ran nodded, stating, then we will wrap up for today. Please await our notification. Upon hearing this, the trio stood, bid farewell to Lin Ran, and exited the conference room. Before leaving, Mu Tingting cast Lin Ran a flirtatious glance, to which Lin Ran responded with a hearty smile, accepting her gesture with grace. He had already contemplated that these 3 individuals would serve as secretaries when necessary, and during their leisure moments, he could indulge in their company. Furthermore, aside from his live-streaming endeavors, he harbored plans to venture into the women's fashion and cosmetics industries. These 3 women possessed impressive looks and charm, making them suitable candidates for modeling in the future. Every aspect seemed advantageous. Not long after the 3 beauties departed, Sun Quan eagerly approached Lin Ran, his face adorned with a sycophantic grin. General Manager, what do you think? Are you satisfied? These 3 were his meticulously selected candidates, each with a distinct style. Lin Ran nodded, once again acknowledging Sun Quan and Appo's capabilities. Very well, please instruct the recruitment team to call them this afternoon and invite them for onboarding tomorrow. Additionally, arrange for their health examinations. I will send you the required items and inform them that the examination costs will be reimbursed. 3. Sun Quan questioned, disbelief evident in his expression. Lin Ran confirmed with a nod. Is there a problem? No problem at all. Sun Quan hastily waved his hands, reasoning that what owner did not have several beautiful women attending to him? 3 was hardly excessive. Oh, wait, including Li Ming, that totals 4. Still not too many. He promptly went about making arrangements. Lin Ran glanced at his phone, realizing with surprise that it was nearly noon. After responding to several messages from female friends, he discovered a message from Lu Yumeng. Lin Ran, there is a strength training class at 3 this afternoon. It's quite good. You should come. It dawned on him that he had indeed acquired a gym membership, and he quickly replied, sure. Meanwhile, after sending her message, Lu Yumeng anxiously awaited Lin Ran's response. When her phone buzzed, she hastily grabbed it, elated to find Lin Ran had replied. She leapt in joy, exclaiming, yay. Then, she hurried into her wardrobe to select an outfit, determined to choose something that accentuated her figure. After all, this would be her first close encounter with Lin Ran, and she wanted to leave a lasting impression. Wasn't it often said that men adored women with alluring curves and long legs? After much deliberation, she selected a pair of short sports shorts, exceedingly brief, paired with a supportive sports bra that accentuated her figure. Once clad in her chosen attire, she admired herself in the mirror, pleased to see how it highlighted her physique. After getting dressed, she hastily applied a light, innocent makeup look, spending nearly 2 hours perfecting her appearance. Before leaving, Lu Yumeng checked herself in the mirror multiple times, ensuring everything was flawless before stepping out. Upon arriving at the gym, Lu Yumeng noticed Lin Ran had yet to arrive. She pondered for a moment before sending another message. Lin Ran, have you arrived? The class is about to start. Waiting for the elevator, came Lin Ran and Appo's swift reply. Upon reading his message, Lu Yuming felt a surge of happiness and responded with an adorable emoji. She checked her reflection once more in the changing room to ensure her makeup remained impeccable before proceeding to the lounge to wait for Lin Ran. Before long, Lin Ran entered, and his eyes fell upon a girl stretching with her back to him. Her long, slender legs glowed with a radiant sheen. Tentatively, he called out, "Lu Yuming?" She turned, revealing a sweet smile. "Lin Ran, you made it. Perfect timing. I was just about to stretch my back. Could you assist me?" "Sure." Lin Ran replied as he approached. "How can I help?" "Just support my waist," Lu Yuming instructed, placing his hands on her waist. Feeling the softness beneath his palms, Lin Ran's heart raced as he responded with an affirmative sound. Lu Yuming began to lower her back gradually. Lin Ran could not help but admire her remarkable flexibility, embodying the phrase as soft as a willow. After holding the position for a moment, Lu Yuming slowly rose, inadvertently tumbling into Lin Ran and Appo's embrace. "Are you all right?" he inquired. "I'm fine." Lu Yuming regained her composure. She had refrained from eating all day to maintain her physique for this moment, which left her feeling slightly faint. "Do you need to rest?" Lin Ran asked again. "It and Appo's. Nothing. Just a bit of low blood sugar." Lu Yuming fabricated a reason, knowing she could not admit to Lin Ran that she had not eaten for his sake. "By the way, I forgot to ask, do you live nearby? How did you end up getting a membership here?" Lu Yuming inquired as she settled beside him. "Oh, my company is in this building, so it was convenient," Lin Ran replied, taking a seat beside her. They passed the time chatting while awaiting their trainer. "Oh, I see. Don't you have to work at this hour?" Lu Yuming probed cautiously. "Not at all. I own my company, so I can set my own schedule," Lin Ran replied, which brought joy to Lu Yuming's heart. Indeed, he was a wealthy heir. If she could win his affection, perhaps her father would cease pressuring her to endure those dreadful matchmaking sessions. Stealing glances at Lin Ran, she found his profile even more handsome. Contemplating whether her father would approve of him, rich and attractive, they seemed well matched. She had no desire to attend any more matchmaking events. After their class concluded, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Lu Yuming tidied her hair and turned to Lin Ran. "So, where are you headed next?" "Back to the office?" Lin Ran nodded. "What about you?" "I." Lu Yuming tilted her head, pondering. "I and Appo's. Am not sure where to go. Perhaps I could visit your company. Would that be convenient?" "Of course, let and Appo's go," Lin Ran replied, recognizing Lu Yuming and Appo's interest in him and her desire to spend more time together. After all, his office was spacious, and having her around would be no trouble at all. Chapter 36. The setting sun. Lin Ran accompanied Lu Yuming into the elevator, heading towards his company. As they exited the lift, Lu Yuming spotted the company name, Fear in Media. She murmured it softly before turning to Lin Ran. "What does your company do? Is it a media company, perhaps one focused on internet celebrities?" Lin Ran chuckled. "Clever girl, we specialize in live streaming." "Live streaming? What kind?" Lu Yuming inquired, her expression shifting to one of complexity as she glanced at Lin Ran. "It wouldn't be the kind where people dance feverishly, would it?" Lin Ran paused, realizing the truth in her words. "Indeed, but there are various styles beyond that." Intrigued, Lu Yuming pressed on. "What styles? Beauty influencers? Fashion streamers?" She had harbored dreams of becoming an internet celebrity herself, but her strict upbringing had curbed those aspirations, leaving a small ember of ambition in her heart. Now, learning that Lin Ran's company was dedicated to live streaming ignited her interest to its zenith. "We have them all. And I also plan to venture into short dramas and e-commerce," Lin Ran added. "Wow," Lu Yuming exclaimed, her admiration unabashed. "Lin Ran, you're incredible. Come on. Let us go in and take a look. I want to see it all." With an exuberant spirit, she darted inside like a lively little rabbit. The receptionist, noticing Lin Ran bringing in another strikingly beautiful newcomer, couldn't help but marvel internally. Wealth truly has its perks. Yet another stunning woman, and her figure was quite alluring. Although Lu Yuming wore a long shirt, the hints of her appealing silhouette were evident, particularly the notable curves that caught the receptionist's attention. Moreover, Lu Yuming's vivacity and charm were infectious. As Lin Ran led her through the company, she peered through the windows, observing how the female streamers conducted their work, when suddenly she recognized a familiar face. "Hey, Li Ming?" she exclaimed, tugging at Lin Ran's sleeve. "I think I just saw a girl who looks like Li Ming." "You know, from our class," Lin Ran replied. "Yes, that's the Li Ming from our class. She currently works at my company." "My goodness. Li Ming is renowned for her cool demeanor. How did you persuade her to join your team?" Or was it just a coincidence? Lu Yuming chattered animatedly. But upon meeting Lin Ran's enigmatic gaze, a thought crossed her mind. Tentatively, she asked, "You and Li Ming, you're not involved in that way, are you?" "In what way?" Lin Ran feigned ignorance. "You know, the relationship between a female streamer and her wealthy patron." Lu Yuming felt a tinge of embarrassment, as Lin Ran's gaze towards Li Ming seemed to suggest something more intimate. No, Lin Ran shook his head. "Li Ming is my girlfriend." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuming visibly deflated, her expression revealing her disappointment. She merely uttered a soft "oh" and fell silent. Just then, Sun Quan hurried over, addressing Lin Ran respectfully, "Mr. Lin, as per your instructions, I have contacted the 3 candidates, and they will all be ready to start tomorrow." Lin Ran nodded, acknowledging understood. "You may return to your duties." Sun Quan complied, casting a quick glance at Lu Yuming before shooting Lin Ran an admiring look. The boss truly was fortunate, surrounded by such diverse and captivating women, bliss indeed. Akin to that of an emperor, who need not balance the affections of different consorts, for Lin Ran could simply choose whom he liked without concern. 3 secretaries? Lu Yuming queried, puzzled. Is the work of a secretary really that intricate? My father only has 1, and that suffices. What do you think? Lin Ran grinned mischievously. Realization dawned on Lu Yuming, and her face flushed slightly. But you already have a girlfriend. Lin Ran sighed indeed. But who decrees that a man may only have 1 girlfriend? Lu Yuming was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the validity in his words, leaving her speechless. Does Li Ming know you've hired 3 female secretaries? Is this fair to her? I don't and oppose, no. However, even if she finds out, she won't mind. Lin Ran stated confidently. Li Ming is quite understanding and mature. She wouldn't be upset over trivial matters. You are such a cad, Lu Yuming remarked, feeling a hint of displeasure, though she couldn't pinpoint why she felt that way. How can you say that? I merely wish to provide a home for all beautiful women. Responsible men like me are rare nowadays. Far better than those who deceive with false promises of love or financial gain, Lin Ran asserted, sounding quite earnest. Lu Yuming found herself nodding in agreement, realizing that he had a point. Moreover, I never deceive them, nor do I utter the lies of exclusivity or eternal love. It and oppose, always mutual consent. How am I at fault? Lu Yuming was momentarily speechless, her mind in disarray. She suddenly recognized that Lin Ran's perspective held merit. Compared to many wealthy heirs she had encountered, who often vanished after a fleeting romance or maintained facades of singlehood while having families, Lin Ran's honesty stood out. Seeing Lu Yuming's contemplative expression, Lin Ran gently patted her shoulder. All right, you've seen enough. Let us go to my office and relax. I'll treat you well. Okay, Lu Yuming replied, following Lin Ran towards his office. As he opened the door, Lu Yuming was greeted by the vibrant hues of the setting sun, which cascaded through the pristine windows like golden gossamer. The entire office was enveloped in this warm and gentle light, resembling a captivating veil of warmth, beautiful and romantic. Excitedly, Lu Yuming dashed to the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the sunset. The sun, gradually descending, radiated its last glorious rays, painting the sky in a magnificent tapestry of orange and gold. Lin Ran, come see. The sunset is breathtaking, Lu Yuming called out enthusiastically. Your office has such a splendid view. Chapter 37. Bullying Lin Ran stood motionless, silently gazing at Lu Yuming. The setting sun cast its golden rays upon her face, as if bestowing a luminous halo, enhancing her already exquisite beauty to an even more resplendent brilliance. For a moment, Lin Ran found himself entranced. Lin Ran. Lu Yuming tentatively called out, noticing Lin Ran's rapt attention. Her heart fluttered with joy, urging him to come closer and admire the sunset. Finally returning to reality, Lin Ran responded with a soft "oh" and moved to stand beside Lu Yuming. Together, they quietly admired the waning sun, savoring its final moments of beauty in silence. Time slipped away unnoticed until dusk descended. Lu Yuming, snapping out of her reverie, turned and nearly stumbled into Lin Ran's embrace for the 2nd time that day. Her cheeks flushed crimson, leaving her momentarily flustered. Lin Ran chuckled. What is this? Are you seeking a warm embrace? I'm not. I don't like scoundrels like you. Lu Yuming pouted, feigning annoyance. Such a tough exterior. Lin Ran laughed lightly, pressing the main control switch beside his desk, instantly illuminating the office. Lu Yuming then realized how close they had been standing, hastily stepping back. To mask her embarrassment, she pretended to casually explore the office while cheerfully commenting, Lin Ran. Your office is quite impressive, subtly luxurious, and so enjoyable. She gave him a thumbs up. Lin Ran languidly sank into his executive chair, squinting in comfort. Would you like something to drink? Anything is fine. What do you have here? Lu Yumeng replied, taking a seat across from him. Anything you desire. Even if it's not here, I can have it fetched immediately. Lin Ran stood, retrieving 2 bottles of Bling H2O mineral water from the refrigerator. You haven't eaten yet. Drink some water to replenish your strength. He placed the water before Lu Yumeng and added with a teasing smile, you can handle it cold, right? This water is straight from the fridge. Lu Yumeng's face deepened in color as she nodded. I can drink it. She understood his implication, wanting to signal her willingness. Observing her flushed cheeks, Lin Ran discerned her thoughts and chuckled. What else with the redness? What are you thinking? Don't overthink it. I have no ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, Lu Yumeng's face turned even redder. She huffed, shooting him a reproachful glance. What am I thinking? I'm not thinking anything. What about you? Ah, as long as you're not thinking, that's good. Lin Ran laughed heartily, returning to his chair. Lu Yumeng felt a pang of disappointment, questioning her allure. Was she truly so unappealing? Lin Ran had numerous girlfriends. Surely, adding her would be excessive. Did her looks not measure up? Or was her figure lacking? She had spent over 2 hours preparing at home, only to feel inadequate. Lost in these thoughts, she cast a resentful glance at Lin Ran. Lin Ran chuckled. Don't look at me like that. It seems as if I've bullied you. Lu Yumeng, feeling more aggrieved by his nonchalant demeanor, retorted, you are bullying me. She abruptly stood and dashed out of the office, her swift exit catching Lin Ran off guard. Well, what a temper. Such a spoiled princess, Lin Ran mused, unable to suppress a smirk. If he were to date her, would he be subjected to daily displays of her displeasure? After all, with so many girlfriends, fairness demanded he spread his attention evenly. He couldn't always cater to her whims. Outside the company, Lu Yumeng glanced back, hoping to see Lin Ran following her. When she realized he hadn't, her heart sank further. As a privileged beauty, she had practically thrown herself at him. Why was he so indifferent? Was she not proactive enough? Hadn't she made her intentions clear? Standing at the elevator, she waited impatiently, regretting her outburst. What if Lin Ran disliked her fiery temperament and chose to ignore her henceforth? Caught in her thoughts, Lu Yumeng felt a swell of regret. Yet her pride forbade her from turning back. Checking her phone, she noted that Lin Ran hadn't messaged her either, and tears began to stream down her face. You scoundrel, she muttered bitterly. He could entertain someone like Su Yu, yet dismiss her, a far more desirable companion? After a lengthy wait, she wiped her tears and took the elevator home. Meanwhile, Lin Ran, watching Lu Yumeng leave, chose not to pursue her. What was the point? Their relationship was still undefined. Opening his phone, he noticed a message from Song Yi. It reminded him that she was starting her position the following day. As he viewed her sultry photo, he responded with a cheeky emoji. You're wearing that to work tomorrow? How cheeky. Song Yi quickly replied, this outfit is only for you, big brother. Just as Lin Ran was about to reply, another message from Song Yi arrived. Brother, I miss you. Do you miss me too? Accompanying her words was a daringly provocative photo. Though he had considered maintaining a disciplined demeanor, the sight of her image swiftly altered his resolve. I miss you too. Come over tonight. I'll give you some pre-employment training. He then sent her his location. Seeing the address, Song Yi exclaimed softly, Go Binwa Mansion? I've passed by there. It's a posh community. She felt increasingly convinced she had chosen the right partner. Although he had many girlfriends, Lin Ran was wealthy, handsome, and satisfying in every way, fulfilling all her fantasies of a man. All right, brother, I'll tidy up and head out now. Lin Ran checked the time, replied affirmatively, and left the office. Descending to the garage, he drove home, knowing that a challenging evening awaited him. On the way, he ordered a private meal for delivery, eager to replenish his strength. Chapter 38, Campus Romance. When Lin Ran returned home, Song Yi was already waiting at the door. Upon seeing Lin Ran, her eyes instantly sparkled, and she greeted him with a sweet smile. Brother, you and Amp, Oppos, back. I bought fried chicken and cola. Let and Amp, Oppos, let's enjoy them together later. Today, Song Yi was dressed adorably, sporting a playful JK skirt paired with a charming little shirt adorned with a delicate bow at the collar, which added a touch of whimsy to her appearance. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, exuding a faint, pleasant fragrance, radiating youthful exuberance. She resembled a fresh and exquisite beauty straight out of a comic book, evoking a sense of affection. As the enticing aroma of fried chicken wafted through the air, Lin Ran inquired, Is it from that place at the south gate of our school? It's hard to come by. He was pleasantly surprised by Song Yi's thoughtfulness. He had always been the one buying for Su Yu, and now someone was treating him. Yes. I waited in line for quite a while, Song Yi chimed. Though she was being somewhat deceptive. She had taken longer to prepare and arrived late, ultimately resorting to paying a premium to cut in line for the chicken. Nevertheless, she felt justified in her efforts. Lin Ran stepped closer, wrapping his arm around Song Yi and Appo's delicate shoulder. Then I and Appo's I'll give you a nice massage later to relieve your fatigue. Hearing his teasing tone, Song Yi's cheeks flushed, and she playfully punched his shoulder. You're so annoying. With a hearty laugh, Lin Ran opened the door and ushered Song Yi inside. It felt wonderful how different it was from when he had to wait half an hour to an hour for Su Yu, who would become irate if he made her wait even 5 minutes. He would end up spending money and effort, humbling himself to appease her. Upon entering the living room, Song Yi was immediately captivated by the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Wow, brother, your view is incredible. We can see the lake from here, she exclaimed, taking in the lavish decor and furnishings, which, despite her lack of knowledge, struck her as opulent and grand. Your home is so spacious, Song Yi remarked, gazing up at Lin Ran with admiration in her wide eyes. It's all right, Lin Ran replied nonchalantly. He then flopped onto the sofa and patted the space beside him. Song Yi promptly understood and moved obediently to sit beside him. Brother, let me give your legs a massage, she offered, and immediately began to knead. Lin Ran, wishing to decline, found no opportunity to do so. In truth, he wanted to express that it wasn't necessary. However, Song Yi's obedient demeanor was reminiscent of Li Ming, and he found it endearing. Ding dong. The doorbell rang at an opportune moment, and Song Yi sprang to her feet. I and Appo's I'll get the door, she said, running eagerly to answer it. Hello, express delivery for Mr. Lin? A voice called from outside. Song Yi responded with an affirmative hum, thanked the delivery person, and after closing the door, placed the items on the dining table. Brother, what did you buy? Home-cooked meals. It's nearly dinner time. We need to eat well to take care of business later, Lin Ran said lazily, rising to approach the table. Song Yi had already laid out the food, and as she beheld the lavish spread before her, she couldn't help but gasp. So much. It looks exquisite. It must not have been cheap. Realizing the contrast with her fried chicken and cola, a wave of disappointment washed over her. Lin Ran noticed her visibly dampened spirits and quickly exclaimed, Let us put the fried chicken here. It's my favorite, and I always miss out on it because I'm too lazy to wait in line. Thanks to you, I can finally indulge today. Song Yi's face brightened at his words. All right, brother, I'll set it here. I got several flavors and even different dipping sauces. Which one do you like? I love them all. Anything you buy is delightful, Lin Ran replied, making Song Yi even happier. Deep down, she knew he was merely trying to cheer her up, and warmth filled her heart. With such wealth and thoughtfulness, she felt fortunate to have crossed paths with him. She wouldn't mind if he ended up with several wives. She would gladly follow him. At 8:30 in the evening, Song Yi asked softly, Are you still hungry? Just a little, she replied. I and Appo's I'll go warm up the dishes. She began to rise to head to the kitchen. Don't bother heating it. It's a hassle. Let's go out to eat, Lin Ran said, quickly dressing and adding, What do you feel like eating? Song Yi pondered for a moment. How about that steak place on the 3rd floor of the school? Lin Ran considered it. That steakhouse was known as a popular dating spot among students due to its pleasant ambience and chic atmosphere. He had once taken Su Yu there, having begged her for quite some time to agree to the outing. Back then, he naively believed that her acceptance meant she was implicitly agreeing to be his girlfriend. Now, reflecting on it, he felt a twinge of pity for his former self, who had mistakenly viewed her interest as love, while she had merely seen him as a source of sustenance. Noticing Lin Ran's momentary silence, Song Yi assumed he was not keen on the idea and quickly suggested, If you don't want to, we can go somewhere else. No need. Let South go to that place. I'm actually craving it. He replied with a wave of his hand, recalling that he genuinely enjoyed the food there. Besides, since Song Yi had suggested it, he saw no reason to decline. Feeling relieved, Song Yi was not particularly set on the steakhouse. She merely wished to reminisce about campus romance with Lin Ran. If she had met him sooner, perhaps she would have avoided her previous relationship troubles. Thus, she had always harbored a longing to experience university love with Lin Ran. She yearned for a dinner at school followed by a stroll around the campus, imagining how romantic it would be. This way, they could create beautiful memories of love in their school. Song Yi quickly dressed, touched up her makeup, and after ensuring her appearance was perfect in the mirror, she approached Lin Ran, took his hand, and sweetly said, Brother, let us go. Chapter 39. The infatuated one Lin Ran gave a soft sound of acknowledgement as he took Song Yi and Apos' hand and hurried towards the school. At 9:30 in the evening, the campus was filled with young couples exchanging sweet nothings. As Song Yi strolled hand in hand with Lin Ran, her heart brimmed with sweetness. And their presence attracted many curious glances, for he was handsome and she was beautiful. Song Yi was quite well known around the school, often the center of attention wherever she went. Now, with her arm linked to a striking young man, onlookers could not help but steal a few extra glances. They made their way directly to the steak restaurant on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, where the crowd had thinned considerably. After placing their orders, Lin Ran engaged in light conversation with Song Yi. Suddenly, a sharp female voice pierced through the air. "Lin Ran?" He turned to see Bai Ling, Siyu's roommate. Lin Ran scoffed inwardly. She was hardly a person of merit. Beside her stood an ordinary-looking boy, who also regarded Lin Ran and Song Yi with curiosity. However, most gazes were fixated on Song Yi. Upon being spotted by Bai Ling, she quickly turned her head, too timid to look back. Lin Ran let out a cold laugh but remained silent. Observing this, Song Yi quietly inquired, "Brother, who is she?" "A classmate," Lin Ran replied succinctly. Noticing his reluctance to elaborate, Song Yi simply acknowledged this with a soft "oh" and wisely refrained from probing further, considering Bai Ling's plain appearance and mediocre figure. She surmised that it was unlikely Bai Ling could be Lin Ran's ex-girlfriend. Perhaps she was merely one of those who had previously pined after him, which explained Lin Ran's irritation. With that thought, Song Yi's gaze towards Bai Ling grew more disdainful. Seeing that Lin Ran ignored her, Bai Ling, feeling a bit miffed by Song Yi's peculiar look, strode over to Lin Ran, saying, "Lin Ran, didn't you hear me calling you? Oh, is there something you need?" Lin Ran replied, slowly lifting his head to regard her with annoyance. In the past, when he was trying to win over Suyu, he had often gone out of his way to please her roommates, Bai Ling included. Bai Ling, confused by Lin Ran's sudden change in demeanor, had thought that he was still pursuing Suyu, as she had been kept in the dark about the truth. Thus, she spoke to Lin Ran with a false bravado. "What? Can't I call you without a reason? You better watch out. I might tell you to ignore you." "Oh," Lin Ran replied indifferently. Bai Ling, both perplexed and angry, huffed and walked away. Song Yi felt a twinge of curiosity about who this Yu was, but she hesitated to ask, her lips parting but ultimately remaining silent. After finishing their meal and stepping out of the cafeteria, they encountered a hurried Suyu, who recognized Song Yi instantly, having secretly emulated her style and makeup. Seeing Song Yi and Lin Ran together, she felt a surge of emotions. "Lin Ran," she called out. Sprinting towards them, her gaze towards Song Yi laced with hostility. "Lin Ran," Suyu said in a sultry tone, "I know I was wrong. Please don't be angry with me. Can we go back to how things were?" Song Yi, unable to tolerate another woman vying for Lin Ran's attention in front of her, felt her temper flare. Who did she think she was, treating Lin Ran like he was merely an object? Moreover, she noticed Lin Ran and Apos' evident distaste for Suyu, which emboldened her. Firmly, she pushed Suyu aside and coldly stated, "Who do you think you are, clinging to my brother? Can't you see he is ignoring you? He has a girlfriend. A girlfriend? Do you understand? Have some dignity." Song Yi's scathing remarks left Suyu stunned, her eyes brimming with tears. When had she ever been subjected to such indignity? Ignoring Song Yi, she turned to Lin Ran, adopting a pitiful expression. "Lin Ran, are you just going to stand by and let her insult me?" Seeing Suyu's act, Song Yi's anger intensified. "Get lost. Can't you understand human language? Who are you trying to fool with that pitiful act? Are you that lonely you must pursue someone else and Apos, as boyfriend? If you and Apos, re that desperate, go back to Jiwei." At this point, Suyu could no longer contain herself. In a fit of rage, she reached out to strike Song Yi. "Who do you think you're talking to?" Song Yi swiftly ducked into Lin Ran's embrace, feigning fear. "Brother, I'm so scared. She wants to hit me." "Don't worry, sweetheart. We'll go home and not engage with the mentally unstable," Lin Ran gently reassured her, patting her back soothingly. As Suyu saw them attempt to leave, she blocked Lin Ran's path, her tears now flowing freely. "Lin Ran, are you really going to let her talk to me like that? Did you not see how she was berating me? Wasn't Apos, she speaking the truth?" Lin Ran replied coolly. "What?" Suyu looked at him in shock. "Good words do not need repeating," Lin Ran said before leading Song Yi away. As Suyu watched the crowd around her grow, a wave of shame washed over her, and she fled back to her dorm, crying. Once they were a distance away, Song Yi whispered, "Brother, was I too fierce just now?" She looked at Lin Ran with a hint of worry, fearing she had tarnished her image in his eyes. "Not at all," Lin Ran chuckled. "You handled it splendidly." I find myself more drawn to your spirited nature. Relieved by his response, Song-yi declared, dealing with a leech like her requires a firm hand. Otherwise, she won't know her place and will keep clinging to you. You're too soft-hearted, which is why people like her stick around. Lin Ran laughed at her remarks, amused that Song-yi had branded Su Yu as a leech. Yet, it seemed to ring true. Su Yu did indeed resemble a love-struck admirer. Meanwhile, in the dormitory, Bai Ling approached Su Yu as she returned, asking, So, Yu, did Lin Ran apologize to you? You won't believe how fierce he was when he spoke to me earlier. You can't just forgive him easily this time. He should at least buy you a couple of bags to make amends. Chapter 40. Outstanding graduate Bai Ling chattered incessantly, completely oblivious to Su Yun's reddened eyes. All right, enough already, Su Yun shouted, before hastily making her way to the restroom. Leaving Bai Ling in a state of bewilderment, she instinctively touched her nose, murmuring to herself, What on earth is wrong with everyone? Have they all lost their minds? Listening to the sound of rushing water from the restroom, Bai Ling snorted and began to pack her belongings before heading out with her boyfriend to a hotel. Initially, she had intended to surrender herself so soon, but recalling the way her boyfriend had looked at Song-yi that day filled her with anxiety. After all, he was the most generous choice she had painstakingly made, and she could not afford to let him stray. Thus, she resolved to secure him first. Meanwhile, Lin Ran and Song-yi sped back to Lin Ran's home, where the two soon fell into a deep slumber. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Song-yi awoke and, upon glancing at the time, gasped, inadvertently waking Lin Ran. What is wrong, darling? Lin Ran reached out to touch Song-yi. Brother, did I wake you? Only then did Song-yi realize her reaction had been somewhat excessive, and she looked at Lin Ran with a hint of embarrassment. It's fine, sleep a little longer. Lin Ran said, pulling her back into his embrace. He had slept soundly the night before. Feeling a bit shy, Song-yi said, Brother? I'm going to be late for work. Today is my first day. Is that all right? Lin Ran suddenly remembered that today was indeed Song-yi's first day at work, along with the 3 secretaries. Don't worry, he replied nonchalantly, I'm the boss. Who would dare say anything to you? Besides, attending to me is far more important than your job. I still need to give you a bonus. After a leisurely brunch, Lin Ran drove to the company. Inside, Sun Quan had already arranged the 3 secretaries, and Lin Ran was quite satisfied. After giving Sun Quan a few instructions to take good care of Song-yi, who was exceptionally perceptive, he understood full well what had transpired between the two the previous night. Especially after noticing the lingering allure in Song-yi's eyes. Observing the beautiful Song-yi, Sun Quan couldn't help but marvel at Lin Ran's fortune. Indeed, the boss enjoyed the best of everything. Shortly after Lin Ran returned to his office, the 3 female secretaries entered one by one. Although they were curious as to why they had all received offers simultaneously, they understood that the whims of the wealthy were often unpredictable. Faced with the sight of 3 stunning women, Lin Ran remained unfazed. After all, he had shared intimate moments with each of them, and thus, he felt no need to linger. The 3 women listened, somewhat astonished, as Lin Ran earnestly outlined their responsibilities. They had anticipated a welcoming ceremony, perhaps even a joint celebration, and had mentally prepared themselves for such an occasion. However, they were taken aback when Lin Ran simply assigned their tasks and dismissed them, diligently detailed in his instructions. They couldn't help but wonder if their minds had been clouded with inappropriate thoughts. After all, they were hired to work, not to entertain frivolous notions. Once they exited, Lin Ran opened his bedroom door and stepped inside, determined to indulge in a restorative nap, for sleep was the true remedy. At 3 in the afternoon, Lin Ran awoke leisurely. After refreshing himself with a bottle of energy drink from the refrigerator and stretching, he picked up his phone to check for messages. To his surprise, he found a message from his advisor, along with a link to a campus post. Upon opening it, he discovered photos of himself and Song-yi from their dinner at the school the previous day, with their BMW X7 also featured prominently. As the post gained traction, everyone speculated about Lin Ran's status, given that Song-yi, the campus belle, had always attracted attention. Although Lin Ran himself was not particularly well known, the allure of his car sparked intrigue, prompting many to speculate that he must be a wealthy gentleman to have captured the interest of the campus beauty. Lin Ran, you sly fellow. To be honest, I've always believed in your potential. From the very beginning, it was clear you were no ordinary individual. Now you've even won the heart of the campus belle. Impressive. Lin Ran chuckled at the message from his advisor, feeling somewhat detached as he was not particularly familiar with him, having only added him to WeChat during orientation. Nevertheless, he decided to reply, Thank you, Professor. You flatter me. As the saying goes, No one visits the Three Treasures Hall without a purpose, and it was evident that his advisor had a reason for reaching out. Sure enough, upon receiving Lin Ran's reply, the advisor quickly sent another message, suggesting that for next month's graduation gala, he would like Lin Ran to represent their college as an outstanding graduate and deliver a speech. Lin Ran, amused by the turn of events, thought the request quite reasonable. He had initially feared the message might pertain to a loan. Since it was not about borrowing money, he immediately responded, "No problem at all." The advisor, elated at Lin Ran's acceptance, felt a sense of pride in having such an exemplary student represent their department, which would undoubtedly reflect well on him in future promotions. "Excellent. I will submit your name. By the way, do you need me to write a speech for you?" Lin Ran smiled at the message. After all, he had a capable team of writers at his company. He promptly replied, "No need, Professor. Just wait and see." Chapter 41. Sunset by the Sea. Upon receiving Lin Ran and Apos' message, the other party immediately felt a sense of relief, humming a little tune as they continued to watch videos. After responding to the instructor and Apos' message, Lin Ran perused the messages sent by Sun Quan. Sun Quan was indeed a remarkable individual. Although he officially served as the head of the Human Resources Department, his extensive tenure at the company endowed him with profound insights into its operational status. When Zhang Cheng was still around, Sun Quan subtly exhibited signs of being the company's second-in-command. Following Zhang Cheng's departure, Sun Quan took charge of the overall operations and planning of the company, demonstrating considerable capability. Since Lin Ran assumed control and announced a salary increase for all employees, the atmosphere within the company had become invigorating. Naturally, Sun Quan received an even greater raise than before, which motivated him to work diligently. Moreover, it seemed that Lin Ran brought along a stroke of good fortune. Several female anchors within the company experienced a rapid increase in followers, and the company and Apos' revenue surged remarkably. Although Li Ming had only recently begun her account, she had already gone viral with 2 videos, amassing a following of 200,000 in just a few days. Much to Sun Quan and Apos' astonishment and delight, numerous manufacturers had reached out, expressing interest in collaboration for live-streamed sales. The company and Apos' upward momentum was undeniable. Lin Ran sent Sun Quan a message of appreciation, commending his efforts, and briefly replied to WeChat messages from Lin Qingqing, Song Yi, and Li Ming, expressing his longing for them before closing the app. He was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly he had taken over the company, with the secretary already in place. Future departmental collaborations would be more efficient and convenient. Reflecting on Sun Quan's mention of manufacturers seeking cooperation, Lin Ran believed it was time to start planning for his clothing and beauty businesses. Once prepared, Lin Qingqing could manage the clothing company, while Li Ming and Song Yi could oversee the beauty business, a perfect arrangement. Suddenly, Lin Ran realized he hadn't and Apos' played poker with Li Ming in quite some time. Remembering her recent message, he opened their chat and typed, "Darling, what would you like to eat tonight? I'll treat you to celebrate your successful career." Li Ming, upon seeing Lin Ran and Apos' message, felt a mix of surprise and joy. Although she had seen him at the company in recent days, it had been several days since they had spent time alone together. Recently, thanks to Lin Ran's financial support, she had taken her mother to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup, adjusting her medication. Her mother and Apos' health had stabilized significantly, and she was much stronger than before, all thanks to Lin Ran. Now, witnessing her social media account and Apos' rapid growth, Li Ming felt elated. Without Lin Ran, she might still be in a bar, accompanying men, perhaps even having lost track of how many. Lin Ran had rescued her. It was a fateful arrangement by the heavens. Yet, despite her deep yearning for him, she refrained from disturbing him too much. Fully aware that Lin Ran had other girlfriends to attend to, she did not wish to appear overly possessive, as that would reflect poorly on her understanding. Seeing Lin Ran's message, Li Ming composed herself and quickly replied, "Brother, what do you want to eat? Whatever you desire, I wish for it too." Lin Ran, noticing Li Ming's sweet response, contemplated for a moment. The private restaurant he dined at yesterday had delicious food, so he promptly texted back, "I know a great private restaurant. Let's go there." After sending the message, he glanced at his phone. It was nearly 4 o'clock, and sent another message to Li Ming, "Come out now, let's go eat." Li Ming immediately replied, "Okay." After a quick tidy-up, she arrived at Lin Ran's office, just as he finished dressing and saw her sitting adorably on the sofa. Lin Ran approached, ruffled her hair, and asked, "Did you miss me?" "Of course," Li Ming replied, leaning in to hug Lin Ran and Apos' thigh, feeling secure in his presence. Let's go eat. Lin Ran took her hand and led her out of the office. As they passed the secretary's office, three women exchanged glances. Silently acknowledging the scene, another stunning beauty with Lin Ran. They descended to the parking garage, hopped into the car, and sped off to the private restaurant. Guided by the waiter, they entered the pre-booked room. After ordering, as soon as the waiter left, Lin Ran pulled Li Ming onto his lap, intoxicated by her fragrance. Li Ming felt slightly shy, her cheeks flushed. Observing her charming demeanor, Lin Ran found her irresistibly adorable, tempted to take things further right then and there. However, remembering the surveillance cameras in the room, he restrained himself, opting for a gentle caress instead. Even so, his touch elicited soft gasps from Li Ming. After their meal, Lin Ran suddenly had another thought. Darling, how about we take a drive later? Sure. Where to? Li Ming replied eagerly. To the seaside to watch the sunset, Lin Ran said with a grin. Having envisioned the experience of gazing at the setting sun, breathing in the fresh air, and indulging in joyful activities, a truly enchanting prospect. Sounds wonderful, Li Ming agreed instantly. In her entire life, she had never witnessed a sunset by the sea. After finishing their meal, they drove straight to the coast, and Li Ming gazed out the window. Her face alight with joy, Lin Ran deliberately slowed the car, allowing her to take photos, until he found a perfect spot with few people around. Let's stop here, he said, parking the car. Li Ming nodded, unbuckled her seatbelt, and jumped out, gazing at the vast expanse of the ocean, feeling her heart expand with delight. At that moment, the sun sank low in the sky, casting golden rays like a delicate veil upon the water. The shimmering waves sparkled enchanting light, creating a dreamlike atmosphere that was breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Ran and Li Ming stood side by side, both captivated by the stunning scenery before them. As twilight descended and the number of beachgoers dwindled, Lin Ran held Li Ming and Apos' hand, strolling leisurely along the shore, feeling utterly content as the cool sea breeze brushed against them, carrying a hint of saltiness. From time to time, Lin Ran would glance at Li Ming, her silky hair dancing in the wind, her lovely face glowing softly under the twilight, exuding a gentle and endearing charm. As darkness enveloped the sky and fewer people remained by the sea, Lin Ran suppressed his racing heart, holding Li Ming's hand as they began their walk back. Chapter 42. Commitment. Li Ming held tightly to Lin Ran and Apos' hand as they strolled along the seaside, relishing the gentle sea breeze that brought with it a refreshing chill. She glanced at the few passers-by, her heart brimming with happiness. This was the love she had always yearned for. Once they entered the car, Li Ming deftly fastened her seatbelt and turned to Lin Ran, asking, "Brother, are we going home?" The mere thought of returning home made her cheeks flush slightly. "No, not just yet. There are still a few matters to attend to," Lin Ran responded earnestly. Li Ming, puzzled, inquired, "What else is there to do?" Lin Ran smiled and suddenly leaned closer. Startled by his unexpected proximity, Li Ming felt a thrill run through her, her heartbeat quickening as they drew near. Amused by her reaction, Lin Ran teased, "What are you afraid of? Am I going to eat you?" "And no," Li Ming stammered softly, just as the words left her lips. She heard a click. Lin Ran had unfastened her seatbelt, guided her out of the car, and proceeded to the back seat before locking the vehicle. Li Ming's eyes sparkled with affection for Lin Ran. Realizing that her love for him was intensifying without reason, she simply adored him more and more. Perhaps it was his thoughtfulness or his tall, handsome stature. Regardless of the cause, what mattered was that she loved him deeply. They drove swiftly, soon arriving at Lin Ran's home. Since Li Ming had yet to graduate, she often stayed in the dormitory for convenience, so there was no need to report her whereabouts when she didn't return home at night. After a bit of playful entanglement, Lin Ran suddenly felt a pang of hunger. Having dined early and with the festivities of the new year behind them, he sensed that all had been digested. "Sweetheart, are you hungry?" Li Ming nodded shyly, admitting, "I'm a little hungry." "Are you hungry, brother?" Lin Ran affirmed her query and glanced at the time, feeling somewhat fatigued and reluctant to venture out. "Let us order takeout instead. Why don't you see what you fancy?" He handed his phone to her, adding, "Just let me know what you choose." Li Ming took the phone and, like a docile kitten, nestled into Lin Ran's embrace, her excitement palpable as she browsed through the options. Eventually, they settled on a hot pot delivery, and Li Ming added some fruits, yogurt, and snacks. After placing the order, she jumped up from Lin Ran's arms and busied herself in the kitchen. Before long, the snacks and fruits arrived. Li Ming busily washed them and set them on the table while Lin Ran quietly observed, intrigued by her nimble movements, akin to a busy little bee. Once the plates and fruits were ready, the hot pot was delivered as well. With swift hands, Li Ming unpacked the ingredients and arranged them on the table, beginning to cook. As Lin Ran watched the lively atmosphere unfold, he felt a surge of nostalgia. This was the sense of home he had longed for, a cozy space shared with a loved one, enjoying hot pot, watching a series, and listening to each other's musings. "Brother, come quickly," Li Ming called out excitedly, waving him over. Lin Ran approached leisurely and seated himself beside her. Li Ming began to set up the projector, and soon, a familiar tune filled the air. Upon hearing the music, Li Ming looked up, meeting Lin Ran and Appo's steady gaze. Instantly, a shy blush crept onto her fair cheeks, and she lowered her head, offering a bashful smile. "Brother, this show is so wonderful, and Appo's truly a perfect companion for a meal." Lin Ran nodded, remaining silent. He recalled the days when he was perpetually busy, spinning like a top with no time to indulge in television. He had watched a bit of this series with Su Yue, but still did not comprehend the allure that captivated so many women. "Brother, try some of this," Li Ming said, handing him a bag of snacks. Lin Ran noticed that the snacks on the table were neatly arranged, revealing her innate domestic charm. As he sampled the treats, he found them surprisingly delectable. Seeing his pleased expression, Li Ming eagerly opened another bag and presented it to him, saying, "Brother, try this flavor too." As Lin Ran enjoyed the snacks, Li Ming continued adding ingredients to the pot. "All right, brother, it's time to eat," she announced, serving him with enthusiasm. Perhaps due to her busyness, her cheeks remained flushed, rendering her all the more adorable. "Brother, I feel so happy," Li Ming remarked, eyes glued to the screen. Watching her contented smile, Lin Ran felt an indescribable emotion swell within him. Li Ming was truly a wonderful girl. Had they met earlier, he might have envisioned a lifetime with her. However, he now realized he could not settle for merely being with Li Ming. He took her small hand in his, whispering that happiness was what mattered most. Instantly, Li Ming and Appo's face turned crimson as she lowered her head. Lin Ran chuckled, choosing not to tease her further. Though he could not promise her a lifetime commitment, he was more than willing to offer her this form of assurance. Chapter 43. Best Friends. The following day, Lin Ran and Li Ming slumbered until 9:00 and Appo's clock, a necessity after the late festivities of the new year. Upon arriving at the office, Li Ming reluctantly parted ways with Lin Ran and proceeded to her live streaming studio, while Lin Ran returned to his office to continue his much-needed rest, eventually waking up around noon. Upon checking his phone, he discovered that Sun Quan had sent over the health check results for the 3 secretaries. All 3 were in splendid health, devoid of any ailments, which relieved Lin Ran greatly. After stretching a bit, he began to formulate an idea. Suddenly, he recalled Mu Tingting and the vibrant dance she performed during her interview. Prompted by this memory, he picked up his phone and sent her a message inviting her to his office. Upon receiving the message, Mu Tingting hesitated for a moment. Noticing that the other 2 colleagues were engrossed in their work, she quickly deduced that Lin Ran sought her company alone, and she understood his intentions. She rose slowly, first visiting the restroom to touch up her makeup, ensuring she looked her best before making her way to Lin Ran's office. Knocking gently, she entered to find Lin Ran seated in his executive chair, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he inquired about her work experience over the past few days. Mu Tingting, with a charming smile, expressed her gratitude, stating that the atmosphere in the company was delightful and that she enjoyed her time there. She paused briefly, her smile deepening, adding that the primary reason was Lin Ran's youthful prowess, making it a pleasure to work under his leadership. Lin Ran, pleased by her response, invited her to sit down, remarking that standing while conversing must be tiring. With a playful demeanor, Mu Tingting suggested, "How about I dance for you, Lin Ran?" Lin Ran playfully lifted her chin, saying, "Call me brother in private." "All right, brother," she replied in a teasing tone, rising gradually, asking if she could dance for him. Despite the festive season, Mu Tingting remembered her primary responsibilities. After donning her attire, she spent a little more time with Lin Ran before returning to her work. In the secretary's office, Zheng Dandan and Hu Jingjing exchanged knowing glances as Mu Tingting entered, her countenance radiant. They understood that she had been summoned for a private session with Lin Ran. Observing her bashful demeanor, they concluded that Lin Ran must be in good health, as evidenced by Mu Tingting's reaction and the time she spent in his office. Once Mu Tingting departed, Lin Ran noticed a message from Chun Su inviting him for drinks that evening at the usual bar. He responded affirmatively and took a moment to relax on his bed before dressing and heading out. In the bar's private room, Lin Ran found Chun Su nursing a drink while embracing Lena. Surprised, Lin Ran remarked on Chun Su's unusual state, likening it to heartbreak. Upon seeing Lin Ran, Su exchanged a few words with Lena before she reluctantly exited, leaving the two men alone. What's wrong, Brother Su? Heartbroken? Lin Ran teased, pouring drinks for both of them. To his astonishment, Su nodded solemnly, admitting, I truly am heartbroken. Lin Ran nearly dropped his glass. He had never seen Su in such a disheartened state. Since high school, Su had been surrounded by admirers, never once experiencing a romantic setback. Sitting beside him, Lin Ran placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Which girl has managed to break our Brother Su and Oppo's heart? Do tell. Su raised his glass and drained it. Exhaling deeply, a few days ago, I returned home. As you know, my father was pressing me to visit. If I didn't go back, he would cut off my allowance. So, I went back and ended up meeting a girl. As he spoke, Su seemed lost in thought. I can't quite describe her. She was exceptionally pure and gentle, unlike anyone I've ever encountered. So, you've fallen for her, Lin Ran interjected. Su nodded earnestly. This time, I truly have feelings for her. Perhaps it and Oppo's destiny. Then pursue her boldly, Lin Ran urged, patting Su and Oppo's shoulder. Is there a girl our brothers who can and Oppo's win over? Su shook his head, confessing, this one seems out of reach. Lin Ran was taken aback. After all, Su was a renowned charmer, affluent and handsome, always successful in matters of the heart. It was surprising to hear he had met his match. Su sighed, it's not that I can't pursue her, but her so-called best friend is always meddling. Just when things were going well, this friend appeared out of nowhere, bombarding her with doubts about me, claiming I'm a playboy and untrustworthy. Unable to contain himself, Lin Ran interjected, and then what? Did she really take her friend's word so easily? Indeed, Su affirmed, a pained expression on his face. And now, I and Oppo's am in a bind. I need your help with something. Lin Ran waved his hand dismissively. Between us, there's no need for formalities. Just speak your mind. I need you to help me win over her best friend. Chapter 44. The curve to rescue Su. Are you suggesting I pursue her best friend? Lin Ran gazed at Su in astonishment, then an idea struck him. And he chuckled, you sly fellow, are you planning for me to win her best friend over? Once I secure her, there will be no more obstacles for you, right? Astute, Su snapped his fingers. As long as you manage to win her best friend, she will undoubtedly be on your side, and allies do not conspire against each other. Lin Ran found Su's reasoning quite sound. Do you really have that much faith in me? You believe I can actually win her best friend over? You've mentioned that she dislikes playboys, even to the point of loathing. So, No. You are different. Your charm is a result of years of cultivation. It cannot be concealed. However, you are distinct. Your aura is still quite genuine. Honestly, Ranzi, you look trustworthy. Su earnestly patted Lin Ran's shoulder, as if placing all his hopes upon him. Lin Ran nodded, but then felt something was amiss with Su and Oppo's words. Trustworthy? Damn it, I no longer wish to be seen as that. Su soon realized his choice of words was somewhat inappropriate and burst into laughter. The term trustworthy might have been a compliment decades ago, but nowadays, which man would desire to be labeled as such? Ha ha ha, that's precisely what I meant. You understand, don't you? Su continued to pat Lin Ran's shoulder. Your happiness depends on this. Rely on me? I must first see what her best friend looks like. Just so we're clear, if she is unattractive, I want to be able to proceed. Lin Ran was surrounded by beauties himself. He couldn't convince himself to pursue someone he found unappealing. Rest assured, she is definitely a stunner. I have a photo saved from Su's matchmaking object, social media. Here, let me show you, Su said, pulling out his phone. Scrolling through it until he found a picture that revealed two strikingly beautiful women. Which one is she? Lin Ran inquired, looking at the two women in the photo, both undeniably gorgeous. This one, Su pointed to the aloof beauty in the picture. Lin Ran observed the woman Su indicated. Although he had not seen her in person, it was evident from the photo that she possessed an air of aloofness that would make her challenging to approach. What do you think? Beautiful, right? I wasn't lying, was I? It's her. Once you win her over, I can pursue Su without any hindrances. She is indeed beautiful, but she appears difficult to approach. Lin Ran nodded. By the way, what is her name? Su set down his drink. Zhang Yi. That is a lovely name. Lin Ran took a sip from his glass, glancing at the woman in the photo. A flicker of intrigue ignited within him. Her icy demeanor was a rarity among the women he encountered, and he suddenly felt a sense of challenge arise within him. Is she back home? Lin Ran asked Su. No, both of them are in Jianghai City. Lin Ran smiled. That is convenient. What does this Zhang Yi do? You need to provide me with some background information so I can pursue her. Chen Su extinguished his cigarette and nodded. I have already conducted thorough research on her. If I had tea prepared, I wouldn't have involved you. Lin Ran perused the information in his hands, looking at Chen Su with admiration. You've done your homework. Of course, Chen Su beamed. This is what we call knowing both ourselves and our adversary to ensure victory. All the details about this woman are right here, including her interests. Lin Ran flipped through Zhang Yi's profile. A dance instructor? Yes, she is a wealthy second-generation heir, unconcerned about money, and simply wants to pursue her passions. Graduating from an arts program, she opened a dance studio after finishing school last year. Chen Su added, so, attempting to woo her with material wealth might not work. I understand. Lin Ran nodded. Since she is from a wealthy background, she must be accustomed to the playboys in that circle, which explains her hostility towards you. Exactly. However, ever since I met Su Lu, I've changed my ways and will no longer engage in that lifestyle, Chen Su stated earnestly. Observing Chen Su and Appo's serious demeanor, Lin Ran couldn't help but smirk. When he entered moments ago, Chen Su had been embracing Lina. He shook his head in disbelief. I see. Such women may appear aloof, but that demeanor is merely a facade to ward off men. After all, with her beauty, she likely attracts many admirers. Yet, she remains unimpressed by the wealthy playboys. Given the nature of their circles, no need to elaborate, you understand. Thus, she adopts a cold exterior to deter unwanted attention. Chen Su gave Lin Ran a thumbs up. Exactly. These women do not lack for money, so attempting to woo them with wealth is futile. However, deep down, they yearn for genuine affection, yet fear deception. If I am correct, such women typically cherish emotional value. They seek a sincere, honest man. Indeed. Chen Su breathed a sigh of relief. Ranzi, since you comprehend her so well, winning her over should be a breeze, right? Well, it's easier said than done. A well-crafted plan is essential to avoid the risk of failure. Sure, just let me know what support you need. Your success is vital for my happiness. Seeing Chen Su so animated, Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. Are you really that enamored with Su Lu? Absolutely, Chen Su responded without hesitation. Lin Ran rolled his eyes. So earlier, when you were with Lina. Ah, Chen Su interrupted, shaking his head. I merely sought a bit of comfort after a setback. After all, Lina is quite skilled, he added with a smile. Lin Ran shared an understanding smile before returning to Zhang Yi's profile. It turned out that Zhang Yi also enjoyed fitness, and coincidentally, she frequented the very studio where Lin Ran worked out. What a fortuitous opportunity. Isn't this a chance to get closer? Lin Ran pondered. Realizing that Zhang Yi detested playboys, he resolved to be mindful of his demeanor at the studio, striving to cultivate an image of disinterest in women. As he continued to read, he discovered that aside from fitness, Zhang Yi also loved to spend afternoons reading at a CAF, a revelation that painted her as a cultured young woman. Chapter 45, The Past of Hu Jingjing. After reviewing the materials, Chen Su and Lin Ran each found a fair-skinned, beautiful young lady with long legs to spend the new year with, indulging in a moment of relaxation for their weary bodies. Upon waking, they discovered it was already 9:30 the following morning. Lin Ran unlocked his phone and sequentially responded to greetings from Lin Qingqing, Li Ming, and Song Yi. And oh, there were also several private photos from Mu Dingting. After sending the young lady away, Lin Ran freshened up and headed straight to the company. Yesterday, he had only experienced Mu Dingting and had yet to engage with Zhang Dandan and Hu Jingjing. Particularly with Hu Jingjing, Lin Ran felt an elusive maternal aura surrounding her. Yet her employment documents indicated she was single. This left him somewhat perplexed, and he resolved to have a deeper conversation with her today, aiming to understand her circumstances better. After all, showing concern for subordinates was an obligation for him as the chairman, and he had to assess Hu Jingjing's work capabilities since she had been with him for several days. Upon arriving at the company, Lin Ran took a brief nap before summoning Hu Jingjing to his office. When Hu Jingjing received the message, noticing Mu Dingting and Zhang Dandan engrossed in their tasks, she realized Lin Ran had only called for her. Remembering that Mu Dingting had also been called in for a private discussion previously and returned with a radiant demeanor, Hu Jingjing understood Lin Ran's intentions. She first visited the restroom to tidy her appearance, ensuring her makeup was flawless, before slowly making her way to Lin Ran's office. As the saying goes, opportunity favors the prepared, and fortunately, she had been wearing matching outfits during this time, with her stockings never neglected. Rumor had it that men harbored an obsession with black stockings. Truth or myth? She pondered this as she arrived at Lin Ran and Appo's office door, steadied her emotions, and knocked before entering. Lin Ran lounged in his executive chair, lazily observing Hu Jingjing with a smile. Dawn and damp. Appo's. Tea be so formal. Have a seat. Today, Hu Jingjing donned a black short dress paired with black stockings, exuding the aura of a professional woman. How has work been these past few days? Lin Ran inquired with a concerned expression. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Lin. It's been quite good working here, Hu Jingjing replied with a gentle smile. The job offered a 9-to-5 schedule with weekends off, the boss was generous, and the salary was commendable. It was undeniably an improvement over her previous job. Most importantly, her former position had subjected her to harassment by older men, while this new role came with a young and handsome boss. She secretly wished for Lin Ran to notice her more. That's great to hear. If you encounter any difficulties at work, please don't hesitate to let me know. You shouldn't bear it alone, Lin Ran said politely. However, he was unprepared for Hu Jingjing's reaction to his seemingly casual remark. Her eyes reddened. And with a choked voice, she expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Lin. Seeing her emotional state, Lin Ran felt a pang of sympathy. How could such a stunning woman weep before him without stirring his heart? He quickly rose and approached her, gently patting her shoulder. What's wrong? Hu Jingjing quietly sobbed, wiping her tears with a tissue. Once she regained her composure, she offered a faint smile. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, for making you witness this. Lin Ran waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing to worry about. Since you're part of my company, we are like family. It is my duty to care for my subordinates, so please don't be so formal with me. After this, he continued, so, what is troubling you? Encouraged by Lin Ran's concern, Hu Jingjing opened up about her past without reservation. She revealed that she had once been a pure and innocent girl. But due to her family's difficult circumstances, she had always felt inferior and starved for love. One day, she met a man who treated her well, showering her with affection. And she believed she had found her Prince Charming. However, she soon discovered that she had merely fallen into a deeper abyss. She ended up marrying him without a proper wedding and bore his child. Over the years, he had become dependent on her, living off her earnings, and had strayed multiple times during her pregnancy and breastfeeding period. Despite forgiving him repeatedly, it was until this year that she finally awakened to the reality and decisively severed ties with him. As for the child, she relinquished custody to him, as her former mother-in-law constantly created disturbances at her home and workplace, making it unbearable for her. If she did not acquiesce, she would be unable to work or live normally. For years, she had carried her burdens alone, with no one ever inquiring if she was weary. No one genuinely caring for her. Her parents were only concerned about whether she sent money monthly, while her ex-husband only cared about when child support would arrive. No one truly considered her struggles as a woman striving alone. Thus, when she saw Lin Ran and Appo's concern today, she couldn't contain her emotions and cried. Upon hearing her story, Lin Ran clenched his fists tightly, realizing such suffering existed. He patted Hu Jingjing and Appo's shoulder, so that's how it was. Don't cry. Let me help you wipe your tears, he gently consoled. Yet, inexplicably, the more he comforted her, the harder she wept. Perhaps it was because she had never received care. And now, Lin Ran's kindness only intensified her feelings of grievance, flooding over her like a tidal wave. Lin Ran observed Hu Jingjing, who was inconsolable despite his efforts to comfort her, feeling helpless. If you keep crying, I might just celebrate the new year with you, he remarked. Hu Jingjing froze, her tear-streaked face filled with confusion as she looked at Lin Ran. He sighed, seeming exasperated. Stop crying. How about I treat you to the New Year's Eve dinner? Seeing her response, Lin Ran smiled, realizing this approach worked wonders. Almost instantly, she ceased her tears. An hour later, he softly reassured her, feeling better now? Hu Jingjing nodded bashfully, finally understanding why Mu Dingting had returned in such high spirits after her own meeting. Chapter 46. Farewell to Lu Yuming. After a moment of consolation, Hu Jingjing finally ceased her tears. Brother, I want to have a New Year's Eve dinner. Lin Ran chuckled. Well, this is quite the request. After all, Lin Ran had never watched a documentary with a woman before. He had always indulged in them alone. Today, however, Hu Jingjing insisted on sharing the experience with him. And the sheer number of tutorials she had saved left Lin Ran astounded. Where did you amass all of these? Lin Ran gazed at Hu Jingjing in disbelief, never imagining that beneath her gentle demeanor lay such a peculiar interest. He couldn't help but wonder if she watched these late at night alone. Hu Jingjing, sensing his thoughts, blushed slightly and replied, What do you think? These are all saved by my ex-husband. He had this hobby, and now it's all on my account. Oh, Lin Ran responded meaningfully, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Hu Jingjing. If she claimed she never secretly pursued further learning, he would not believe her. Realizing Lin Ran doubted her, Hu Jingjing playfully chided him but chose not to elaborate further. Instead, she began fiddling with her phone. Moments later, a mysterious smile graced her face as she leaned closer to Lin Ran. "Brother, let us watch this one." "Let's take a look," Lin Ran said. And as soon as he spoke, Hu Jingjing initiated the screen mirroring. The television was large enough, and the clarity was satisfying. As they settled in, Lin Ran quickly replied to a message, busy with New Year's preparations. "Brother, I'll get back to work now. You should rest a bit," she said, clearly understanding that Lin Ran had exerted himself today and needed to recharge. Lin Ran nodded. "Go ahead." Hu Jingjing was indeed quite dedicated, pouring her heart and soul into her work. She leaned in and kissed him before reluctantly exiting, lying in bed for a while longer. Lin Ran felt hunger pangs gnawing at him. He glanced at his phone and saw a message from Lu Yuming. "Lin Ran, are you coming to the strength training session tonight?" He thought to himself that he had already exerted enough effort for the day and quickly typed back, "Not going." Upon receiving his response, Lu Yuming and Oppo's expression darkened. This Lin Ran truly lacked romantic sensibility. She had made the effort to reach out, and he couldn't decipher her intentions? Being rejected yet again stung. When had she ever felt so overlooked? After some contemplation, she sent another message. "All right then, I won't go either. I'm in the underground parking now and feeling a bit hungry. Have you eaten? Would you like to join me for a bite?" Lin Ran considered the message. While accepting Lu Yuming and Oppo's invitation was feasible, she needed to amend her spoiled demeanor. At least in his presence, she couldn't afford to throw tantrums. After some thought, he swiftly replied, "What? You no longer mind me teasing you?" Lu Yuming huffed upon reading his message, aware that her disdain was of little consequence. For days, she had refrained from contacting Lin Ran, and he had never reached out to her either. Watching him surrounded by beautiful women, she could no longer afford to maintain her pride. She had to take the initiative, for her feelings for him were undeniable. "All right, it's all in the past. Are you coming or not?" "I'm in the garage," she pouted, staring at her phone, awaiting Lin Ran and Oppo's response. With Lu Yuming extending such an invitation, there was no reason for him to decline. Lin Ran promptly replied, "Sure, no problem. I'll be right down." Upon receiving his affirmative response, Lu Yuming's heart leapt with joy. She hurriedly retouched her makeup in the mirror, ensuring she looked her best, and checked her outfit for any flaws before contentedly waiting in her car for Lin Ran to arrive. Before long, Lin Ran made his way downstairs. He sent Lu Yuming a voice message, "Where are you?" Upon receiving it, Lu Yuming eagerly leaped out of her car and scanned the area. Spotting Lin Ran, she waved enthusiastically and called out, "Lin Ran, over here." Following the sound of her voice, Lin Ran quickly located the beaming Lu Yuming, who, regardless of the time, always radiated vigor. As he approached, he noticed her vehicle was a Ferrari 488, and he couldn't help but marvel at her status. She was indeed a bona fide heiress, which explained her haughty attitude. "Let us not take two cars. Let us use mine for convenience," Lu Yuming declared, pulling Lin Ran into her car without hesitation. The engine roared to life, and as she pressed the accelerator, the Ferrari sped away like an arrow, swiftly arriving at a bustling barbecue restaurant. As the Ferrari came to a halt, it attracted the attention of passers-by, who curiously observed the glamorous couple disembarking. A handsome man and a beautiful woman elicited a chorus of admiration. Lin Ran glanced at the restaurant's sign, well aware that it consistently topped the must-try dining lists, renowned for its vibrant atmosphere and long queues. Rumor had it that the ingredients were unparalleled, each one fresh and of superior quality. Clearly familiar with the establishment, Lu Yuming had made a reservation in advance, and upon their arrival, the staff promptly escorted them to a private room. Chapter 47. Sending you home. As soon as she took her seat, Lu Yuming eagerly picked up the menu, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she turned to Lin Ran and asked sweetly, "Lin Ran, what type of meat do you enjoy?" Lin Ran casually glanced at the menu and couldn't help but marvel at the establishment's popularity, judging by the prices of the dishes. The quality of the ingredients must be exceptional. He casually replied, "I and Oppo's am fine with anything. You can order whatever you like." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuming nodded enthusiastically and began to enthusiastically relay her selections to the waiter, ordering a delightful array of the restaurant and Oppo's signature dishes, all of which were rather pricey. Observing her spirited demeanor, Lin Ran couldn't help but ponder if this was the fabled feeling of being pampered. However, he mused, this sensation was surprisingly pleasant. Before long, a sumptuous spread of meat arrived, with a dedicated staff member attending to the grilling. Lin Ran and Lu Yumeng were left to indulge. And the quality of the meat was indeed excellent, perfectly grilled, tender, and delectable. Lin Ran thought to himself that he would have to return often in the future. By 8 in the evening, Lin Ran and Lu Yumeng had finally satisfied their appetites. Once in the car, Lu Yumeng tilted her head gently, her eyes glimmering like water as she glanced at Lin Ran and softly inquired, "Lin Ran, which neighborhood do you live in? Shall I drive you home?" Lin Ran sat upright in the vehicle, slightly squinting his eyes, relishing the faint fragrance that filled the cabin. Perhaps due to the recent feast, his mind began to wander, and he lamented the fact that Lu Yumeng was seated beside him. Had it been anyone else, he would have swiftly sent them on their way. "Could you please take me back to my office? My car is still parked in the company garage. If you take me home, how will I get to work tomorrow? How about I drop you off at home? If needed, I can make a special trip to pick you up in the morning since I'm not busy," Lu Yumeng said, playfully poking Lin Ran with her slender finger. "Are you hiding a beautiful lady at home, afraid I'll see her?" With that, she blinked, a teasing smile gracing her lips as she gazed at Lin Ran. Lin Ran chuckled softly, "You're overthinking it. Let us go to Gubinhuafu." Upon receiving the exact address, Lu Yumeng cheerfully replied, "All right," and expertly started the car and amp, Oppo's engine. With a low rumble, the vehicle sped away like an arrow. Arriving at Lin Ran's residence, he promptly collapsed onto the sofa, sprawling out in utter relaxation. He lazily opened his eyes, watching Lu Yumeng as she changed her shoes before entering. This young woman had interrupted his moment of tranquility. Had it not been for her, he could have been enjoying a more intimate evening. "Lin Ran, do you have anything to drink? I'm so thirsty." Lu Yumeng, having changed her shoes, rushed toward the refrigerator as if it were her own home, showing no hesitation in her actions. Meanwhile, Lin Ran languidly reclined on the sofa, scrolling through his phone, contemplating whom to invite over for a game of cards to pass the time. Hearing Lu Yumeng's inquiry, he replied without looking up, "There's plenty to choose from in the fridge. Just grab whatever you like." "What are you looking at?" Lu Yumeng inquired, holding a bottle of juice up to Lin Ran, her expression full of curiosity. "Mind your own business. It's adult matters," Lin Ran remarked as he closed his phone. "All right, I'm home now, so you should head back. Be careful on the way." Upon hearing this, Lu Yumeng's expression darkened instantly. She stood with her hands on her hips, pouting in displeasure. "How could you, Lin Ran? I went out of my way to bring you home, and now you want me to leave right after stepping inside?" Lin Ran chuckled helplessly. "It's not that I'm trying to rush you off. You really are overthinking it. Just look at the time. It's nearly 10 o'clock. If you don't go home now, won't your parents worry about you?" Pouting, Lu Yumeng sat next to Lin Ran, gently brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. "I live alone. My parents don't have time to bother with me." She then turned to Lin Ran and added, "I'm feeling a bit tired. How about I stay over tonight? I promise I won't disturb you." Her large, glistening eyes looked up at him, filled with unspoken emotions. Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback by Lu Yumeng's boldness. Although her temperament was not particularly gentle, her beauty and figure were undeniably exquisite. However, Lin Ran was not lacking in beautiful women around him at the moment, and he had no immediate intention of pursuing Lu Yumeng, primarily because she struck him as too immature, reminiscent of a younger sister with her incessant chatter. Noticing Lin Ran and Oppo's stunned silence, Lu Yumeng felt a pang of disappointment but masked it with a smile. "Please don't and Oppo's team misunderstand. I simply wanted to spend the night here because I and Oppo's am a bit tired. And I and Oppo's am concerned about driving late at night. If I call for a ride, I might be uneasy since the driver is a young woman." Lu Yumeng blinked at Lin Ran, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "Fine, there are other bedrooms available, and they're regularly cleaned. Choose any room you like," Lin Ran replied. Returning to his phone, he thought it would be more convenient for Lin Qingqing to come over at this hour. Though Lu Yumeng was staying the night, it would not hinder his plans to invite someone else over for a game of cards. With this thought in mind, he quickly opened a chat with Lin Qingqing and sent a message. "Hey, do you want to come over to my place for a bit?" Having just showered, Lin Qingqing received Lin Ran and Oppo's message and promptly replied, "Wait for me," as she changed clothes and headed downstairs. "Who are you chatting with? You look so happy." Lu Yumeng asked, her curiosity piqued. "Mind your own business. It's an adult matter," Lin Ran replied, rising to head to his bedroom. Before closing the door, he added, "Sleep well tonight, and don't listen to anything unnecessary." With that, he shut the door. Lu Yumeng huffed softly, choosing the bedroom closest to Lin Ran. Chapter 48. Do not eavesdrop. Just as Lin Ran had finished his shower, a message from Lin Qingqing arrived. Dear brother, I'm at the door. Hurry and let your sister in. Upon receiving the message, Lin Ran felt a surge of joy, immediately leaping off his bed to open the door for her. Darling, you finally arrived. Lin Qingqing was startled by his eagerness, letting out a soft exclamation before lightly punching Lin Ran's shoulder. Look at you. What's with the rush? What did you have for dinner? Miss me that much? How can you say that? I simply missed you, he replied, taking in her delightful fragrance. Noticing that her hair was still damp, he asked with concern, why didn't you dry your hair before coming out? Aren't you afraid of catching a chill? Well, I didn't want to keep you waiting. When you messaged me, I had just finished my shower and came straight over. How fast was I? Lin Ran chuckled. Very fast. The darling loves me the most. Of course, Lin Qingqing nestled her head against Lin Ran's chest, appearing bashful, as they exchanged flirtatious banter in the living room. Lu Yiming listened intently from the bedroom, tears streaming down her face as she cursed Lin Ran inwardly 100 times. You dog of a man, how could you? Right in front of me, and yet you seek out another woman? Am I truly so lacking in charm? The night passed without her finding any rest. Sighing, she glanced at the clock, which read 8 in the morning. She began to rise, dressing herself in preparation to escape this place. Seeking solace at home to calm her turbulent heart, unexpectedly, just as she opened the door, she collided with Lin Qingqing, who had emerged to get some water. Lin Qingqing was taken aback to discover another woman in Lin Ran and Appo's home, quickly grabbing a blanket from the sofa to cover herself. However, her movements were too slow. Lu Yiming had already seen everything. She thought to herself, well, at least my figure isn't too shabby. I wonder what Lin Ran, that dog of a man, is thinking, choosing to pursue someone else. Hi. In an attempt to ease the awkwardness, Lu Yiming initiated a greeting with Lin Qingqing. Lin Qingqing snapped back to reality and offered a faint smile in return. Hi. After exchanging pleasantries, the two women found themselves silently gazing at each other. The air thick with an indescribable awkwardness, particularly for Lu Yiming, who, though typically boisterous, found herself at a loss for words in this situation. Yet, she felt a twinge of relief that the woman Lin Ran had called over was not Li Ming. Had it been Li Ming, Lu Yiming would have truly faced social ruin. As they stood there, locked in an uncomfortable silence, Lin Ran emerged, and upon seeing Lu Yiming, he appeared entirely unfazed, even smiling broadly at her. Did you sleep well last night? Hearing this, Lu Yiming couldn't help but twitch her lips, cursing Lin Ran once more in her mind. What do you think? With all the noise you two made, it felt like an earthquake. I couldn't sleep a wink. However, noticing Lin Qingqing beside her, she swallowed her complaint, forcing a smile. Well, you seem to have slept quite well. As soon as Lu Yiming spoke, Lin Qingqing and Appo's face turned crimson. Last night, having not played cards with Lin Ran in ages, she had let herself indulge a little too much, never expecting another person would be at Lin Ran and Appo's home. Glancing reproachfully at Lin Ran, she seemed to say, you should have mentioned there was someone else here. Meeting Lin Qingqing's questioning gaze, Lin Ran presented a sheepish smile, shrugging his shoulders. This is my classmate, Lu Yiming. After she dropped me off last night, it was quite late, and the outside was dark and unsafe. So I invited her to stay over for the night. He winked at Lin Qingqing as he spoke. Lin Qingqing responded with an understanding "oh," then turned to Lu Yiming. Smiling, hello, I'm Lin Qingqing. As she spoke, she discreetly assessed Lu Yiming, internally marveling at her beauty. A slender waist, long, graceful legs, fair skin, delicate features, and a poised, elegant demeanor, all strikingly impressive. Upon this realization, Lin Qingqing couldn't help but steal another glance at Lin Ran, inwardly criticizing. This fickle-hearted man certainly knows how to pick them. Seeing this, Lu Yiming smiled back, extending her hand to shake Lin Qingqing and Appo's exuding friendliness. Hello, I'm Lu Yiming. Observing the cordial interaction between the two women, Lin Ran felt a swell of happiness, particularly appreciating Lu Yiming and Appo's thoughtful nature. Noticing Lu Yiming holding her bag, he asked, are you heading home? We were just about to go out for breakfast. Why not join us? Lu Yiming was eager to accept but hesitated, unsure of Lin Qingqing's feelings. She subtly turned her head to gauge Lin Qingqing's reaction, only to be pleasantly surprised when Lin Qingqing readily nodded. Yes, Yiming, come along with us. The warmth of this invitation instantly elevated Lu Yiming and Appo's regard for Lin Qingqing, and she eagerly replied, sure. She then linked arms with Lin Qingqing, embodying the spirit of close friends. Lin Qingqing, equally at ease, chatted and laughed with Lu Yiming, the two quickly bonding. Witnessing this, Lin Ran couldn't help but reflect on how effortlessly female friendships could form nowadays. He felt pleasantly surprised by both Lin Qingqing's generosity and Lu Yuming's perceptiveness. Watching the two women in front of him animatedly converse. Chapter 49. Am I not pretty enough? The trio, engaged in lively banter, swiftly arrived at a certain chain porridge restaurant. As they entered, they captured the attention of most patrons. The reason was simple. Among them, the man was strikingly handsome, and the women were undeniably beautiful. Most notably, two stunning ladies were accompanying a charming gentleman for breakfast on a lovely morning, prompting onlookers to ponder the serendipity of such a scene. Lin Ran, however, remained unfazed and promptly seated himself at a table. Lu Yuming and Lin Qingqing, on the other hand, paired off to order at the counter, eliciting a collective sigh from the crowd, who mused about when they might experience such fortune, being served breakfast by two lovely ladies. After placing their orders, Lin Qingqing and Lu Yuming returned, and upon observing their close camaraderie, Lin Ran chuckled. You two seem to be quite familiar with each other. Humph, Lu Yuming huffed, ignoring Lin Ran as she continued to chatter with Lin Qingqing about various topics: gossip, skincare secrets, and television dramas, typical conversations among women. Lin Ran listened in silence, a smile gracing his lips. Once breakfast was concluded, Lin Qingqing glanced at the time and informed Lin Ran and Lu Yuming, I need to head to the shop. I'll take my leave now. All right, drive safely, Lin Ran replied, pulling Lin Qingqing into a warm embrace before releasing her. After she departed, Lu Yuming shot Lin Ran a glare. Look at you, radiating joy. It seems you had a splendid night's sleep. Not too shabby, Lin Ran laughed heartily, recalling the delightful surprise Lin Qingqing had given him the previous evening, which indeed allowed him a restful night. Seeing Lin Ran so gleeful, Lu Yuming cast him a resentful glance. I couldn't sleep a wink last night. With that, she narrowed her eyes at him. Could you not be so loud? Consider my feelings as well. Lin Ran feigned innocence. How is that my fault? You are unjustly blaming me. I can't help it. It's just my nature. Besides, didn't I advise you to avoid distractions and rest well? Are you implying it's my fault? Lu Yuming retorted, pretending to advance toward him to vent her frustration. Lin Ran quickly stepped back. Am I wrong? Humph. Lu Yuming huffed again. I don't care. You must take responsibility for my sleepless night. I'm off to catch up on sleep, so you'll have to find your own way to the company. With that, she stormed toward the elevator. Lin Ran observed her sulking demeanor but chose not to comment, following her into the elevator. Upon exiting, he found Lu Yuming standing at the door and teased. Weren't you going to sleep? Go on in. Lu Yuming pouted. I forgot. I don't have the key. Seeing her sulking and slightly jealous expression, Lin Ran found her utterly adorable. He approached and opened the door. Go ahead. You wanted to rest, didn't you? Go on in. After changing her shoes, Lu Yuming hesitated, then declared, I want to sleep in your room. It must be the other room's energy that's keeping me awake. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow, assessing her with a smirk. All right, then sleep here. I'll lounge in the living room. Lu Yuming nodded slowly and ambled inside. An hour later, she emerged with an expression of utter despair, gazing at Lin Ran with sorrowful eyes. Lin Ran, I can't sleep. Lin Ran put his phone down and chuckled at her pitiful look. Didn't you want to rest in that room? What? Does this room's energy not suit you either? Lu Yuming lazily nodded. I just can't sleep. What can I do? She couldn't help but pout at Lin Ran. This annoying man is driving me crazy. Does she really have to be so explicit about her feelings? I can't help if you can't sleep. Perhaps you should run a few laps downstairs. You might tire yourself out and be able to rest. Lin Ran suggested nonchalantly. Unable to hold back any longer, Lu Yuming squealed and charged at him, throwing herself into his arms. You annoying man. You annoying man. Instinctively, Lin Ran caught her, taken aback by the softness he felt in his embrace. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of falling? Won't you catch me? Lu Yuming's cheeks flushed as she clung tightly to his neck, refusing to let go. Are you still planning to sleep? Lin Ran inquired, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Yes, but you have to lull me to sleep. Lu Yuming blinked her big eyes and snuggled closer, exuding an innocent demeanor. Lin Ran sighed. You don't fear that I might do something to you if you come in with me? With a blush creeping onto her cheeks, Lu Yuming replied earnestly, I'm not afraid. Are you that kind of person? What kind of person? Lin Ran feigned ignorance. That kind, she said, shaking her head, poking his cheek with a delicate finger. The kind that deceives girls. Do you really think I need to deceive anyone? With a mere gesture, girls come willingly. Lin Ran boasted, his confidence evident. Lu Yuming scoffed, yet she couldn't deny his point. After all, she was no different. She had approached him without hesitation, sighing inwardly. She lamented her affection for this infuriating man. Once upon a time, many pursued her, yet she seldom gave them a glance. Now, however, she found herself throwing herself at him, while he pretended to be serious. Lin Ran, what type of girl do you like? Lu Yiming suddenly asked, curiosity piqued. Especially since she had noticed that Lin Qingqing and Li Ming were evidently different types, Li Ming being the cool, stunning beauty, while Lin Qingqing exuded a captivating charm. I like beautiful girls with nice figures, Lin Ran answered without hesitation. Humph, Lu Yiming retorted, and what about me? What's wrong? Lin Ran looked at her, puzzled. Is my figure not good enough? Am I not pretty enough? Lu Yiming asked, her tone laced with indignation. Chapter 50. Inexperienced Lin Ran narrowed his eyes slightly. Scrutinizing the enchanting Lu Yiming before him, he silently sighed, admitting to himself that Lu Yiming was indeed breathtakingly beautiful. Her large, bright eyes sparkled with vivacity, and her long eyelashes fluttered gently, so close that Lin Ran could discern their subtle tremor. Her fair skin bore no blemish, and he could even see the delicate, soft down on her cheeks, adding to her charming allure. Moreover, her cherry lips, naturally tinted a rosy hue, were slightly puckered, exuding a playful and alluring charm. For reasons unknown, Lin Ran felt that those pouting lips silently beckoned and enticed him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. To stave off further unwelcome thoughts, he hastily turned his head aside, unwilling to gaze any longer. Of course, Lu Yiming was not only beautiful, but possessed an extraordinary figure. Her slender waist seemed delicate enough to snap in a breeze, and her prominent bosom resembled two plump, white jade rabbits, rising and falling with her breath, evoking fanciful thoughts. Her long, straight legs were as white as jade, smooth and exquisite, akin to satin. More intriguingly, her entire being radiated a gentle fragrance, soft and sweet, inviting one to embrace her. In that moment, Lin Ran found himself reluctant to let her go. Lin Ran, say something. Lu Yiming's playful voice rang out once more. With her large eyes fixed intently on him, she earnestly inquired, am I not pretty? Or is my figure not good enough? Unable to resist, Lin Ran gently pinched Lu Yiming and Appo's cheek, his expression tender. No, you're very beautiful, and your figure is lovely. However, instead of breaking into a smile, she pouted, her face displaying a look of grievance. Then why don't you like me? Lu Yiming's lips quivered, her voice tinged with a hint of tears. You can't tell me you didn't understand my obvious hints last night. If you wanted me so much, why didn't you confine me? Sister Qingqing was already going to sleep, yet you called me over. Do you really dislike me that much? As she spoke, Lu Yiming could no longer contain her emotions, and her soft sobs began to escape her lips. Crystal-clear tears cascaded down her delicate, pale cheeks like pearls strung on a thread, leaving behind heart-wrenching trails. In that moment, she resembled a flower battered by the storm, appearing so fragile and helpless that one couldn't help but feel a surge of tenderness towards her. Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback, grasping the essence of tears like pear blossoms, and how pitifully beautiful she was. Although Hu Jingjing had cried before him, it was nothing compared to Lu Yiming and Appo's tearful display. As she wept, Lin Ran felt his heart soften completely. He stood there, entranced by the sight of Lu Yiming, who was crying so beautifully, and found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Lu Yiming, please stop crying, she whimpered, hastily wiping away her tears while chiding him. Why won't you speak? What is the reason? As she spoke, she reached out and poked Lin Ran's shoulder, her indignant demeanor reminiscent of a cute kitten in a playful tantrum, evoking a protective instinct within him. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Ran finally took her small hand in his, pausing briefly before softly uttering, no, please don't think too much about it. I don't dislike you. Lu Yiming huffed, withdrawing her hand and continuing to dab at the corners of her eyes. With a quivering voice, she pressed on. Then why didn't you confine me yesterday? I was right here, so close to you, yet you chose to seek someone farther away. Are you afraid I'll cling to you? Absolutely not. Lin Ran shook his head, unable to articulate his own feelings. Perhaps he initially thought Lu Yiming's temper as a spoiled young lady was too troublesome, and he simply didn't want to spend time comforting a woman. Suddenly, Lu Yiming planted a quick kiss on Lin Ran and Appo's cheek, her face flushing with shyness as she buried her head in his embrace, her soft voice barely audible. Lin Ran, I like you very much. I and Appo's liked you for a long time. Afterward, she slowly raised her head, indignation etched on her face. But back then, your eyes were only on that Su Yu, that green tea BTCH, and you didn't even glance my way. At this point, Lu Yiming seemed to recall something that angered her, poking Lin Ran's face. I don't get it. How could you fall for Su Yuyu? Li Ming is so much better, and Sister Qingqing is wonderful too. Lin Ran was momentarily stunned, realizing why Lu Yiming and Appo's gaze had felt off. As a typical straight man, he hadn't thought much of it earlier, but now it dawned on him that perhaps Su Yuyu had seen through it all, which was why she incessantly spoke ill of Lu Yiming in his presence, fearful that he might be attracted to her and abandon his affection for her. Damn it. That woman is truly insidious, Lin Ran cursed inwardly. Meanwhile, far away in the school dormitory, Su Yuyu sneezed several times, puzzled as she wiped her nose with a tissue, thinking she might have caught a cold. Regaining his composure, Lin Ran looked at Lu Yiming with a smile. What did you mean when you said Li Ming is good and Qingqing is good? Nothing, Lu Yiming huffed, then leaned closer to Lin Ran and Appo's ear, whispering. What I meant is that I would be willing to be with them. Lin Ran nodded in understanding. Lu Yiming initially looked bewildered, but soon grasped his meaning, her cheeks flushing crimson. She leaned closer to Lin Ran and whispered, I have no experience, and you, just take it easy. I'm a bit scared. Lu Yiming stammered a flurry of words, unsure of what to say next. Finally burying her head back into Lin Ran and Appo's embrace, refusing to lift it again. Chapter 51. A delightful taste. It was not until Lin Ran placed her on the bed that Lu Yiming reluctantly released her grip on his arm. Yet she kept her eyes firmly shut, her body rigid as if preparing for battle. Lin Ran, observing this, found himself both amused and exasperated. He tugged at Lu Yiming's hand, warning, if you continue like this, I might just leave. Please, don't go. Lu Yiming quickly sat up, holding Lin Ran's hand tightly, her large eyes filled with a pleading look. Lin Ran, don't leave me. I am scared alone. Lin Ran's lips twitched in disbelief. What could possibly frighten you in broad daylight? Lu Yiming shook his arm, insisting, I'm just scared. I beg you, please don't go. All right, Lin Ran relented. Sitting beside her, he noticed the remnants of tears still glistening on her cheeks and gently wiped them away. Are you ready? Huh? Lu Yiming was momentarily confused, but soon realized what he meant. I'm ready. An hour later, Lin Ran looked at the girl. No, now a woman, whose eyes still sparkled with tears. Are you all right? He asked. Lu Yiming shook her head. That's good to hear. After saying this, Lin Ran placed a gentle kiss on her cheek and raised an eyebrow. Do you still want to watch Extreme Challenge? What? Lu Yiming was taken aback, then blushed and smiled shyly. You rascal. Lin Ran let out a deep sigh as he noticed the stark red stain on the sheets, tightening his embrace around Lu Yiming. After the two of them held each other and indulged in a peaceful slumber, they awoke to find it was already 3 in the afternoon. Lu Yiming made her way to the living room in a rather awkward manner. Lin Ran, watching from behind, asked, Can you still drive like that? Lu Yiming opened her mouth to say yes, but quickly realized her legs were not cooperating. She smiled sheepishly. I might struggle a bit. Looks like I'll be relying on you to drive today. At 4 in the afternoon, Lin Ran drove Lu Yiming back to the company. After briefly tending to his work, he took her out to eat, as they had not had a meal since noon, and Lin Ran felt quite famished. The restaurant was chosen by Lu Yiming, who opted for a private kitchen specializing in nourishing dishes. She eagerly ordered a variety of items, and Lin Ran couldn't help but smile. You certainly know how to take care of yourself. Of course, it's my duty to nourish my brother, she replied. After dinner, Lin Ran drove Lu Yiming back home. He had initially worried that she might be too distracted after watching Extreme Challenge, but he soon discovered that she was even more eager to see it than he was. That night, Lu Yiming finally managed to sleep soundly. As the new year approached, she gazed at the starry sky, feeling immensely happy. The following day, they both slept in until 11 o'clock. After dining out, Lin Ran took Lu Yiming back home. They hiked a mountain together, and when they grew tired, they would nap, only to awaken and repeat the process. For days later, as Lu Yiming received a message from home, she reluctantly crawled out of Lin Ran's embrace. Brother, I have to go home today. Go ahead, Lin Ran yawned. If you don't leave soon, someone might starve. Lu Yiming looked at him, puzzled. What do you mean? With a smile, Lin Ran replied, Well, you've certainly been well fed these past few days. Understanding dawned on Lu Yiming, and she huffed playfully before pinching Lin Ran's waist. Take care of yourself, brother. Of course I will. Don't worry. Aside from you, no one else can make me indulge like this. His words were sincere, though Lu Yiming was inexperienced. She was the one he cherished the most. According to Lu Yiming, she invested around $1 million each year in maintaining her health. Lin Ran nodded, realizing that money spent on self-care truly made a difference. Lu Yuming's natural beauty, combined with her meticulous care, offered Lin Ran a sensation that no other woman could provide. In short, the experience was nothing short of exquisite. Lu Yuming quickly got dressed and planted several kisses on Lin Ran and Apos' face before finally saying, "I'm leaving now. Remember to eat and take care of yourself. Don't overdo it. Moderation is key." Listening to her gentle reminders, Lin Ran reluctantly pinched her thigh once more. "All right, I understand. Now hurry back." With a quick okay, Lu Yuming grabbed her bag and hurried out, aware that her mother had issued a final ultimatum. If she didn't return soon, her mother would surely be furious. Once Lu Yuming left, Lin Ran took a moment to rest before replying to Zhang Dandan's message. "I'll be at the office in about half an hour. Wait for me." After sending the message, Lin Ran sighed deeply. Having too many women was indeed a sweet burden. Zhang Dandan, who had been watching his mood eating and who Jingjing were called in for solo overtime, grew increasingly anxious as Lin Ran had sought her out in days. She began to worry that he might not be interested in her at all. Chapter 52. Soaring profits. In recent days, Lin Ran had been driving Lu Yuming's car, leaving his own vehicle untouched in the company garage. After tidying up a bit, he summoned a ride to the office. Despite the playful antics, Lin Ran remained focused on his primary objective, generating revenue. Upon arriving at the company, he called Sun Quan into his office for a work report. Ever since Lin Ran had promoted and increased Sun Quan's salary, the latter had been notably more enthusiastic, displaying a readiness to go to great lengths for Lin Ran. "General Manager Lin, here is the revenue report for the past month, along with the data for each streamer." Sun Quan respectfully placed the two reports before Lin Ran. As Lin Ran perused the documents, he exclaimed in amazement. He recalled that when he initially acquired the company, Zhang Cheng had mentioned that the annual profit hovered around 4 to 5 million, translating to roughly 400,000 per month in net profit. However, during Lin Ran and Apos' first month at the helm, the company and Apos' net profit had surged to an astonishing 700,000. This remarkable increase was undoubtedly linked to the rapid growth in the streamers and Apos' fan bases. Many had seen their followers multiply, significantly enhancing their value. And with an influx of gifts and rising merchandise prices, the profits became quite substantial. Notably, Song Yi and Li Ming had emerged as minor celebrities among streamers within just a month, achieving impressive results that were indeed remarkable. Lin Ran nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that his strategies had proven effective, and it also indicated a promising future for the two. Speaking of Song Yi, she had originally intended to focus on a sultry dance style, but after joining Lin Ran, she had decisively shifted her approach and direction. Had she persisted in her initial ambition, the growth of her fanbase would likely have been even more astonishing. Seeing Lin Ran smile with satisfaction, Sun Quan stepped forward, eager to flatter him. "General Manager, the rapid development of our company is entirely due to your astute leadership. Under your guidance, we have united in our efforts, and I am confident that we will soon achieve even more remarkable results." Hearing such flattery, Lin Ran couldn't help but smile. It was no wonder ancient emperors favored sycophants. Compliments were indeed pleasing to the ear. Nevertheless, Sun Quan was not merely a flatterer. He was genuinely capable. An employee who possessed both eloquence and true talent was hard to overlook for promotion. Indeed, everyone has been working tirelessly, especially the management and the streamers. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. Therefore, I have decided to double the bonuses for all management this month. As for the streamers, we must also provide appropriate rewards. You will be responsible for determining how to recognize their contributions. Take the next couple of days to compile a detailed list based on their performance and contributions. It is essential that we reward merit fairly and justly. This matter is entrusted entirely to you." Upon hearing this, Sun Quan's smile broadened, and he eagerly nodded in agreement. "Absolutely, General Manager Lin. You can rest assured that I will handle this matter meticulously and will not disappoint you." Sun Quan and Apos' beaming expression reflected Lin Ran and Apos' generosity, which indeed surpassed that of Zhang Cheng. This approach stemmed from Lin Ran and Apos' own humble beginnings. He understood the principle of utilizing resources for the benefit of the people. He never intended to monopolize all profits, but sought a fair distribution method that would motivate employees to work harder while laying a solid foundation for the company's long-term development. After all, to truly grow and stabilize the company, it was vital to have a reliable, loyal, and capable team. In today's pragmatic society, the most effective means of winning hearts was undoubtedly through financial incentives. Furthermore, aside from generous material rewards, treating every employee with sincerity was equally essential. When employees were compensated adequately and given due regard, they would naturally be inclined to devote themselves wholeheartedly to their work. This effort would be proactive rather than reactive. As seen in renowned corporations, employees often feared the downfall of their companies more than their bosses did, which motivated them to work diligently. Similarly, while controlling streamers could involve various intricate rules and contracts, earning their willing allegiance required a broader vision from the employer. Lin Ran understood this principle and naturally refused to be stingy. He was destined for great endeavors. After concluding his discussion with Sun Quan, Lin Ran took a moment to rest on his bed before sending a WeChat message to Zhang Dandan, summoning her to his office. Upon receiving the message, Zhang Dandan felt a surge of excitement and promptly replied, "Sure, General Manager Lin, I'll be right over." After sending the message, she first visited the restroom to touch up her makeup. For this meeting with Lin Ran, she had deliberately chosen a coordinated outfit, one that boasted unique flair. "General Manager, I've arrived." Lin Ran, still lounging on the bed, received Zhang Dandan's message and quickly responded, "You can come in directly. The door is open." "Okay." After replying, Zhang Dandan carefully pushed the door open and locked it behind her. She glanced around, taking in her first impression of Lin Ran's office, spacious, with excellent views. An understated luxury. She noticed that Lin Ran was not immediately visible, but then caught sight of a slightly ajar door, which she surmised must lead to the bedroom. Quietly, she approached and gently pushed the door open. Lin Ran was sprawled on the bed, engrossed in his phone. Upon noticing Zhang Dandan enter, he chuckled, "You're here." Zhang Dandan's cheeks flushed when she saw Lin Ran clad only in casual attire. She softly murmured in acknowledgement, taking in the impressive size of the bed, which seemed to be over 3 meters wide. "Why are you standing there? Come over," Lin Ran beckoned, patting the space beside him. "You seem quite bold over WeChat. Why shy away now?" Lin Ran's words only deepened Zhang Dandan's embarrassment. The reason she was so candid online was that she could hide behind the screen. Now, face to face with him, she felt a touch of shyness. After all, she and Lin Ran were still unfamiliar with each other, and the prospect of engaging in something intimate felt daunting. She was not a professional in this regard. Her experiences were limited to 2 previous boyfriends, and those had been established relationships that progressed gradually. However, with Lin Ran, she had yet to truly get to know him, which made her feel somewhat awkward. Chapter 53. Classical Dance with Petite Steps. Zhang Dandan approached the bedside and began to disrobe unreservedly. Lin Ran, reclining on the bed, observed her with keen interest, inwardly noting her somewhat slender physique, evidently underdeveloped. "If I recall correctly, Don and Apos, do you possess a talent for classical dance? Perhaps you could grace me with a performance?" Lin Ran inquired casually, propping himself up against the headboard as he gazed upon Zhang Dandan. "Ah?" Zhang Dandan responded, visibly taken aback. "Dance?" She regarded Lin Ran with a hint of perplexity, questioning the sudden interest in witnessing her dance. However, she swiftly composed herself, surmising that such predilections were characteristic of the affluent. "What manner of dance does Director Lin desire to behold?" Lin Ran, lacking expertise in the matter, replied, "Simply perform one of your most accomplished pieces." Zhang Dandan acquiesced with a nod. "Very well." Subsequently, she commenced her dance with poise and confidence. Perhaps motivated by a desire to captivate Lin Ran further, Zhang Dandan deliberately selected a particularly challenging composition, replete with intricate and demanding maneuvers. As he observed Zhang Dandan and Apos' performance, Lin Ran occasionally took a sip of his drink, inwardly marveling at the spectacle. Indeed, when engaged in their forte, individuals seemed to radiate an undeniable allure. Such was the case with Zhang Dandan, whose charm was markedly amplified as she danced. "Enchantress," Lin Ran remarked, "your mastery of dance is truly remarkable." Zhang Dandan responded with a bashful smile. "Naturally, I commenced my dance training at the tender age of 3. Furthermore, she had consistently exerted considerable effort, resulting in a solid foundation. Many intricate movements that others found insurmountable were effortlessly executed by her." After an hour, Zhang Dandan cast a gaze upon Lin Ran, her eyes brimming with adoration and admiration. "Darling, what manner of sustenance do you typically consume?" "Everything, really. Why do you inquire?" Lin Ran responded, regarding Zhang Dandan with mild bewilderment, perplexed by her unexpected inquiry. "How is it that your physique is so robust?" Zhang Dandan inquired coyly. "A divinely endowed physique. Have you not heard of it?" Lin Ran proclaimed with utmost seriousness. In truth, he was not exaggerating, perhaps due to his extensive history of manual labor. Physical exertion had never posed a challenge to him. Over time, his physique had naturally developed. Moreover, he now prioritized his well-being through a balanced diet, hydration, and occasional exercise. Naturally, this contributed to his overall condition. Of course, his youthfulness was also a significant factor. Does such a thing as a divinely endowed physique truly exist? Zheng Dandan inquired. Regarding Lin Ran with a hint of skepticism, I have only encountered such concepts in novels. Do such individuals truly exist in reality? Indeed, Lin Ran affirmed. You have stumbled upon one such exceptional individual. You are truly fortunate, my little enchantress. Lin Ran then playfully stroked Zheng Dandan's fair thigh. Very well, return to your duties. Zheng Dandan responded with a soft okay and began to dress, grateful for her foresight in preparing for such an occasion. Once attired, she cast a final glance at Lin Ran. Darling, I shall take my leave now. Farewell. Following Zheng Dandan's departure, Lin Ran drew the covers over himself and indulged in a restorative nap. It must be noted that, as traditional Chinese medicine posits, sleep is profoundly nourishing. Provided one obtains sufficient sleep, maintains a healthy diet, and engages in regular exercise, their physical well-being is assuredly beyond reproach. Upon awakening, Lin Ran noted that it was already 7 in the evening. He checked his phone and discovered a message from Li Ming. Darling, are you available this evening? I would like to treat you to dinner. When my darling beckons, how could I possibly decline? Upon receiving Lin Ran and Appo's message, Li Ming ecstatically performed a series of jubilant leaps in the, before swiftly responding, Are you currently at the company, darling? May I visit you at your office? Lin Ran stretched languidly, attempting to rouse himself fully, before replying to Li Ming. Indeed, come along. Chapter 54. The affluent. After Li Ming and Lin Ran entered the car, Li Ming sent Lin Ran a location. Brother, let's south dine at this place. I've heard their barbecue is exquisite. Lin Ran glanced at it and nodded. Listening to my dear, let us set off. On the way, Li Ming had already made a reservation, so upon their arrival, they were promptly escorted to their table by the waiter. Li Ming graciously handed the menu to Lin Ran. Brother, you order. Lin Ran took the menu and glanced at Li Ming, appreciating her thoughtfulness. Li Ming blushed slightly, thinking to herself, Thanks to my brother for pulling me out of that place and helping me discover my interests. Treating him to a meal feels far from sufficient. Lin Ran gently shook his head. No, my dear. You are one of my own. We are family, so there is no need for formality. After saying this, Lin Ran ordered a few dishes and handed the menu back to Li Ming. Darling, do you see anything else you would like to add? Li Ming examined the dishes Lin Ran had chosen and replied, Brother, shouldn't we order a few more lamb kidneys? I've heard they are quite nourishing. She smiled shyly after speaking. Lin Ran chuckled. That notion isn't entirely scientific. It might have a slight benefit, but true nourishment comes from actual supplements. Otherwise, why would those popular products sell so well every year, especially with soaring sales in recent years? It indicates that we should rely on more effective means. Otherwise, if everyone just dined on lamb kidneys, they would be quite gassy. 2 servings would suffice. Li Ming nodded and called the waiter. Hello, we are ready to order. After confirming the selections, the waiter departed. As Li Ming and Lin Ran chatted amiably, Han Bing at a nearby table cast several glances their way. Finally recognizing Lin Ran before approaching, Li Ming was facing away from him, so he only saw Lin Ran dining with a girl who, from the back, appeared slender and elegant, a clear beauty. Han Bing speculated that it couldn't be Su Yu, as her silhouette wasn't as appealing. And he knew that she and Lin Ran had already parted ways. Who could this be? Upon hearing someone call his name, Lin Ran looked up and was surprised to find it was Han Bing. Though they were not particularly close, he greeted him politely. Hi. Li Ming, noticing someone calling Lin Ran, turned around and was astonished to see a familiar face, Han Bing, their classmate. Upon recognizing Li Ming, Han Bing was momentarily taken aback, internally cursing. Isn't that the class flower, Li Ming? Why is she dining with Lin Ran? Could the rumors be true that Lin Ran is a hidden wealthy heir, and Li Ming has succumbed to his wealth? Previously, this had only been hearsay, and Han Bing had never taken it seriously until now, seeing Lin Ran's outfit, which he recognized. It seemed the rumors held some truth. This thought left Han Bing feeling quite uncomfortable. He had neither money nor looks. He had always considered Lin Ran a kindred spirit, one without a girlfriend and the other a hopeless admirer, both in the same boat. Now, Lin Ran was revealed to be a hidden wealthy heir, soaring to great heights, leaving Han Bing feeling like the only loser. Furthermore, with Lin Ran pursuing Li Ming, his discomfort deepened, for he too had been among Li Ming's many suitors, albeit secretly, as he lacked the means to pursue her. Seeing this scene was akin to a poor man watching his friend strike it rich while he remained destitute. It was an unbearable feeling. Are you dining here too? Lin Ran asked, noticing Han Bing appeared dazed. Han Bing snapped back to reality and nodded. Yes, I'm here with colleagues. Lin Ran acknowledged him but said no more. Li Ming smiled at Han Bing, which served as a greeting, even though they were not well acquainted. In truth, Li Ming was not particularly familiar with anyone in class, especially the boys with whom she hardly exchanged words. Witnessing the closeness between the two, Han Bing felt a pang of discontent. It was as if they had once been comrades in misfortune, and suddenly one had struck gold, accompanied by a beautiful woman, leaving the other alone. Han Bing's thoughts wandered. No wonder Lin Ran no longer stayed in the dorm. Were they perhaps cohabiting? The three shared an awkward glance, unsure of what to say. Ultimately, they were just acquaintances with no real bond. Although Han Bing was Lin Ran's roommate, Lin Ran had often been out late in pursuit of Su Yu and work, treating the dorm merely as a place to sleep. Nevertheless, out of courtesy, Lin Ran asked when their dishes arrived, "Would you care to join us?" Han Bing discreetly glanced at Li Ming and waved his hand. "No, thank you. I'm here with colleagues. Just came to say hello." Lin Ran nodded, not insisting further. Han Bing smiled and turned to leave. Li Ming, feeling somewhat shy around others, waited until Han Bing was a distance away before quietly saying, "Brother, eat this." She offered a bite to Lin Ran. Lin Ran, touched by the affection in her eyes, gently caressed her small hand. "Darling, you've chosen well." Li Ming blushed and replied playfully, "You're such a charmer, brother." They fed each other in an intimate exchange, while Han Bing, witnessing the scene from afar, felt a sensation that was indescribably painful. "Hey, Han Bing, is that your friend?" One of his colleagues inquired upon his return. Snapping back to attention, Han Bing nodded. "Oh, he's a college mate." His colleague remarked, "Your friend seems quite wealthy, and his girlfriend is truly lovely." Han Bing, puzzled, asked, "How do you know that?" The colleague explained, "You missed it while you were in the restroom. They arrived in a BMW X7. TSK, it's true once a man has money, he needs to worry about lacking beautiful companions. So we must work hard." Han Bing was momentarily taken aback. He looked at the BMW parked outside, recognizing the brand but unaware of the X7 and Oppo's price. After a moment's thought, he pulled out his phone to search for the cost. Upon seeing the price, his expression turned complex as he glanced at Lin Ran and Li Ming, feeling overwhelmed by the realization that being born into wealth was indeed a skillful affair. Chapter 55, Consumption. Ever since his encounter with Lin Ran, Han Bing found the skewers in his hand to be devoid of their usual allure. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of why such a low-key scion of wealth like Lin Ran would once fawn over someone like Su Yu, and why Lin Ran felt compelled to feign poverty. Was this some peculiar quirk of the affluent, a deliberate endeavor to experience the struggles of life? After pondering for a considerable time without resolution, he decided to abandon the thought altogether. He began contemplating how he might attain a lifestyle akin to Lin Ran and Oppo's. Quietly calculating in his mind, he realized that his current internship salary was a mere $5,000 per month, summing up to $60,000 annually. Setting aside the cost of housing, even a car would require decades of relentless saving, living frugally without indulgence, and even then, maintaining one would be another matter entirely. This realization deepened Han Bing's discontent. He had once believed that everyone shared similar circumstances, only to discover the stark contrast. Meanwhile, Lin Ran had soon satisfied his hunger. After all, his meal with Li Ming was merely a means to an end, a way to refuel before returning to more pressing matters. Once they finished dining, he took Li Ming's hand and strolled over to Han Bing's table, offering a casual greeting. "Han Bing, we are heading out now." Upon hearing his name, Han Bing's gaze instinctively fell upon Li Ming. He quickly uttered a response, "Oh, okay." With that, Lin Ran wrapped his arm around Li Ming and exited, only regaining his composure after they had entered their vehicle. The observing colleagues immediately grasped the situation. After all, they were men who understood such dynamics. "Hey, Han Bing, don't stare too long. That one isn't someone an ordinary man can handle," one colleague remarked, taking a sip of his drink, embodying a sense of worldly wisdom. "For us regular folks, it's best to find someone down to earth to settle with. Someone like that is beyond our reach." Although these words stung, Han Bing recognized their truth. Indeed, with his modest salary, he could barely afford rent and meals, let alone the luxury of dating. Moreover, a beautiful woman like Li Ming would undoubtedly attract numerous suitors. Even if he were to win her affection, maintaining that relationship would be another challenge, potentially leading to heartache. After bidding farewell to his colleagues, Han Bing felt an unexpected aversion to returning to the dormitory. With Lin Ran no longer residing there, it felt emptier than usual. Wandering aimlessly, he found himself at the entrance of an alley when he was suddenly called out to. "Hey there, handsome." Han Bing glanced at the woman before him, then back again. Realizing he was alone with her, pointing to himself, he asked, "Are you calling me?" The woman chuckled, perhaps amused by his delayed reaction. She approached him, swaying her not-so-slim waist, and playfully asked, "Are you alone, handsome?" Han Bing, taken aback by such advances, nodded in a daze. "Ah." The woman laughed heartily. "You are so adorable." She then draped her arm over his shoulder, inquiring, "Celebrating the new year?" "What?" Han Bing responded, befuddled. Her laughter grew brighter. "Are you genuinely clueless, or just pretending?" She leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "Celebrating the new year? Do you understand?" Taken aback, Han Bing instinctively stepped back. The woman, slightly displeased by his reaction, nevertheless persisted. "So, what is your decision?" Suddenly, Han Bing recalled the moment he witnessed Lin Ran and Li Ming entering their car. He reflected on his years of living without ever experiencing the joys of manhood. As he approached 25, he pondered the embarrassment of remaining a novice in such matters. After a moment and Appo's hesitation, he acquiesced, thinking of it as an experience. As his colleague had mentioned, barring unforeseen circumstances, he would likely end up marrying a woman of average looks and stature, settling into a mundane life. But was that truly the life he desired? Clearly not. This woman, though not on par with Li Ming, possessed a certain allure beyond the ordinary. Resolving to seize the moment, Han Bing decided to indulge. The woman, upon hearing his agreement, eagerly moved closer, discussing the fees. "It's 150 or 500. Which do you prefer?" she asked, snuggling against him. "I'll take the 500 package," Han Bing replied, gritting his teeth. After years of frugality without any financial windfall, a little extravagance seemed justified. Besides, in the realm of dating, 500 could merely cover a dinner. And even then, he might not even experience a fleeting touch. In contrast, this transaction promised tangible returns. The woman beamed at his choice, leading him into the alley. Meanwhile, Lin Ran remained blissfully unaware that his unintentional actions had transformed an innocent young man into a more worldly one. At that moment, Lin Ran and Li Ming were scaling a mountain. After an hour of climbing, Lin Ran noticed that Li Ming had significantly improved her skills. "Have you been taking lessons, darling?" he teased, to which she playfully stuck out her tongue, admitting, "Not really. I just watched some climbing videos." "Do you enjoy it?" "Very much." As they continued their ascent, the age-old adage, "Practice makes perfect," rang true. Li Ming had grown bolder and more adept, finding the climb far less taxing than before. The next morning at 9, Han Bing emerged from the alley, his eyes shadowed, his complexion pale, and his legs feeling somewhat weak. Yet, he felt that the money spent was incredibly worthwhile. Grateful he had chosen the 500 package, he was thoroughly satisfied, having fully indulged. Glancing at the time, he hastily requested a day off. Given his current state, it was clear he was unfit for work. He needed to return home and recuperate. After resting, he would return to earning money, and with that, he would indulge again. He had finally discovered the joy of spending, and it was worth every penny. He only lamented not having discovered this avenue sooner. Chapter 56, Graduation Ceremony. As the eve of the graduation gala approached, Lin Ran and Appo's advisor inquired if he needed assistance in refining his speech. Lin Ran glanced at the manuscript in his hand and promptly replied, "Everything is ready, rest assured." Satisfied, the advisor felt a sense of relief, pondering that someone like Lin Ran, who hails from affluence, could easily hire a writer to craft a speech in no time. It seemed he had unnecessarily worried. The following morning, at the Gobin mansion, Lin Ran emerged leisurely from his bedroom. 10 minutes later, Song Yi and Li Ming strolled out arm in arm, both radiating warmth and charm. Today marked the graduation gala, commencing around 4 in the afternoon. And as Lin Ran was to deliver a speech as an outstanding graduate, it was imperative he arrive early. Both Li Ming and Song Yi were also attending the event. So Lin Ran had invited them to stay over at his place the previous night for convenience, sparing the hassle of multiple trips. He had considered inviting Lu Yuming as well, but given her strict household rules forbidding overnight stays, he decided against it. Knowing that there would be ample opportunities in the future, the trio embarked on a hike together. Song Yi and Li Ming expressed their admiration for Lin Ran's climbing skills. With a hearty laugh, he responded, "All right, no need to flatter me excessively. I'm hungry, let us go out for a meal." Sharing a knowing smile, Song Yi and Li Ming gracefully took hold of his arms, and together, they strolled hand in hand, catching the attention of many passers-by. The trio and Apos' beauty was striking, and their vibrant camaraderie was a rare sight, especially for the older generation, who couldn't help but whisper among themselves, stealing glances at the enchanting scene. Upon entering a breakfast eatery, the young man at the counter, upon recognizing Lin Ran and Apos' face, had a momentary twitch of his lips. Not long ago, Lin Ran had visited with two lovely companions, leaving a memorable impression on him. He hadn't anticipated their return, especially with a completely different pair of beautiful women accompanying him today. Internally, he lamented the disparity. Even one familiar face would have sufficed, but alas, both were exceptionally stunning, each possessing unique charms. It felt as though he were witnessing a royal selection. Nevertheless, he maintained a courteous smile, ushering them in. Song Yi and Li Ming confidently walked in, unfazed by the gazes of onlookers. After placing their orders, Lin Ran remained idle as the two women playfully fed him, much to the astonishment of those nearby. After their meal, the trio took a leisurely stroll in a nearby park to aid digestion before heading home. By 1 o'clock in the afternoon, they groggily rose from their slumber. Lin Ran blinked his eyes open and nudged the two beside him. "Darling, it's time to wake up." With that, he slipped into the bathroom for a shower. Once dressed, Song Yi and Li Ming completed their makeup. As the morning application had faded, "Let us go for lunch, my loves. What would you like to eat?" Lin Ran stretched, inviting them to join him. In unison, they replied, "Steak, at that restaurant on the 3rd floor of the school." "Perfect. This way, we'll have ample time before the rehearsal. And we wouldn't want to tire you out, especially after your hard work yesterday and this morning," Song Yi sweetly chimed, lightly shaking Lin Ran's arm. Li Ming nodded in agreement. "Yes, this gives us plenty of time, so you won't have to rush." Lin Ran, feeling slightly dizzy from their affectionate gestures, acquiesced. "All right. Steak it is. Let us set off." Once in the car, they sped towards the school, where Lin Ran parked right outside the dining hall. Although it was past meal time, a handful of students still occupied the cafeteria. As soon as Lin Ran stepped out of the vehicle, he drew numerous stares, especially from the ladies who glimmered with excitement at the sight of the rumored wealthy and handsome figure. Before they could approach him, the rear door swung open, revealing two stunning beauties stepping out, one on each side of Lin Ran. While some might not recognize Li Ming, Song Yi was well known throughout the school, prominently featured on the campus and Apos' confession wall. It was nearly impossible not to know her, given her status as the acknowledged campus belle. Witnessing the scene, onlookers gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is this the joy of the affluent? To have two extraordinary beauties by one's side?" As the two women gracefully approached Lin Ran, linking their arms with his, the crowd was left in awe. Not only did he possess two beautiful girlfriends, but they were also remarkably understanding and harmonious, devoid of jealousy. This was the dream life of countless men, inspiring many to strive for wealth and success, envisioning a day when they too might experience such bliss. Meanwhile, other women, observing the enchanting trio, felt a twinge of inferiority, questioning their worth in the presence of such unparalleled beauty. Chapter 57. The three together amidst the envious and resentful gazes of the crowd. The three individuals ascended the elevator to the 3rd floor of the cafeteria. After finishing their meal, Lin Ran briefly replied to the instructor and Apos' message on WeChat before heading to the instructor and Apos' office, while Song Yi and Li Ming returned to their dormitory to rest for a while. At 4 in the afternoon, the graduation ceremony commenced. Li Ming and Song Yi sat together, their eyes fixed intently on the podium. The itinerary for the ceremony was as follows: a speech by the principal, a speech by distinguished teachers, a speech by outstanding graduates, followed by graduation performances. The principal and Apos' address was exceedingly dull, and everyone seated appeared to be in a state of drowsiness. Following the principal, the distinguished teachers delivered equally tedious speeches. Hand in hand, Li Ming and Song Yi eagerly awaited Lin Ran and Apos' appearance. Finally, after 2 hours of monotonous speeches, it was time for the outstanding graduate speeches. There were 3 exemplary graduates, but Li Ming and Song Yi were uninterested in the other 2. They had endured the preceding segments, and now it was Lin Ran and Apos' turn to take the stage. As soon as he appeared, many recognized him, having witnessed the delightful scene of the three together in the cafeteria just hours earlier. Numerous girls even let out excited squeals, as Lin Ran was, without a doubt, quite handsome. However, alongside the excitement, there were expressions of surprise and shock. Lin Ran's roommates and classmates could hardly believe that he was one of the outstanding graduates. "What? This loser is an outstanding graduate? How is that possible? The instructor has benefited me so much. Why didn't they nominate this exceptional student for me? Sure, don't you know who Lin Ran is? He is not just a loser. He is a hidden rich second generation. One person gestured toward Li Ming and Song Yi, saying, I tell you, the class beauty is already Lin Ran S. What? When did that happen? How come I didn't know? You wouldn't know. I heard it from someone else. Once. They were seen holding hands by our classmates. Can that be fake? Wow, I can't believe I'm just finding this out. So Lin Ran is so impressive? A hidden rich second generation? Yet he was chasing after Su Yu? Has his brain been squeezed by the door? Hey, who hasn't he been youthful and reckless? Perhaps he was just experiencing life, playing the pure love warrior. As they whispered among themselves, Su Yu, not far away, overheard their conversation and felt a pang of discomfort. She had been so close to becoming a rich lady, just a hair and Appo's breath away. Anger surged within her. She couldn't just sit back and let it happen. She needed to reattach herself to Lin Ran, or else graduation was approaching, and the houses she desired were beyond her budget. She thought to herself that securing Lin Ran would mean moving into his luxurious mansion, alleviating her housing woes. On stage, Lin Ran spoke eloquently, and Li Ming and Song Yi listened, their eyes brimming with affection. Similarly, Lu Yuming exhibited the same sentiment. Ever since her mother discovered she was no longer the innocent girl she once was, Lu Yuming had been under strict scrutiny and would likely have been confined at home had it not been for the graduation ceremony. It had been a while since she had seen Lin Ran, and now, watching him stand handsomely at the podium, passionately recounting his entrepreneurial journey, though fabricated, her eyes surprisingly moistened. After such a long time apart, she found herself missing him dearly. When Lin Ran finished speaking, the applause erupted like thunder, echoing through the hall. Li Ming and Song Yi had saved a spot for him, and naturally, Lin Ran settled between them. The moment he sat down, both girls nestled closer to him. Wow. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd became restless. The delightful image of the trio in the cafeteria was no longer a secret but now a public spectacle. Lin Ran's passionate speech had captivated many, and ever since he took the stage, numerous eyes had been glued to him. Now, seeing him flanked by two beautiful girls stirred a mix of envy and admiration in everyone. Regardless of gender, people felt a blend of jealousy and longing. For the boys, it was envy directed at Lin Ran, living the dream of having two beautiful companions. For the girls, it was envy towards Li Ming and Song Yi. As being the girlfriend of a wealthy second generation was every woman and Appo's aspiration. Lu Yuming, feeling agitated, huffed at the realization that Song Yi was also with Lin Ran. While she endured her own inner turmoil, the other two basked in affection. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She stood up immediately and strode toward Lin Ran. Upon seeing Lu Yuming, Lin Ran beamed. Sweetheart, you're here. He had missed her during their time apart. The onlookers couldn't help but twitch their lips at Lin Ran's affectionate address, especially as he was already surrounded by two stunning beauties. It was astonishing that yet another beauty approached him with such ease, while the two beside him maintained serene expressions, seemingly unbothered. He couldn't help but reflect on his own situation. If he merely glanced at another girl on the street, his girlfriend would scold him mercilessly. Indeed, comparison can be a bitter pill to swallow. Lu Yuming noticed there were no seats left beside them and huffed again. Lin Ran looked around and patted a spot. Sweetheart, sit here. Her cheeks flushed upon realizing the attention. Is that appropriate with so many people around? What is inappropriate about it? Come sit here, Lin Ran insisted, patting the spot again. Such a dog, she muttered under her breath. Seeing Lu Yuming arrive, Li Ming also smiled and said, Yes, Yuming, if brother invites you to sit, then you should. No one will notice us anyway. The surrounding crowd, hearing this, found it even more amusing. Oh, nobody notices you? Everyone in Appo's eyes are practically glued to the three of you. Lu Yuming glanced at the central stage, where someone was singing, and assumed no one would be watching them. So she boldly approached and sat directly in Lin Ran's lap. Chapter 58. Friendship Applications. Upon witnessing the scene, the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. What a remarkable situation, and this is the third one already. Is the allure of wealth truly this compelling? Lu Yuming exchanged a few words with Lin Ran, while Song Yi and Li Ming cast a knowing glance at him. In broad daylight, under the expansive sky, Lin Ran's presence was indeed striking. It seemed he was truly a natural-born prodigy. Lin Ran glanced at the stage where the dancers performed, finding the spectacle rather dull. Having already made his entrance, he felt little purpose in lingering. Looking at Lu Yuming nestled in his arms, he seductively suggested, Shall we step outside? Lu Yuming, who cherished hiking but had been confined at home by her parents for days, eagerly accepted the idea. Hearing her sweet voice, Lin Ran chuckled and stood, leading the four of them toward the exit of the hall. Observers could easily guess the intentions of the quartet, and it was evident that those in the know understood perfectly well. Once in the car, Lin Ran drove directly to the nearest five-star hotel. The front desk staff watched in awe, secretly marveling at the rarity of such a scene. Indeed, the youth possessed an abundance of vitality and revelry. Lin Ran contemplated indulging in a private hot spring experience sometime soon, intending to invite Lin Qingqing along for a perfect gathering of 5 friends. At 8 in the evening, Lin Ran leisurely rose from his bed and wandered into the living room, gazing out at the city and Appo's nightscape while savoring a cigarette, reflecting on the intricacies of life. "Brother, are you hungry?" Lu Yiming inquired first. Lin Ran took a deep drag, extinguished his cigarette, and messaged the butler to arrange for a meal. After the four indulged in a satisfying feast, Lin Ran reclined lazily on the sofa, while Li Ming and Song Yi dutifully massaged his weary muscles, feeling a tinge of sympathy for his tireless efforts over the past few days. Meanwhile, Lu Yiming retreated to her bedroom to call her mother, concocting excuses to avoid returning home. Lu and Appo's mother, uneasy, insisted on a video call, prompting Lu Yiming to comply. Upon seeing Li Ming and Song Yi, her mother finally relaxed, permitting Lu Yiming to enjoy the company of her friends for the evening. "Brother, why not invite Qingqing over as well? Then our group would be complete." Li Ming chuckled at the suggestion, adding, "The 3 new secretaries you hired have already delved into the mysteries of life with you. Should we invite them too?" Lin Ran turned over, waved his hand dismissively, and replied, "They are different from you. I can invite Qingqing though. I and Appo's sent her a message to see if she is awake." As before, Lin Qingqing had just finished her shower and was drying her hair when her phone chimed with a notification. Upon checking, she saw a message from Lin Ran. Always eager to accept his invitations, she swiftly typed back, "Wait for me, I'm heading out." After sending the message, she gently used a hairdryer to finish drying her hair, then opened her wardrobe to select a stylishly cool dress before driving out. Half an hour later, a knock echoed at the hotel suite door. Lu Yiming skipped over to answer it, and upon opening the door, she embraced Lin Qingqing warmly as if they were long-lost friends. "Qingqing, you're here." Lu Yiming beamed with joy. Since their last meeting, they had exchanged contact details and had chatted daily, finding common ground with ease. Lin Qingqing, possessing high emotional intelligence, quickly bonded with Lu Yiming, and they appeared inseparable. Upon entering, Lin Qingqing noticed Song Yi and Li Ming, briefly startled by the number of people, but quickly regained her composure. Lin Ran, noticing Lin Qingqing's arrival, leisurely rose from the sofa. Understanding the situation, Lin Qingqing cast a teasing glance at him, acknowledging her brother's charm with the ladies. Lin Ran took Lin Qingqing's hand and introduced her to Li Ming and Song Yi, saying, "This is my dear Qingqing." With smiles, Li Ming and Song Yi greeted her. "Qingqing, I'm Li Ming, and Qingqing, I'm Song Yi." The 4 young women instantly clicked, engaging in animated conversation about the latest fashion trends, popular television dramas, and amusing anecdotes from their lives, creating a lively and joyful atmosphere. Meanwhile, Lin Ran attended to his messages, reflecting on how his passionate speech at the graduation ceremony had garnered him numerous admirers, predominantly female. Many sought his contact information, undeterred by his relationship status, as they noted that he had more than one girlfriend, implying that their chances were not diminished by the presence of others. Throughout the afternoon and into the evening, Lin Ran and Appo's advisor was inundated with requests from numerous girls seeking his contact details, many of whom were quite perceptive and willing to provide compensation. The advisor, delighted, accepted various gifts and monetary tokens, while also distributing Lin Ran and Appo's contact information. Lin Ran, observing his advisor and Appo's messages, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation at the influx of friend requests, having roughly counted over 30. He noted that most were from attractive women, though he harbored no specific expectations, as he already had a captivating partner. Nevertheless, he was open to new experiences. Contemplating this, he began to add friends, intending to engage in conversation, while planning to meet the more appealing ones in person and dismiss those who did not meet his expectations to conserve digital space. Chapter 59. Serendipity at the CAF. After Lin Ran finished responding to messages, the 4 women continued their lively chatter. The following morning, the 4 beauties gathered around, relishing a sumptuous breakfast while exchanging laughter and stories, creating a vibrant and aesthetically pleasing scene. Lin Ran, seated nearby, surveyed the four radiant faces before him, each exuding charm and allure, their every gesture imbued with an enchanting grace. Yet, despite the stirrings of desire within him, Lin Ran had pressing matters to attend to today and could not afford to join their camaraderie. He decided to grant himself a day of respite, a moment to rejuvenate. After breakfast, Lin Qingqing drove away with Lu Yuming, Song Yi, and Li Ming. The quartet had developed a strong bond through their seamless collaboration the previous day, and their friendship had blossomed to a remarkable degree, culminating in plans to go shopping together that very day. Once the four women had departed, Lin Ran entered his car and pressed the accelerator, speeding towards the CAF. He had promised Chen Su that he would pursue Zhang Yi, the artistic young woman. Half an hour later, Lin Ran arrived at the CAF frequently visited by Zhang Yi. Upon exiting his vehicle, he took a moment to admire the CAF and Oppo's exterior. Smiling to himself, it was indeed a place that would appeal to a woman of artistic sensibilities, exuding an air of sophistication. Upon stepping inside, Lin Ran made his way to the bar. A cheerful bartender greeted him. "Good day, sir. Would you like to drink?" Lin Ran retrieved his phone and displayed a photo of Zhang Yi, inquiring, "Do you know this young lady?" The bartender shook his head. "Sorry, I don't recognize her." With a chuckle, Lin Ran casually extracted 5 red huaxia bills from his wallet and handed them to the bartender. "Take another look, will you?" The bartender's smile widened as he discreetly pocketed the bills, feigning contemplation before murmuring, "I have a vague impression, but I'm not familiar with her." Lin Ran smiled knowingly and pressed another 5 bills into the bartender's hand. "Are you sure? Please take a closer look." The bartender's grin grew even brighter as he quickly tucked the bills away, adopting a serious demeanor as he scrutinized the photo once more. "I do know her. She often comes here to enjoy coffee and read." Lin Ran chuckled. It was only natural that someone as striking as Zhang Yi would draw attention wherever she went. According to Chen Su, she frequented this CAF every couple of days, reinforcing Lin Ran's belief that the bartender must surely recognize her. "When does she usually come by?" Lin Ran inquired, retracting his phone. The bartender hesitated, casting a glance at Lin Ran's fine attire and generous demeanor, concluding that Lin Ran was likely not a nefarious character, but rather someone pursuing a romantic interest. "Sir, we cannot disclose customer privacy." Suppressing his irritation, Lin Ran discreetly offered another 5 bills to the bartender. After accepting the money, the bartender replied with a grin, "This young lady, Zhang Yi, comes quite often, sometimes daily, sometimes every other day. Did she come yesterday?" Lin Ran scanned the CAF, noticing Zhang Yi was not present. The bartender pondered momentarily before nodding. "Yes, she did." Lin Ran glanced at the time. It was nearly noon. "What time does she typically arrive, and what does she prefer to drink?" The bartender gave Lin Ran a knowing look, smirking subtly. Lin Ran, feeling a twinge of annoyance, once again produced 5 red bills. The bartender, now more forthcoming, said, "She generally comes in the afternoon, though she sometimes visits in the morning. She enjoys iced Americanos and occasionally orders desserts, but mostly she keeps it simple." Iced Americano, Lin Ran mused, questioning the appeal of such a beverage. Yet, as noon approached with no sign of Zhang Yi, he found himself uncertain if he would encounter the stunning beauty today. Ordering a coffee, he selected a seat with a splendid view and settled in. As Lin Ran engaged in a flurry of messaging on his phone, a sudden cough from the bartender caught his attention. He marveled at the effectiveness of his expenditure. The bartender was indeed resourceful. In that moment, he watched as Zhang Yi entered, taking a seat not far from him, engrossed in her book. Lin Ran couldn't and Oppos, he helped but smirk. She was the epitome of an artistic young woman. To his delight, Zhang Yi was even more captivating in person than in her photographs, though her cool demeanor did exude a certain intimidation. However, Lin Ran, having encountered numerous women, understood that beneath any exterior, every woman harbored a softer side. Thus, despite Zhang Yi's aloof appearance, he found himself undaunted and instead intrigued by the challenge. Chapter 60, Flirting Before Arriving. Lin Ran had already contemplated that he should not overly indulge the temperament of such an aloof girl. These women often present a facade of coldness and pride, creating an impression of being unapproachable. However, this is merely an illusion. If one were to flatter them without principles, they would not only fail to appreciate it but would instead feign disdain, looking down upon him as just another ordinary sycophant. Lin Ran had learned this truth the hard way through his experiences with Su Yuyu. One must never kneel before a woman. Unreciprocated flattery yields no favorable outcome. To successfully win a woman's heart, one must exhibit masculinity and assertiveness, completely captivating her, and then the rest would follow naturally. Take for instance someone like Lu Yuming, who previously bore herself with an air of superiority, yet once in bed, she transformed into a delicate, charming, and obedient being. Thus, Lin Ran was confident that Zhang Yi would be no different. Should he present himself as a mere admirer, she would perceive him as no different from the other men vying for her attention. Moreover, Lin Ran understood that women like Zhang Yi, while appearing cold and aloof on the surface, often harbor deep-seated feelings of loneliness within. In essence, the more demure and lovely a woman appears, or the more haughty and distant she seems, the more fervent and passionate her inner self may be, she simply chooses not to reveal it outwardly. Such women yearn for excitement and stimulation, yet struggle to find the right moment or the special person to ignite that longing, leading them to bury their desires deep within. Lin Ran resolved to take it upon himself to awaken the spark within Zhang Yi, allowing her to unleash her wildness and embrace her true self. It was wearisome to remain repressed. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Ran took a sip of his coffee, then leisurely rose and strolled to Zhang Yi's table, taking a seat directly across from her. The barista, observing the scene, could not help but sigh. He had not anticipated that a seemingly charming and dapper man like Lin Ran would employ such cliché tactics. Having worked there for quite some time, he had witnessed countless men like Lin Ran, and the outcome had invariably been rejection from Zhang Yi. Seeing Lin Ran follow the same path, the barista sighed again, thinking to himself, yet another pitiable pawn. After sitting down, Lin Ran remained silent, casting a glance at Zhang Yi before returning to his phone, contemplating which woman to pursue next. Zhang Yi, noticing a stranger seated across from her, furrowed her delicate brows. Just as she was about to voice her refusal, she realized that the man before her was engrossed in his phone, showing no inclination to engage in conversation. Perplexed, Zhang Yi stared at Lin Ran, questioning his intent. If he was not interested in conversing, why choose to sit directly across from her when numerous other seats were available? She longed to inquire but hesitated to initiate dialogue, instead returning her focus to her book. Meanwhile, Lin Ran, catching a glimpse of Zhang Yi and Appo's reaction from the corner of his eye, felt a surge of delight and resumed his flirtatious banter on WeChat. Half an hour later, though Zhang Yi remained fixated on her book, her thoughts strayed elsewhere. She occasionally glanced up at Lin Ran, who remained as silent as a statue, not sparing her a single glance. Eventually, she could no longer contain her curiosity. She gently set her book aside, straightened her posture, and fixed her gaze upon Lin Ran. He was indeed quite handsome, his attire meticulous and refined, which inexplicably diminished her initial impatience. After studying Lin Ran for a moment, she spoke, "Sir, would you mind sitting elsewhere?" Hearing Zhang Yi's initiative to speak, Lin Ran smiled subtly, lifting his gaze to meet hers. "What is the matter?" Caught off guard by his calm demeanor, Zhang Yi hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, a CAF is a public space, and one could sit wherever they pleased. Yet, with so many vacant seats, why was Lin Ran sitting directly across from her without uttering a single word? "I'm accustomed to reading alone here," Zhang Yi finally replied, studying Lin Ran more closely. He appeared clean-cut, devoid of the debauchery exhibited by the men she usually encountered, instead exuding a gentle and refined aura that sparked an involuntary fondness within her. Lin Ran smiled slightly. "I see. But do you know why I chose to sit here?" "Ah?" Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback, unsure of his meaning. "Talented gentlemen seek out virtuous ladies. I simply follow my heart," Lin Ran stated with utmost sincerity. Zhang Yi found herself momentarily speechless. Unlike the typical men who approached her with tired lines asking for contact information, none had ever conveyed their interest with such calmness and charm, making it difficult for her to feel inclined to reject him. Noticing Zhang Yi and Appo's moment of confusion, Lin Ran chuckled, "I know a place with breathtaking scenery." He glanced at the time, adding, "If we leave now, we could enjoy a picnic by the seaside and savor the sunset." "Where?" Zhang Yi instinctively inquired. "By the sea." Lin Ran stood up, extending his hand toward Zhang Yi. "May I have the honor of inviting you to witness the sunset together?" For a woman like Zhang Yi, who embodied artistic sensibilities, Lin Ran understood the need to offer something different. Had it been someone else, he would have simply asked, "Are you coming?" Zhang Yi gazed at Lin Ran's handsome face and, inexplicably compelled, nodded in agreement. Only upon entering Lin Ran's car did she begin to feel a twinge of regret, bewildered by her own decision to ride with a stranger. Perhaps it was his trustworthy aura, or perhaps it was the allure of his countenance that rendered her incapable of uttering the word no. The barista watched as the two exited together, incredulous. He had underestimated Lin Ran's capabilities in successfully captivating someone. Chapter 61. Picnic Lin Ran drove swiftly along the road, soon arriving at the seaside. He had just ordered a private dining experience, and shortly after he and Zhang Yi arrived, the food was delivered. Lin Ran opened the trunk, set up a small table and chairs, and after arranging the dishes, he beckoned to Zhang Yi, urging her to stop standing idly and come over to dine. Zhang Yi, momentarily taken aback, responded with a soft "oh" and walked over slowly. Lin Ran's actions were somewhat unexpected for her, recalling the men who had pursued her before. They had either invited her to five-star restaurants or suggested watching movies, which she found exceedingly mundane. Lin Ran was the first to propose a picnic by the sea, and it was her first experience dining outdoors with a man. She felt a mix of emotions, sensing that Lin Ran was unlike any man she had previously encountered. As Zhang Yi approached, Lin Ran gently guided her to sit in the chair beside him, then remarked, "By the way, I still don't know your name. I can't keep calling you and Amp, Oppos, Hey and Amp, Oppos. That would be terribly impolite." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. "My name is Zhang Yi. Zhang is in long bow. And Yi is in art. What about you?" "I'm Lin Ran. Lin is in two trees, and Ran is in then," he replied, arranging the dishes while glancing at her. "You have such a lovely smile. I hope to see it more often." Zhang Yi felt a bit shy. It wasn't that she disliked smiling, but she was accustomed to maintaining a stoic demeanor. As they enjoyed their meal together, the gentle sea breeze enveloped them, and Zhang Yi found the experience immensely romantic. This ambience was incomparable to the sterile romance of a five-star restaurant. In this setting, her heart began to ease, and she occasionally stole glances at Lin Ran. Feeling unexpectedly bashful, Lin Ran pretended not to notice her reaction, continuing to eat and engaging in light conversation. After finishing their meal, he efficiently packed everything back into the trunk and disposed of the trash in a nearby bin. Zhang Yi observed all this, her admiration for Lin Ran growing. He was gentle, handsome, disciplined, and well-mannered, qualities that surpassed any man she had previously encountered. When Lin Ran returned, he noticed the change in Zhang Yi's gaze, but chose to ignore it. "Are you tired? Shall we take a leisurely stroll?" he suggested. Zhang Yi nodded, walking alongside him as they strolled by the shore. Their conversation flowed effortlessly, and upon learning that Lin Ran was a recent graduate, Zhang Yi felt even more attracted to him. She had no fondness for older men, particularly those arranged by her family for blind dates, who were all too preachy. Lin Ran noticed Zhang Yi leaning closer to him, and he smiled, remaining silent. Her body language was a telltale sign. She was more approachable than he had anticipated. Beneath her seemingly aloof exterior lay a gentle spirit. "Look, there's a speedboat over there. Shall we go for a ride?" Lin Ran proposed. Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment before nodding. She had never experienced a speedboat ride and was curious to see what it felt like. As they approached the speedboat and purchased tickets, Zhang Yi felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. Though they donned life jackets and the boat remained in shallow waters, she had never engaged in such thrilling activities before. Observing her nervous expression, Lin Ran chuckled and took her hand reassuringly. "Don't be afraid. Just enjoy the moment." For reasons unknown, his words calmed her racing heart. As the boat sped across the waves, the salty breeze tousled Zhang Yi's hair, and she gazed down at the tumultuous sea, where waves crashed against the boat, splashing crystalline droplets around them. The driver gradually increased the speed, and Zhang Yi felt a sudden jolt as a powerful thrust pinned her to her seat. Gradually, she acclimated to the exhilaration, allowing herself to revel in the freedom that the speed brought. With her eyes closed and arms outstretched, it felt as though she was embracing the entire ocean. The briny wind, the roaring waves, and the mist created by the boat's swift passage filled her with an overwhelming sense of liberation. In that moment, her previously anxious heart surged with excitement. An hour later, as the engine's roar began to diminish, the speedboat slowly returned to shore. Zhang Yi's cheeks flushed with exhilaration, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lin Ran, a hint of longing still lingering. "Was it fun?" Lin Ran asked. Observing the vibrant glow of Zhang Yi, who embodied the essence of an artistic soul, her cool demeanor was merely a protective facade, concealing her gentle and composed nature. Zhang Yi nodded enthusiastically, her bright eyes fixed on him. "It was indeed fun. We should come here often." Lin Ran's words ignited a flurry of emotions in Zhang Yi. The idea of frequent encounters with him made her heart race. Although she felt a budding affection for Lin Ran, she was cautious about progressing too quickly, fearing the potential for heartbreak. As they shared laughter and conversation, the sun began its descent, casting a warm glow across the horizon. The sky blushed with hues of orange, illuminating the shimmering surface of the sea, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and romance. Captivated by the picturesque scene, Zhang Yi found herself lost in thought, while Lin Ran took the opportunity to capture several stunning photographs of her. Reviewing the images, he couldn't help but marvel at Zhang Yi's beauty. Her unique aura and striking features, particularly her enchanting fox-like eyes, were undeniably mesmerizing. Time passed, and as the sun dipped below the horizon, darkness began to settle in. Zhang Yi snapped back to reality, turning her head slightly to find Lin Ran's gaze fixed upon her. A blush crept onto her cheeks, and with a hint of shyness, she softly inquired, "Lin Ran, is something the matter? Do I have something on my face?" Lin Ran, maintaining a serious demeanor, nodded, "Yes." "What is it?" Zhang Yi exclaimed, hurriedly rummaging through her bag for a mirror. Chapter 62. Securing the deal with a beauty the likes of which I had never seen before, I turned to Zhang Yi and said, "I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" Lin Ran leaned closer to Zhang Yi, articulating each word with earnestness. In such a romantic moment, Zhang Yi, typically composed and aloof, found herself momentarily at a loss for words in the face of Lin Ran and Apos' heartfelt confession. Observing Zhang Yi and Apos' slight daze, Lin Ran stepped forward, gently cradling her exquisite face in his hands. He gazed into her eyes, clear and bright like autumn waters, which shimmered with a hint of confusion and astonishment. Without hesitation, he lowered his head and pressed his fervent lips against her soft, delicate ones. Zhang Yi involuntarily let out a soft gasp. This unexpected kiss caught her completely off guard. Was this truly her first kiss, lost in such an instant? She stared wide-eyed at Lin Ran, unsure of how to react. Yet, despite her surprise, she had no intention of pushing him away. Perhaps it was the awakening of a long-dormant emotion within her heart. Or perhaps it was the warmth and strength radiating from Lin Ran that drew her in. Sensing Zhang Yi's tension, Lin Ran placed his hand on her slender back, gently soothing her with tender caresses. Gradually, her rigid body relaxed, her formerly stiff limbs becoming soft and pliant. Time slipped away unnoticed until Lin Ran finally lifted his head, reluctantly parting from her lips. Seeing Zhang Yi, now languid and blushing, Lin Ran smirked and asked, "Can I take this as your agreement?" "Huh?" Zhang Yi blinked in surprise, meeting Lin Ran's gaze. This usually aloof girl found herself at a loss for words, her pride stripped away, revealing a bashful demeanor. "Be my girlfriend," Lin Ran repeated patiently. After a brief silence, Zhang Yi, cheeks flushed, nodded slightly. Having never been in a relationship, she had been raised with the belief that men were to be feared and deceptive. Day after day, year after year, these notions took root in her heart, fostering a deep-seated aversion towards men, which evolved into fear and disdain. She dreaded being deceived, instinctively raising her guard against any man who approached her, viewing them as predators with ulterior motives. As her mother had said, men were creatures of base desires. Thus, she had always projected an air of cold aloofness, hoping to deter those with ill intentions. Yet Lin Ran was different. Inexplicably, she felt no aversion towards him. From their first meeting, her long silent heart began to race uncontrollably, as if awakening to the fabled feeling of infatuation. In the face of his confession, she found herself unable to utter a word of rejection. Relieved by Zhang Yi's acquiescence, Lin Ran let out a sigh of relief. He understood that with an artistic soul like hers, direct advances would be futile. A more romantic approach, with subtle nuances, was required to win her heart. Gazing at the girl nestled in his embrace, Lin Ran gently patted her back and said, "Let me take you home." Afterward, he led her to his car. Zhang Yi was taken aback by Lin Ran and Apos' gesture, having expected him to seize the moment for further demands. However, he surprised her by refraining from any such expectations, which only solidified her impression of him as a rare and genuine man. 40 minutes later, Lin Ran delivered Zhang Yi home. After exchanging contact information, he pulled her in for a lingering kiss before allowing her to leave, watching as she disappeared into her apartment complex. Only then did he start the engine. Had it not been for the need to tread carefully with Zhang Yi, he would have taken things further that night. Of course, there was also another reason. He had arranged to meet another girl later. The car sped along, soon stopping in front of a 5-star hotel. After leisurely checking in, he sent a message to the girl he had arranged to meet. He ascended to his room, took a shower, and ordered dinner, savoring his meal when the doorbell rang, coinciding with the arrival of a message from the girl. "Brother, I'm here." Upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of a youthful girl in pigtails, clad in a white shirt and JK skirt, exuding vibrant energy. Lin Ran was quite pleased with her appearance, especially knowing she was a freshman, still youthful and fresh. As soon as she saw him, the girl leaped into Lin Ran and Appo's arms, calling out, "Brother," in a sweet, melodic voice that sent shivers down his spine. An hour later, Lin Ran was dining with the charming girl, who seemed completely enchanted by him. Her cheeks were still flushed, and her wide eyes were fixed on him, as if she could not get enough of his presence. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Lin Ran asked, bemused by her gaze. "You're just so handsome, brother. I can't help but look," she replied, her voice still sweet. After finishing dinner, they decided to take a stroll together. 2 hours later, Lin Ran lay in bed, glancing at a message from Zhang Yi. "Lin Ran, the photos you took today are beautiful. That's because my darling is naturally stunning. No matter how I capture you, you will always look exquisite. I promise to take even more beautiful photos of you in the future. Moi," he quickly replied, clicking on Zhang Yi's social media post, which featured one of the pictures he had taken earlier. The caption read, "Me in his eyes," implicitly announcing their budding relationship. Lin Ran promptly liked her post, commenting with several affectionate emojis. 10 minutes later, a voice message from Chun Su came through. "Dude, you really sealed the deal, huh? You're amazing." Chapter 63, Lin Qingxing and Appo's family. Lin Ran chuckled, feeling a certain gratitude towards Chun Su. He had noticed Zhang Yi and Appo's naivete during their encounter that afternoon, deducing she was likely inexperienced in romance. The fact that such an exquisite beauty was so pure felt like a stroke of luck. "It was all right," Lin Ran responded casually. Chun Su's voice on the phone took on an odd tone. "Are you two together right now? How's it going? Is she hot?" Lin Ran could practically visualize Chun Su and Appo's gossipy, lecherous grin. He chuckled. "What are you thinking? No. Someone like Zhang Yi is a classic case of haste makes waste. You can't be too overbearing with a woman like her, but you can't be too soft either. It and Appo's all about finding the right balance." Lin Ran and Appo's explanation seemed lost on Chun Su, whose approach to women was typically straightforward. He would have made a direct move if it weren't and Appo's for his family and Appo's pressure and his genuine affection for Su Lu. Otherwise, he wouldn't and Appo's have bothered with such elaborate schemes. Even if it meant enlisting a friend to seduce Zhang Yi, he was grateful that Zhang Yi was a stunning beauty, or he would have felt even more awkward about the arrangement. All right, as long as you know what you're doing. I'm in your debt, brother. Words can end Appo's express my gratitude." Chun Su sounded genuinely pleased. After a brief chat, Lin Ran abruptly ended the call, unable to withstand the little lowly and Appo's provocations any longer, and went to set off firecrackers. Who would have guessed that the seemingly innocent and harmless little lowly was so uninhibited? She seemed proficient in every art imaginable. Lin Ran, known for his unwavering spirit, had finally met his match. He was determined not to concede defeat easily and would fight with all his might to win this battle. The next morning, at 10:00 and Appo's clock, Lin Ran stretched languidly as he sat up in bed. He glanced at the sleeping little lowly and scoffed. "So fierce yesterday. Now too tired to get up? Paper tiger." After a quick wash, Lin Ran instructed the housekeeper to bring breakfast to his room. It wasn't until he was nearly finished eating that the little lowly finally emerged, rushing to his side and grabbing his arm. Brother, I left you some breakfast. After you eat, go back to school. I have things to do, so I and Appo's be leaving." Lin Ran wiped his mouth, grabbed his phone, and started to head out. The little lowly, looking anxious, hurried after him and embraced him from behind. "Brother, are you leaving already?" she asked in a coquettish voice. Lin Ran chuckled, turning to face the bold little lowly. "What else would I do?" Seeing Lin Ran and Appo's flippant tone, the little lowly pouted, on the verge of tears. "Brother, where are you going? I want to be with you." Lin Ran pinched her cheek. To be fair, the little lowly was attractive, especially her bright, expressive eyes. Her quirky personality and love for role-playing were novelties that Lin Ran had never experienced before, leading to their fiery encounter the previous night. However, she fell short in other areas, such as her figure and technique. Her martial arts skills were impressive, but other aspects were lacking, perhaps due to her youth. Lin Ran felt she lacked a certain feminine allure. In short, she didn't meet his current standards for a long-term relationship. He was content with occasional encounters, but nothing more. "I have things to do. Be good, go back to school, and focus on your studies. That's what really matters," Lin Ran said before opening the door and leaving. He headed straight to his company, handled some business matters, and took a nap in his office. As he pondered who to invite for dinner and a game of cards, Lu Yaman called. Lin Ran grinned and answered immediately. "What's up? Are you already eager to show me your new clothes? Oh, stop it, you pervert. Come to Ching Ching Jia and Apos S house right now. It and Apos S an emergency. Lu Yumong and Apos S voice was urgent. Lin Ran sat up abruptly, putting on his clothes as he asked, what and Apos S wrong? What happened? Lu Yumong sighed on the other end of the line. It's hard to explain over the phone. Just come quickly, please. Lin Ran agreed, hung up, and rushed to the garage, speeding towards Lin Qingqing and Apos S house. 30 minutes later, Lin Ran arrived at Lin Qingqing and Apos S building. After taking the elevator and entering the password, he found the living room in disarray, as if it had been ransacked. He could hear Lin Qingqing and Apos S intermittent sobs and Lu Yumong and Apos S comforting words coming from the bedroom. Lin Ran pushed open the bedroom door and found it in the same state as the living room. The two women were embracing each other, seeking solace. Lin Ran hurried over. What happened? Lin Qingqing burst into tears upon seeing Lin Ran, and Lu Yumong comforted her softly, looking genuinely concerned. Comfort Qingqing Jia first. I'll go tidy up the living room. Lin Ran nodded, and Lu Yumong left, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Lin Ran embraced Lin Qingqing, gently patting her back. What and Apos S wrong? What happened? Why are you crying so hard? Who hurt you? I and Apos LL take care of them. Lin Qingqing sobbed even harder at his words, hiccuping in his arms. Lin Ran felt helpless. What is it? Tell me, or I'll have to punish you. Lin Qingqing looked at him through tear-filled eyes. Lin Ran sighed at her vulnerable state and decided to use his most effective tactic. An hour later, Lin Ran looked at Lin Qingqing, who was no longer crying but blushing. Can you tell me now? Lin Ran sat up and opened the door. Lu Yumong had already tidied up the living room. Lin Qingqing nodded, composed herself, and joined Lin Ran in the living room, where she recounted the entire story. Lin Ran and Lu Yumong were stunned. It turned out that Lin Qingqing was adopted. She was not the biological daughter of Lin's parents. They had adopted her not out of kindness, but because they thought raising a little girl wouldn't cost much, just an extra pair of chopsticks. They planned to have Lin Qingqing work and earn money when she grew up. After a few years, they would marry her off for a hefty dowry, ensuring they wouldn't lose out. Chapter 64. Pue Lin Qingqing, displaying remarkable resilience, began working at a young age to earn money. However, nearly all her earnings were sent to her parents, Lin Fu and Lin Mu, leaving herself with a mere pittance. Her motivation stemmed from a lifetime of being emotionally manipulated by them, instilling in her a sense of obligation to repay their nurturing. They often reminded her that without their intervention, she would have perished from hunger. Having heard such rhetoric incessantly, Lin Qingqing found herself thoroughly brainwashed, willingly supporting her parents and her ineffectual brother. For many years, her contributions constituted the primary income for the Lin family. As time passed and Lin Qingqing matured, she gradually recognized that she had been subjected to emotional manipulation. Her parents viewed her not as their daughter, but merely as a source of financial support, a mere vessel to extract money from. Consequently, over the past 2 years, Lin Qingqing had been sending less and less money to her family, even refraining from answering their calls or returning home. In a state of desperation, her parents, having somehow discovered her address, paid her an uninvited visit, accompanied by her brother, who shared no blood relation with her. The three of them had just created a ruckus in her home, even threatening to demand 1 million yuan from her to sever ties, or they would take her to court for failing to support her parents. They even suggested that she marry her brother as a means of repaying them for their care. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran and Lu Yuma felt utterly disgusted, particularly Lu Yuma, who exclaimed in outrage, "How shameless! Look at them. They should take a good look at themselves before making such demands. How dare they ask Qingqing to marry him?" After taking a sip of water to calm herself, she turned to Lin Ran. "Brother, you must help Qingqing. We cannot allow them to succeed in their schemes. Qingqing mentioned that they have already taken several of her bags. How can they have the audacity to ask for more?" Lu Yuma and Apos S anger intensified. Had she not been out shopping when those three shameless individuals arrived, she would have unleashed her fury upon them. "Calm down," Lin Ran urged, signaling her to temper her righteous indignation. "Being overly agitated won't solve our issues." Lu Yuma acquiesced, sitting quietly. Lin Ran then turned his attention to Lin Qingqing, gently patting her back in a gesture of comfort. "Why didn't you inform me about this? When did they start reaching out to you?" Lin Qingqing met his gaze. Feeling embarrassed to share her family troubles, she wished to keep such familial shame hidden from others. Had it not been for Lu Yuma and Apos S timely arrival, she would have faced them alone. I didn't want to trouble you," she said, offering a self-deprecating smile. My family situation must seem laughable to you. Lin Ran felt a pang of sympathy at her words. What nonsense. There is nothing amusing about this. They have exploited your desire to save face, draining you of your resources without remorse. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ran declared, "Leave this matter to me. I will devise a solution." Lu Yuma perked up, her face alight with anticipation. "Brother, do you have a plan?" Lin Qingqing, still worried, looked at Lin Ran. "You aren't considering giving them 1 million to sever ties, are you? You don't understand. They will only backtrack on their words. I know them too well. Giving them that money will only embolden them further." Lin Ran reassured them, "Rest easy. I have a strategy. If they desire money, I shall provide it." He then turned to Lin Qingqing. "Contact them and inform them that you've decided to give them 1 million, but it must be a face-to-face transaction." Lin Qingqing hesitated. Concern etched on her face as she regarded Lin Ran. "Trust me," he urged, giving her a reassuring pat. "I have a plan that will prevent them from getting their way. Just wait and observe." With Lin Ran's confidence instilling some relief, Lin Qingqing dialed her parents. The call connected swiftly, with Lin Fu speaking first. "What is this? Have you made a decision? Are you opting for money or marriage?" "Oh, don't speak to the child like that. We wouldn't want to scare her," Lin Mu interjected. "Qingqing, I'm your mother. What do you think? We're family. After all, your father and brother were a bit hasty earlier. Don't take it to heart. You know how they can be." Listening to their rehearsed dialogue, Lin Qingqing felt a cold laugh rise within her. They had always performed this charade to deceive her, one playing the villain and the other the victim. In her naivety, she had once believed her mother genuinely cared for her, unaware that this couple were masters of manipulation. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she finally spoke. "I have made my decision. I will give you 1 million, but we must sever ties." There was a brief pause on the other end before Lin Fu's voice returned. "If you've decided, then just transfer the money to my account." Lin Qingqing scoffed. "We need to have this transaction face-to-face. There are matters that must be clarified in person." Lin Fu's temper flared at her response. "What nonsense is this? Are you afraid we will deceive you? 1 million is 1 million, and transferring it to me will suffice as repayment for all we have done for you. After this, we will have no further obligations to each other." "Oh, come now, why speak to our child like that? Qingqing has been raised by us for so many years." "If you don't care, I certainly do," Lin Mu chimed in, feigning concern. "Qingqing, don't mimic your father's temperament. We've come quite a distance, you understand. Don't you? Just transfer the money to your father." Suppressing her anger, Lin Qingqing retorted, "The money isn't mine. It's from my future husband. He wishes to clarify matters upon meeting you, and only then will the funds be available. If you want the money, you must come here. If you don't come, there will be no money. You can weigh your options." Upon hearing this, Lin Fu's fury ignited, and he reached for his phone to vent his frustration. But Lin Mu swiftly intervened, grabbing the device from him. She then spoke cheerily. "Oh, Qingqing, why didn't you tell us you had a boyfriend?" "Well, we'll come over to meet him. It will be nice to see our future son-in-law." Chapter 65. Severing ties. Lin Qingqing snorted and abruptly hung up the phone. 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Lin Qingqing glanced quizzically at the door, wondering how they had arrived so swiftly. Lin Ran stood up. "It and Appos, s not them. It and Appos, s the delivery." He then proceeded to the door, opened it, and received the takeaway. Upon inspection, Lin Qingqing and Lu Yumeng discovered it contained a brand new surveillance device. Lu Yumeng gave Lin Ran a thumbs up, acknowledging his cleverness. Lin Ran grinned as he swiftly set up the monitor, connected it to the internet, and verified its functionality on his phone. After ensuring everything was in order, he discreetly adjusted its position, stating, "This is for preserving evidence. When I speak, refrain from interjecting." He directed this remark at Lu Yumeng, mindful of her impulsive nature and worried that her outbursts might alter the course of events. Lin Ran's demeanor was serious, and Lu Yumeng, not one to misunderstand, nodded fervently in agreement, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. Likewise, he offered a few words of caution to Lin Qingqing before settling back onto the sofa, leisurely sipping tea as he awaited the arrival of the 3 members of the Lin family. Once the agreement was secured, bolstered by video evidence demonstrating that they had no biological connection to Lin Qingqing, coupled with their vile behavior being recorded, the prospect of a court confrontation held no fear for him. Half an hour later, the doorbell rang once more. Lin Ran chuckled. "Darling, go ahead and open the door. They're here now." Lin Qingqing responded with an affirmative hum, walked over, and opened the door. The 3 members of the Lin family entered. Lin and Appos, s father. as stern as ever, wore a face that suggested he felt owed by the world, while Lin and Apos' mother plastered on a forced smile, attempting to appear gentle. Upon seeing Lin Qingqing, she feigned warmth. Qingqing, you mentioned the new son-in-law is here? Where is he? Lin Qingqing chose not to respond and walked into the room, prompting Lin's father's ire to flare again. You little brat, your mother is speaking to you. Can't you hear? Why are you acting so aloof? If I hadn't taken you in, you would have been devoured by stray dogs long ago. Where would you be today? We merely asked for a little pocket money. Must you act so high and mighty? As Lin's father ranted, spitting as he spoke, Lu Yumeng felt the urge to confront him, but recalled Lin Ran's warning and swallowed her retorts. Oh dear, what are you doing, old man? Qingqing is still our daughter. We have shared so many years of affection. Lin's mother interjected, trying to rein in her husband's escalating fury. Lin's father shot her a glare. It's your indulgence that has led to this insolence. Yes, Mom. Dad is right. It's your spoiling that has made her this way. She is merely a wild girl we picked up. If it weren't for us, she would have perished outside. Not only is she ungrateful, but she dares to show us attitude. It's a light punishment to scold her, chimed in Lin Daqiang, who lingered at the back. He cast a lewd glance at Lin Qingqing, remembering her as a rustic girl when she had left home. Over the years, she had transformed. Her skin was now fair, her figure well-developed, and her presence exuded undeniable grace, which sparked Lin Daqiang's desire for her as a wife. Lin Ran cleared his throat and rose leisurely, casting a cold gaze upon the trio. Lin and Apos' father and mother exchanged glances, while Lin Daqiang scoffed dismissively at Lin Ran. Lin and Apos' mother approached with a smile. Ah, so you must be the new son-in-law. Qingqing, you are truly fortunate. He is quite the handsome gentleman. Lin Qingqing merely tugged at her lips, remaining silent. Lin's mother attempted to say more, but Lin Ran interrupted. Are you the adoptive parents of Qingqing? Lin's father regarded him with a glance, but said nothing, while Lin's mother nodded eagerly. Yes, indeed. If it weren't for us, Qingqing would not be where she is today. Oh, I don't mean to boast. I merely wish to highlight the ties of fate. Son-in-law, knowing that Qingqing is with you brings me peace. After years of her absence, her father and I have missed her dearly. Lin Ran scoffed. Enough of that. Qingqing has informed me of the entire situation. You wish for her to marry Lin Daqiang, but she has declined, and then you threatened her with $1 million to sever ties. Am I correct? Lin's mother felt a twinge of embarrassment at his words and nodded. Yes, but we were just speaking out of anger. Speaking out of anger? Lin Ran chuckled. You have taken her belongings, haven't you? Where are her bags? They were sold long ago. Want bags? There are none, Lin Daqiang and Apos' smug voice interjected. Lin Ran raised his gaze to see Lin Daqiang standing there with a lewd smirk, igniting the flames of anger within him. However, he held back, knowing he would have his chance to deal with Lin Daqiang later. Lin Ran merely coldly laughed. Let them go. They were hardly worth much. I did not summon you here for such trivial matters. Today, we will clarify everything and sign an agreement. With that, Lu Yumeng presented a document. Fortunately, Lin Qingqing occasionally used the printer at home, so they had the necessary equipment. Lin Daqiang's eyes lit up at the sight of Lu Yumeng, staring at her with a predatory gaze akin to a wolf eyeing its prey, causing Lu Yumeng to feel uncomfortable as she quickly retreated from his lecherous stare. The agreement clearly stated that there was no blood relationship between them and Qingqing. They had merely cared for her during her childhood. Thus, while they had an obligation of support, their appearance here warranted a settlement of $1 million, compensating for the expenses incurred while Qingqing lived with the Lin family. As long as you obediently sign and press your fingerprints, there will be no further ties between you and Qingqing, Lin Ran stated expressionlessly, lowering his voice as he pushed the document towards Lin's father and mother. Chapter 66, Finding someone. Lin's father and Lin's mother exchanged a brief glance, and Lin's father promptly inquired, when will you transfer the money to me? Sign the agreement first, and then make the payment immediately. Lin Ran lounged lazily in his chair, casting a cold gaze upon his parents. Perhaps his aura was formidable enough that Lin's father momentarily hesitated to retort. What if I sign the agreement, and you fail to pay? Lin and Apos' father pondered aloud. Lin Ran chuckled. I have made myself quite clear. You sign the agreement, and I will transfer the funds. If you believe me, then sign. If not, then I cannot help you. After all, both of you understand the nature of your relationship. Qingqing is under no obligation to support you. Over the years, how much has she contributed to your household? I need not elaborate. The money I am offering now is merely an act of kindness from Qingqing. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you. You may choose to sign or not. Seeing the situation, Lin's mother, fearing that Lin Ran might truly withdraw the offer, quickly nodded in agreement. We believe you. Our son-in-law would not deceive us, right? After saying this, she urged Lin and Apos, as father, to sign the document. Lin Ran picked up the agreement and smiled at the black and white text. Now that we have signed, you should transfer the money to us, right? Lin's mother feigned a smile, gazing at Lin Ran with an avaricious expression. Lin Ran nodded, cautioning, do not call me that unnecessarily. From this point forward, you will have no ties with Qingqing. Do not forget what is written in the agreement. With that, Lin Ran promptly transferred 1 million to Lin's father's bank account. It is done. The money has been sent. Lin's father watched the entire process, only feeling relieved once he saw the successful transaction page. With the money secured, Lin's father took Lin's mother and Lin Daqiang and departed. Just before leaving, Lin and Apos' mother pretended to want to say something more, but before she could utter a word, Lin and Apos' father had already pulled her away. After closing the door, Lin Ran made a copy of the surveillance video and stored the agreement. He then turned to find Lin Qingqing gazing at him with a complex expression. What is it, dear? Lin Ran embraced Lin Qingqing. Feeling somewhat shy, she glanced at him and said, I have caused you trouble. I will find a way to repay you for this 1 million. I will gather the money in the next few days. Hearing Lin Qingqing and Apos' words, Lin Ran felt an indescribable sensation, a mix of tenderness and concern. He patted her on the head and reassured her, what nonsense are you saying? Is there such a clear division between us? Besides, I did not actually give them the money. It was merely a means to obtain the agreement. You know well that although you and they share no blood relation if they were to sue. Based on the principle that a fair judge finds domestic disputes challenging to resolve, you might not emerge victorious. However, with this agreement, the situation changes. We have recorded everything. The agreement is in black and white, with fingerprints. They voluntarily severed ties with you. So even if they do try to sue, we need not fear. Brother, you did not give them the money? Lin Yuming, who had been listening, looked at Lin Ran with confusion. But I clearly saw the successful transaction page. Are you not aware of something called a delayed transfer? Lin Ran chuckled. I just messaged the bank manager to report my card lost. The funds cannot be transferred. Lin Yuming responded with an O and gave Lin Ran a thumbs up. You are truly impressive. Yet soon after, she pondered, but they will eventually discover this. What then? We have the agreement. What is there to fear? Moreover, they claim I owe them 1 million. Do they have any evidence? Who heard it? Who can testify? The agreement clearly states they voluntarily severed ties. Lin Ran concluded leisurely, and Lin Qingqing finally understood. They could only be grateful that Lin and Apos' father and mother were so blinded by greed that they signed the agreement as soon as they heard about the money. Had they carefully reviewed the content, they would have realized the agreement made no mention of the 1 million. They will certainly come to cause trouble or claim coercion in signing this agreement, Lin Qingqing expressed her concerns. But she felt more guilt and remorse for the trouble her issues had brought upon Lin Ran. Lin Ran chuckled. There is surveillance footage. Whether it was coercion or voluntary will be evident. Rest assured, in a few days, they will likely be too preoccupied with their own affairs. He then looked at Lin Qingqing and continued, for now, stay at my place. I will handle everything. You need not worry. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuming chimed in. I want to go too. I want to go. Lin Ran shot her a glance. First, sort out your parents before anything else. Right now, we can only play cards during the day. Lin Yuming chuckled sheepishly but then added, Brother, could you meet my mother sometime soon? Fearing Lin Ran might think she was being too demanding, she quickly clarified, Dawn and Apos, misunderstand. I just want my mother to feel reassured. Once she meets you, she will surely like you, and then she might ease up on her strictness. Absolutely, Lin Ran readily agreed. After all, meeting parents was not a significant matter. Moreover, as long as they were not fixated on that piece of paper, he had already considered Lin Yuming as part of his family. In truth, apart from that document, he could offer her everything else. They could hold a wedding, a banquet, and even raise children together. Everything was possible except for that certificate. After leaving Lin Qingqing and Apos' home, Lin Ran headed straight to the bar. When Chinsu received the call, he had just gotten out of bed with Lena. What is up, buddy? Ask Lena to find me 2 individuals with some physical flaws, Lin Ran instructed. Chinsu immediately understood. What? Do you have a grudge against someone? Let us discuss it in person, Lin Ran replied as he pushed open the door to the bar and entered the exclusive room he shared with Chinsu. Since Chinsu was a regular and spent generously, along with his relationship with Lina, he had a dedicated private room for meetings and gatherings. 10 minutes later, Chinsu brought Lina downstairs. Lin Ran was lounging on the sofa, half-heartedly singing along to the music, and immediately turned off the sound system upon seeing Chinsu arrive. What is going on? Chinsu settled beside Lin Ran, with Lina comfortably perched in his lap. Chapter 67. A visit to the station, observing the flirtatious banter between the two individuals before him. Lin Ran couldn't and oppose. T help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was this what Chinsu meant by turning over a new leaf? Nevertheless, according to Chinsu himself, he indeed held a deep affection for Su Lu, who was the only person over the years to stir thoughts of marriage within him. Her appearance was entirely to his liking, and their family backgrounds were well matched, making them quite suitable for one another. However, Lina had been with him for several years, and they undoubtedly shared a bond. Moreover, their chemistry in the intimate department was not to be underestimated. Such compatibility was indeed rare. It could be said that with a mere glance from Chinsu, Lina would know precisely what to do next. This level of understanding was unparalleled. Thus, it was inconceivable for Chinsu to abandon Lina. Aside from her, he likely would not engage in any frivolous affairs, which he believed was already being faithful enough to Su Lu. Among his acquaintances, who didn't he have a few partners on the side? Lina, please find me a couple of friends, if you know what I mean, Lin Ran requested. Having navigated the nightlife for years, Lina immediately grasped Lin Ran's intention and readily agreed. After all, she indeed knew a few individuals who fit the bill. One could say that frequenting such environments inevitably leads to encounters of this nature, particularly for someone in her line of work, where a few mishaps over the years were quite common. Once Lina had made her calls, Chinsu did not press Lin Ran for explanations, respecting the privacy that everyone was entitled to. His current interest lay more in the development between Lin Ran and Zhang Yi. So, when do you plan to reel in the net? Just a little longer. No rush, Lin Ran replied lazily. Besides, he had begun to feel a bit overwhelmed. Like an ancient emperor flipping through his harem, seeking one moment this way, the next that. As for Zhang Yi, he could afford to nurture that connection slowly. Lin Ran was confident that when the time was right, she would naturally gravitate towards him. The prospect of a cool and beautiful woman making the first move was undeniably intriguing. Before long, Lina returned, having successfully found the individuals. I and Oppos, VE got their contact information for you. You can discuss the details with them. Impressive efficiency, Lin Ran remarked, rising to his feet. He could easily tell that Lin Daqiang, with his lecherous demeanor, would be unable to withstand any temptation. As for Lin Fu, he chuckled to himself, believing that no man could resist the allure of a beautiful woman. Moreover, with Lin Qingqing's extravagant spending, they had raked in quite a sum, which would certainly entice them further. Lin Ran was convinced that with a little arrangement on his part, both Lin Daqiang and Lin Fu would eagerly leap into the trap. Before departing, Lin Ran topped up a card with 500,000 as a token of appreciation for Lina's efforts. He couldn't let her labor in vain on his behalf. After adding the two women on WeChat, he arranged to meet them at a discreet hotel, primarily to assess their overall suitability. Upon their meeting, Lin Ran couldn't help but commend Lina for her discerning eye. Both women were quite impressive in stature and appearance. Had he not been privy to the underlying circumstances, he would have never suspected them of harboring any issues. Hello, boss, the two greeted him sweetly, their voices dripping with charm, clearly seasoned veterans in their field. Lin Ran nodded in satisfaction. This kind of allure was sure to ensnare Lin Daqiang and Lin Fu without fail. After evaluating the women's professional capabilities, Lin Ran felt reassured. Were it not for their existing entanglements, he might have considered joining them. Following their successful trial, he transferred each of them 100,000 and briefed them on Lin Daqiang and Lin Fu's backgrounds. Upon seeing their photographs, the women maintained an air of calm, prompting Lin Ran to exclaim his approval of their professionalism. It was worth noting that Lin Daqiang and Lin Fu were quite unattractive, resembling grotesque caricatures. Yet the women appeared unfazed by the images. Lin Ran felt a wave of relief. It was best that they showed no signs of distaste during the process. Perhaps sensing Lin Ran and Oppos' slight apprehension, one of them smiled and assured, Boss, you need and Oppos, worry. We have encountered all sorts of clients. This is no problem at all. Good. Time is of the essence. I expect results within the next couple of days. Upon hearing Lin Ran and Oppos' words, they exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Boss, Don and Oppos, worry. We can manage it today. Seeing their resolute demeanor, Lin Ran offered a few more words of caution before leaving the hotel. Meanwhile, at the Lin family's side, Lin Fu, having exited Lin Qingqing and Appo's residence, led the family straight to the bank. After multiple inquiries yielded no trace of the missing 1 million, Lin Fu erupted in anger. How can there be no money? How can there be no million? My son-in-law transferred it to me. I saw it with my own eyes. You must have taken my money. Though Lin Fu was of advanced age, he was not naive. He had seen enough news reports about bank tellers misappropriating funds. He was adamant that he had witnessed Lin Ran and Appo's successful transfer firsthand, leaving no room for doubt. Thus, he concluded that the teller must have greedily pocketed his money. The staff observed Lin Fu and Lin Daqiang shouting and causing a scene while Lin Mu wept beside them, seemingly wronged, which only added to their exasperation. Eventually, the bank manager, fed up with the trio's antics, repeatedly explained the situation to no avail and ultimately called the police. Even as they were escorted away, the three continued their tirade, lamenting their grievances. After a thorough explanation and some calming words, Lin Daqiang eventually recognized that perhaps the bank staff was right. Lin Ran had deceived them, deliberately delaying the transfer, which was why they had not received the funds. Upon hearing this, Lin Fu felt a surge of anger and immediately called Lin Qingqing, only to find that she had blocked their number. Infuriated, he felt lost in a fog of rage, teetering on the edge of a breakdown. Upon their release from the police station, the trio headed straight to Lin Qingqing and Appo's new residence, only to find it empty. No matter how loudly they yelled or cursed outside, no one responded from within. Eventually, the neighbors, unable to tolerate the ruckus, called the property management to remove them. Even then, they continued their outburst at the foot of the building, leaving the property management with no choice but to notify the authorities once more. Thus, the Lin family found themselves back at the police station. After a night of reflection and reprimands, they were weary and drained. Lin Fu was the first to climb into the car, muttering, "Let's find a place to stay. That wretched girl can hide for a moment, but she can't evade us forever. We'll camp out across her neighborhood. She won't be able to escape our grasp." Chapter 68. Staying at a hotel. Yes, you're right, Dad, Lin Daqiang echoed. Mom and Dad, let an Appo's find a place to eat. I and Appo's am famished. Moreover, the bags we got from her can be sold for a good amount of money. Let's sell them first. They are all designer bags. Indeed, you make a valid point. Qiang is quite astute. Let us dine first, then sell the bags, Lin's mother said, gazing lovingly at Lin Daqiang. Lin's father spat in frustration and muttered, "Let's eat first." After satisfying their hunger at a small restaurant, the Lin family made their way to a nearby shopping mall. Lin Daqiang had searched online and discovered a store that buys luxury goods adjacent to the mall. Thus, after their meal, the trio promptly headed to the mall, intending to inquire at various stores to ascertain which would offer the best price. Ultimately, after several comparisons, the Lin family sold all the bags they had seized from Lin Qingqing, totaling over 300,000 yuan. Upon seeing the substantial balance in his account, Lin Daqiang straightened his back. He had never seen such a large sum of money before. He needed to ponder how to spend it wisely. After much contemplation, he resolved to find a girl to alleviate the pent-up frustration he had been harboring since his encounter with Lin Qingqing that morning. Now that he had money, it was time to vent his anger and seek some pleasure first. He couldn't help but think of Lu Yaming, wishing he could find someone similar to her to relieve his stress. Qiang, let us find a place to stay, Lin and Appo's mother gently approached, noticing him lost in thought. Lin Daqiang turned to glance at her and replied with a nonchalant "Oh," then sought out a hotel across from that girl and Appo's house, eager to keep an eye on her. As soon as she showed her face, they would catch her. If her boyfriend refused to pay, they wouldn't let her go. Lin and Appo's father nodded vigorously. You're right. Qiang, damn it. After living for so long, it's outrageous to have been fooled by that girl. I must settle this score. Exactly, Dad is right. If she doesn't pay, we'll take her to court for failing to support you. But we signed an agreement. Lin's mother hesitated, filled with regret for having rushed to sign the agreement without confirming the money was in the bank. Now, they had severed ties with Lin Qingqing, and they had no blood relation to begin with. Even if they pursued legal action, would they prevail? What are you afraid of? Lin and Appo's father shot a glare at Lin and Appo's mother, ISN and Appo's at your eagerness to sign that got us into this mess? Lin and Appo's mother fell silent, unsure of how to respond. While passers-by turned to look after hearing Lin and Appo's father and Appo's outburst. Lin Daqiang felt embarrassed and stepped in to mediate. All right, Dad, don't be angry. Mom was deceived too. We'll just say they pressured us into signing. It wasn't our choice. Seeing her son defend her, Lin's mother's eyes welled with tears. She knew her son was worth every hardship she endured raising him. Little did she know, Lin Daqiang was not genuinely standing up for her. He merely felt that causing a scene in such a bustling place might tarnish his image. After all, he was now a man of wealth, far richer than anyone in their small village. Let us get in the car and leave, Lin Daqiang said, ushering his parents into the vehicle before driving towards Lin Qingqing's residence. Half an hour later, they arrived across from Lin Qingqing's home. Lin and Appo's mother looked apprehensive at the hotel entrance. Qiang, are we really staying here? It must be quite expensive for a night. Lin Daqiang shot her an impatient look. Isn't it to keep an eye on that girl? Well, I see a guest house over there. It should be cheaper. Let us stay there. Lin and Appo's mother suggested timidly, fearing to upset her son. With an annoyed grunt, Lin Daqiang dismissed her. That place looks dilapidated and uninhabitable. We've gone through so much. Can't I just get a good night's sleep? Besides, I have money now. Can I afford this hotel? Seeing Lin Daqiang and Appo's rising frustration, Lin and Appo's mother quickly backtracked. No, that's not what I meant. I just thought we should save some money, especially since you need to save for your future wife. Enough with the nonsense. If you don't want to stay, then don't. Go to the guest house yourself, Lin's father chided, equally exhausted and desiring a restful night. Lin's mother fell silent, sensing the tension. After inquiring about the price, she hesitated to speak again, but upon meeting Lin Daqiang's gaze, she lowered her head and remained quiet. Lin Daqiang boldly requested 2 rooms, but Lin's mother interjected, Qiang, let us just take 1 room. We can squeeze in. The front desk staff exchanged glances at Lin's mother's suggestion, their expressions mixed. Feeling embarrassed by their looks, Lin Daqiang's temper flared. Why all the chatter? I'm not short on cash. Let us take 2 rooms. After the front desk staff politely completed their check-in process, the trio ascended to their rooms. Less than 10 minutes later, Lin Daqiang returned downstairs, flashing a self-assured grin at the receptionists. He leaned in and asked in a lowered voice, Ladies, do you offer any additional services? One of them looked at him quizzically. Sir, what services are you referring to? Lin Daqiang, eyeing the 2 women, instinctively licked his lips and grinned lewdly. You know, I have money. Would either of you like to accompany me upstairs for a little extra? The receptionists exchanged glances, now fully understanding his insinuation. However, they were immediately repulsed by his earlier gesture and his appearance, promptly shaking their heads. Sorry, sir, we don't provide those services here. Lin Daqiang stared at them for a moment in silence, feeling a burning frustration within. Back home, he would have already sought out someone to relieve his pent-up anger. But in this unfamiliar place, he didn't even know where to begin looking. Chapter 69. Romantic encounter. As Lin Daqiang stood in the hall, enveloped in a sense of frustration, a young woman dressed in alluring attire approached him. Even before she arrived, a delightful fragrance wafted towards him, captivating his senses. He instinctively lifted his gaze, ready to speak, when the young lady accidentally twisted her ankle. Lin Daqiang hurriedly reached out to steady her. At the moment his hand made contact with her arm, a silken sensation coursed through him, igniting a fervor within him akin to a surging tide. His heart raced violently, as if the fire in his chest was on the verge of breaking free. Are you all right? Lin Daqiang inquired with genuine concern. The young woman offered a polite smile, shaking her head slightly as she sweetly replied, I'm fine, thank you, dear brother. If it weren't for you, I might have fallen. Her endearing address of brother sent waves of exhilaration through Lin Daqiang, making him feel as though he were immersed in honey, his very bones turning soft. He instinctively tightened his grip on her, his gaze drawn irresistibly to her delicate waist. As his palm gently rested there, he marveled inwardly at her slender figure. It was worth noting that the eccentric individual from the village could hardly compare. Though he occasionally sought amusement in town, the women there, while somewhat more attractive than the village's oddities, were still older and less appealing. The youth had largely abandoned the town for the allure of the cities. Thus, when Lin Daqiang compared the women he had previously encountered with the one before him, they all faded into obscurity. When had he ever seen such a sensual and fashionable woman? Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but her soft-spoken demeanor and smooth, fair skin ignited a thrill within him. The prospect of engaging with her was intoxicating. As his thoughts spiraled, excitement surged within him, the desire in his eyes blazing forth. The young woman, sensing his reaction, let out a teasing laugh. Oh man, She discreetly assessed Lin Daqiang, finding his appearance rather unremarkable. Yet, having been in the business for years, she maintained her professionalism and composure, concealing any discomfort she felt. "Oh dear brother, my foot is a bit sore. Could you help me to that sofa over there?" Her sweet voice beckoned, stirring Lin Daqiang's excitement anew. He glanced at the nearby sofa and then back at her, suggesting, "Why don't you rest in my room? I just checked in here." He leaned in closer, playfully whispering, "It's just me here, very convenient." Upon hearing this, she giggled. "That sounds wonderful. As long as I don't disturb you." Seeing her not decline his offer, Lin Daqiang eagerly lifted her into his arms and swiftly ascended the stairs. The receptionists at the front desk sighed in relief, glad Lin Daqiang had found someone. They had feared he might descend again later to bother them. Once inside his room, Lin Daqiang wasted no time, leaning in to kiss her. The young woman gasped, playfully pushing him away a few times. But Lin Daqiang was beyond reason at this point. Suffocated by pent-up desire, he could hardly endure another moment without release. Meanwhile, Lin's parents exchanged glances, recognizing the noises emanating from their son's room. Being seasoned in the ways of life, they knew precisely what those sounds indicated. Qiang is being rather reckless with his health. Lin's mother sighed, unable to contain her concern. "It's been over 2 hours. Why has T stopped yet?" Lin's father shot her a disapproving look. "Aren't you a mother? This is all your fault. If you hadn't been so pretentious, we could have secured more money from that girl to help Qiang marry a beautiful wife. He wouldn't be in this predicament now. It pains me to see him, a fine young man, forced to seek companionship in town." Lin's mother remained silent. Feeling the weight of his reproach, she sighed, reflecting on how Lin Daqiang and Apos' lofty standards had led him to overlook the simpler, more genuine girls in the village. Instead, he yearned for beauty, neglecting the practicalities of life. Having been through the trials of youth herself, she knew that excessively beautiful women often came with exorbitant dowries and additional financial burdens, not to mention the need for a new house. Lin Qingqing and Apos' earnings over the years had been squandered by Lin Daqiang, leaving no funds for such aspirations. Reluctantly, she had resorted to pleading for help, wanting to preserve her dignity. Lin's mother met Lin's father's complex gaze. He lay on the bed, eyes half closed, lost in thought. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, fixating on her, making her feel somewhat bashful. She approached him slowly, placing her hand on his shoulder, mimicking the sweet tone of the young woman next door. "Dear husband." Not long after, Lin's father regarded her with some impatience. After all these years, he found himself growing weary. Her skin felt rough, and she appeared far older than her years. Their exchanges lacked the spark they once had. Growing increasingly frustrated, he left the room, standing outside Lin Daqiang's door, listening to the sounds within, feeling a mixture of irritation and helplessness. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Lin Daqiang opened the door, startled to find his father standing there. "Dad, what are you doing here?" Chapter 70. A 40s gentleman suited to a lady in her 20s. Mr. Lin gave a curt affirmation, his gaze involuntarily drifting towards the interior of the room. He speculated that Lin Daqiang might have procured the services of a paid companion, reasoning that as long as money was exchanged and she wasn't an Apos' prospective daughter-in-law, he could partake in the pleasure after Lin Daqiang and Apos' dalliance, perhaps by offering a generous sum. "Who and Apos' inside?" "Ah, inside is Tian, my new girlfriend." Lin Daqiang beamed radiantly. Mr. Lin, with his worldly experience, discerned the situation immediately. Observing Lin Daqiang and Apos' demeanor, he felt a pang of envy. As a man himself, he found the sounds emanating from the room quite stimulating. "Girlfriend?" Mr. Lin frowned, disappointment evident in his expression. If she was a girlfriend, he couldn't and Apos' broached the subject. Lin Daqiang, noticing his father and Apos' reaction and recalling the amorous sounds he and Tian had produced, instantly understood his father's sentiments. He empathized, considering his mother, a woman in her 40s, looked as aged as someone in their 60s. His father was indeed enduring a hardship. After a moment and Apos' contemplation, he suddenly proposed, "Indeed, father, Tian mentioned that a female friend of hers has come to visit and is currently downstairs. I was just about to fetch her. Why don't and Apos, you join me? We can arrange a room for her as well, considering she is, in a manner of speaking, a friend of your future daughter-in-law." Upon hearing this, Mr. Lin's spirits lifted instantly. "Tian's friend?" "Yes, uncle." Before Lin Daqiang could respond, Tian emerged, scantily clad and adorned with unmistakable signs of intimacy, barely concealed. Mr. Lin's eyes widened at the sight of her. In truth, by Lin Ran standards, Tian could only be considered an average beauty. However, Lin Daqiang and Mr. Lin rarely encountered genuine beauties. Tian's allure was enough to captivate them. Moreover, her every move exuded charm, especially her gaze, which was particularly alluring. Lin Daqiang, noticing the intensity in his father and Appo's eyes, coughed slightly in disapproval. Mr. Lin snapped back to reality. Daqiang, this is your girlfriend? Yes, uncle, my name is Tian. Tian extended a slender, pale hand to shake Mr. Lin's hand. Mr. Lin politely grasped her hand, observing her fair arms and delicate hand. Recalling Lin's mother's rough skin, Mr. Lin sighed inwardly. Uncle, a friend of mine has come to visit, and I'm not feeling quite comfortable here. Tian smiled apologetically. Mr. Lin, noticing the marks on her body, nodded in understanding. Indeed, it's not very convenient. I would be grateful if Uncle and Daqiang could help me bring her up. Darling, rest assured, I and Appo's LL arrange a room for your sister. Don and Appo's, worry. Lin Daqiang embraced Tian, eager to prove his worth. Don and Appo's, worry, your husband has money. Tian giggled flirtatiously and pecked Lin Daqiang on the cheek. You and Appo's, so kind. Darling. Mr. Lin, uninterested in their amorous display, interjected, Daqiang, let and Appo's, go fetch her. We shouldn't and Appo's, keep her waiting. He was eager to see what Tian and Appo's friend looked like. If she was attractive, he might persuade Tian to introduce them, perhaps for a casual encounter. After all, young people nowadays were quite open-minded, with casual dates and one-night stands being commonplace. Moreover, Mr. Lin had confidence in his own appeal. At just over 40, he was perfectly suited to a young lady in her 20s. Chapter 71. Renting a house. After hastily descending the stairs, the two encountered a young woman, dressed as lightly as Tian, standing in the hotel lobby, scanning her surroundings. Lin Daqiang approached her promptly. You must be Xiaofei, am I right? Upon seeing Lin Daqiang and his father, the girl couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly, finding him even less appealing than in the photographs. Nevertheless, adhering to her professional demeanor, she smiled sweetly and replied, yes. Turning her gaze to Lin Daqiang, she continued, you must be Tian's new boyfriend. You are quite handsome. Tian is indeed fortunate. Alas, I am left all alone. How I envy her for having found such a charming partner. Afterward, Xiaofei looked at Lin Daqiang's father and asked with a smile, and who might this gentleman be? Upon hearing the beauty referred to him as gentleman, Lin Daqiang's father beamed even more brightly, responding, I am Daqiang's father. Wow, uncle, you look so youthful. I thought you were Daqiang's friend. You appear to be only around 30. Xiaofei, having spent years in nightlife, spoke these words with an unwavering facade, unfazed by her own flattery. Lin Daqiang's father laughed heartily, clearly enjoying the praise. Before long, Lin Daqiang had arranged a room for Xiaofei. Shall we head upstairs? He suggested. Xiaofei accepted the room key, her voice sweetly teasing. Thank you for your generosity, big brother. Oh, it's nothing. I have plenty of money, Lin Daqiang replied as the trio entered the elevator together. Xiaofei positioned herself closely beside Lin Daqiang's father, intentionally brushing against his arm several times, and he could certainly observe the view he desired. Once they exited the elevator, Lin Daqiang's father suddenly said, Daqiang, you should head back first. I'll accompany Xiaofei to check out her room. It's not safe for a girl to stay in a hotel alone. Lin Daqiang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped his father and Appo's intent. However, he felt no discontent. A man could have multiple women, and were it not for his current feelings for Tian, he might have considered joining his father in Xiaofei's room. Yet, with Tian's allure lingering in his mind, he was eager to return and spend time with her. All right, Dad, please take care of Xiaofei. Tian and I have a few matters to attend to, Lin Daqiang said, hastily making his way back to his room. Lin Daqiang and Appo's father then followed Xiaofei into her room, coincidentally located next to Lin Daqiang's parents' room. Xiaofei's room, Lin Daqiang's parents' room, Lin Daqiang's room. Lin Daqiang's mother, having been married to Lin Daqiang's father for many years, recognized his voice immediately. Hearing the sounds coming from the adjacent room, the heavy breathing of Lin Daqiang and Appo's father, and the playful cooing of a woman, she understood what was transpiring but refrained from saying anything. Enduring the situation as she had for many years. The following day, not until 11 o'clock did Lin Daqiang's father return to the room. Upon seeing Lin Daqiang's mother, He said nothing and began to tidy up their belongings. We should find a place to stay. Living in a hotel is not sustainable. Lin Daqiang and Appo's mother nodded. What about Daqiang? Should we call them? No need. We'll meet downstairs shortly. As he spoke, Lin Daqiang and Appo's father had already packed their things. Just as they were about to leave, Xiaofei approached, linking her arm with Lin Daqiang's father's. Big brother, who is this? Lin Daqiang's father glanced at Lin Daqiang's mother before responding. Oh, this is nobody, just Daqiang's mother. Come on, let us hurry downstairs. Once they descended, Lin Daqiang immediately announced. Dad, Tian has already found a house online. Let us head there. It's conveniently located right behind this hotel, ready for immediate move-in. Chapter 72, Illness. Father Lin grunted. And the five of them headed straight for their destination. After much negotiation, Lin Daqiang finally secured a rental agreement at 3,000 a month, paying for half a year up front. Once the landlord departed, Lin Daqiang surveyed the house, a 3-bedroom unit, tastefully decorated and far superior to the dilapidated home he had left behind. Dad, Tian and I will share one room. You and Mom can take the others, Lin Daqiang remarked, glancing at his mother. Father Lin responded with a nod. I'll share a room with Xiaofei. He then turned to Mother Lin. You can have one to yourself. Seeing the intimate way Father Lin and Xiaofei leaned against each other, Mother Lin remained silent, merely nodding in acquiescence. Thus, the five of them settled in. Tian and Xiaofei took it upon themselves to charm Lin Daqiang and his father, so much so that they neglected to confront Lin Qingqing during these days, instead indulging in their newfound pleasures. Although Father Lin was advanced in years, his years of labor on the mountains had endowed him with remarkable vitality. Lin Daqiang, being young and vigorous, was equally robust, especially after a lengthy period of abstinence. The allure of Tian and Xiaofei was simply irresistible, enthralled by their charms. The father and son lost all restraint, often engaging in intimate displays right in the living room. Mother Lin observed this with a heavy heart, feeling a mix of anger and helplessness. Finally, a week later, Father Lin and Lin Daqiang appeared visibly fatigued. Tian and Xiaofei exchanged knowing glances, stifling their laughter. The following morning, upon rising, the Lin family discovered that Tian and Xiaofei had vanished. Lin Daqiang panicked. He could not bear the thought of losing the beautiful women he had recently come to cherish. Frantically, he dialed Tian and Appo's number, only to find it disconnected. Father Lin experienced a similar lack of success in reaching Xiaofei. At the same time, an unsettling realization dawned upon Father Lin as he began to feel unwell. His legs felt weak, and he exhibited signs of fever, having been married for many years. Mother Lin felt a pang of concern and hurriedly took Father Lin to the hospital. Upon receiving the diagnosis, Father Lin shook his head in disbelief. This cannot be happening. I cannot possibly have such a disease. This is a death sentence. Seeing his father's distress, Lin Daqiang felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. As he reflected on Tian and Xiaofei, he began to sense the gravity of their situation. The thought of their beauty, their eagerness to please, and their lack of financial demands now struck him as suspicious. He chastised himself for being so easily seduced, mistaking their charm for genuine affection. With a sense of urgency, he decided to undergo a checkup as well. The results confirmed his worst fears. He too had contracted the disease. Mother Lin, upon reading the diagnosis, was overcome with despair, lamenting the calamity that had befallen their family. The doctor, observing their plight, could only sigh, having seen many such cases stemming from a lack of self-control. By evening, the Lin family emerged from the hospital. Though they were provided with medication and some comfort from the doctor, both Father Lin and Lin Daqiang looked utterly defeated, their faces pale and their spirits low. Upon learning of the family and Appo's misfortune, Lin Qingqing felt a sense of vindication. Don't worry, my dear. I want to let them escape unscathed, Lin Ran assured Lin Qingqing, gently patting her back. He would not rest until those who had wronged his beloved faced the consequences. Merely suffering from an illness was insufficient. He desired their ultimate downfall. Meanwhile, back at the rental house, after taking their medication and resting, Father Lin and Lin Daqiang felt somewhat better. However, the more they contemplated their predicament, the more they suspected Lin Qingqing and Appo's involvement. Damn it, I should have silenced her long ago. After feeding her for so many years, this is how she repays me. Father Lin seethed, his anger escalating to the point where he could barely stand. Mother Lin rushed to support him. Enough. This is all your fault for bringing a viper into our midst, Father Lin exclaimed, pushing Mother Lin away. Unprepared, She stumbled and fell. Lin Daqiang showed no concern and instead seethed. Dad is right. That wretched girl will pay. Once I get my hands on her, I'll confine her and make her suffer, just as we have. With rage coursing through him, Lin Daqiang's eyes burned with hatred. Mother Lin sighed deeply and retreated to the kitchen to prepare a meal, knowing that they needed to take special care of their health in light of recent events. The next morning, Lin Daqiang returned home with a flyer in hand. Dad, come quickly, look at this. It says here that for just 668, we can completely cure our ailment. Where did you get this? It better not be a scam. Father Lin skeptically glanced at the flyer. I can't say for certain, but it's worth a try. The hospital bills are exorbitant, and if this remedy works, we won't need to return to the hospital, Lin Daqiang reasoned. Father Lin considered his son's words. They had managed to sell their belongings for over 300,000, yet after paying 2,000 for rent, their finances were dwindling, especially with no jobs and high living expenses. All right, go ahead and make the call. Let us buy a box and see if it works, Father Lin finally conceded. With a resigned sigh, Lin Daqiang dialed the number on the flyer. Half an hour later, a knock echoed through the door. Lin Daqiang opened it to find a masked figure. Where is my medicine? Cash on delivery, replied the man. Lin Daqiang handed over the prepared cash, and the man, upon receiving it, stuffed the medicine into Lin Daqiang and Amp Appo's arms before descending the stairs. Father Lin approached, eyeing the unbranded packaging with suspicion. Is this safe? What if it's poison? What are you worried about? He has no reason to harm us, Lin Daqiang said, opening the bottle and sniffing it. It bore no discernible scent. He mentioned they only sell in small quantities and don't dare to advertise widely due to strict regulations. If everyone turned to them for medicine, who would visit hospitals? Father Lin pondered this logic, recalling that in their village, they had often consumed unbranded medicines without dire consequences. After a moment of contemplation, both he and Lin Daqiang took a few pills, washing them down with water. Days later, in a somewhat dilapidated house on the outskirts of the city, the atmosphere was heavy and tense, illuminated only by scant rays of sunlight filtering through grimy windows. At that moment, a brutish-looking man with a fierce countenance was fixated on Mother Lin. Chapter 73. Experience. He did not disguise his disdain for Lin and Appo's mother, scrutinizing her from head to toe. The woman before him appeared haggard, her face lined with wrinkles, her hair somewhat disheveled, even showing strands of gray. She looked considerably older than her actual age. He sneered derisively and then turned to a slender man standing beside him, scoffing. I say, Biaozi, what sort of person have you brought? Just look at her appearance. She must be nearing 60. Do you think this is a nursing home? I require a young and beautiful sister. Do you even comprehend my intentions? I want a girl, a sister. And yet, you present me with this old hag. I truly wonder what nonsense occupies your mind. The man named Biaozi chuckled softly and leaned closer to the leading man, saying, Brother Long, let me explain. He then lowered his voice, whispering a few words to Brother Long. After absorbing Biaozi's words, Brother Long initially looked taken aback. But then an enigmatic expression surfaced on his face, muttering, Oh, so that's how it is. Suddenly appearing intrigued, he circled Lin and Appo's mother, inspecting her like a piece of merchandise from head to toe. Then, he waved towards one of the younger men standing by, instructing him to take her away to finding Jet. Remember, be quick about it. The young man, upon hearing this, did not dare to delay and promptly approached Lin's mother, gesturing for her to follow him. Lin's mother, feeling anxious and unable to speak, nervously exited the room, heading towards a seemingly unremarkable small room nearby. 20 minutes later, Lin's mother was brought back, but this time she had undergone a complete transformation. Yingjie indeed possessed remarkable skills. The red bodycon dress accentuated Lin's femininity beautifully. Her hair was elegantly styled up, and her face was adorned with heavy makeup. Although she still appeared older, she looked infinitely better than when she first arrived. The leading man appraised her for a moment before glancing at Biaozi. All right, I accept her. She can start working today. Upon hearing this, Lin and Appo's mother instantly lifted her head. Her gaze towards Biaozi filled with complexity. Her lips trembled slightly, as if she wished to voice something, but ultimately she pressed her lips together tightly, not uttering a single word. Seeing her reaction, Biaozi stepped closer to Lin and Appo's mother and gently persuaded her, You surely don't wish to witness your husband and son suffering, do you? Earning merely a few dozen bucks a day from washing dishes and cleaning is utterly futile. But here, it's different. Brother Long has numerous clients. If you work diligently and take on more customers, making several hundred a day is entirely feasible. Then you could buy medicine for your husband and son. Listening to Biaozi's words, Lin's mother felt herself wilting once more. She could not fathom why fate had dealt them such a cruel hand. In just half a month since arriving in the city, how had their family fallen into such disarray? Not only had her husband and son become entangled with filth, having spent all their money, but she also had to resort to selling herself. Reflecting on her age, she found it incomprehensible that she had ended up on this path. Biaozi chuckled, saying, "All right then, Brother Long, with you looking after things, I feel reassured. Although this lady is a bit older, she remains relatively clean. Having only been with her husband and no other man, one might consider that a virtue." Brother Long scoffed in response, "You think she's clean? Why don't you try experiencing it yourself first?" Chapter 74. The conclusion. Biaozi hurriedly waved his hand. "Brother Long, you truly possess a remarkable sense of humor. I shall refrain from interfering with your people. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Seeing Biaozi about to depart, Lin and Appo's mother quickly approached him. "Mr. Biao, may I return home today? Otherwise, my husband and son will go hungry." Biaozi cast a complex glance at Lin's mother. "Sister, they have hands and feet. Can't they cook for themselves? Why must you run back and forth? Every trip you make decreases the number of clients you can attend to. Furthermore, you've just arrived, and Brother Long still needs to train you before you can start working." Brother Long scoffed, "If it's not feasible, why not bring your son and husband over? I have spare rooms here. Consider it an act of kindness on my part to provide you with free lodging, as long as you serve more clients." No. Lin's mother quickly shook her head. "They cannot come over. They must not know." "Fine. Then you shall stay here and learn from sistering. In the evening, you'll attend to clients," Brother Long commanded, gesturing for a subordinate to escort Lin's mother away. A week later, Lin Ran observed a rather risky video on his phone and smiled, marveling at the boundless potential of this individual. Who would have imagined that a rural woman could be transformed so remarkably? "Indeed, President Lin," Biaozi chimed in, a lewd grin adorning his face. "She has been quite diligent lately, attending to over 10 clients in a single day." Lin Ran handed the phone to Biaozi. "All right, she seems to have adjusted comfortably. Let us arrange for her husband and son to see her soon. After all, a family should always meet with honesty." Biaozi took the phone, promptly responding, "Understood. President Lin, the funds will be transferred to you." Lin Ran extinguished the cigarette in his hand, slowly exhaling the last puff. "The rest is up to you." Biaozi beamed even more brightly, lighting another cigarette for Lin Ran. "Rest assured, President Lin, it will be settled in a couple of days." Shortly after Biaozi departed, Chen Su entered the room. Biaozi is quite reliable in his dealings. Lin Ran poured 2 glasses of wine. "Brother, thank you." "Ah, we don't speak of such things among brothers," Chen Su replied, downing his drink in one go. "Come, I've found you a sister to unwind with. She is remarkably pure, just arrived. I had Lena set her aside for you." Lin Ran smiled knowingly. "Ah, Suga truly understands me." 2 days later, the bodies of Lin and Appo's father, mother, and Lin Daqiang were discovered in their rented apartment. Upon the arrival of the police, the case was swiftly concluded, a mutual homicide. TSK, what a tragedy. Indeed, I heard that the woman was caught by her husband while engaging in such activities, leading to a quarrel. I cannot fathom how it ended with all 3 deceased. Truly unfortunate. Isn't it? How will the landlord rent out this place in the future? Oh, what does it matter to us? Just clean it up and rent it out again. After all, no one will know. True enough, let us move on. What an elopement. Lin Ran and Lin Qingqing listened to the surrounding gossip, glancing at the cordoned-off house. Lin Qingqing seemed to want to say something but fell silent. After years of oppression, liberation had come in a single day. It was difficult to articulate the feeling. "Brother, how did it go? Is everything over?" Just as Lin Ran and Lin Qingqing got into the car, a message from Lu Yiming arrived. Chapter 75. Soaking in the hot springs has come to an end. After all, Lin Qingqing shares no blood ties with them. As for the handling of the remains, that shall be arranged by the authorities, likely involving contact with relatives from their hometown for retrieval. The demise of the Lin family trio is indeed a consequence of their own making. Yay, how wonderful. I've booked a hot spring suite. Let us indulge in the hot springs and help Sister Qingqing unwind and relax, Lin Ran remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Qingqing, who nodded in agreement. He called upon Li Ming and Song Yi, stating, "I will be home in approximately half an hour, so please wait for me." During these days, Lin Qingqing had been residing with him. Although she maintained a composed exterior, Lin Ran could sense the tension she carried within, her spirit somewhat strained. Even during that time, her condition had evidently deteriorated. A soak in the hot springs would be beneficial. All right. Lu Yumeng quickly replied to the message and immediately dialed Li Ming and Song Yi. Upon learning of the hot spring outing, both expressed great delight, promptly agreeing, gathering their belongings, and departing from the office. Sun Quan observed them with a cheerful demeanor, refraining from saying anything. After all, they were the boss and Oppo's women. They could arrive and leave as they pleased. Moreover, their occasional tardiness or early departures were usually linked to Lin Ran, and he would have to be quite foolish to pry into their affairs. At Lin Ran's residence, Lu Yumeng busily sorted through various swimsuits. Just as Lin Ran and Lin Qingqing arrived home, Li Ming and Song Yi also joined them. The five of them then proceeded to the car and made their way to the hot spring hotel. After completing the check-in process, Lin Ran led the four women upstairs. The young man at the front desk couldn't help but feel a pang of envy, wondering how he had not encountered such opulence. To think that Lin Ran had four stunning beauties. If it were him, even one would suffice. He found himself contemplating whether Lin Ran could withstand the exuberance of four women. However, it was evident that the young man was overthinking. Once inside the room, the five exchanged friendly greetings. They continued their merriment until exhaustion set in, prompting them to head to the terrace for the hot springs. The hot spring within the suite was located on the outdoor terrace, enveloped by verdant mountains and idyllic waters, offering an exquisite view and excellent privacy. Although summer was approaching, the temperature in the mountains was just right, with a gentle breeze caressing their faces, bringing a refreshing coolness that was immensely pleasing. Lin Ran reclined languidly on the sofa, observing the four women frolicking in the hot spring pool. Lin Qingqing appeared significantly more relaxed, and the four of them were thoroughly enjoying themselves in the water. After attending to some matters for his company, Lin Ran stepped outside. In an instant, the sounds of laughter grew louder, mingled with other cheerful noises. After soaking for a while, Lin Ran felt considerably more at ease. "Are you all hungry? Shall I call the butler to arrange for some food?" he inquired. Glancing at the four women, Lu Yumeng nestled closer to Lin Ran, her body pressed against him. "Brother, I want to eat lobster," she exclaimed. "Not a problem. And what about you three?" he asked. Lin Qingqing, Li Ming, and Song Yi shook their heads in unison, saying, "Brother, it's up to you. We'll eat whatever you choose." At that moment, they were all utterly exhausted. Only Lu Yumeng, with her long-standing commitment to fitness, maintained her vigor. The others, however, were on the brink of collapse. Without Lu Yumeng, the three of them would likely have succumbed to fatigue and fallen asleep. Chapter 76. Playing Mahjong. Lin Ran nodded and sent a message to the butler, expressing his desire to engage in a game of Mahjong. Lu Yumeng, brimming with enthusiasm, immediately leaped into Lin Ran's arms, exclaiming, "Oh, I adore playing Mahjong." However, the other three women appeared somewhat apprehensive. They were genuinely fatigued. Observing their expressions, Lin Ran chuckled. "What are you afraid of? It's just a game of Mahjong. Don't overthink it." Realizing their thoughts had strayed, the three women exchanged sheepish smiles before stepping out of the hot spring pool. After all, soaking for too long was not advisable and could lead to dizziness. Given their already drained state, they could barely keep up with Lin Ran. If they felt dizzy, they might even faint. "Brother, you're becoming increasingly impressive," Lu Yumeng purred, nuzzling against Lin Ran like a playful kitten. "But I like it." "You little enchantress," Lin Ran teased, pinching Lu Yumeng and Oppo's rosy cheeks. Her face, flushed from the hot spring, appeared even more adorable with its delicate pink hue. "I'll properly take care of you later. Since Qingqing and the others are tired, they need not trouble themselves. You will be the only one left to work." Lu Yumeng blushed and playfully scolded. How annoying. Before long, the butler arrived with the dinner, accompanied by the waitstaff. After the five had dined, Lin Qingqing, Li Ming, and Song Yi, utterly exhausted, retreated to rest. Meanwhile, Lu Yumeng engaged in a private study session with Lin Ran. It was not until both were thoroughly worn out that Lin Ran embraced Lu Yumeng and drifted into slumber. The following morning, Lin Ran awoke first. Observing the four women still peacefully sleeping beside him, he stretched lazily, washed up, and messaged the butler to arrange breakfast in their room. Shortly, the four women gradually stirred from their slumber. Lu Yumeng, who had exerted herself the most the previous day, awoke the latest, not from natural rest, but due to the commotion. The five had spent 3 days and nights at the hot spring hotel, returning home with lingering desires. After resting, Li Ming and Song Yi returned to the company for a live stream, while Lin Qingqing headed to the store. Despite having staff present, the absence of their proprietor could lead to a sense of complacency among the employees. As for Lu Yumeng, she was a carefree drifter, spending her days indulging in food and leisure without any other commitments. Thus, after the three left, only Lu Yumeng and Lin Ran remained. They first prepared a private meal before Lin Ran took Lu Yumeng to view potential new residences. Though he currently had only 4 women, it was evident that his spacious penthouse could no longer accommodate them comfortably. Although they usually shared rooms, it felt somewhat cramped, and he could not escape his moments of solitude. Everyone deserved their own space. Lin Ran estimated he would need at least a dozen rooms, prompting his decision to purchase a villa as his main base. After all, they might one day welcome a child, and they would need a suitable place to reside. Upon hearing Lin Ran's thoughts, Lu Yumeng found them quite reasonable. She had long desired to move in with him, and having a villa would facilitate that. She could continue to enjoy time with Lin Qingqing and the others, and they could occasionally play cards together. How delightful! Their bond was growing increasingly harmonious. Chapter 77. The Villa. After lunch, Lin Ran and Lu Yumeng made their way directly to the villa sales office. The villas here are all standalone residences, spaced generously apart to ensure the privacy of their inhabitants. The surrounding area is adorned with lush trees and vibrant flowers, creating an idyllic environment. The amenities are comprehensive, as the developer initially envisioned this place as a retreat-style garden residence, providing everything one might need, whether it be dining, entertainment, shopping, or fitness. The diverse needs of homeowners are thoroughly catered to. Living here is merely one of its many fundamental attributes. The allure truly lies in the premium features such as personalized services. Lin Ran guided Lu Yumeng through the property, ultimately settling on a 3-story standalone villa of over 600 square meters. Its design is exquisitely crafted, and the internal layout is both reasonable and comfortable, featuring 15 bedrooms, a study on each floor, and even a basement that can serve as a billiard room, gym, or karaoke space. What captivated Lin Ran most was the villa's extensive 400 square meter garden, flourishing with greenery and unique scenery. The garden boasts a sizable swimming pool, and Lin Ran could not help but envision the delightful experience of reclining on a lounge chair while watching the women frolic in the water below. Shall we go with this one? What do you think, darling? Lin Ran inquired. Lu Yumeng gazed at the villa, clearly enamored. On her coming-of-age day, her parents gifted her a townhouse as a present. However, that property was merely a 200 square meter row house. In comparison, this villa was astonishingly superior, and she felt disinclined to return to her old residence. The primary concern was the cost. Lu Yumeng whispered to Lin Ran. Aware of the villa's upscale nature and substantial size, uncertain whether Lin Ran could bear the total price. She did not possess an in-depth understanding of his financial situation, but based on her knowledge of his media company, she estimated its annual net profit to be in the millions. After all, the company was small and had relatively few streamers, indicating considerable growth potential. What is there to worry about? I have the funds, Lin Ran responded confidently. He had done his homework regarding the villa's pricing prior to his visit. The 600 square meter property was approximately 30 million, which he found manageable. Recently, he had invested 50 million in stocks alongside Chinsu during a market surge, which had doubled in value. Thus, purchasing this villa posed no financial strain for him. He remained acutely aware that his capital was untouched. He had merely profited from his investments, playing the market judiciously. After realizing substantial gains, he had sold off a portion, allowing him to invest the earnings without jeopardizing his principal. Seeing Lin Ran's resolute demeanor, Lu Yumeng felt reassured. Her large, sparkling eyes remained fixed on him, filled with admiration. "You're amazing, brother," she exclaimed, and on tiptoe, she planted a playful kiss on his cheek. "Let us go with this one, then. Let us sign the contract. This will be our base from now on. You all should move in with us," Lin Ran said with a mischievous grin. It'll be much more convenient for everyone to play poker together. Chapter 78. Major client. The saleswoman behind observed the charming couple in front of her, engrossed in playful banter, and felt an overwhelming sense of envy. She couldn't oppose, help but let out a long sigh, pondering when she might also find a boyfriend as wealthy and handsome as he. Oh, how she wished to escape the confines of her job. All right, I shall heed my brother's advice. After voicing her thoughts, Lu Yumeng strolled around the villa's courtyard, genuinely enamored with the place. With this stronghold, she would have the opportunity to see Lin Ran every day and enjoy playful moments with her girlfriends. What a delightful prospect. After the two reached a decision, the saleswoman led them to sign the contract. Upon witnessing Lin Ran make a full payment of 40 million, her eyes sparkled with excitement. To her understanding, this indicated that Lin Ran possessed at least several hundred million in liquid assets. Several hundred million. She contemplated how many years she would need to toil to accumulate such wealth, and her gaze towards Lin Ran grew even more fervent. Who wouldn't desire such a remarkable man? After signing the contract, the saleswoman handed over the keys and all necessary documentation to Lin Ran, sweetly saying, "Sir, please keep these safe. Should you require anything upon moving in, feel free to contact me at any time." Lin Ran smiled as he accepted the keys, clearly perceiving the flirtation in the saleswoman's eyes. He took a moment to appraise her, clad in a short black skirt, with a pair of concealed beneath her white blouse. Her figure appeared quite appealing. Her makeup was exquisite, though he wondered how she looked without it. Judging solely by her physique, she seemed decent enough. If she were to throw herself at him, he could consider it, but he preferred a woman who was truly his own. After all, one could only speculate how many times these saleswomen in upscale residential areas had surrendered themselves. A casual dalliance was acceptable, but Lin Ran had no intention of becoming entangled with her. Noticing Lin Ran and Oppo's lack of resistance to her advances, the saleswoman grew bolder. She moved closer, her arm brushing against his, and in a delicate voice inquired, "Mr. Lin, when do you plan to move in?" Lin Ran replied, "The furniture is all in place. I merely require a thorough cleaning and some bedding and essentials before I can settle in. Perhaps in 3 to 5 days, could you arrange for a comprehensive cleaning?" "Absolutely," the saleswoman eagerly affirmed, as it fell within their service offerings. "Mr. Lin, I know a few friends in the bedding business. If you are interested, I can take you to explore some options tomorrow." Lin Ran noticed the saleswoman and Oppo's persistent glances directed at him and realized her intentions. While purchasing bedding was one aspect, her primary desire was likely to have time alone with him. "Ah, women. Sounds good. Do you not have work tomorrow?" With a seductive smile, she responded, "Accompanying you, Mr. Lin, is far more important than my job. Besides, you're a major client. Our manager will support this. All right then, send me your location, and we shall meet directly there tomorrow." As he spoke, he cast another glance at her long legs, elegantly encased in stockings, wondering about their hue. The saleswoman, noticing Lin Ran's gaze, beamed even brighter. "Then we shall see each other tomorrow." At that moment, Lu Yumo returned from the restroom and, upon seeing the saleswoman clinging to Lin Ran, felt a twinge of displeasure. However, recalling that this was not the first instance, she quickly calmed herself. Let it be. As long as she could remain by his side, that was what mattered most. Chapter 79. Shopping. The following day, the female sales associate met Lin Ran at the mall. Today, she was dressed in a much more innocent manner than the previous day, donning a white, waist-cinching dress that elegantly accentuated her slender figure. Upon spotting Lin Ran, she immediately trotted over to him. Lin Ran stood in place, gazing into the distance, inwardly sighing at her enchanting presence. "Mr. Lin." The sales associate greeted sweetly as she reached him. Today, she had applied a light touch of makeup, perhaps intentionally highlighting her beauty. Lin Ran appreciated this. He preferred a more natural look over heavy makeup, though preferences vary. Take Lin Qingqing, for instance, who embodied a sultry beauty that suited both subtle and bold aesthetics. "Our villa is fully furnished. Today, we can procure some bedding," she suggested. With a hint of jest, she added, "Mr. Lin, you must be exceedingly busy with your myriad responsibilities. Once we finish shopping, how about I help you clean and organize everything?" Lin Ran glanced at her, catching the underlying meaning in her words. He smiled. "That would be great. Thank you for your assistance." Delighted that Lin Ran did not refuse her, the sales associate and Oppo's spirits lifted further. She feared not having a reason to continue interacting with him, but as long as she had an excuse to engage, she was confident in her ability to win his favor. After all, men are often fickle, even if he had a girlfriend. She believed her own looks and figure would not hinder her chances of capturing his attention. The two spent the entire day shopping, acquiring an array of bedding and household items. After completing their purchases, they left the delivery address, and the merchants promised to deliver everything the following morning. Lin Ran handed her a key, saying, "I'll leave this to you." "Thank you for trusting me," she replied, her smile radiant. Leaning closer, she suggested, "Mr. Lin, since it's so late, perhaps we could." However, before she could finish her thought, Lin Ran interjected, "You've worked hard today. After a long day of shopping, I imagine you must be tired. Let me give you a ride home." The sales associate, sensing his disinterest, chose to hold her tongue. Over the years in sales, she had learned the art of reading people, and she recognized that Lin Ran was not inclined to pursue anything further today. She understood the importance of not appearing overly eager, lest she provoke his displeasure. Nevertheless, the day had not been in vain. She felt confident that her friends would reward her efforts with a generous gift for all the items Lin Ran had purchased, allowing her to leave the day feeling fulfilled. "Thank you, Mr. Lin," she responded. Lin Ran nodded, and after dropping her off, he headed to the CAF frequently visited by Zhang Yi. He was well aware of the sales associate's intentions. However, he felt an undeniable pull towards Zhang Yi. Had it been anyone else, he might have found an excuse to decline, but he had not yet fully won Zhang Yi's heart, and, truth be told, he had missed her presence, having not seen her for several days. Upon entering the CAF, Lin Ran immediately spotted Zhang Yi seated at the very spot where they had first met. As soon as she caught sight of him, her eyes brightened, and she quickly approached, eagerly pulling him to sit beside her. The barista, having recognized Lin Ran as the affluent gentleman, understood the dynamics at play. Observing the affectionate interaction between the two, he smiled knowingly, for indeed, wealth has long been a means to allure, a timeless truth in the world. Chapter 80. The mother of future children, what would you like to eat later? Lin Ran casually set aside the book in Zhang Yi's hands, flipping through it and confirming that it contained the kind of content an artistic young woman would adore. My friend saw you the other day. Zhang Yi and Apos. S words caused Lin Ran to pause mid-flip. Who? When did you see me? That day. You were with. Zhang Yi hesitated, seemingly reluctant to continue, but ultimately confessed, you went to the hot springs with a few girls. At this point, Zhang Yi and Apos' expression grew complex. She had seen them enter a room together. After speaking, she felt a pang of regret, unsure if it was appropriate to ask Lin Ran directly. However, she could not suppress her curiosity. In her mind, Lin Ran and Apos' behavior warranted a complete cutoff, and she could not envision continuing to associate with such a man. Yet that day, gazing at Lin Ran and Apos' WeChat dialogue while reminiscing about the sunset, she found herself inexplicably wavering. This was her first time feeling a spark for a man. She was reluctant to simply let go. Thus, she sought an answer. Lin Ran was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't Apos' anticipated that Zhang Yi would discover this so soon. He had planned to reveal it gradually after winning her over, especially since Zhang Yi was unlike the others. She harbored a disdain for playboys. Nevertheless, he discerned her inner turmoil. If she truly despised him, her character suggested she would have blocked him outright, rather than inviting him out. Furthermore, the joy and subtle gestures she displayed upon seeing him were unmistakable. This woman still held affection for him. Without hesitation, Lin Ran confessed, "Oh, I was a bit tired that day, so I took them to the hot springs." Zhang Yi was momentarily stunned by Lin Ran and Apos' complete lack of defensiveness, his candid admission catching her off guard. "What is your relationship with them?" "Yes," Lin Ran answered directly. "Darling, I like you, so I don and Apos, you wish to deceive you. My relationship with them is of that nature." Zhang Yi softly uttered an "oh," perplexed by her own lack of anger. Instead, she felt a twinge of jealousy and a burgeoning fear that Lin Ran might not love her anymore. Especially with so many beautiful women surrounding him, surely they would be more compelling than she. Observing the despondent expression on Zhang Yi and Apos' face, Lin Ran rose and approached her, taking her hand. "Darling, rest assured, even with them, my love for you remains unwavering." At his words, Zhang Yi lifted her gaze, her heart fluttering. "Really? Of course. You and they are both significant to me." As Lin Ran spoke, Zhang Yi couldn't help but think of the palace intrigue novel she had read. She wanted to inquire about how to rank those girls in terms of importance. It seemed Lin Ran sensed her uncertainty and smiled, in my eyes. "You are all equally cherished, all my treasures, the mothers of my future children." Instantly, Zhang Yi felt her cheeks flush crimson. She playfully pushed Lin Ran away, exclaiming, "How rude. Who would bear your children?" "You, of course. I wish for you to be the mother of my children." "Don and Apos, you want to?" Lin Ran teased, lightly scratching her palm. "Are you hungry? Would you like to come to my place? I can cook for you." Zhang Yi was fully aware of Lin Ran's intentions. Had this been earlier, she would have surely refused. Yet, at that moment, she found herself inexplicably nodding in agreement. "All right, brother." Chapter 81. Collaboration. Lin Ran took Zhang Yi directly to Gubin Huafu. This was Zhang Yi's first visit to Lin Ran's home. Upon entering, she was immediately captivated by the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Lin Ran chuckled softly as he observed Zhang Yi's silhouette. It seemed that all women shared this fascination with grand windows. As before, Lin Ran ordered some private kitchen dishes. "Darling, would you like something to drink?" "Anything is fine," Zhang Yi replied, turning to Lin Ran. "How about juice?" Lin Ran nodded and headed to the kitchen, returning with 2 bottles of pure fruit juice. Here you go. After receiving the juice, Zhang Yi gazed out at the serene lake view for a long while, lost in thought. Lin Ran surmised that she was likely engaging in some introspective contemplation, so he refrained from interrupting her, choosing instead to chat with Lin Qingqing and the others on the sofa. Half an hour later, the private kitchen dishes arrived. Lin Ran placed the food on the dining table and called to Zhang Yi, "Darling, it and Appos, has time to eat." Zhang Yi snapped back to reality, approaching the table only to discover that Lin Ran had ordered all her favorite dishes from that day. A wave of gratitude washed over her, and her gaze towards Lin Ran grew warmer. Since her parents' divorce, no one had truly cared for her, aside from regular financial support. She had never received genuine concern or affection. This neglect had fostered a deep resentment towards her father's callousness and a general wariness of all men. However, Lin Ran and Appos' attentive care gradually opened her heart. She recalled her mother and Appos' earlier words: "All men are untrustworthy and emotionally detached. Once a woman becomes ensnared in love, she is likely to be hurt." In this moment, she pondered whether Lin Ran might be the exception, a unique presence who was at least honest with himself. This sincerity further solidified Zhang Yi's trust in him. Authenticity is an everlasting ace in the hole. "Brother," Zhang Yi called softly, "can I sleep here tonight?" At her words, Lin Ran slowly lifted his head, wanting to say, "Of course, that would be wonderful." The next morning at 8, Lin Ran and Zhang Yi awoke simultaneously. Zhang Yi turned to glance at the bed linens, feeling a bit embarrassed as she changed them and tossed them into the washing machine. Lin Ran couldn't help but smile as he watched her bustling about. The previous day, he had taught her many things. After freshening up, they went out for breakfast at their usual kanji chain. The attendant, noticing Zhang Yi and Appos' striking presence behind Lin Ran, couldn't and Appos' help but exclaim internally, "Goodness! How did such an elegant beauty end up with him?" Money truly is the way to win hearts. After their meal, Lin Ran escorted Zhang Yi to her studio before returning to the company. The female streamers at the company were rapidly gaining fans, and collaboration offers were pouring in. There were a few partnerships he needed to negotiate personally. At Fear and Culture, Lin Ran reviewed a collaboration proposal from a well-known cosmetics brand that had approached Li Ming, hoping she would host a live stream for them. In addition to Li Ming, they had invited several other streamers of similar stature. That and Appos' a good arrangement, Lin Ran thought. It would alleviate the pressure on Li Ming and minimize any potential for overshadowing. Sitting beside him, Li Ming asked, "Brother, do you think we should accept this collaboration?" With a soft click, Lin Ran lit a cigarette and exhaled slowly. "Of course, let us proceed." His final words were directed to Sun Quan and Li Ming and Appos' assistant. Chapter 82. Live broadcast yet. A sense of anxiety enveloped me. Li Ming anxiously entwined her hands, prompting Sun Quan and the assistant to exchange knowing glances before discreetly exiting. Lin Ran gently patted his thighs, inviting Li Ming to sit beside him. "Brother, I feel rather nervous about this live broadcast at their company." Lin Ran understood well that Li Ming's social anxiety was not something that could be resolved overnight, as each individual possesses a unique temperament. It took considerable effort for Lin Ran to help Li Ming confront the camera confidently, although she had become more at ease in her own streaming space. The prospect of a group live broadcast understandably made her apprehensive. "Fear not. I shall accompany you that day," Lin Ran reassured her, patting her back. "With me by your side, what is there to fear? My darling is far more beautiful and accomplished than the rest." At Lin Ran and Appos' comforting words, Li Ming let out a soft giggle, her earlier tension dissipating. She nodded gently. "All right. Thank you, brother. Is that all you wish to say in gratitude?" Lin Ran teased, raising an eyebrow as he held her small hand. Li Ming and Appos' cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she grasped his meaning, lowering her head shyly before following Lin Ran into the bedroom. Before long, the day of Li Ming's live broadcast arrived. Lin Ran had deliberately declined all other engagements, intending to be by her side throughout the event. However, upon learning of his plans, Zhang Yi, Lin Qingqing, and others insisted on joining to cheer for Li Ming. Even Zhang Yi expressed a desire to witness the behind-the-scenes of a live broadcast, having never experienced it before. With a good-natured acceptance, Lin Ran replied, "Very well. All of you may come." Thus, they set off in cars towards the beauty company, with Lin Ran, Li Ming, Zhang Yi, and Li Ming's assistant in one vehicle, while Lu Yiming drove Lin Qingqing and Song Yi in another. Upon arrival, they were ushered into a lounge. The young woman responsible for their reception dared not be negligent. For who could have anticipated that the boss, Lin Ran, would accompany them? Typically, other companies only sent their hosts and managers. The presence of Lin Ran, a prominent figure, immediately elevated Li Meng and Amp, Oppo's status in her eyes. She was neither foolish nor blind, realizing that this indicated Li Meng was his partner. However, what astonished her most was not only Li Meng but also the several other beauties surrounding Lin Ran. Observing their harmonious interactions, the young woman shook her head in disbelief. Acknowledging the advantages of wealth, stealing glances at Lin Ran, she mused that she would not mind having more sisters like them, as she could coexist peacefully with them. Hey, Xiao Shi, who is that man in the lounge? Why are there so many beautiful women here? Just as Xiao Shi exited, she was intercepted by a female host. Someone she had collaborated with numerous times, thus they were quite familiar. Pulling the host, named Su Su, away for a moment, Xiao Shi explained, he is the owner of Fear and Culture, accompanying their host. Su Su and Amp, Oppo's eyes widened in disbelief. The owner is accompanying a host for work? She quickly grasped that their relationship must be exceptional. However, she mused it was not uncommon for hosts to have special relationships with their bosses. She herself had interacted with hers on several occasions. Yet, witnessing such a pampering of a host was a first for her. Indeed, Su Su replied, falling silent as her gaze remained fixed on Lin Ran and the others. Chapter 83, Contact Information. Hey, Su Su, Dawn and Oppo's, look anymore. That man is quite the charmer. Just take a glance at the beautiful women surrounding him. There is hardly any room left for anyone else, one girl remarked. Su Su, upon hearing the girl's words, cast a few glances at the women encircling Lin Ran. Indeed, as the girl had said, there were 6 women around him. Among them, one appeared rather plain, likely an assistant, while the remaining 5 were strikingly beautiful, each with their own allure. There were those with seductive charm, others exuding a sweet innocence, and some with a cool, ethereal grace. Then there was Li Meng, who possessed an air of mature elegance. Su Su couldn't help but marvel. They were all exceptional beauties. Furthermore, she noticed the harmonious camaraderie among the 4 women. Stirring her curiosity about what qualities Lin Ran possessed that could attract such remarkable company and foster such pleasant interactions. Was it merely his striking looks? Was he exceptionally fit? Or perhaps he was wealthy beyond measure? Su Su pondered these questions until her assistant called for her, prompting her to return to her own lounge. Soon, the live broadcast was set to commence. This was Li Meng and Amp, Oppo's first time sharing the screen with unfamiliar individuals, and despite having greeted the other 2 female hosts earlier, a tinge of nervousness lingered. Observing this, Lin Ran leaned in to whisper a few encouraging words to Li Meng, causing her cheeks to flush. She playfully nudged his shoulder before departing with her assistant to the broadcasting room. From a distance, Su Su watched the scene unfold, her heart fluttering at the sight of Lin Ran's charming smile. Perhaps Lin Ran and Amp, Oppo's encouragement was indeed effective, as Li Meng performed splendidly during the live session. Exhibiting no signs of trepidation, the brand representatives were thoroughly satisfied, especially with Lin Ran, the owner, personally overseeing the endeavor. Consequently, they resolved to pursue a deeper collaboration with Fear and Culture. After the broadcast concluded, it was already past 9 in the evening. Lu Yuming and the others, having awaited Li Meng and Amp, Oppo's return, had merely nibbled on some snacks and were now ravenously hungry. Upon seeing Li Meng enter, Lu Yuming and Amp, Oppo's eyes sparkled with excitement. She asked back, Meng has returned. After exclaiming this, she leaned toward Lin Ran with eager anticipation. Brother, what shall we eat tonight? I am absolutely famished. You little glutton. Lin Qingqing chuckled. After spending the day together, Zhang Yi had already bonded well with them and now smiled at Lu Yumeng, suggesting, how about hot pot? I know a fantastic place. Song Yi, having just touched up her makeup and stretched after visiting the broadcasting room for a little observation, chimed in, sounds great. I'm starving too. Listening to Meng, let us eat whatever she desires tonight. What do you want to eat, dear? You must be exhausted after such a busy day, Lin Ran said, drawing Li Meng closer. Let us go for hot pot. I could go for that as well. He added, yay, hot pot, oh yeah. Lu Yuming exclaimed enthusiastically, jumping to her feet. Let us hurry. I feel like I might faint from hunger. Let us go. Lin Ran beckoned the others to follow him out of the lounge. He exchanged pleasantries with the coordinating girl before the group exited the company. As Su Su observed from behind, her interest in Lin Ran deepened. A man who was not only handsome but also considerate was truly a rare find these days. Here, this is Lin's contact information. Just as Susu was lost in thought, the girl from earlier approached her. Don't forget to treat me to a meal. Chapter 84. In sight, no problem. Susu smiled gently as she gazed at the phone in her hands, carefully tucking it into her bag. This night felt exceedingly long. The six of them were crammed into Lin Ran and Appo's spacious apartment, only waking up gradually by noon. Upon seeing the time, Lu Yumeng immediately came to her senses. Sitting up hurriedly, as expected, her mother had sent a flurry of WeChat messages. Rubbing her eyes, she called Lu's mother back, then turned to Lin Ran. Hesitating for a moment before whispering, "Brother, my mom wants to meet you. When do you have time?" She could no longer withstand the pressure. If Lu's mother didn't meet Lin Ran soon, it would become increasingly difficult for her to spend the night out in the future. Another day. Lin Ran replied while putting on his shirt. He needed to go to the office this afternoon to sign a contract. A clothing brand had approached Song Yi, and he had to handle it. All right, I'll let my mom know. With that, Lu Yumeng sent a message to her mother. After everyone freshened up, as per usual, Lin Ran and Lu Yumeng each took a car to grab a meal before heading off to their respective work. Lin Qingqing returned to the store, while Lu Yumeng and Zhang Yi planned to go shopping. Lin Ran brought Song Yi and Li Ming back to the office. After signing the contract, Lin Ran reclined in his chair and opened WeChat, carefully examining a photo sent by the influencer Susu. From the image, it was evident that this was the first luxury car, a big G. As he scrolled through Susu's moments, he found nothing but posts showcasing exquisite food, breathtaking scenery, various luxury items, and her own glamorous selfies. Just then, another message from Susu arrived. "Mr. Lin, I just finished a program at Jiayue Building. Are you at the office now?" Following this, she sent another message expressing her admiration for him after their meeting yesterday, wondering if she might have the opportunity to invite him to dinner. Lin Ran regarded her somewhat green tea-like messages with indifference. Indeed, even when aware of her superficiality, it was difficult to dislike someone so beautiful. "I have time." Susu, elated by the response, promptly messaged back. Then, "Mr. Lin, shall I come to find you?" Lin Ran stretched lazily and replied, "Come on over." 15 minutes later, another message from Susu arrived. "Mr. Lin, I'm at your office reception. I'm in the office. Have the receptionist bring you in. The door is unlocked. Just come in," Lin Ran said, then turned over to continue his conversation with Lu Yumeng on WeChat. Not long after, Lin Ran heard footsteps approaching. "Ah," a feminine voice called out from behind him. He glanced back and saw Susu, then turned over again to focus on his messages. Susu, taken aback by Lin Ran's casual demeanor, quickly regained her composure. Her surprise transformed into a sense of desire. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, she found herself lost in thought, pleasantly surprised by Lin Ran and Appo's impressive physique. Those women certainly had exquisite tastes. "Mr. Lin." Susu spoke sweetly as she walked closer. "What would you like to eat? What do you think?" Lin Ran assessed Susu, who he had scrutinized closely the day before. Today, however, he found her quite appealing. Her delicate beauty coupled with her enviable figure created a striking contrast that caught his eye. Chapter 85. Returning to the villa with a knowing smile, Susu seated herself on the bed. An hour later, Lin Ran sluggishly rose, tidied himself up, and cast a glance at the woman behind him. "Shall we go eat?" Susu forced herself to her feet, murmuring an affirmative as she hurriedly donned her clothes. The two departed the company, heading directly to a restaurant renowned for its authentic halal roasted lamb. Lin Ran had frequented this establishment several times, appreciating its genuine flavors and robust ingredients, which rendered the meal both nourishing and satisfying. As Susu beheld the magnificent roasted lamb before her, she could not help but marvel at its size, pondering whether the two of them could possibly finish it. "Let us eat. Do indulge," Lin Ran encouraged, all the while savoring his meal. It was then that Susu realized her earlier concerns were unfounded. Lin Ran had quite an appetite, which explained his sturdy physique. After a hearty meal, Lin Ran did not allow Susu to pay the bill, as the cost was minimal. Susu had made considerable efforts to impress him, and Lin Ran seemed quite pleased. "Where do you live? Shall I escort you home?" As Susu gazed at Lin Ran's handsome profile, memories of his passionate moments flooded her mind, and she found herself reluctant to part ways with him. The happiness she had never experienced before blossomed within her in Lin Ran's presence. Yet, she discerned that he was currently uninterested in further intimacy, so, wishing to maintain her image in his eyes, she obediently nodded and provided him with her address. Once they were in the car, they sped along, and soon Lin Ran arrived at Susu's home. With newfound courage, Susu asked, "Brother, May I kiss you? Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback by her bold request. Yet he nodded, saying, Go ahead. A kiss does not cost anything. Susu cautiously leaned in and gently pecked his cheek. Brother, I'm heading home now. Do remember to come find me when you have time. With a bashful demeanor, she exited the vehicle. Watching her retreating figure, Lin Ran chuckled softly, pondering how women seem to transform into such delicate creatures after a mere kiss. However, he dismissed the thought, recognizing his own allure and the more pressing matters awaiting his attention. The sales team at the villa had sent him a video, indicating that the thorough cleaning was complete, and all bedding and essentials had been arranged. They inquired whether Lin Ran wished to inspect the premises for any missing items. He promptly agreed and drove towards the villa, for there awaited someone eagerly anticipating his arrival. Half an hour later, Lin Ran's car came to a gentle halt in front of the villa. Upon stepping out, he pushed open the grand door, revealing a brightly lit courtyard. In this season, flowers were in full bloom, each variety competing for attention. Their vivid colors enhanced by the illumination, creating a breathtaking spectacle. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying the subtle fragrance of blossoms. Lin Ran inhaled deeply, appreciating the scent. Once I move in, I can host parties in the garden, perhaps inviting Chen Su and Su Lu. Indeed, it was largely due to Lin Ran's efforts that, following his resolution with Zhang Yi, there were no longer obstacles for Chen Su. In just a few days, their relationship had flourished significantly. Meanwhile, the female sales representative stood gracefully on the steps, her demeanor both gentle and alluring. Today, she had eschewed her professional attire in favor of a soft pink qipao, which accentuated her exquisite figure. The high slit of the dress subtly revealed her long, fair legs, evoking the imagination. Chapter 86. Decoration. Lin Ran's gaze involuntarily fell upon the female sales associate, scrutinizing her closely. Initially, he had perceived her figure as rather ordinary, perhaps even excessively slender. However, at this moment, he realized he had underestimated her. Clad in a qipao, the saleswoman not only showcased her graceful physique impeccably, but also exuded a unique charm and elegance that was utterly enchanting. She possessed an air of classical beauty, an allure that captivated Lin Ran, especially since no woman had previously ventured into this realm alongside him. Mr. Lin, you have arrived, the saleswoman said, descending the stairs with delicate steps and approaching him with a radiant smile. Lin Ran then noticed that she had not only dressed meticulously but had also elegantly styled her hair with a beautiful hairpin, adding an extra touch of distinctive grace that was truly striking. The villa has been tidied as per your requests. Please allow me to show you inside. If anything seems amiss, I can rectify it immediately. With that, the saleswoman opened the door and gestured for Lin Ran to enter. Upon surveying the first floor, Lin Ran was indeed impressed. It was impeccably clean, and the living room was adorned with an array of exquisite ornaments, harmonizing beautifully with the villa's opulent decor, crafting an atmosphere of elegance and sophistication. He glanced at the saleswoman beside him, surmising that this was her handiwork. Very well, Lin Ran remarked as he pressed the elevator button, ascending to the third floor, where his master bedroom awaited him. The remaining rooms were undecided. He would let Lin Qingqing and the others choose for themselves later. The saleswoman followed with a smile. Mr. Lin, all bedding and necessities in the bedroom are ready. This evening, she paused, her previously confident smile now tinged with a hint of shyness, intertwined with a barely discernible hint of seduction. So, you may comfortably settle in tonight. As she spoke, her large, expressive eyes gazed earnestly at Lin Ran, awaiting his response. He merely nodded and exited the elevator, heading straight for the bedroom. Inside, just as the saleswoman had described, everything was spotless, and a subtle, pleasant fragrance lingered in the air. Lin Ran could not ascertain its source, but it was delightful. Approaching the bed, he examined the bedding, feeling the fabric beneath his fingers. It was indeed luxurious, a testament to the expense incurred. He then glanced at the ambience lamp on the nightstand. Mr. Lin, this lamp is my housewarming gift to you. I hope you like it, the saleswoman said, gracefully approaching the nightstand. She slightly bowed, gently polishing the lamp. As she bent down, her enchanting figure was displayed without reservation. The soft light cascaded over her delicate form, enhancing her porcelain-like skin with an ethereal glow. Turning her head slightly towards Lin Ran, she smiled alluringly and softly inquired, Mr. Lin, are you satisfied? Lin Ran stepped closer, gazing down at her, their proximity allowing them to feel each other and Appo's breath and heartbeat. What do you think? The following morning, Lin Ran was gently awakened by the saleswoman. After freshening up, he left the room, while she returned to her duties. Chapter 87. Purchasing gifts. The saleswoman, perceiving Lin Ran and Amp, Oppo's silence regarding her potential recruitment, wisely refrained from further inquiries. Her thoughts lingered on the previous day, an experience she found unforgettable. Whether or not she was to be recruited mattered little. Having shared that moment, she felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Naturally, should opportunities arise in the future, her happiness would know no bounds. A wealthy, handsome man with admirable stamina was, in her eyes, certainly worth her interest. Upon exiting, Lin Ran made his way directly to Zhang Yi's studio, marking his inaugural visit to this space. As he stepped inside, he was immediately captivated by the artwork adorning the walls. The carefully arranged ornaments and uniquely crafted decorations exuded an artistic ambience. "Brother, you're here," Zhang Yi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she dashed into Lin Ran's embrace like a jubilant little bird. "Have you finished your work? Once you're done, let us go shopping," he replied, affectionately tousling her hair. Among all his girlfriends, Zhang Yi boasted the most abundant locks, soft, voluminous, and a pleasure to touch. "Just a moment," she said, tidying up while giving her assistant a few instructions. With her bag in hand, she and Lin Ran exited the studio, heading straight for the mall. Their first stop was at the luxury brand and Oppo's counter, where Lin Ran selected a purse and a silk scarf for Zhang Yi and Oppo's mother, and a belt for her father. They then proceeded to the La Mer counter, where he requested the saleswoman to assemble a sumptuous gift set for Zhang Yi's mother. "Brother, this is sufficient. We don't need to buy so much." Zhang Yi gently tugged at the hem of Lin Ran's shirt, her mind calculating the costs. The total had already exceeded 70 to 80,000, a considerable expense for a mere meeting gift. Yet, seeing Lin Ran so generous, she found herself aligning with him, instinctively seeking to save him money. "Let us buy something for your uncle as well," Lin Ran said, playfully pinching Zhang Yi and Oppo's adorable, rosy cheek. "Rest assured, I have ample funds. Moreover, this is my first meeting with your parents. It would be remiss to appear indifferent. I want to showcase my capabilities, ensuring they feel comfortable and trusting you to me." He was particularly mindful of Zhang Yi's mother, a woman who had suffered at the hands of men and harbored a deep-seated bias against the male gender. If he failed to earn her trust, it would inevitably affect his relationship with Zhang Yi. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Yi's face flushed before her expression turned somewhat complicated. Her feelings towards her father were indeed intricate. He had abandoned her and her mother when she was very young, providing only periodic financial support without ever bestowing upon her the affection of a father. In recent years, perhaps due to her maturation, their interactions had grown more frequent. Now that he knew she had a boyfriend, he insisted on meeting him, leaving her with little choice but to acquiesce. After all, blood ties were not easily dismissed, and she had to acknowledge that the comfortable life she and her mother enjoyed was largely due to her father's financial contributions. While he had failed to provide emotional support, he had never deprived them materially. Perhaps with age came a clearer perspective. Thus, while she bore grievances against her father, she still intended to maintain a semblance of dignity in their interactions. All right, Zhang Yi responded softly, contemplating the typical preferences of middle-aged men, such as fondness for tobacco and spirits. However, given her limited interactions with her father, she remained uncertain of his tastes. Chapter 88. Brother-in-law Lin Ran took Zhang Yi to purchase a case of mitai. Then they visited a tea shop recommended by Chen Su, where they acquired a premium tea cake. "Brother, that should suffice," Zhang Yi remarked, observing the trunk filled to the brim. In addition to the alcohol and tea, Lin Ran had also procured an assortment of pastries and imported fruits, completely filling the trunk. After closing the trunk, Lin Ran smiled at Zhang Yi. "All right, let us be on our way." He then drove directly to Zhang Yi and Oppo's home. Upon arrival, Zhang Yi used his fingerprint to unlock the door. As they stepped inside, they were greeted by a youthful woman seated in the living room, engrossed in a television drama, while Zhang and Oppo's parents busied themselves in the kitchen. Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback. He had not heard of Zhang Yi having a sister. Casting a glance at Zhang Yi, he noticed a slight frown on his face, and it didn't take long for Lin Ran to deduce the situation. Most likely, this was Zhang Yi's half-sister, the daughter of Zhang's father and his current wife. It was understandable, after all, who would hold affection for a child born from a relationship that disrupted their family. After they closed the door, Zhang and Oppo's mother emerged from the kitchen upon hearing the commotion. Upon seeing Lin Ran and Zhang Yi, she smiled warmly. "So this is Xiaolin, right?" "Hello, Auntie. I am Lin Ran," he replied, placing the items down and shaking hands with her in a gentlemanly manner. "It and Oppo's a pleasure to meet you." I hope to receive your guidance. Zhang and Amp, Appo's mother nodded with a smile, taking his hand and appraising him, feeling reassured by his respectable demeanor. Shortly after, Zhang and Amp, Appo's father joined them. Looking at Lin Ran with a grin, "You must be Lin Ran. Indeed, a fine young man." Lin Ran exchanged pleasantries with Zhang and Amp, Appo's father. "Hello, uncle. Thank you for your kind words. I look forward to your guidance as well." Flatterer. As the four enjoyed their pleasant gathering, a voice, neither too loud nor too soft, broke the moment. Upon hearing it, Zhang's mother's expression immediately soured, and she shot a disapproving glance at Zhang's father. He, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly before approaching the young woman, softly reprimanding her. "What nonsense are you saying? This is your brother-in-law. Get up and greet him properly." The reprimanded girl let out a lazy hum before sluggishly rising to her feet. She glanced in their direction, but upon seeing Lin Ran, she paused momentarily, her gaze flickering to the items he had brought, and her expression shifted to one of complexity and curiosity. "What are you dawdling for? Greet your brother-in-law," Zhang and Appo's father urged. "Brother-in-law," she called out in a surprisingly sweet tone, casting a quick glance at Zhang Yi but saying nothing further. Zhang Yi, uninterested, chose to ignore her. Before long, Zhang's parents brought out the dishes, presenting a feast of lobsters, crabs, lamb legs, and beef brisket, clearly indicating that Zhang's mother had taken this meeting seriously. "Lin Ran, I heard from Xiaoyi that you own a company?" Zhang's mother inquired. Lin Ran nodded, knowing he could not evade this customary question. "Yes, Andy. I run a media company." "Media companies are wonderful. With the internet's advancement, the prospects for growth are limitless," Zhang's father chimed in jovially. "Brother-in-law, is your media company involved in live streaming? What do you think of my qualifications? Could I possibly join your company as a streamer?" The girl stood up and spun around, showcasing herself. Chapter 89. The Affection of Family. Judgia, stop your antics. "Your foremost task at present is to concentrate and diligently complete your studies," admonished Father Zhang, his brow furrowed and his voice lowered. The girl named Judgia huffed in displeasure, reluctantly returning to her seat, yet her large, luminous eyes remained fixated on Lin Ran, brimming with unspoken affection, as if she feared others might overlook her feelings for him. "Brother, do have some of this beef brisket," Zhang Yi said with a gentle glance towards Judgia as she served Lin Ran. Being a woman herself, she was acutely aware of Judgia's intentions. A wave of distaste washed over her. She could accept Lin Ran having multiple relationships, but the idea of him being involved with Judgia was intolerable. Lin Ran could be with Li Jia, Sun Jia, Meng Jia, any number of Judgias, but not with Zhang Judgia. Therefore, she felt compelled to flaunt her affection for Lin Ran in front of Jia, relishing the discomfort it would cause her. Lin Ran understood Zhang Yi's sentiments and reciprocated by serving her a piece of lamb. "Darling, you should try this. The lamb is exquisite." He then turned to Zhang's mother. "Auntie, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. I relish every dish. I must say, I envy Xiaoyi for having such a wonderful mother, so gentle and beautiful, with such culinary prowess. I shall often come by for meals. And I hope Annie won't find me bothersome." Zhang's mother beamed at his words, her smile wide. She had been deeply wounded by Father Zhang in the past, leading her to harbor resentment towards all men, which fueled her desire for Zhang Yi to avoid early romantic entanglements, fearing her daughter might repeat her own misfortunes. Yet, before her sat Lin Ran, polite, composed, and gentlemanly, a sight that inexplicably stirred her affections, strong and unbidden. "If you like it, then please come often. Whatever you wish to eat, Annie will prepare for you. Just don't bring so many things next time. It's too extravagant." Zhang's mother laughed heartily, finding herself increasingly fond of Lin Ran as a potential son-in-law. Yes, your aunt's cooking is indeed delightful," Father Zhang chimed in with a smile, nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Jia, observing the harmonious scene among the four, felt a surge of resentment. With a huff, she piped up, "Dad, I want to eat lobster." Her tone laced with a hint of petulance as she tugged gently at Father Zhang's sleeve. She had come today under her mother's instructions to keep a watchful eye on Father Zhang, preventing any rekindling of old flames with Zhang's mother. Witnessing the family's warmth and camaraderie was intolerable, prompting her to disrupt the peaceful atmosphere. Father Zhang turned to Jia, his expression revealing a sense of helplessness. Yet he replied softly, all right, Daddy will get it for you." Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, silently observing the unfolding events, felt a flicker of undeniable disappointment in her eyes. Throughout her life, she had witnessed countless similar situations, Their father seldom initiated visits with the two of them, and even when he did, Jia was always there, shadowing him. Whenever she finally had a chance for meaningful interaction with her father, Jia would invariably appear to interrupt, shattering those rare moments of intimacy that belonged to father and daughter. Chapter 90. Discontent. Zhang Yi had long been devoid of the warmth of family, the solace found in the presence of healthy parents and a loving partner, a harmonious existence. If only Zhang Jia were absent today. In her eyes, Zhang Jia was an interloper, the unfortunate byproduct of her parents' fractured relationship. Yet, deep down, Zhang Yi recognized this as mere folly. In her youth, she had been blissfully unaware of the intricacies of their situation. However, as she matured, her understanding deepened. She gradually came to realize why. Each time their father visited, Zhang Jia was ever present, shadowing them like a specter. More often than not, it was Zhang Jia's mother orchestrating the surveillance, intent on thwarting any rekindling of affection between her father and mother. With this thought, a cold, sardonic laugh echoed within Zhang Yi's mind. Once, she may have been pliable as a soft fruit, submissively enduring her circumstances, but from this moment forward, she would not allow Zhang Jia to have her way. Brother, I wish to indulge in the lobster as well. Zhang Yi turned to Lin Ran, her voice sweetly melodic. Lin Ran smiled knowingly. Very well. Rising from his seat, he hurriedly placed the lobster before Zhang Yi, saying, Darling, please enjoy. Zhang Yi and Apos' father stood momentarily stunned, at a loss for words. He understood Zhang Jia and Apos' ulterior motives. Her desire for the lobster was simply a means to vex Zhang Yi and their mother. Yet, he was taken aback by Zhang Yi and Apos' assertiveness. Previously, she had been silent, but today she was different. A glance at Lin Ran revealed that he had indeed become her boyfriend, and her demeanor had transformed into one of pride. Zhang Jia, observing this, scoffed but surprisingly refrained from further commentary. The five of them concluded their meal amidst this peculiar atmosphere. Zhang Yi's parents retreated to the kitchen to tidy up, while Lin Ran and Zhang Yi settled on the sofa to watch television. Brother, I need to use the restroom, Zhang Yi announced before rising to leave. No sooner had she departed than Zhang Jia approached, mimicking Zhang Yi's earlier demeanor, calling out sweetly, Brother. Lin Ran merely lifted his eyelids, offering no response. Unperturbed, Zhang Jia nestled closer to him, nearly collapsing into his embrace. Do you think I have a chance to become a host at your company? With her eyes fixed intently on Lin Ran, she endeavored to charm him. Not a chance, Lin Ran replied succinctly. Zhang Jia's expression soured. She could not comprehend his indifference. With her looks and charm, how could this man possibly be so principled? It seemed unjust that such a fine gentleman had crossed paths with Zhang Yi. What had she done to fall short? She was no less deserving, yet here she was, overshadowed by her sister. Upon returning, Zhang Yi found Zhang Jia nestled close to Lin Ran, their bodies almost touching, a sight that appeared exceedingly intimate. Brother, Zhang Yi called out, prompting Lin Ran to lift his gaze. Before he could speak, Zhang Jia interjected, Sister, do not blame brother. It is not as you perceive. There is nothing between us. Lin Ran, amused by this exchange, smiled gently at Zhang Yi. Darling, your sister speaks the truth. It appears she possesses a degree of self-awareness. Recognizing that I do not favor disputes. Chapter 91. No one can bully you. Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Yi couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Zhang Jia's expression darkened instantly as she shot a fierce glare at Zhang Yi before turning to Lin Ran, questioning, What do you mean by that? Nothing at all. Lin Ran replied calmly, rising from his seat to approach Zhang Yi. Let and Apos' head back. I have some matters to attend to at the company. All right, Zhang Yi responded obediently. The two bid farewell to Zhang's parents and stepped outside. As soon as they exited, Zhang Yi turned and embraced Lin Ran, burying her head deep in his chest. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, revealing her vulnerability. She had genuinely worried that Lin Ran might be charmed by Zhang Jia. After all, Zhang Jia possessed a certain allure, a commendable figure, and was adept at flaunting her charm. Zhang Yi was acutely aware of Lin Ran's situation, knowing he had more than one woman vying for his attention. The thought of Lin Ran being entangled with Zhang Jia left her feeling uncertain. While in the restroom earlier, she had pondered how she would cope if Lin Ran truly became involved with Zhang Jia. Would she simply give up, as she had done before? Yet, she did not wish to surrender. The previous man had evoked little emotion in her. If he had seduced Zhang Jia, it would not have mattered much. But Lin Ran was different. Her love for him ran deep. If a day came when Lin Ran became entangled with Zhang Jia, she feared she might ultimately choose to compromise. The fear of losing Lin Ran overwhelmed her, eclipsing all else. What's wrong, my dear? Lin Ran noticed a slight dampness on his chest, realizing that Zhang Yi was crying. Why are you still in tears? Zhang Yi sniffled, looking up at Lin Ran. Despite the tears lingering at the corners of her eyes, she managed to smile. It's nothing. Thank you, brother. Thank me for what? Lin Ran gently ruffled Zhang Yi's hair. He was always moved when he saw a woman cry, especially one he cherished. Zhang Yi wiped her tears and began to recount the events slowly. It was like this. I only thought he was a decent person who was very sincere and persistent with me, so I figured I could get to know him better. Nothing happened between us. Seeing Zhang Yi and Appo's cautious demeanor, Lin Ran pinched her cheek gently. I understand. Moreover, he was fully aware of what had transpired between Zhang Yi and that man. He knew better than anyone whether Zhang Yi was a novice in such matters. And he recognized that she had not been involved with that man in any significant way. Perhaps that was precisely why Zhang Jia had been able to lure him away. Lin Ran mused that Zhang Jia was just like her mother, always coveting what belonged to others. He resolved to teach Zhang Jia a lesson. His woman could only be bullied by him, and no one else. Rest assured, he was not one to collect scraps. He would not entertain any unwanted advances. Hearing Lin Ran and Appo's words, Zhang Yi couldn't and Appo's helped but chuckle. She found his sentiments utterly accurate. Zhang Jia was nothing but a worthless nuisance. Moreover, her mother was no better. Always yearning for what others possessed and scheming to seize it. After a moment's pause, Lin Ran added, except for me, I will not allow anyone to bully you. Chapter 92. The new home. Zhang Yi hummed in affirmation. She always felt an overwhelming sense of security beside Lin Ran. He had consistently exuded an aura of reliability, making him someone she could undoubtedly depend upon. After Zhang Yi and Lin Ran departed, Zhang Jia took a moment to compose herself before rummaging through the items Lin Ran had brought. She was no stranger to valuable goods and estimated that these gifts must amount to at least 100,000, a considerable sum indeed. To be so generous upon their first meeting was quite remarkable. Zhang Jia contemplated Lin Ran's financial prowess. In recent years, her father's business had faced difficulties, which inevitably affected her standard of living. Thus, she had been on the lookout for a wealthy husband. Looking at Lin Ran now, he appeared to be an exceptionally suitable match. How fortunate Zhang Yi was to encounter such a handsome and affluent man. Zhang Jia harbored a tinge of resentment in her heart, and then an idea struck her. She retrieved her phone and accessed Zhang Yi's WeChat. Upon entering Zhang Yi's moments, she was greeted by the pinned post announcing her relationship, a declaration so fresh, having not been long since it began. Zhang Jia mused that this was merely the initial excitement. With this thought, her earlier dissatisfaction regarding Lin Ran and Appo's rejection began to wane. It was evident that Lin Ran was currently enamored with Zhang Yi and would naturally prioritize her feelings. However, as the saying goes, there are no cats that do not stray. With enough effort, she believed she could win Lin Ran and Appo's affection. Furthermore, she had observed that Lin Ran possessed a prominent nose and well-defined pectoral muscles. Men of such caliber typically had substantial needs and capabilities. It seemed unlikely that Zhang Yi could satisfy him alone. Thus, she would not mind assisting Zhang Yi in relieving her burdens. After all, they were sisters. Having resolved her thoughts, Zhang Jia stepped outside. Her immediate goal was to acquire Lin Ran's contact information, creating opportunities for chance encounters. Perhaps one day, she could lure Lin Ran into her embrace. Meanwhile, Lin Ran, in an effort to soothe Zhang Yi's emotions, drove her first to a shopping mall, indulging in a spree before taking her to the villa. Upon alighting from the car, Zhang Yi stood frozen in place. Brother, is this our new home? Observing her bewildered expression, Lin Ran found her utterly charming. He strolled over leisurely. Yes, do you like it? Zhang Yi nodded vigorously. I truly love it. After expressing her delight, she wandered about the yard. The flowers were in full bloom this season, and as she entered, a delightful fragrance enveloped her. Wow, there's even a swimming pool here, she exclaimed, crouching by the water's edge and playfully splashing her hands. The refreshing sensation dispelled her earlier gloom. It'll be convenient for you to swim here in the future. As for me, I shall simply lounge nearby and admire. Ugh, Zhang Yi's cheeks flushed. But she soon ventured deeper into the yard, surprised to discover a fenced-off area. Brother, we can plant vegetables here. Following her voice, Lin Ran approached the spot. He had noticed it during his previous visit with Lu Yuming. Indeed, it was perfectly suited for a small vegetable garden, given the prevalence of processed foods in the market, which could negatively impact health if consumed excessively. He believed that cultivating organic vegetables would be a wise choice. Lin Ran felt invigorated, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Chapter 93. The Rural Beauty. I'll head back and purchase some seeds and seedlings. Whatever vegetables I desire, I shall cultivate. Oh, and fruits too. I'll grow whatever fruits I wish. In short, I can indulge in this delightful endeavor, Lin Ran declared. Turning to Zhang Yi, she added, from now on, you shall be the rural beauty. Zhang Yi shyly smiled, her expression as enchanting as blooming spring flowers. Standing tall, she strolled around the courtyard, her heart brimming with joy. Once upon a time, she had dreamed of having her own little garden where she could plant flowers and vegetables, perhaps host a party in the yard, and bask in the sun, especially with her beloved by her side. Just the thought of it filled her with contentment. After circling the yard, she took Lin Ran and Appo's hand, and together they entered the house. 2 hours later, Lin Ran stretched languidly, loosening her muscles, and glanced at Zhang Yi, who was resting on the bed. You can choose a room to stay in. Pick whichever one you like. Are you suggesting I move in with you? Zhang Yi looked at Lin Ran in surprise. Though the thought of cohabitation thrilled her, she had never dared to entertain it, considering that Lin Ran's spacious apartment could hardly accommodate them all. A brief visit might be manageable, but over time, it would prove untenable. Everyone needed their own private space, and they all had their own careers and routines. Living together could lead to complications. Thus, she had never envisioned a lasting union with Lin Ran, especially since Lin Ran's affections were not solely hers. If she monopolized Lin Ran, it might engender discontent among the others, and she wished to avoid any rifts in their relationships, not wanting Lin Ran to be caught in the middle. Moreover, she lacked the courage and confidence to become the most significant woman in Lin Ran and Appo's life, particularly as Lin Qingqing and the others had been in Lin Ran's life far longer. Each one was strikingly beautiful, and she felt a pang of insecurity. Hence, she never dared to hope or demand anything. Otherwise, why would I have purchased such a large house? Lin Ran approached Zhang Yi, seizing her without further ado, pulling her into a tight embrace, as if wishing to meld her into her very being. This display of affection caused Zhang Yi's cheeks to flush crimson, her heart racing. After cherishing the moment, Lin Ran continued, in time, they will all move in as well. Then, you sisters can frequently gather to chat and play. Wouldn't that be delightful? At this point, Lin Ran let out a soft laugh, her tone laced with a hint of flirtation. Moreover, if you all have children, you could care for them together, sharing in the joy of witnessing their growth. How wonderful that would be. How vexing, Zhang Yi replied, her face warming further. She had never taken any precautions and had indeed pondered the possibility of an unexpected outcome. Instinctively, she touched her abdomen, contemplating the potential love they might share in the form of a child. Just the thought filled her with overwhelming happiness. If they were to have a child, it would surely be beautiful. Zhang Yi softly replied, let us wait until everyone arrives before we decide together. Lin Ran, recognizing Zhang Yi's cautious nature, chose not to press further. Chapter 94. Accompanying others to purchase cars that evening, Lin Ran summoned everyone in the group chat. Li Ming and Song Yi arrived together by taxi after work, while Lin Qingqing and Lu Yumeng drove over. As the four women entered the courtyard, they collectively gasped in amazement. Of course, Lu Yumeng's exclamation was merely to align with the others. After all, she had chosen this house alongside Lin Ran and had grown accustomed to its splendor. Goodness, this is a magnificent villa, Song Yi exclaimed, as she explored the courtyard with unrestrained delight. Having only seen such homes on television, she had never set foot in a villa before, having only gazed at them from a distance throughout her life. Wow, the pool has been cleaned, Lu Yumeng exclaimed, bounding over. When they had visited the property previously, the pool had been empty and devoid of water. Now, the crystal-clear water sparkled under the moonlight, creating shimmering reflections. The gentle breeze rippled the surface, evoking a profound sense of tranquility. She could easily envision the joyous moments they would share swimming and playing there in the future. What bliss it would be. Lin Qingqing, known for her steady demeanor and emotional stability, found her eyes suddenly brightening upon seeing the pool. Swimming was her favorite activity, widely recognized as one of the most effective exercises for weight loss. Previously, she had to visit the gym or a public pool, but now she would have the convenience of swimming whenever she desired. Li Ming wandered through the small garden and soon spotted Lin Ran and Zhang Yi standing on the steps. Instantly, she straightened up and flashed a sweet smile. Brother, she called, then dashed over to grab Zhang Yi's arm. Sister Yi, come in for dinner. Lin Ran's voice rang out, prompting everyone to turn their attention. Hooray, a feast! Lu Yumeng exclaimed with excitement. As they entered the grand hall, the enticing aroma of delicious food enveloped them. I specially invited a chef to prepare the meal. Today marks our joyous housewarming celebration, Lin Ran announced, gesturing for the women to take a seat. Before long, a stream of exquisite dishes, each a feast for the senses, was carefully brought to the table by the waitstaff. Although the chefs had encountered many affluent individuals, witnessing a harmonious gathering of several women like this, each one radiating joy, was a first for them. They couldn't help but silently commend Lin Ran for orchestrating such a delightful scene. After the meal, Lin Ran suggested that they choose their rooms. To ensure fairness, they devised a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine who would select their room first. For them, the only criterion for choosing a room was its proximity to Lin Ran's room. This seemingly simple yet cunning standard elicited hearty laughter from Lin Ran as she listened. However, in reality, the rooms were nearly identical in size, decor, and lighting. After several rounds of playful competition, the rooms were finally assigned. Yet, it was destined to be a sleepless night. The following morning, one by one, they emerged from Lin Ran's bedroom. Since Li Meng and Song Yi lacked transportation, Lu Yumeng offered to drive them to work. Watching their departing figures, Lin Ran suddenly realized that she needed to arrange cars for both Li Meng and Song Yi. Otherwise, their daily commutes would be inconvenient. With this thought in mind, Lin Ran promptly decided to take them car shopping. Chapter 95. Saving money. Li Meng and Song Yi were pleasantly surprised when they learned that Lin Ran intended to take them car shopping. However, their excitement quickly transformed into a hint of bashfulness. "Brother, one car will suffice. After all, Meng and I work together," Li Meng chimed in. Yes, brother. He is right. One car is more than enough for us," she echoed. Lin Ran, observing their selfless intent to save him money, chuckled heartily. Indeed, a woman who genuinely wishes to be with you will instinctively find ways to economize on your behalf. "No need to worry, let's purchase 2 cars. One for each of you," Lin Ran declared generously. Given that Li Meng and Song Yi had become pivotal anchors at the company, their contributions had yielded substantial profits for him. The cost of 2 cars was a trivial expense in his eyes. Li Meng and Song Yi were evidently taken aback by Lin Ran and Appo's resolute stance. They exchanged glances filled with emotion. After a brief moment of hesitation, they nodded gently in unison, responding, "Well, all right then. What kind of car do you both prefer?" Lin Ran inquired. The two shared a knowing look and simultaneously replied, "Let us get a Series 3. "A Series 3? Lin Ran furrowed his brow, recalling that Lin Qingqing currently drove one. Among his women, Lu Yumeng was the quintessential affluent beauty, cruising in a Ferrari 488, while Zhang Yi owned a Tank 500. Lin Ran vividly remembered the astonishment he felt upon first seeing Zhang Yi and Appo's rugged vehicle. It was surprising that someone who appeared delicate had a penchant for off-roaders, reinforcing Lin Ran's belief that her inner self was vastly different from her exterior, revealing a yearning for excitement. While a Series 3 was acceptable, Lin Ran felt it did not quite align with his current status. He suddenly recalled the Audi A5 he had seen on the street that day, a convertible that exuded flair, perfectly suited for Li Meng and Song Yi. "Let's consider the A5. It would be ideal for you both. I'll invite Qingqing as well, so she can have a new one too." This was Lin Ran's charm, his equitable affection for each woman. A 5. Song Yi was somewhat taken aback. After all, it was Lin Ran who was buying the cars. She had thought a vehicle costing around 200,000 would be more than satisfactory, especially since it wasn't her own money. Instinctively, she felt compelled to save Lin Ran some expense. Moreover, a vehicle priced over 200,000 was already quite impressive for an average person, as evidenced by the multitude of cars on the streets, most of which hovered around the 100,000 mark. In a certain sense, a car costing over 200,000 was the pinnacle for an ordinary individual. Thus, she felt genuinely content with the idea of Lin Ran purchasing her a Series 3. She never anticipated his generosity in opting for the A5. Although she adored that car, its price far exceeded that of the Series 3, almost double, if not more. Even if Lin Ran were to gift it to her, she would feel too embarrassed to accept such an extravagant present. What merit had she to reside in such a grand villa, possess such a remarkable job, and now potentially own such an exquisite vehicle? It was worth noting that her dormitory mates had been sharing accommodations to save money after graduation. For an ordinary person in Jiahai City, it might take a lifetime of hard work to afford a home, yet here she was, freshly graduated and effortlessly attaining these luxuries. Therefore, she cherished Lin Ran deeply, and the thought of him wanting to gift her such a splendid car moved her profoundly. Song Yi's gaze towards Lin Ran intensified with warmth, her heart swelling with gratitude. Chapter 96. Farewell to Lu Ming. Li Ming's thoughts mirrored those of Lin Ran. Had it not been for him, she feared she might have long been taken advantage of by some unscrupulous individual. With Lin Ran by her side, her mother's health was steadily improving, and she no longer fretted over medical expenses. All these blessings were bestowed upon her by Lin Ran, and she felt a deep sense of gratitude for her current life. To her surprise, Lin Ran sought to further enhance their circumstances. Isn't A5 a bit too expensive? Li Ming murmured softly. What are you worried about? Do you doubt my ability to pay? Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. Not at all. Li Ming quickly shook her head. She was well aware that a single car cost over 500,000, with herself, Song Yi, and Lin Qingqing combined. That amounted to over 1,500,000. This was no trifling sum. Enough of this idle speculation. I'm calling Qingqing now. Let us go look at the cars. With that, Lin Ran dialed Lin Qingqing's number. Lin Qingqing and Oppo's reaction was similar to that of Li Ming and Song Yi. My car isn't even old. It can last for many more years. Do I really need to change it? Yes, you should. I'll buy one for all of you. Now, no more excuses. Let us meet at the dealership. We're heading out now, so you should too. After sending Lin Qingqing her location, Lin Ran drove off with Li Ming and Song Yi. Lin Qingqing arrived around the same time as Lin Ran. Once the four gathered, they entered the dealership. Perhaps due to the approaching noon hour, the showroom was relatively empty. Welcome to the Audi 4S dealership. Which model are you interested in? Lu Ming approached the four striking individuals, but upon recognizing Lin Ran and Lin Qingqing, she was momentarily taken aback. Especially Lin Ran. Her impression of him was indelibly etched in her mind. A tall, wealthy man. What had made a lasting impression was the fact that during their last encounter, she had added him on WeChat and sent him numerous provocative photos visible only to him. Yet, despite the passage of time, Lin Ran had never acknowledged her. Not even with a simple like. To her astonishment, fate had brought them together once more. Lu Ming felt a glimmer of joy. Even if she could not become Lin Ran's partner, she had experienced the luxury he could provide and imagined he would surely be purchasing a vehicle today. Lin Ran was equally astonished to encounter Lu Ming here. It seemed there was indeed some connection between them. A 5, buy a few for my girlfriends, Lin Ran stated casually. Lu Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. A few girlfriends? She questioned her hearing, yet the presence of 3 beautiful women surrounding Lin Ran confirmed her doubts. Besides Lin Qingqing, there were 2 unfamiliar yet stunning ladies. Goodness, Lu Ming mused internally, how wonderful it is to be wealthy. The appearance of these 3 women together, and they seemed to get along so well. She had learned that many men who dated multiple women often kept their relationship secret. Lin Ran's openness was a rarity she had not encountered before, and his generosity towards all his girlfriends was equally remarkable. Buying cars, let's make it 3. In that moment, Lu Ming was at a loss as to whether to label Lin Ran a scoundrel or a gentleman. To call him a scoundrel would contradict his generosity towards his girlfriends. Yet to label him a good man seemed misleading given his simultaneous relationships. All right, ladies, this way, please. Regardless of the tumultuous emotions within her, Lu Ming maintained a calm smile, embodying the professionalism expected of her. Chapter 97 Invitation. Lin Ran nodded in acknowledgement, striding confidently into the venue alongside Lin Qingqing, Li Ming, and Song Yi, with Lu Ming leading the way. Throughout their journey, Lu Ming discreetly observed the trio, internally comparing herself to them. She could not deny that these 3 were extraordinary beauties, each possessing fair skin, striking features, and graceful poise, with long legs and slender waists. After such comparisons, she inevitably felt a pang of inadequacy, although her skin was also smooth and fair, and her legs were straight and white. She harbored a slight belly that refused to diminish despite her efforts at dieting, which led her to avoid overly tight clothing. While she considered herself a beauty in her own right, next to these 3, she felt less striking. Reflecting on these thoughts, Lu Ming couldn't help but feel disheartened. It was no wonder that despite her numerous suggestive posts on social media, visible only to Lin Ran, he remained indifferent. Surrounded by such exquisite beauties, it was likely that he overlooked her. Were Lin Ran able to hear Lu Ming's inner thoughts, he would surely reassure her that he had not even noticed her posts. He was simply too busy to scroll through social media. Moreover, while he did find Lu Ming somewhat less attractive compared to his current girlfriends, he thought her cute. With a cherubic face that evoked a sense of familiarity. Should she express affection, he would not decline, yet if it required him to invest effort in pursuit, he would have to pass, as he lacked the time. Mr. Lin, you may take the car for a test drive, Lu Ming said as she approached the vehicle, kindly opening the driver's door for him. Lin Ran shook his head and turned to Lin Qingqing, suggesting, why don't you try driving? After all, Lin Qingqing had several years of driving experience, whereas Song Yi and Li Ming were novices with little practical experience. Allowing Lin Qingqing to take the wheel would yield a more comprehensive assessment of the vehicle. With an affirmative nod, Lin Qingqing settled into the driver's seat, followed by Li Ming and Song Yi, who took their places in the back, all three enjoying the spaciousness and comfort of the car. Meanwhile, Lu Ming guided Lin Ran to a lounge for tea. Mr. Lin, please enjoy your tea, she said, having subtly loosened a few buttons of her blouse as she leaned forward, striving to accentuate her assets. Lin Ran merely nodded, casting a glance at Lu Ming and Appo's figure. If he could not discern her intentions, he would be foolish. Very nice, quite fair, he remarked. Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming in surprise and casting a puzzled glance at Lin Ran before comprehending his meaning, her cheeks flushing instantly as she let out a few playful giggles. I'm glad you like it. After a brief pause, she continued, Mr. Lin, I know of an excellent private cinema that recently screened several blockbuster films, offering a delightful viewing experience. Would you be interested in gracing it with your presence for a movie? In response to Lu Ming and Appo's invitation, Lin Ran smiled slightly and raised an eyebrow, teasingly asking, aren't you afraid I won't purchase your car? Lu Ming leaned closer to him, her voice soft and alluring. If I have the honor of watching a movie with you, what does it matter whether you buy the car or not? Besides, I genuinely admire your talent, Mr. Lin. The car is secondary. Lin Ran observed Lu Ming's delicate hand resting on his shoulder, a playful smile gracing his lips. All right then, I'll be free tomorrow. Chapter 98. Car order. A smile graced Lu Ming's face as she announced, they're waiting for you, President Lin. She then leaned in closer to Lin Ran and whispered, they sent you the location. Please remember to come. Lin Ran chuckled heartily, giving Lu Ming a playful pat on the backside. Rest assured, I shall certainly attend to the invitation from such enchanting ladies. While they conversed, Lin Qingqing had already taken Li Ming and Song Yi for a spin in the car. The trio emerged from the lounge, their faces alight with excitement, clearly pleased with the vehicle. Li Ming was the first to speak. Brother, this car is truly magnificent. As long as my darling likes it, Lin Ran replied. Seeing the three return, Lu Ming stood up straight, while Lin Ran rose slowly, taking Li Ming and Appo's hand as they left the lounge, followed closely by Lin Qingqing and Song Yi. I and Appo's LL take this car, three of them, Lin Ran declared, prompting an even brighter smile from Lu Ming. However, there are only two available at the moment. The third will arrive in a couple of days. That and Appo's. That's all right, brother. Song Yi and I can drive one for now, Li Ming suggested. Song Yi chimed in, yes, brother, we can take one. It's only a matter of 2 or 3 days. It won't be a problem. You two can drive it. I still have my 3 series to use. Lin Qingqing added. Ultimately, after much courteous negotiation, it was decided as Lin Qingqing had suggested. The 2 cars in the shop would go to Li Ming and Song Yi, considering she already had access to a vehicle. Observing the 3 girls graciously yielding to one another, Lin Ran couldn't help but embrace them all. Lu Ming watched the 4 in their heartfelt embrace, marveling at how harmoniously they interacted. After completing the payment and signing the contract, Lu Ming expedited the necessary paperwork. By the time Lin Ran and the others returned from their meal, everything was in order. Let us drive and head out, Lin Ran declared with a flourish, signaling for Li Ming and Song Yi to get into their respective cars. Li Ming felt a pang of anxiety, while Song Yi exuded confidence. She had driven it home for a while, and though she felt a bit rusty, her muscle memory kicked in. In contrast, Li Ming had not touched a car since obtaining her license, and the thought of driving made her nervous. Don't be afraid, Lin Qingqing reassured her. Everyone feels this way when they first start driving. Afterward, Lin Qingqing turned to Lin Ran and added, I'll accompany Ming back. You can drive home on your own. Let South gather at our place. Seeing this, Li Ming felt a wave of relief wash over her, grateful for her caring older sister, which eased her fears considerably. Meanwhile, Song Yi was already eagerly seated in her car, ready to take off. All right, Lin Ran nodded. Then we'll meet at home. Thus, Lin Ran took one car, Song Yi another, while Lin Qingqing and Li Ming shared a vehicle. And the 3 cars slowly exited the courtyard. After bidding farewell to the 4, Lu Ming glanced at the message Lin Ran had just sent her. Her heart filled with joy as she approached her manager to request some time off. Upon learning that Lu Ming had sold 3 cars in one go, amassing an impressive figure of over 1.5 million, the manager readily approved her request. After granting the leave, she cast a curious glance at Lu Ming. Was it that handsome man from earlier? Lu Ming, feeling a bit bashful, nodded in affirmation. The manager, an older woman, found herself drawn to Lin Ran as well. But knowing her own age, she was well aware that he would not look her way. Having secured a leave of absence, Lu Ming busied herself at home the following morning. She meticulously cleaned the entire residence and lit newly acquired incense, nodding with contentment as its delicate fragrance permeated the air. Subsequently, she adjusted the projector, ensuring its flawless operation. She then splurged on an array of provisions from Sam's Club, including various imported fruits, beers, and an assortment of snacks. Given Lin Ran's affluence, she surmised that his culinary preferences were refined, and she was determined to attend to every detail now that she had successfully invited him over. With all preparations finalized, Lu Ming checked her phone and, upon receiving an affirmative response from Lin Ran, gleefully headed to the bathroom for a shower. After work the previous day, she had indulged in a shopping spree, acquiring not only a luxurious bath and body set but also an opulent body lotion and perfume. Following her ablutions, Lu Ming inhaled her own fragrance, marveling at the superior quality of the products. The scent was undeniably sophisticated, devoid of any hint of artificiality. The body lotion was equally exquisite, leaving her skin smooth and supple to the touch. As she reclined on the sofa, air-drying her hair, Lu Ming mused on the remarkable efficacy of high-end products. She understood why celebrities seemed to grow more radiant and refined with age, exuding an increasingly aristocratic aura. It was all a product of lavish expenditure. If she were to indulge in regular spa treatments and employ a plethora of luxurious skincare products, her complexion and overall demeanor would undoubtedly improve. However, this train of thought soon deflated her spirits as her financial constraints precluded such extravagance. Securing a fully rented apartment was already a significant achievement. There was simply no surplus income for such indulgences. This realization led her to contemplate Lin Ran. Observing his generosity toward his girlfriend, she wondered if aligning herself with him might enable her to realize her aspirations. The doorbell's chime interrupted Lu Ming's reverie. She hastily rose and hurried to the door, peering through the peephole to confirm Lin Ran's arrival. After composing herself, she slowly opened the door, flashing a sweet and engaging smile. "Mr. Lin, welcome." Lin Ran returned her smile and strode inside. After surveying the living room and Oppo's layout, he turned to Lu Ming and inquired, "Is this your home?" Lu Ming closed the door and adjusted her robe, nodding with a smile. "What do you think, Mr. Lin? Is this private cinema to your liking?" Lin Ran cast a cursory glance at the room, deeming it reasonably cozy, albeit somewhat diminutive. However, size was inconsequential. He noted that the sofa appeared adequately sized for his purposes. "Not bad," he remarked, settling onto the sofa. He glanced at the projector and turned to Lu Ming. "What film would you like to watch?" Lu Ming sauntered over and nestled close to Lin Ran. "You're the guest, Mr. Lin. I'm happy to watch whatever you desire." She then leaned in and whispered into his ear, her breath caressing his skin. "Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I have a wide selection of films to choose from." "Really?" Lin Ran turned to face Lu Ming, their proximity causing a wave of alluring fragrance to envelop him, stirring his senses. "Indeed." With that, Lu Ming rose and removed her robe, her actions igniting a spark of desire in Lin Ran and Oppo's eyes. Chapter 100. Tenderness. Lu Ming observed Lin Ran and Oppo's reaction and smiled. Indeed, her lavish investment in Victoria and Oppo's secret had proven to be worthwhile. When Lin Ran arrived at Lu Ming and Oppo's abode around 11 in the morning, it was not until after 4 in the afternoon that they emerged from the bedroom. Lin Ran exited with a refreshing demeanor, while Lu Ming appeared utterly drained. As she gazed at Lin Ran's retreating figure, she finally comprehended why this man had several girlfriends. A single girlfriend simply could not suffice. "President Lin, would you care for some juice?" After speaking, Lu Ming poured a glass for him. Lin Ran languidly reclined on the sofa, selecting a classic Hong Kong film to watch. Then beckoned Lu Ming with a gesture. "Come, let us enjoy the movie together." Lu Ming acquiesced with a soft obediently settling into Lin Ran's embrace. Throughout the day, they ordered takeout twice. It was not until the following afternoon that Lin Ran took his leave from Lu Ming's home. As he departed, he noticed Lu Ming's exhausted state, barely able to rise from the bed. With a light chuckle, he transferred 10,000 yuan to her, considering it compensation for her efforts, as she had indeed exerted herself greatly. Furthermore, given Lu Ming's current condition, it was unlikely she would be able to work for the next couple of days, especially since her job required her to stand. standing even for a short while would leave her legs trembling. After Lin Ran's departure, Lu Ming finally called the store manager. Wow, is he really that impressive? The manager was astounded. She had never encountered a man like him before. Though she was not entirely inexperienced, she had never met such a formidable individual. Could it be that the concept of a natural-born saint truly exists? Lu Ming, on the other end of the line, weakly nodded and murmured, "It truly does. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would not have believed it either. Such men are indeed real." The manager gasped in awe. "Goodness, you are quite fortunate to experience such delights. If only I could have a taste of that." Upon hearing the store manager and Apos' remarks, Lu Ming chuckled softly and deftly shifted the topic. After requesting leave, she lay in bed, contemplating the transfer Lin Ran had sent her. After a moment and Apos' hesitation, she decided to accept it. "Thank you, President Lin," she replied, attaching a heart emoji and a selfie. Lin Ran glanced at the message but chose not to respond. After parking his car in the shopping mall and Apos' basement, he called Lu Yuming. I and Apos' arrived. At that moment, Lu Yuming was juggling several shopping bags. Upon receiving Lin Ran and Apos' call, she set her items aside. "Brother, I'm on the 4th floor. Just come up. I'll be waiting by the glass elevator." "All right," Lin Ran replied, stepping out of the car and making his way toward the elevator. Meanwhile, Lu Yuming struggled with her heavy bags, making her way over as well. Upon his arrival, Lin Ran spotted Lu Yuming, a petite figure, laboriously carrying an armful of items. He hurried over to assist her, feeling a pang of concern. "Why did you buy so much? Did we not agree to wait until I arrived?" Lu Yuming shook her slightly sore hands and grinned. "Brother, you were busy, and I had nothing to do, so I went ahead and purchased some. Is it customary for you to spend money before meeting your parents for the first time?" Observing Lu Yuming and Apos' thoughtfulness only deepened Lin Ran and Apos' affection for her, causing his tone to unconsciously soften. Chapter 101. Meeting the Lu parents, it is not that they are particularly concerned for my brother. Rather, he is tirelessly working for the sake of our family. Moreover, he has recently purchased a grand villa and even acquired a car for Ming Ming and her companions. They are merely trying to save a bit where they can. Besides, I am well off myself and am quite aware of my parents' preferences. All right. Brother, you must be exhausted. Allow me to treat you to some coffee." With that, Lu Yuming, carrying several small bags, pulled Lin Ran into Star 9 Cafe. Observing Lu Yuming and Apos' thoughtful demeanor, Lin Ran felt a moment of guilt. Indeed, he was busy with other women. They had originally arranged to meet at 2 in the afternoon, yet now it was already 4:30. This woman had grown increasingly considerate. He had once experienced Lu Yuming and Apos' spoiled temperament firsthand. However, this fleeting sense of guilt dissipated almost immediately. He would make it up to her later that evening, ensuring she received his undivided attention. After purchasing their coffee and resting for a moment, the two drove towards the Lu residence. The Lu family's neighborhood, renowned a few years prior, is a luxurious community primarily featuring spacious apartments, considerably larger than Lin Ran's own purchase at Gobin Huafu. The smallest units here boast an area of over 370 square meters, a testament to the Lu family's financial standing. With only Lu Yuming as their sole child, it is only natural that she is raised with utmost care and indulgence, making her occasional airs of superiority quite understandable. Upon arriving at the entrance, Lu Yuming used her fingerprint to unlock the door. As they stepped inside, a kind-hearted and awaited them, greeting, "Miss, you have returned." She then turned to Lin Ran, smiling warmly, "Mr. Lin, hello." Following this, she offered them slippers. Lu Yuming acknowledged her with a soft handing over her belongings, and led Lin Ran further inside. Lu Mu was seated on the sofa engrossed in a book. Upon noticing their return, she lifted her gaze but chose to remain silent. Lin Ran, observing her aloof demeanor, approached with a friendly greeting, "Hello, Andy, I am Lin Ran." Only then did Lu Mu look up and smile. "Ah, Shaolin, please have a seat. Your uncle is busy in the study. He will be out shortly." Lin Ran nodded and took a seat nearby, while Lu Yuming nestled beside her mother, leaning against her shoulder with a playful pout. "Why has Dad been so busy lately?" "Busy is good. It means he can earn more money for you to spend, my little princess," Lu Mu replied, gently pinching Lu Yuming's cheek, her eyes filled with affection. As she had only one daughter, naturally, she provided her with the very best. Lu Yuming, pouting, then reached for a strawberry from the table and offered it to Lin Ran. "Brother, have a strawberry." Lu Mu observed her daughter's playful demeanor with Lin Ran, silently acknowledging the inevitable passage of time. It seemed her daughter was growing up, but she had merely wanted to meet Lin Ran to assess him in person. Now, she regarded him as quite respectable, handsome, and with decent taste. With this, her worries eased somewhat. "Madam, dinner is ready," announced a middle-aged woman, referred to as Aunt Zhang. Lu Mu responded, "Very well, Aunt Zhang, let us begin." "Of course, madam," Aunt Zhang replied, turning to head back into the kitchen. Shortly, the table was laden with dishes, and Lu Fu emerged from the study. As a junior, Lin Ran knew to show respect. Upon seeing Lu Fu, he stood up and greeted him. "Hello, uncle." Chapter 102. The considerate and understanding one. Lu and Amp Apos S father nodded slightly and uttered a soft signaling for them to eat. Afterward, he made his way to the dining room and took his seat at the head of the table. As they dined, Lin Ran felt that Lu's father possessed an innate authority that commanded respect without the need for anger, despite his own strong presence. He found himself feeling somewhat uneasy in Lu's father's company, especially under the penetrating gaze that seemed to see through one's very soul. Once the meal concluded, Lu and Apos' father retreated to his study. Observing his departing figure, Lu Yiming let out a long sigh of relief, finally feeling at ease. She turned to Lin Ran, sticking out her tongue playfully, and asked, "Brother, Isan and Apos, my dad quite fearsome?" "Not really," Lin Ran replied, feeling that the atmosphere was manageable, aside from a touch of discomfort. Lu Yiming huffed, "Oh, he is indeed fearsome." She then leaned closer to Lin Ran and whispered, "When I was little, I was most afraid of him." Lin Ran couldn't help but chuckle. In his view, Lu's father was not fearsome, but rather a quintessential Chinese father, reserved and understated, often struggling to express his emotions openly. Moreover, having navigated the tumultuous realms of business for many years, Lu's father undoubtedly exuded a distinct aura, one that set him apart. In any case, following dinner, Lin Ran felt he had successfully won over Lu's mother, particularly if Lu Yiming had revealed that particular incident to him. "Brother, my mom asked if I knew you went out to sleep with a woman today." Once in the car, Lu Yiming turned to Lin Ran and posed the question directly, her expression one of curiosity as she sniffed the air around him. "Strange, my mom said you smelled of revelry. Why can't I detect it?" she remarked, leaning in for a closer whiff. Indeed, she could discern nothing. At her words, Lin Ran momentarily paused and fastening his seatbelt, feeling a deep respect for Lu and Apos' mother. Despite having showered, she somehow sensed the remnants of his escapade, truly impressive. However, he had no intention of deceiving Lu Yiming and nodded in affirmation. "Yes. There was someone who made advances toward me. You know me. I've always had a kind heart and couldn't bear to see someone suffer unrequited love. So I indulged her wish." "Humph." Lu Yiming turned her head away but quickly pivoted back to face Lin Ran. "Am I not prettier than her? Do I not have a better figure?" Without hesitation, Lin Ran shook his head earnestly. Certainly not. His sincerity was evident. After all, Lu Yiming was a cherished lady of high standing, her grace incomparable to that of ordinary women. Lu Yiming then smiled. "I knew it. My mom is just overreacting. Those women are merely flings for you, not serious at all." Lin Ran nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it's great that my precious one understands me." "And what did Andy say?" Lin Ran inquired, curious about Lu's mother's conservative perspective, especially now that she had seen through him. Would she still allow Lu Yiming to be with him? What else could she say? "I told her that I've made up my mind to be with you for life. Besides, brother, you never hide your relationships from me, which is far better than those men who cheat on their wives." Lin Ran was taken aback, reflecting on Lu Yiming's thought process, realizing once more how considerate and understanding she truly was. Chapter 103. Resuming exercise. As long as my brother loves me, I care not for anything else. With that, Lu Yiming leaped into Lin Ran's embrace, nuzzling against him like a little kitten. Afterward, she gazed at Lin Ran with wide-eyed curiosity. "My mother has an incredible nose. Even up close, I cannot detect the scent of another woman, yet she can discern it from so far away. She ought to pursue a career as a detective." Lin Ran chuckled in response. "Your mother would make an excellent Sherlock Holmes." Lu Yiming giggled. "My mother wouldn't want that. She enjoys her life as a wealthy lady at home. Her days are filled with leisure, shopping, beauty treatments, card games, and afternoon teas. I could be your darling. I would be content to be taken care of by you." Lin Ran pressed a gentle kiss on Lu Yiming and Apos' smooth forehead. Touched by his words, Lu Yiming exclaimed, "I knew it. You treat me the best." Following this, she planted a playful kiss on Lin Ran's cheek. "Supporting the family is no easy task for you, and I still have my own funds to spend. Besides, Meng Meng and the others need your material support even more than I do. You need not worry about me. Seeing Lu Yuming so considerate of herself stirred Lin Ran's emotions. However, her words were indeed true. She did not need to support herself, as her allowance was more than sufficient, not to mention the profits from her investments in various beauty salons. It could be said that Lu Yuming not only did not need to earn her keep, but she often indulged in shopping sprees. Much of Lin Ran's current wardrobe had been procured by Lu Yuming, and the quality was undeniably exquisite. Lin Ran felt that his demeanor had significantly elevated due to her impeccable taste. You are truly wonderful, Lin Ran said, cherishing Lu Yuming. He then picked up his phone to book a presidential suite. Come, let me take you out for some fun. Where are we going? She asked. We're going to do something enjoyable. Lin Ran replied with a mischievous grin. Instantly, Lu Yuming understood, her cheeks flushing slightly. Should we invite Qing Qing and the others? No need. For the next few days, I wish to spend time solely with you. After all, my darling is so thoughtful and understanding. Lin Ran tousled Lu Yuming's hair before starting the car. Half an hour later, they arrived at the hotel's underground garage. After swiftly checking in, Lin Ran led Lu Yuming directly to the presidential suite on the top floor, where he showered her with affection and comfort. By 8 in the evening, Lu Yuming lay on the bed, her head drooping as she weakly murmured, Brother, I'm hungry. I'll have the butler bring us some food. After dinner, Lin Ran and Lu Yuming savored the breathtaking night view of the city and later set off some fireworks. The following morning, at 10 o'clock, Lin Ran rose from bed, feeling invigorated. After washing up, he glanced at Lu Yuming, who was still in a deep slumber, chuckling softly, Little piglet. Brother, I heard you. Lu Yuming replied, slowly opening her eyes and gazing at Lin Ran with a hint of reproach. Time to get up. I'll take you shopping shortly. Lu Yuming turned over, feeling utterly fatigued. How can you be tired already? We've just begun. Lin Ran sat beside her and playfully squeezed her long legs. This one do. You need to get moving. With a wistful sigh, Lu Yuming realized that since being with Lin Ran, she had neglected to visit the gym, which explained her diminished stamina. This simply could not continue. With newfound determination, she sat up and declared, I must resume my exercise. Chapter 104 Encountering Su Yuyo again. It is time for some exercise. Lin Ran approached and gently pinched Lu Yuming's slender waist. Although she remained delicate, it was evident that her core strength had diminished compared to before. It is worth noting that during Lin Ran's first intimate encounter with Lu Yuming, she was quite formidable. Despite her lack of experience, she quickly adapted after their initial interaction. Indeed, one must not cease their training, for once one stops, the body will respond immediately. Upon hearing Lin Ran and Appo's remark, Lu Yuming lamented, Oh my heavens, why is my body so uncooperative? Observing her dramatic sigh, Lin Ran couldn't and Appo's help but chuckle. All right, do not fret. We shall exercise together in the future. I will accompany you. You already possess a foundation, so there is no need to worry about regaining your former combat prowess, is there? Indeed. Lu Yuming was soon placated by Lin Ran and Appo's words, her spirits lifting as she exclaimed, Yay, brother, let us go shopping and then enjoy some steak. I must replenish my energy. Certainly, let's go. With that, Lin Ran pulled Lu Yuming up from the bed. After they changed their clothes, they headed straight for the mall. Although Lin Ran had promised to take Lu Yuming shopping, in the end, she ended up purchasing more for him, clothes from head to toe. Even socks and undergarments were added to his collection. Darling, let us pick out a couple more dresses, Lin Ran urged, steering Lu Yuming towards the women's clothing section. No, brother. You have already bought me 3, and I have many unworn at home. Buying more would be wasteful, Lu Yuming protested. Rest assured, I swear I am not trying to save you money on purpose. I simply cannot wear so many. Seeing Lu Yuming and Appo's insistence, Lin Ran relented. Fine, let Appo's go have a feast instead. Yay. After settling the bill, Lin Ran led Lu Yuming directly to the restaurant. Once seated and perusing the menu, Lu Yuming suddenly exclaimed, Brother, look over there, Isn and Appo's. That Su Yuyo? Following Lu Yuming and Appo's gaze, Lin Ran indeed spotted Su Yuyo. She too noticed them and, upon observing the closeness between Lin Ran and Lu Yuming, widened her eyes in astonishment. How could this wealthy beauty, Lu Yuming, be with Lin Ran? Su Yuyo instinctively clenched her fists. Lu Yuming was the person she despised most, and she knew Lu Yuming reciprocated those feelings. She had always trusted her intuition, and throughout their 4 years at university, They had never seen eye to eye. Now, Lin Ran was associating with Lu Yumeng. Deep down, Su Yuyo had long suspected that Lu Yumeng had feelings for Lin Ran, which was why she had consistently spoken ill of her in front of him. But now that they were together, would they not recall their past misdeeds? Would they gather and exchange their grievances? The man seated across from Su Yuyo noticed her troubled expression and inquired, "Darling, what's wrong?" "It's nothing," Su Yuyo replied with a forced smile, shaking her head. The man responded with a simple "oh," then turned to glance at Lin Ran. Upon recognizing him, his face instantly lit up. "Mr. Lin?" he exclaimed, quickly rising to approach Lin Ran. "What a coincidence. Are you dining here with your girlfriend today?" Chapter 105, Mr. Lin Ran cast a puzzled glance at the middle-aged man before him, momentarily unable to recall who he was. The middle-aged man, unfazed, continued with a smile. "We met once when you were with Mr. Chun." After saying this, he glanced subtly at Lu Yumeng and added, "And Mr. Chen's friend, Lina, was there too." At that moment, Lin Ran and Appo's memory flickered to life. He recalled that this man had been present during a night out with Chin Su at a bar. He remembered him as a supplier for one of Chin Su and Appo's family companies. "Oh, now I remember. Hello." "Indeed a coincidence," Lin Ran responded with a smile. His gaze inadvertently drifted to Su Yuyu, who remained seated. "Are you here accompanying your girlfriend?" The middle-aged man turned to look at Su Yuyu, seemingly displeased by her lack of awareness, and shot her a disapproving glare before turning back to Lin Ran with a smile. Yes, she's my new girlfriend. Quite young and inexperienced. Please don't take offense, Mr. Lin." Lin Ran smiled slightly. "It's nothing. I do not adhere to such formalities." Yet, despite his words, his expression suggested otherwise. Observing this, the middle-aged man shot another glare at Su Yuyu, prompting her to slowly rise and make her way over. She wasn't foolish. She could clearly see that her boyfriend was treating Lin Ran with great courtesy, indicating that Lin Ran's influence was far greater than she had anticipated. Although she felt a pang of jealousy towards Lu Yumeng, she knew she had to approach Lin Ran and greet him respectfully, as she depended on this middle-aged man for her livelihood. "Hello, Mr. Lin," Su Yuyu said politely, offering a faint smile. "Hello," Lin Ran replied courteously, then turned his attention away from the two. The middle-aged man, noticing this, quickly added, "Mr. Lin, it's fate that we've met today. Allow me to treat you to this meal. Please do not refuse." While he preferred to dine with Lin Ran, he was perceptive enough to recognize that Lin Ran was engrossed with his girlfriend. It would be foolish to impose upon such a moment. Besides, he had more pressing matters at hand. He glanced at Su Yuyu beside him, having already arranged her job and housing. Today, Su Yuyu was expected to show her gratitude. Naturally, he was eager to engage in activities he had long desired with her. "Very well, I appreciate your generosity," Lin Ran replied, not wishing to decline. The man had made the offer, and Lin Ran was inclined to honor it. Furthermore, they would undoubtedly cross paths again in the future. To reject the invitation would suggest a lack of interest in cultivating a friendship. "No need for such formality," the middle-aged man exclaimed with a smile. He recognized that Lin Ran was open to forming a connection, and though they had only met once, it was evident that Lin Ran and Chun Su were close friends. His company relied heavily on Chen Su as a major client. Thus, it was only prudent to ingratiate himself with Lin Ran. Moreover, he understood that Lin Ran had his own ventures. It was only natural for wealthy heirs to associate with one another. In summary, cultivating a good rapport with Lin Ran would yield no detriment to him. "Then, Mr. Lin, please enjoy your meal with your girlfriend. We shall take our leave." "Very well. Until we meet again," Lin Ran nodded politely. The middle-aged man took Su Yuyu by the arm and walked away, settling the bill before departing. Chapter 106, Restoration. After they had walked away, Su Yuyu quietly tugged at the middle-aged man and asked, "Brother, who was that just now? Why were you so courteous to him?" The middle-aged man cast her a disapproving glance, clearly displeased with Su Yuyu's lack of discernment earlier. Nevertheless, he still held a modicum of interest in her, as he had yet to fully indulge in her charms, thus he exhibited a degree of patience. He replied nonchalantly, "He is a close friend of a business partner of mine, hence the courtesy." Observing that the middle-aged man was unwilling to elaborate further, Su Yuyu wisely refrained from pressing the matter. Instead, she began to speculate inwardly, surmising that Lin Ran was likely a wayward scion of a wealthy family, recently returned to his roots. Otherwise, she found it difficult to comprehend how this impoverished youth could have transformed into a person of affluence. Aside from this possibility, she could conceive of no other explanation. The scenes from novels had inexplicably materialized around her, prompting Su Yuyu to reflect on her past impatience. Having been deceived by that Fan Yu, not only had she squandered her first experience, but she had also irked Lin Ran in the process. Although she had subsequently sought retribution against Fan Yu on several occasions, the bitterness in her heart remained unassuaged. Had it not been for that incident with Fan Yu? Had he not tricked her, she mused, she might now be living the life of a wealthy wife beside Lin Ran. Rather than consorting with this middle-aged man who could easily be her father, the disparity in age was disheartening enough. But his corpulence and lack of charm only added to her discontent. Yet, she found herself devoid of alternatives. Upon graduating, the significance of money became increasingly clear to her, as she could scarcely afford a decent apartment on a meager salary. Without this man, she would likely still be residing in a partitioned room, enduring a squalid environment and a cacophony of noises. This time, Su Yuyu had taken the prudent step of undergoing restorative surgery at the hospital. After all, her encounter with Fan Yu had been singular, and she surmised that the restoration would be indistinguishable from the original. Once she donned her fade and played her part, this man would surely be ensnared by her ruse. Indeed, as Su Yuyu had anticipated, the middle-aged man, after relishing her company, beamed upon observing the crimson stain on the white sheets, his grin nearly reaching his ears. "My dear, does it still hurt?" he asked, holding Su Yuyu closely, his voice tender. "Not anymore," she replied softly, nestled against him, suppressing a sigh. In truth, the pain had been negligible, the encounter over before she truly felt anything. However, observing the man's expression assured her that her deception had succeeded, and she felt a sense of relief. "Rest assured, once you are with me, I shall never mistreat you," he declared, planting another kiss on her. Gazing at the woman in his arms, he felt a stir of desire, yearning for another round. Yet, as he prepared to act, he realized his limitations, leading him to abandon the notion. To mask his embarrassment, he gently patted Su Yuyu and said, "My dear, it's your first time, so I won't trouble you further. Let us sleep for a while." "You are truly kind, brother," Su Yuyu replied with understanding. Witnessing her reaction, the middle-aged man felt reassured. Indeed, naivete was advantageous, as it made deception all too easy. He resolved to fortify his stamina for future encounters. As he caressed Su Yuyu's delicate form, he soon succumbed to slumber. Chapter 107. An unexpected visitor. Su Yuyu found herself wide awake, her large eyes fixed upon the ceiling as she meticulously recalled the years spent with Lin Ran. The more she reminisced, the more she felt a profound sense of foolishness, an overwhelming awareness of her own impatience. After having kept Lin Ran dangling for so long, she should have prolonged the game a little longer. That way, there would have been no room for others. Even if other women entered the scene, given her long-standing relationship with Lin Ran, she ought to be the most significant person in his heart, the rightful partner. Others were merely fleeting distractions and moments of solitude. Yet, due to a moment of indiscretion, she had angered Lin Ran. She never anticipated that his typically gentle demeanor could turn so severe, leaving her unable to appease him. Had she known, she would not have taken advantage of his good nature. A little more patience would have spared her from the current turmoil. With a deep sigh, Su Yuyu turned her gaze toward the middle-aged man sleeping beside her, listening to the thunderous snoring while observing his thinning hair and protruding belly. Reflecting on her encounter with Lin Ran earlier that day, she felt an unsettling imbalance within her. It was undeniable that wealth transformed an individual. Lin Ran, clad in a new outfit, exuded an elevated charm that was leagues beyond his former self, looking refreshingly handsome. It was a style likely to attract many women, herself included. Initially, her disinterest in Lin Ran stemmed solely from his financial struggles, rather than his appearance. To be fair, her acceptance of his role as her devoted admirer was partly due to his handsome looks. Despite his poverty, he possessed an appealing exterior. Having him as her admirer was a source of pride. Now, with both wealth and looks, her attraction to him had only intensified. The following morning, after bidding farewell to the middle-aged man, Su Yuyu concocted an excuse to take leave from work and made her way to Lin Ran and Appos as company. As Lin Ran entered the office, he spotted Su Yuyu waiting by the side. Upon seeing him, she rushed over, adopting a guise of vulnerability, sweetly calling out, "Lin Ran, can we talk?" The receptionist observed with a look of curiosity. Only moments ago, Su Yuyu had claimed to know Lin Ran, and she had been somewhat skeptical. After all, Lin Ran was a striking figure, often drawing the attention of women. Yet, she did not entirely dismiss the possibility, knowing a bit about his lifestyle. If this woman truly had a connection with him, she would need to tread carefully to avoid any repercussions. "What do you wish to discuss?" Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. Once filled with longing for love and genuine affection for Su Yu, he now felt his illusions shattered by her blatant disregard for his feelings. Openly flirting with other men before him, this brazen act had irrevocably destroyed his fantasies about her, and he found himself reluctant to engage with her any further. I assure you, there were circumstances beyond my control regarding that incident. I swear to you, I am not deceiving you, Su Yu pleaded. Her expression imbued with such sorrow that it briefly softened Lin Ran's resolve. What is it that you truly wish to convey? He inquired, though he could no longer approach her with the same warmth he had once held. Chapter 108. Resentment. Shall we go to your office? Su Yu pleaded, gazing imploringly at Lin Ran. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ran sighed and relented. All right, follow me. With that, the two made their way to Lin Ran and Appo's office. While the receptionist watched from the side, unable to suppress her admiration for Lin Ran's vigor, she mused over the prospect of experiencing such a moment with him herself, noting his broad shoulders and narrow waist, which exuded competence. Surely, he was far superior to her own boyfriend. Lost in thought, the receptionist felt a surge of excitement and took out her compact mirror to scrutinize her reflection, contemplating that perhaps she wasn't unattractive. If she were to boldly make her intentions known, it might not be an impossible endeavor. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, while the timid starve. She resolved to take a chance. If successful, she could ride in a luxurious vehicle. If not, it wouldn't matter. Losing her job would simply mean seeking another. As front desk positions were readily available, life, after all, is about having aspirations and daring to pursue them. While the receptionist was lost in her reverie, Lin Ran and Su Yu had already entered his office. The moment the door swung open, Su Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Lin Ran and Appo's office was far more expansive and lavish than she had anticipated, boasting a splendid view. She had visited her current boyfriend in Appo's office, and in comparison to Lin Ran and Appo's, it felt diminutive and insignificant. No wonder that man had been so courteous upon encountering Lin Ran. His capabilities were evidently impressive. The more she thought about it, the more bitterness welled up within Su Yu. She realized that everything before her could have easily been hers, had she not fallen victim to Fan Yu's deceptive words. Determined, Su Yu resolved to confront Fan Yu. He had marred her prosperous life, and she could not simply swallow her indignation without retribution. Lin Ran, I was truly deceived by Fan Yu. You know my family and Appo's situation. My parents only care for my brother. That I even managed to attend university is already a feat. They would never consider my future, leaving me to fend for myself. I refuse to endure a life of poverty again, which is why I acted so foolishly. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Please believe me, it was a moment of folly. Who has and Appo's made mistakes in youth? Who has and Appo's wandered down the wrong path? Just grant me your forgiveness this once. And what of your affair with that middle-aged man? Was that also a moment of folly? Were you simply naive? Lin Ran raised an eyebrow, unable to accept Su Yu and Appo's justifications. He could potentially accept her being with another man, but he could not tolerate being deceived. If she had openly expressed her desire to marry someone wealthy, he would have understood and held no grievances against her. After all, it is human nature to aspire for greater heights. He might even have wished her well. However, she had crossed a line, indulging in the comforts of one relationship while coveting another, treating him as a fool, while he toiled tirelessly, juggling 3 jobs to support her. She openly flaunted her affection for another man in his presence, masquerading as a demure maiden. Over the years, he had not even held her hand, while others effortlessly wooed her. How could he reconcile such betrayal? Chapter 109. The Missed Opportunity 1. Su Yu found herself at a loss for words. Unsure of how to convey to Lin Ran that her association with that man was purely motivated by financial gain. She feared that confessing this truth would lead Lin Ran to look down upon her. Yet, it was evident that any alternative excuse would not suffice in convincing him. Suddenly, Su Yu recognized that Lin Ran had become markedly astute since realizing his lack of affection for her. In the past, no matter how ludicrous her excuses had been, he would believe her. Now, regardless of how intricately she spun her fabrications, Lin Ran could see through her deceptions. In that moment, Su Yu felt a pang of sadness, as if she had only now begun to comprehend what she had forsaken. I admit, I am materialistic. I cannot endure hardship. I entered into a relationship with that man for monetary reasons. The thought of laboring for over a decade in academia only to receive a meager salary of 3,500 post-graduation is unbearable to me. I cannot accept the notion of sharing a cramped, dilapidated apartment with others. With a self-deprecating smile, she surveyed Lin Ran's office and remarked, "Lin Ran, you must have never lived in such a partitioned room, have you? Those rooms not only lack soundproofing but are also in a deplorable state. So small that it feels suffocating. Moreover, living there, I was subjected to. Never mind, I do not wish to dwell on the past. When I was struggling, this man appeared, and I found myself unable to refuse the conditions he offered. So, you became involved with him?" Lin Ran stated matter-of-factly. "Yes," Su Yu nodded, not denying it. "You are aware that he is married, correct?" Lin Ran inquired, furrowing his brow. "Yes, he himself claimed that there was no love left in his marriage," she replied. Hearing this, Lin Ran laughed as though he had heard a ridiculous joke. "Do you truly believe such words from a man?" Su Yu gazed up at Lin Ran, who lounged casually in his executive chair, a semblance of a smirk gracing his features, exuding an air of relaxation and superiority. She momentarily lost her train of thought before quickly regaining her composure. "Yet you, too, have more than one woman in your life. Even someone as privileged as Liu Yuming is among them. I am not like him. I treat each of my women equally, and I never deceive them. They are all aware of each other and oppose existence and coexist harmoniously. You know how much I despise being deceived, which is precisely why I would never stoop to such a level, especially in matters of the heart," Lin Ran replied with nonchalance. Su Yu was taken aback, seemingly surprised by Lin Ran's perspective. "Then why do you care if I am one more in the mix? Surely, your current girlfriend was not entirely pure before being with you?" Confounded, she looked at Lin Ran, unable to believe that he expected all women to approach their relationship with him as blank slates. "If you can accept others' pasts, why can you not accept mine? This is not the same matter. You should understand why I cannot accept you. I have already stated that I loathe deception." Upon hearing Lin Ran and Appo's words, Su Yu's complexion paled, and she forced a bitter smile. "Lin Ran, is there truly no possibility for us?" "No," he replied without hesitation, shaking his head, unable to surmount the mental barrier he had erected within himself. "Are we still friends, then?" Su Yu persisted, unwilling to concede. "Is there such a thing as pure friendship between adult men and women?" "I see no necessity for it," Lin Ran replied coolly. At this, Su Yu felt completely disheartened. "Very well, I understand. I shall take my leave." With that, she pushed open the door and exited, realizing that lingering any longer would only serve to deepen her own misery. The receptionist was startled to see Su Yu emerge so swiftly. "So soon? It appears that Lin Ran and Appo's stamina has been lacking lately," she mused. Chapter 109. The past. After Su Yu departed, Lin Ran leaned back in his office chair, quietly gazing out at the scenery beyond the window. Once upon a time, he was merely an orphan, reliant on governmental aid for survival, having never experienced the warmth of another's concern throughout his childhood. With the onset of adolescence, Lin Ran inevitably began to harbor unusual feelings for girls during his middle school years. However, his impoverished status imbued him with an undeniable sense of timidity, and he had never been favored by any girl, or rather, no girl had ever shown him kindness. The girls were drawn to affluent young men like Chen Su, who possessed both wealth and charm, and were generous in their affections. Yet, Su Yu was different. She was the sole girl who had ever expressed goodwill towards him. In those days, Lin Ran regarded Su Yu as a celestial being, beautiful and benevolent. Thus, despite Chen Su's repeated admonitions and his own moments of doubt, Lin Ran consistently found ways to convince himself otherwise. He even rationalized that it was perfectly natural for girls to prioritize material wealth. Consequently, upon entering university, he devoted all his spare time to work, undertaking any menial or laborious task that would yield income. Whatever Su Yu desired, he would procure for her. And if she merely hinted at her wishes, he would intuitively present her with the objects of her longing. Even throughout his 4 years in university, while enduring the veiled jabs from her roommates, Lin Ran remained unfazed, believing that his humble beginnings necessitated greater diligence. Yet, ultimately, he was forced to witness the once pure and virtuous girl flaunting her charms in the arms of another man. How could he ever reconcile that? Thus, irrespective of the circumstances, Lin Ran could not bring himself to accept Su Yu once more. As Lin Ran pondered these thoughts, a sudden knock on the door interrupted his reverie. "Come in," he replied, turning slowly, only to be met by the unexpected sight of Mu Tingting, Zhang Dandan, and Hu Jingjing. He gazed at them quizzically. "What brings you here?" With a playful smile, Ting replied, "Brother, we've missed you." Upon hearing this, Lin Ran realized that their visit was unrelated to work. They sought solace of another kind. It was surprising to see all three of them together, suggesting that they had been getting along well. This was the outcome Lin Ran had hoped for: women who were understanding and gracious, avoiding jealousy and grievances, creating a harmonious atmosphere. He lounged lazily in his chair, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "How much do you miss me?" "Very much, brother," they replied in unison. As Zheng Dandan and Hu Jingjing edged closer, "Let me assess your sincerity," he said, and the four of them retreated to the bedroom. Later that evening, at 8 o'clock, the three women emerged from the bedroom, having tidied themselves, and confidently exited Lin Ran's office, heading home. Lin Ran, meanwhile, reclined on the bed, taking slow puffs from a cigarette. Ding dong. The notification sound from his phone broke the silence. Lin Ran opened the message to find a note from Zhang Yi. "Brother, are you coming home today?" It then dawned on him that, having spent the past few days with Lu Ming and subsequently compensating Lu Yaming, he had not returned home for 2 or 3 days. Surely, the women at home must be missing him. Heading home, he replied, and after sending the message, he began to dress. Recently, both Li Ming and Song Yi had been at the live streaming base, absent from the company. Once dressed, Lin Ran departed directly for home. Chapter 110. Pregnancy soon. Lin Ran and Appos' car came to a halt at the entrance of the villa. Upon stepping out, he pushed open the gate and entered the courtyard, which was as brightly lit as ever, albeit eerily silent. Lin Ran felt a twinge of surprise, and after ascending the steps, he opened the main door to the living room, only to discover Lu Yamong, Lin Qingqing, and Zhang Yi seated on the sofa, engrossed in the television. And Sun, the newly hired housekeeper, was bustling about in the kitchen. Lin Ran strode over and took a seat beside the three, casually wrapping an arm around Zhang Yi, and gently inquired, "Why aren't you all swimming outside today?" It was well known that Lu Yameng and Lin Qingqing were fitness enthusiasts, and Zhang Yi, inspired by them, had also developed a fondness for exercise. Consequently, the pool in the courtyard was seldom vacant. Every time Lin Ran returned home, he was treated to the delightful sight of beautiful women emerging from the water. However, upon entering the courtyard today, the absence of anyone left Lin Ran somewhat bewildered. Upon hearing his question, Zhang Yi paused slightly, her cheeks flushing as she looked at Lin Ran, seemingly on the verge of speaking. Noticing this, Lu Yameng immediately stood up, exclaiming, "Oh, little E, don't be shy, allow me to tell him." Turning to Lin Ran with a beaming expression, she announced, "Little E is pregnant." Stunned by Lu Yameng and Appos' exuberant revelation, Lin Ran found himself momentarily speechless, lost in thought. Observing Lin Ran and Appos' days, Zhang Yi and Appos' gaze dimmed, and she softly remarked, "Brother, if you don't like children, we can choose not to have this one." At her words, Lin Ran snapped back to reality, embracing Zhang Yi tightly as he reassured her, "What nonsense are you speaking? How could I not love children? I adore them immensely." He had only been momentarily taken aback, reflecting on his own upbringing as an orphan, devoid of familial love throughout his childhood. The prospect of having a child, one with whom he shared blood, was astonishing. Seeing Lin Ran's heartfelt response, Zhang Yi felt a wave of relief wash over her. Initially, she had feared that he might not want a child, as men like Lin Ran might shy away from the perceived entrapment of parenthood, if he truly wished to avoid it. She certainly did not want to use their child as leverage to bind him. "Have you been to the hospital? What did the doctor say?" "You shouldn't return to the studio. Focus on nurturing yourself at home." Lin Ran continued, glancing at Aunt Sun. "I will hire 2 more caretakers specifically for you." Zhang Yi chuckled softly, "Brother, that's unnecessary. I can still go to the studio. The doctor said my health indicators are excellent, and I don't have any discomfort affecting my daily life. It's just regarding our intimacy. I want to be able to accompany you as before." She added in a hushed tone, "Perhaps let Qingqing and the others spend more time with you. If you find a younger sister, that would be fine too." Zhang Yi's hesitant words made Lin Ran instantly comprehend her meaning. He gently patted her back, smiling as he remarked, "What does it matter? Your well-being is far more important than anything else." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Zhang Yi and Appos' still flat abdomen, a peculiar sensation blossoming within him, the realization that within her lay their child. Lost in reverie, Lin Ran mused about how their combined beauty would create a remarkably exquisite offspring. Chapter 111. Rescuing people due to Zhang Yi's pregnancy, and Sun prepared an exceptionally sumptuous dinner. After the 4 of them finished their meal, They gathered in the courtyard to digest. Suddenly, Lin Ran and Amp, Oppo's phone rang. Upon answering, he furrowed his brow upon discerning the content of the call. All right, I understand. I will be there shortly. After hanging up, Lin Ran noticed Zhang Yi and the others looking at him with concern. Zhang Yi spoke first. Brother, what happened? Lin Ran waved his hand dismissively. It and Amp, Oppo's nothing. It's a call from Uncle Mousy. A classmate of mine got into trouble while out having fun and is currently detained. I need to go help him out. Lu Yiming frowned slightly. She knew that Lin Ran had a rather indifferent relationship with the male classmates in his class. Who is it, brother? She inquired. It's Han Bing, Lin Ran replied nonchalantly. Although he had a mediocre relationship with Han Bing, he could somewhat surmise why Han Bing had called him. He was aware of Han Bing and Oppo's family background, living in the mountains with poor conditions, and like himself, Han Bing had few friends. It was likely that in this predicament, he wouldn't dare to seek help from colleagues, as it could be rather embarrassing and might even impact his job if his employer found out. After considering his options, he probably thought of Lin Ran as someone with whom he had a modicum of rapport, thus giving Uncle Mousy his number. Initially, Lin Ran had no intention of going out. He was reluctant to leave home so late. However, today, with Zhang Yi's pregnancy, he felt a surge of happiness and wished to accrue some good fortune for their child. Therefore, he resolved to make the trip, reasoning that it was merely a small matter, and he could regard it as a good deed. The three women did not press him further, merely advising Lin Ran to drive carefully. He nodded in acknowledgement and set off, reassuring Zhang Yi to rest early. At Uncle Mousy and Oppo's place, after paying the ransom, Lin Ran watched Han Bing emerge and said nothing. It had been a long time since he had been in contact with Han Bing. Their last encounter was a coincidental meeting during a meal with Li Ming. Lin Ran, I will repay you for this money, Han Bing stated earnestly, pausing briefly before continuing. Thank you for coming. Observing Han Bing's sincerity, Lin Ran merely nodded. It's nothing. It was too much money. Consider it me helping out. He refrained from asking Han Bing why he had ended up in such a place, knowing well that men often had certain needs, and like his past self, Han Bing struggled financially, making it difficult to pursue romantic relationships. It seemed this avenue was the only way to alleviate such desires. Thank you, Lin Ran, Han Bing remarked, glancing at Lin Ran and Oppo's high-end attire and then at the luxury car parked outside. He couldn't and Oppo's help but sigh inwardly at the vast disparity between people. If only he had Lin Ran and Oppo's resources, he wouldn't and Oppo's need to seek out such encounters. With a heavy heart, Han Bing resolved not to return to that place for the time being. He couldn't afford to be discovered again. Nor could he rely on Lin Ran repeatedly. His pride wouldn't allow it. Focus on your work and find yourself a girlfriend, Lin Ran advised, having thought it over. He didn't wish to preach, but this advice came from the genuine concern of an old classmate. Han Bing nodded, understanding that Lin Ran meant well. Thank you. It's nothing. Where do you live? I can give you a ride back, Lin Ran offered, thinking it would be best to ensure Han Bing reached home safely since he was already there. Chapter 112. The urban village. Han Bing initially intended to decline. He wished to avoid imposing on Lin Ran. However, glancing at his phone, he noted that it was nearly 11:00 and Oppo's clock, indeed quite late. Moreover, due to his financial constraints, he ultimately nodded and provided the name of an urban village. Lin Ran acknowledged him with a nod, saying, "Get in the car." After he opened the door and settled into the vehicle, he entered the destination Han Bing had mentioned into the navigation system. Once inside, Han Bing observed the car's elegant decor and inhaled the subtle fragrance wafting through the air. His emotions were complicated. It was evident that people's fortunes varied greatly. It was unlikely he would ever have the chance to ride in such a fine automobile again in his lifetime. The journey unfolded swiftly, and soon they arrived at the location Han Bing had specified. Is this the place? Lin Ran inquired. Which house exactly? Let me escort you inside. No need. Han Bing replied. It and Amp, Oppo's too dark inside, and the road is too narrow for your car to navigate. After saying this, he exited the vehicle, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for today, Lin Ran. Don't mention it, Lin Ran responded coolly. Han Bing glanced at Lin Ran, as if he wished to convey something, but ultimately refrained. After bidding farewell, he walked into the depths of the road. Lin Ran watched the dark, unending path ahead and suddenly recalled what Su Yu had said that day. So, Han Bing lived here. It made sense. Although Zhanghai was not a first-tier city, the cost of living and housing prices were relatively high. For a freshly graduated young man, securing decent accommodation could indeed be a significant burden. On the other hand, while conditions in urban villages were subpar, they offered affordability. After finishing a cigarette, Lin Ran continued to observe until Han Bing's figure faded from view before he started the car and turned to head back. However, not far down the road, he noticed a man and a woman engaged in a struggle on the street. They're probably a couple, Lin Ran thought, merely glancing at them before diverting his attention back to driving. Yet, as his vehicle passed by, he suddenly heard a cry for help. Instinctively, he slammed on the brakes. Upon seeing Lin Ran's car come to a halt, the girl felt a surge of hope and struggled even harder against the man's grasp, shouting, "Help!" Now, Lin Ran could hear her clearly. Through the rearview mirror, he caught a glimpse of a girl desperately trying to free herself. He sighed. Although he did not consider himself particularly virtuous, he found it impossible to stand idly by in such a situation. Perhaps today is a day for accumulating good karma, he reasoned. Lin Ran exited the car and approached. The moment the girl spotted him, she strained to escape, exclaiming, "Help me." Upon realizing someone had indeed come to her aid, the man hesitated for a moment before fleeing. As Lin Ran drew nearer, he finally saw the girl's face and gasped in astonishment. How could one describe her? She was as pure as a snowflake, exquisitely innocent. "Are you all right?" Lin Ran asked gently. "Wah, thank you." The girl, either terrified or overwhelmed, remained crouched in place, trembling. Observing her distress, Lin Ran moved closer and gently patted her frail back. "It's all right now." Perhaps it was Lin Ran's soothing voice or his upright demeanor, but under his comforting presence, the girl eventually let down her guard, collapsing into his embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. She cried for a full half-hour before finally calming down. Lin Ran watched her, at a loss for words. It was the first time he had encountered someone who could cry so fervently. "It feels much better to let it all out," he reassured her. The girl nodded, slightly lifting her gaze to meet his. Feeling a touch of embarrassment, she said, "Thank you for saving me." Then she glanced at Lin Ran and Appo's shirt and added, "I'm sorry for getting your clothes dirty. Would you like me to wash it? I live just around here." Her words tumbled out in a somewhat disjointed manner. Lin Ran, captivated by her unblemished face, felt no anger. He chuckled softly. "It's nothing. It's just a piece of clothing." Chapter 113. Will you stay here tonight? The girl glanced at Lin Ran and Appo's attire and then at the car parked not far away, realizing that someone like him would never be short of money. Thus, she refrained from insisting further. With a shy smile, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you. Otherwise, I would have been in quite a predicament today." As she slowly rose, she felt a sudden dizziness, perhaps due to squatting for too long or crying excessively, and her body involuntarily tilted backward. Noticing her plight, Lin Ran swiftly reached out and caught her, leaving both momentarily stunned. So soft, so delicate, was Lin Ran and Appo's instinctive thought. Such strength. Could this be the legendary boyfriend power? The girl mused, her cheeks flushing even more intensely. She quickly regained her composure, whispering, "Thank you." "Not at all." Lin Ran dismissively waved his hand and then glanced at the dark alley in the distance, inquiring, "Do you live here?" The girl nodded. "I just graduated, and I simply cannot afford rent elsewhere. This place is the closest to my workplace, and—" She hesitated, "and here, the cost of food, water, and electricity is quite low, making it affordable to live." As she spoke, Lin Ran's gaze remained fixed on her small, innocent face, so pure that it seemed almost incongruous with her surroundings. In a place so crowded and chaotic, it was no wonder she attracted attention. Beautiful women often find themselves in peril, and in such an unsafe area, it was akin to a lamb wandering into a den of wolves. Lin Ran shuddered at the thought. Had he not stopped, what fate would have befallen her? Today, she would have indeed faced a dire situation. "You can and Appo's stay here. Let me find you somewhere safe for the night," Lin Ran declared, not waiting for her response as he pulled her into the car. He recalled Zhang Yi mentioning he could find another sister. Well, here was one right in front of him, though Lin Ran had no intention of coercing her. He respected a woman's autonomy. The girl followed Lin Ran into the car in a daze, and soon they arrived at the entrance of a five-star hotel. After completing the check-in process, Lin Ran took her upstairs. "Your living situation is unsafe, so you can spend the night here." Hearing his words, the girl stood frozen in place, somewhat bewildered. She surveyed her surroundings, incredulous at Lin Ran's casual reference to this place as merely getting by. How wealthy must he be? This was already quite splendid. Her cheeks flushed as she glanced at the large bed in the room, feeling an inexplicable shift in the atmosphere. "As long as you find it suitable," Lin Ran replied, sinking into the sofa and lazily observing her. After appraising her from head to toe, he smiled and asked, "I still don't know your name." "My name is Baijia," she replied shyly, then cautiously inquired, "What about you? You saved me, yet I don't even know your name." "I'm Lin Ran." "Oh," she responded softly, and once again, silence enveloped the room. After a long pause, she tentatively asked, Are you going to stay here tonight?" Chapter 114. She refuses to be a mistress, observing the girl's bashful demeanor. Lin Ran felt a striking resemblance to his first encounter with Li Ming. However, this girl's visage radiated an unparalleled purity, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. "So, do you wish for me to stay here?" Lin Ran inquired with a playful smile. "Or do you believe that since I saved you, your only means of gratitude is to offer yourself to me?" The girl gazed at Lin Ran, contemplating the notion of surrendering herself. For he indeed epitomized all her ideals of a dream partner: tall, handsome, affluent, and most importantly, possessing a strong physique with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. She had just experienced the undeniable charm of Lin Ran, and her heart fluttered in response. Yet, uncertainty clouded her mind regarding his relationship status. She could never bring herself to be a mistress. Stepping closer, she stood before Lin Ran, inhaling deeply before whispering, "Do you have a girlfriend?" I cannot be a mistress." At this, Lin Ran erupted into a hearty laugh, taking note of the way her hands fidgeted anxiously. "I do have a girlfriend, in fact. More than one. One of them is even expecting. To be precise, I will soon be a father," he stated with utmost seriousness. The girl's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning her own hearing. Did this man truly claim to have multiple girlfriends? And one was pregnant? Baijia found her thoughts in disarray. Ordinarily, he should have pretended to be single. So why was he so candid? Baijia stumbled over her words. While she yearned for a tall, wealthy, and handsome boyfriend, she had not envisioned entering a relationship with a man who had a harem. Lin Ran chuckled lightly. "I understand what you wish to convey. All my girlfriends are aware of one another and Appo's existence, and they coexist harmoniously. There is no deceit among us." "What?" Baijia was taken aback. Everyone was cognizant of each other and Appo's presence and got along well. Images from the palace intrigue novels she had read flooded her mind. Had she somehow traversed into a bygone era? It seemed absurd that these women could share a man and still maintain such camaraderie. It was well known that women harbored strong possessiveness and often engaged in subtle competition. She couldn't discern whether Lin Ran's assertion of their harmonious coexistence was genuine or merely a facade. "You need not worry about facing any scorn should you choose to be with me. They are all quite amiable," Lin Ran reassured, pausing momentarily to appraise Baijia's figure unabashedly. "Do you truly wish to remain in that rundown urban village? Today I saved you, but it does not guarantee that fortune will smile upon you every day." Upon finishing, he stood and began to unfasten his shirt buttons, all the while maintaining his gaze on her. "The choice is yours. I am not one to impose." After a brief moment, Baijia nodded and murmured, "I will go take a shower first." Watching the graceful silhouette of the girl as she walked away, Lin Ran smiled to himself, then lay back on the bed. He sent a message in the group chat. "There's a new sister tonight. I want to be returning. Sleep well, everyone." Chapter 115. Charming, affluent, and considerate. As Baijia emerged from the restroom, she found Lin Ran lazily sprawled on the bed, engrossed in messaging. Cautiously, she perched on the edge of the bed, took a deep breath, and softly uttered, "Regardless of whether you believe me, I have never experienced this before. Could you please be a little considerate of my feelings?" After speaking, Baijia anxiously gazed at Lin Ran. Although she lacked experience, she had heard from others that such matters could often be unkind to women at the outset. She had even come across discussions online suggesting that many women might never truly grasp the joy of it throughout their lives. Consequently, she harbored a sense of reluctance and fear regarding the situation. Lin Ran glanced at Baijia and Appo's innocent face, which appeared even more pure and adorable after her grooming. He found it endearing. "Fear not," he reassured her, pulling Baijia into his embrace. The following morning, at 11 o'clock, Baijia struggled to sit up from the bed, her mind swirling with the events of the previous night. As those memories flooded back, her face flushed crimson. Was the person she had been last night still herself? So indulgent, so wild, she could hardly recognize herself. However, her thoughts quickly turned to Lin Ran and their shared experience. Her cheeks reddened even further. Yet, after last night, Jia began to understand why Lin Ran had numerous girlfriends with whom he maintained harmonious relationships. With a man like Lin Ran, handsome, wealthy, and physically capable, once one becomes involved, who could possibly walk away? Awake? Lin Ran emerged from the restroom to find Jia lost in thought on the bed. She nodded, still feeling somewhat shy in his presence. After all, they had only known each other for a day. Although they had shared intimate moments, they remained relatively unfamiliar with one another. Let us eat. The butler has already brought the food, Lin Ran stated, settling onto the sofa to begin his meal. Not wanting to appear overly sentimental, Jia quickly rose from the bed. However, as she stepped down, she lost her balance and nearly fell, only to be swiftly caught by Lin Ran. Yet, Jia suddenly sensed an unusual atmosphere. I've saved you once more. Tell me, how will you repay me? Lin Ran chuckled, simultaneously taking a few playful actions. Although Jia wished to push him away, her body seemed to betray her, yielding to him. When she awoke again, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Jia felt parched, her throat nearly hoarse. Struggling to rise, she gulped down a bottle of water, which alleviated her discomfort somewhat. Lin Ran lay on the bed, engrossed in his phone. Noticing her awakening, he smiled and said, "You must be hungry. Get dressed. I'll take you out for a meal." Jia nodded. And after freshening up, the two exited the hotel, heading straight for a Japanese restaurant. After ordering an array of signature dishes, Lin Ran finally set down the menu. Jia, wide-eyed and incredulous, exclaimed, "Brother, have we ordered too much? We can't possibly finish all this." By the afternoon, she had already adjusted her form of address to brother. "It's all right. Didn't you say you've never tried Japanese cuisine? I want you to experience it all." Lin Ran replied, his relaxed demeanor further endearing him to Jia. No wonder his girlfriends were devoted to him. Who wouldn't he be enamored by someone so charming, affluent, and considerate? Chapter 116. Stay hidden for a few more days after indulging in a delightful meal of Japanese cuisine. Lin Ran took Jia on a shopping spree at the mall, where they perused everything from children's clothing to socks, outerwear, skirts, and hoodies, an exhaustive shopping experience. Following that, they ventured to a skincare counter, where they acquired a myriad of skincare and cosmetic products, leaving them both unable to carry their numerous purchases. "Brother, please stop. I can no longer carry anything," Jia playfully protested, having fully experienced the liberating thrill of extravagant spending. She realized, without inquiring about prices, the sheer exhilaration of indulging in shopping. Lin Ran glanced at the bulging shopping bags in his hands and nodded in agreement. "All right, let us head home." As they settled into the car, Jia tentatively broached the subject. "Brother, I'm still a bit nervous. Could we perhaps wait a few days before meeting your friends?" Lin Ran chuckled, sensing her apprehension. "I have another place in mind for you, which is closer to your workplace." Upon hearing this, Jia felt a wave of relief wash over her. Despite Lin Ran's assurances that his friends were amiable, she could not shake her unease. Having consumed countless palace intrigue dramas, she harbored an innate fear of such social dynamics. What if their outward harmony masked hidden rivalries, unbeknownst to Lin Ran? Feeling somewhat out of her depth, Jia wished to evade the situation for a few more days. Lin Ran, perceptive to her subtle anxiety, recognized her compliance and was more than willing to accommodate her. Before long, Lin Ran guided Jia to Gubin Huafu, a residence meticulously maintained by cleaning staff, ensuring its perpetual cleanliness. Upon entering and switching on the lights, Jia gazed in awe at the spacious abode, unable to contain her excitement as she dashed to the floor-to-ceiling windows, captivated by the breathtaking night view. "Brother, your home is stunning," she exclaimed, thrilled at the prospect of residing in such grandeur for the first time. "Glad you like it. You may stay here for the next few days. The door is secured with a password. I will send you the code shortly," Lin Ran replied, then sank into the sofa, taking out his phone to inform his circle of women about the arrangement. They all understood, acknowledging the novelty of a new romance that was bound to feel fresh for a while. "Am I really going to live here by myself?" Jia asked incredulously, never having imagined she would inhabit such a large residence. "I'll accompany you," Lin Ran replied, raising an eyebrow. Jia ventured closer, obediently sitting beside him. "But, brother, I still have some belongings at my rented place. What else do you have? If it's merely clothes or daily necessities, there is no need to retrieve them," Lin Ran stated lightly. He deemed Jia's clothing somewhat juvenile and lacking in quality. Since she was now with him, he was determined to elevate her wardrobe. "There is also my laptop and some important documents," Jia pouted. "And a few new skirts I bought specifically for work, which I haven't even worn yet." I can't bear to throw them away. Very well, we shall go retrieve them tomorrow, Lin Ran replied, enveloping Bai Jiajia in an embrace. Chapter 117. Going to work. Bai Jiajia had only taken a single day off, so the next morning, as soon as the alarm rang, she hastily rose to dress herself. Brother, I must go to work now. Lin Ran rubbed his eyes, aware that he had not woken up this early in quite some time. While Li Ming and Song Yi also worked, they did so at their own companies and never had to contend with the rush hour, even when they broadcasted. It was usually in the afternoon, leading them to leave around noon. As for Lin Qingqing and Zhang Yi, they both operated their own studios, and thus, the concept of clocking in did not apply to them. Lu Yuming, as a free investor, was entirely unfamiliar with the notion of going to work. Therefore, among Lin Ran and Amp, Oppos, as current companions, only Bai Jiajia remained a quintessential corporate worker. What time do you start? Lin Ran inquired. 9:00 and Amp, Oppos, clock, Bai Jiajia replied, continuing to dress. She then glanced at the clock and exclaimed, it and Amp, Oppos. It's already 7:20. I need to hurry and wash up. With that, she dashed into the bathroom. Listening to the sound of water splashing from the bathroom, Lin Ran found his sleepiness dissipating. He sat up in bed, checked the traffic conditions, and noted that there were no jams. Driving there would take merely 20 minutes. They could leave at 8:30 and still arrive on time. Why was Bai Jiajia in such a rush? He had been so captivated by her the previous day that he had forgotten to ask her about work. After she had finished washing up, Bai Jiajia quickly began to apply her makeup. In truth, Lin Ran believed she appeared more beautiful and innocent without it. Let me give you a ride. Huh? Bai Jiajia paused, surprised at Lin Ran and Oppos' suggestion. She had never dared to hope that he would take her to work. Despite being together, she was acutely aware of her position. They were not in a conventional romantic relationship, so she felt hesitant and bashful about asking him to do things for her. The thought of waking him up early in the morning to drive her to work was something she never entertained. I'll just take the subway, Bai Jiajia replied, smiling shyly. She had forgotten to adjust the alarm's volume the previous night, not intending to disturb Lin Ran, yet the loud sound had startled him awake. Brother, sleep a little longer, she urged. It's fine. I'm already awake. I'll drive you. It's only a 20-minute trip, so there's no need to rush. We can have breakfast first. With that, Lin Ran leisurely got out of bed and headed to the bathroom to wash up. When Lin Ran emerged, Bai Jiajia had already finished her makeup. He glanced at his phone. It was only 7:40, and they still had an hour. There was no need to hurry. He took his time putting on his clothes, then led Bai Jiajia downstairs for breakfast. Hand in hand, they strolled through the community, breathing in the fresh morning air, and Lin Ran felt invigorated. It seemed that rising early had its merits. Bai Jiajia, too, wore a contented expression. Once, she had rushed out every morning. She had never enjoyed such a leisurely pace before. After breakfast, Lin Ran drove Bai Jiajia to her office. The BMW parked prominently downstairs, attracting attention. Lin Ran took a moment to appreciate Bai Jiajia before letting her out of the car. As soon as Bai Jiajia stepped out, she encountered several colleagues. A few women gazed at her in astonishment as she descended from the luxury vehicle, unable to contain their curiosity. Jiajia, have you got a boyfriend? Chapter 118. Boyfriend? Before Bai Jiajia could utter a word, a woman let out a disdainful huff. What boyfriend? Just look at that luxury car. How many young people can afford it? Perhaps she is being supported by some older man. Bai Jiajia glanced over and recognized the speaker as Qiao Wei, who had always harbored animosity towards her. In the past, Qiao Wei's boyfriend had initially pursued Bai Jiajia, but she had resolutely turned him down, primarily due to his unfortunate appearance, despite his generous nature. After a while, when he realized Bai Jiajia remained unmoved, he shifted his affections to Qiao Wei, who, to be fair, possessed a certain attractiveness, albeit one largely cultivated through effort rather than natural beauty. The evidence of her endeavors was unmistakable. Consequently, Qiao Wei had harbored a grudge against Bai Jiajia. Since she and that man became a couple, Qiao Wei had incessantly flaunted her wealth in front of Bai Jiajia, as if such displays could somehow bolster her self-esteem. After all, Qiao Wei was genuinely envious of Bai Jiajia's innate beauty, while she herself frequently visited beauty salons for repairs and maintenance. Upon hearing Qiao Wei and Oppos' remarks, the others fell silent. In the past, if Qiao Wei made cutting comments, someone would invariably defend Bai Jiajia. Yet today, they remained mute. After all, the fear of personal failure was indeed daunting, but the success of others was even more disheartening. Thus, this group of women gazed at Bai Jiajia with a shared sentiment of envy and resentment. Who would dare to speak in her defense? Just because you might be kept doesn't mean everyone else is. Not everyone is as fixated on wealth as you are. Bai Jiajia retorted before striding through the company's entrance. Xiao Wei stood rooted, her face a mask of fury. When had she ever been kept? She was merely in a normal relationship. The others, noticing her agitation, hurried to diffuse the tension. All right, we're going to be late for work. Let us head inside. Xiao Wei followed suit, seething as she glared at Bai Jiajia's retreating figure. In her mind, she concocted schemes to make Bai Jiajia's life difficult. She simply could not believe that Bai Jiajia could be so fortunate as to land a wealthy partner. Given the area where Bai Jiajia lived, what decent man could possibly be around? Most likely, he was either pretentious or an older gentleman. Absolutely. Having been incensed by Bai Jiajia earlier that morning, Xiao Wei found her focus entirely lacking at work. When she glanced at the clock and saw it was already 4 o'clock, she approached Bai Jiajia. With a mocking scoff, she remarked, "Didn't you say you weren't being kept? With just an hour left until the workday ends, aren't you going to have your boyfriend come pick you up?" After finishing her taunt, Xiao Wei shot a derisive look at Bai Jiajia. Perhaps he is busy with his wife and can't spare the time for you? Honestly, one should be more discreet. Meddling in others' relationships is frowned upon and often leads to backlash. Bai Jiajia met Xiao Wei's gaze. Would it kill you to keep your mouth shut? Xiao Wei was taken aback. Bai Jiajia's temper seemed to have grown increasingly fierce. Seething, she replied, "If you're not being kept, then why not have your boyfriend come and fetch you? My boyfriend picks me up every day after work. Yours wouldn't he just be playing with you, would he?" The others chimed in. "Yes, Jiajia, why not have your boyfriend come and get you? Isn't that what boyfriends are supposed to do? You two are newly together. Don't worry too much about him. I tell you, being overly considerate of men can lead to a lifetime of misfortune. Indeed, we didn't see him this morning. We're curious about the handsome fellow who managed to win the heart of our Jiajia fairy. Do let us meet him." Listening to the chorus of voices, coupled with Xiao Wei's provocation, Bai Jiajia glanced at her phone. She had only been dating Lin Ran for 2 days, and he had other girlfriends to attend to. She hesitated, wondering if Lin Ran would come for her if she asked. Uncertain of her standing in his heart, she found herself momentarily at a loss. Chapter 119. Arriving on time, seeing Bai Jiajia hesitate, Xiao Wei felt a surge of delight, further solidifying her belief that her suspicions were indeed correct. Surely, it could not be that someone was occupied with their spouse and had no time to pick her up? As these words escaped her lips, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Beautiful women often become the subjects of malicious speculation, and upon hearing Xiao Wei's remark, many assumed that Bai Jiajia was likely being kept by someone. Observing Xiao Wei relishing the unfolding drama, Bai Jiajia scoffed. "If your mouth hadn't been brushed this morning, perhaps you should refrain from speaking so recklessly. What compels you to harbor such malicious thoughts about others? Are you perhaps envious that I have found a man more handsome and affluent than your boyfriend?" Xiao Wei, struck by Bai Jiajia's words, felt her expression darken further. Who would envy you? My boyfriend treats me exceptionally well. Whenever I wish for him to come, he does. Shall we compare? With that, Xiao Wei dialed her phone. Once connected, she sweetly exclaimed, "Darling, don't forget to pick me up tonight." The response from the other end elicited a fit of giggles from Xiao Wei. "Oh, how annoying. I'll be waiting for you." After hanging up, she cast a scornful glance at Bai Jiajia. "I've made my call. Now it's your turn. If you aren't being kept, surely your boyfriend will come for you if you simply ask." Bai Jiajia picked up her phone, suddenly recalling that she had even obtained Lin Ran's number. However, she remembered that Lin Ran had mentioned he would accompany her to retrieve some belongings from her old house. Surely, he would have time now. After a moment and Appo's contemplation, Bai Jiajia initiated a voice call to Lin Ran. Fortunately, it was answered shortly. "Darling, what's up? Missing me?" Lin Ran's voice eased Bai Jiajia's earlier anxiety. "Brother, I finish work at 5. Please come pick me up." Lin Ran chuckled lightly. "Of course, we agreed I would help you get your things. Don't worry. I'll be downstairs at your office before 5. With his reassuring response, Bai Jiajia felt a wave of relief wash over her. After ending the call, she shot a derisive smile at Xiao Wei. Just wait and see. For Xiao Wei, the hour dragged on interminably as she pondered what Bai Jiajia's boyfriend might be like. Observing Bai Jiajia's confident smile, Xiao Wei felt an unsettling doubt creeping in, particularly regarding her own boyfriend's looks, which she lacked confidence in. In stark contrast to Xiao Wei and Appo's unease, Bai Jiajia was in high spirits. After completing her tasks, she touched up her makeup and leisurely awaited Lin Ran's arrival at her workstation. As 5 o'clock approached, employees eagerly clocked out, exhibiting an unusual enthusiasm. Their curiosity about Bai Jiejia's boyfriend fueled their excitement. They had seen Xiao Wei's boyfriend numerous times, but had no comments on his appearance. Jiejia, has your boyfriend arrived yet? Someone inquired, leaning toward Bai Jiejia with anticipation. I'm not sure, but he should be here by now. Bai Jiejia replied as she gathered her belongings and ventured outside. Although Lin Ran had assured her he would arrive before 5, she dared not expect him to be precisely on time. Moreover, she felt it was unwise to rush him, for Lin Ran was unlike any other man. Chapter 120. Look. Is that the one? Upon exiting the company, someone pointed at Lin Ran and Amp, Oppos, SX7. Bai Jiejia stepped forward for a closer look, nodding in affirmation. She recognized the license plate number. Xiao Wei observed from the side, feeling a twinge of irritation that Bai Jiejia's boyfriend had indeed arrived. However, she was certain he must be unattractive. After all, her own boyfriend was hardly a catch. Such affluent and handsome men were never short of admirers. So why would they be interested in girls like them, the quintessential Cinderellas? Jiejia, why isn't your boyfriend getting out of the car? Is he afraid to face people? Xiao Wei remarked cheerfully. At that moment, her own boyfriend, resembling a kappa, approached and wrapped his arms around her waist, casting a rather scrutinizing glance up and down at Bai Jiejia. Indeed, Bai Jiejia was exceptional. Only men could truly appreciate that her seemingly slender figure held much allure. For instance, her petite waist was unmistakably slender, and her long legs. Ahem. Xiao Wei, sensing her boyfriend and Oppos' gaze, cleared her throat awkwardly and shot Bai Jiejia a fierce glare, accustomed as she was to her tendency to attract attention, always trying to ensnare her boyfriend. Bai Jiejia, however, merely scoffed dismissively. Jiejia, where do you live? Why don't we give you a ride since Wei Wei and I are going shopping? The man suggested with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wei's expression darkened further. She had known he had not moved on from Bai Jiejia. Indeed, men were often untrustworthy. Whatever they had not yet tasted lingered in their thoughts. No need. My boyfriend is here to pick me up, Bai Jiejia replied, striding towards Lin Ran's car. At that moment, Lin Ran had just finished sending a message, opened the car door, and stepped out, carrying a bouquet of flowers he had purchased earlier from the back seat. Jiejia, Lin Ran approached her. Upon seeing Lin Ran and Oppos' face, everyone gasped in surprise. He was indeed a strikingly handsome young man. Together with Bai Jiejia, they formed a perfect match, embodying the phrase Beauty and the Beast. Well, those flowers must be from the Beast-style collection. They are quite expensive, costing several thousand for just one bouquet, someone remarked upon noticing the flowers Lin Ran held. How thoughtful. Various emotions surged forth, envy, jealousy, and resentment, especially within Xiao Wei, whose face grew increasingly grim. The realization that Bai Jiejia's boyfriend was so handsome felt more painful than death itself. Glancing at her own kappa boyfriend, Xiao Wei felt despondent, questioning why her boyfriend looked so unappealing while Bai Jiejia and Oppos' was so dashing. No wonder Bai Jiejia had been so confident earlier. That cunning girl was doing it on purpose. With a determined stride, Xiao Wei approached Lin Ran. Hello, you must be Jiejia's boyfriend. I am her colleague, she introduced herself. Lin Ran merely acknowledged her with a nonchalant "oh" and offered no further comment. He was not fond of artificial appearances, and Xiao Wei, perceiving his indifferent demeanor, felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Though she may not have been a stunning beauty, she considered herself attractive enough. It was rare for any man to treat her without warmth. Lin Ran and Oppos' cold attitude was unprecedented. Let an Oppos' get in the car, Jiejia. We need to collect our things, Lin Ran said, kindly opening the passenger door for Bai Jiejia. She smiled sweetly, greeted her colleagues, and entered the vehicle. As the car drove away, Xiao Wei remained rooted in place, her emotions in turmoil. Her boyfriend, too, felt unsettled. Having observed Bai Jiejia and Oppos' departing figure, he, a seasoned warrior, discerned something others might overlook. Bai Jiejia was no longer whole. Chapter 121. Bai Jiejia and Oppos' boyfriend? Is that really Bai Jiejia's boyfriend? The man beside Xiao Wei could not help but inquire. Just a few days prior, when he had picked up Xiao Wei, Bai Jiejia was still single. In the brief span of 2 or 3 days, had she truly surrendered herself to another? What charm did that man possess? Was it merely his wealth? Noticing that her boyfriend was still gazing in the direction of the departing car, Xiao Wei let out an annoyed hum. What? Are you still thinking about him? Sensing Xiao Wei's displeasure, the man quickly laughed it off. No, I'm just curious about what that man does for a living. Driving such an exquisite car at such a young age. Is that car really expensive? Xiao Wei, lacking knowledge about automobiles, only recognized the emblem. The man nodded, explaining that his own vehicle was a top-of-the-line model, worth approximately 2 million. 2 million, Xiao Wei exclaimed in disbelief. It was astonishing to think that Bai Jiajia had found a boyfriend who drove a luxury car worth over 1 million, while her own boyfriend's car was only around 400,000. A pang of bitterness surged within Xiao Wei as she pondered why Bai Jiajia seemed so fortunate. Absently, she touched her face, contemplating if perhaps a little enhancement could lead her to a wealthier partner. Noticing Xiao Wei's silence, the man, concerned that she might be upset, quickly reassured her, "Darling, what do you want to eat tonight? I and Amp, Oppos, LL take you out, and afterward, we can buy you a bag." As he spoke, he watched her expression closely. Despite having some money, he wasn't truly wealthy. His parents provided him with a fixed monthly allowance, restricting his spending habits. Additionally, he was acutely aware of his own average looks, realizing that attracting stunning women was a challenge. Xiao Wei was among the more attractive girlfriends he had dated, her spirited nature and adventurous spirit providing him with delightful experiences, which is why he still held affection for her. Of course, he preferred Bai Jiajia, but since she did not reciprocate his feelings, he had settled for Xiao Wei, and at present, he genuinely liked her. Seeing that the man's mood had lightened, Xiao Wei decided not to be overly dramatic. A touch of drama could serve as seasoning in their relationship, but excessive pouting would lead to an undesirable conclusion. Missing out on this man meant she might not encounter another willing to spend on her for a long time. Regaining her composure, she smiled and said, "It's nothing. Darling, I'm hungry. Let us go eat." Relieved that Xiao Wei was no longer upset, the man felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He had even prepared a custom outfit for her in his car. He intended to enjoy a more adventurous evening with her, careful not to provoke any annoyance. Meanwhile, on another side, Bai Jiajia gazed at the flowers in the back seat, her face alight with emotion. "The flowers my brother bought are truly beautiful. I adore them." Lin Ran smiled gently. "I'm glad you like them." He too did not comprehend why women were so enamored with such extravagant yet superficial items. But since he had the means, indulging them with a few bouquets was inconsequential. Before long, the car came to a halt outside a village, unable to venture further due to the narrow roads. Thus, Lin Ran and Bai Jiajia exited the vehicle at the village entrance. "Let us go. We have things to collect," Bai Jiajia said, nodding as she led Lin Ran further inside. The village featured many 3- to 4-story houses, each floor housing about 10 rooms available for rent, and Bai Jiajia resided in one of them. She guided Lin Ran into a small courtyard, ascended the stairs, and paused in front of a door. "Brother, we've arrived." Chapter 122. Exquisite beauty. Lin Ran uttered a soft acknowledgement, his gaze fixed on the door before him. He extended his hand to push it gently, only to furrow his brow. The door appeared rather flimsy. Casting a glance at the corridor, he noted the multitude of rooms, suggesting a diverse array of residents. It seemed rather unsafe for an ethereal beauty like Bai Jiajia to reside here alone. Contemplating this, Lin Ran felt a surge of relief, grateful that he had intervened to rescue Han Bing that day. Had he not escorted Han Bing back, he might never have discovered this place, where the pure and resplendent Bai Jiajia resided. Bai Jiajia retrieved her key and unlocked the door, calling out, "Brother, come in." Lin Ran followed her inside. Where the interior starkly contrasted with the exterior, it was impeccably clean and warmly decorated, a clear testament to Bai Jiajia and Amp, Oppos, SS for life. "Brother, let me tidy up a bit. Please wait for me," she said, hastily organizing her belongings. Lin Ran reclined on the bed, inhaling the scent of the blanket, which still bore traces of Bai Jiajia and Oppos' delightful fragrance. Before long, Bai Jiajia announced, "Brother, I'm ready. Let us go?" Lin Ran responded affirmatively, descending the stairs behind her. "Brother, wait for me a moment. I need to inform the landlord about my lease termination." "I will accompany you," Lin Ran offered. Bai Jiajia nodded, leading him to the door of a room on the first floor. She knocked, and the door was opened promptly by a familiar and amiable aunt. "Jiajia, what is the matter?" Upon seeing Lin Ran beside her, the aunt smiled and inquired, "Have you gotten yourself a boyfriend?" Bai Jiajia nodded. "Auntie, I'm moving out today. Just wanted to let you know about my lease termination." The aunt nodded, beaming, All right. Do come back to visit sometime. I'll transfer your deposit to your WeChat shortly." "No need for that, Auntie. I should have informed you a month in advance, and given how sudden this is." "I want to take the deposit." Bai Jiajia quickly waved her hand. The aunt had always treated her kindly, and it felt inappropriate to accept the deposit under these circumstances. Not at all. It's rightfully yours, the aunt replied with warmth. After exchanging a few more words, Bai Jia followed Lin Ran out of the courtyard. As they reached the gate, she glanced back at the quaint little yard, her eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. What is the matter? Are you feeling nostalgic? Lin Ran teased. A little, Bai Jia admitted with a nod. This landlord aunt has been so good to me. She always thought of me when she had delicious treats. You little foodie, Lin Ran chuckled, then surveyed the charming courtyard once more. That aunt indeed seemed familiar, and her manner was quite pleasant. If you ever wish to return, we can certainly come back to visit her. Bai Jia nodded, suddenly seeming to recall something. Oh, she exclaimed. What is it? Lin Ran inquired curiously. I forgot to inform my friend, she said, quickly pulling out her phone to send a WeChat message to a girl. I need to let her know I've moved. She's on a business trip and wants to be home for a few days. If she returns and finds me gone, she'll surely worry. Your friend? Lin Ran asked. Does she live here too? Bai Jia nodded. We met here. She lives next door and is incredibly beautiful. Chapter 123. Buying a car for Bai Jia very beautiful? Lin Ran raised an eyebrow, intrigued. How beautiful? More beautiful than you? Why the sudden interest in beautiful women, brother? Bai Jia pouted, pretending to be slightly upset. Are you worried that if you see my friends, you might not like me anymore? Impossible. Jia holds a significant place in my heart. Lin Ran wrapped his arms around Bai Jia and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. His words were sincere. Although he had interacted with many women, not every woman captured his attention. Those who did were simply the ones he cherished. However, as a man, it was only natural for his affections to be divided among several. He had ample time and energy. If he were lacking in vitality, he might settle for just 3 or 5 girlfriends. But with his current vigor, he certainly contemplated expanding his circle further, providing more girls with a sense of belonging. Bai Jia giggled playfully. You and Apos, so annoying. She lightly pushed Lin Ran. I and Apos, been away for a business trip these past few days. But I and Apos, I'll be back the day after tomorrow. When I return, I and Apos, I'll invite her to meet you. What and Apos, this? Not jealous? Aren't and Apos, do you worried I might take your friend too? Lin Ran observed Bai Jia with a teasing smile, surprised by her sudden maturity. As the saying goes, do not forget your friends when you become prosperous. Brother helped me achieve success, so I must not forget her. Bai Jia asserted, then turned to Lin Ran. Besides, didn't and Apos, do you say you wanted 10 girlfriends? With me included. That makes 6, right? As the saying goes, why let good fortune flow to outsiders? A good man like you, I must ensure my friends have a chance. Lin Ran listened, genuinely pleased. He pinched Bai Jia and Apos' cheek and chuckled. Your words are becoming increasingly sweet. Come, let me treat you to something delicious. Bai Jia beamed as she followed Lin Ran into the car. They first indulged in hot pot, and then Lin Ran took her to buy several sets of pajamas. In styles he favored. A beautiful woman, pure and elegant, Lin Ran endeavored to create a captivating contrast, feeling a surge of anticipation for the evening ahead. As night fell, Bai Jia proved herself remarkable, using all her charm to leave Lin Ran in a daze. After the 3rd round, she collapsed onto the bed, lazily resting for a moment before softly saying, Brother, let us return to the villa tomorrow. Lin Ran extinguished his cigarette and glanced at Bai Jia. What? Not afraid anymore? Ready to meet them? Bai Jia nodded. Isn't Xiaoyi pregnant? You should spend more time with her. You've already accompanied me for 2 or 3 days. One shouldn't be overly greedy. I've mentally prepared myself. I'll accompany you back tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran gently patted Bai Jia's smooth back, smiling. Jia understands well. Do you know how to drive? Do you have a license? Bai Jia cheerfully nestled closer to Lin Ran. Of course. I obtained my license during university. Tomorrow. I and Apos, I'll take you to buy a car. It will make your commute much more convenient. Once you move to the villa, it would be quite inconvenient without a vehicle. And I won't have time to drive you every day. With a car, you can commute on your own. Lin Ran stated matter-of-factly. You want to buy me a car? Bai Jia suddenly sat up, her face alight with excitement. After all, buying clothes might not cost much, but a car was no trivial gift. Chapter 124. Lucia Hui, why the excitement? Lin Ran inquired, a subtle smile gracing his lips. It's merely purchasing a car. There's no need for such a fuss. Primarily, I thought it would make your commute more convenient. After all, how could my woman endure the suffocating heat of the subway every day? Upon hearing this, Bai Jiajia's heart raced, her face beaming as she leaned closer to Lin Ran. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with a brilliance akin to the stars in the night sky. Fixated on the man who stirred her heart. Is this what they call the feeling of being pampered? Bai Jiajia playfully asked, her tone laced with mischief and joy. Lin Ran chuckled softly, gently teasing her by brushing his fingers against her nose. And how does it feel to be indulged by me? Wonderful, absolutely splendid. You are truly the best man in the world. Bai Jiajia exclaimed with delight, astonished that she would soon possess her own vehicle. It had only been a few days since she and Lin Ran had met, and he was already committing to such a gesture, revealing the sincerity of his feelings for her. People often say that a man and Apos' money signifies his affections, and from Lin Ran and Apos' generous demeanor, it was clear he was earnest in his intentions. This thought brought a sense of reassurance to Bai Jiajia, though she did not consider herself overly traditional. She yearned for stability. Even if Lin Ran had other women, the prospect of being with him for a lifetime felt akin to marriage in her heart, at most. It was merely a matter of having a certificate or not. Words alone hold little weight. Let us see some tangible actions, Lin Ran jested. Bai Jiajia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully chided. You're terrible. I know now. The following morning, Bai Jiajia took a leave of absence, and the couple headed straight to the dealership. The night before, Bai Jiajia had spent hours researching cars, ultimately settling on a BMW 3 Series, drawn by the numerous favorable reviews regarding its driving experience. Additionally, since Lin Ran drove a BMW, she felt an inexplicable affinity for the brand. Lin Ran contemplated whether the car was somewhat inexpensive, having recently purchased Audi A5s for Song Yi and others. He wondered if he was being unfair to Bai Jiajia by opting for the 3 Series. However, Bai Jiajia had given little thought to such matters. She simply adored BMWs and, as a novice driver, firmly believed there was no need for an extravagant purchase. Initially, Bai Jiajia had intended to acquire a small electric vehicle for convenience, but Lin Ran had decisively rejected that notion. I cannot deprive my woman, he stated, moving Bai Jiajia to feel deeply touched, prompting her to express her affection in return. Since they had already chosen the model, the car buying process was swift, especially with the availability of stock. By midday, the sales team expedited the paperwork. Before they departed, the female salesperson flirted shamelessly with Lin Ran. Yet, he regarded her less than impressive appearance and physique with disinterest, choosing to act as a gentleman. Although Lu Ming did not meet Lin Ran's standards for consideration, she was evidently more appealing to men than the salesperson, who had failed to impress. This was indicative of Lin Ran and Apos' elevated taste. Brother, you have become quite the Lu Xiaohui, Bai Jiajia remarked, surprised. It was evident that the salesperson had completely disregarded her presence, treating her as if she were invisible. Chapter 125. One against many. How is it that you perceive me as such a lecher? Lin Ran cast a glance at Bai Jiajia. No, in my eyes. You are nothing short of a paragon of virtue, Bai Jiajia replied with a playful smile, adjusting her slightly sore waist. Just a remarkably physically fit paragon of virtue. After purchasing the vehicle, Lin Ran escorted Bai Jiajia back to the villa. Throughout the journey, although Bai Jiajia insisted she was no longer anxious, her genuine demeanor betrayed her true feelings. Do not fret, Lin Ran remarked nonchalantly. Everyone is quite amiable. Bai Jiajia responded with a soft stepping out of the car alongside Lin Ran. Perhaps it was merely my nerves from driving for the first time. It has nothing to do with meeting your sisters. Listening to Bai Jiajia and Apos' attempts at reassurance, Lin Ran chuckled softly and remained silent, tipping the driver before sending him on his way. He then took Bai Jiajia and Apos' hand, pushing open the gate to the courtyard. Wow, Bai Jiajia exclaimed upon entering the small courtyard. It and Apos' truly beautiful. Brother, your place is magnificent. Indeed. Your sisters are all women who cherish life. You shall come to realize this as you spend more time with them, Lin Ran responded. Leading Bai Jiajia into the living room, Li Ming and Song Yi had returned from the live broadcast studio, making the gathering complete. As Lin Ran ushered Bai Jiajia inside, everyone turned to look at them. Lu Yuming, with her vivacious spirit, dashed over and grasped Bai Jiajia and Apos' hand, beaming with joy. You must be Jiajia. You are truly stunning. Your brother's taste remains impeccable. Lin Ran smiled. Indeed. Perhaps due to Lu Yuming's exuberance, Bai Jiajia swiftly became engrossed in the camaraderie, mingling effortlessly with the others. Meanwhile, Lin Ran settled beside Zhang Yi, engaging in hushed conversation. How have you been feeling these past few days? If anything feels amiss, please do not hesitate to let me know. Zhang Yi leaned contentedly against Lin Ran, responding with a soft chuckle, I feel perfectly well. The doctor has assured me my health is splendid, so you needn't oppose. Worry, brother. That is good to hear, Lin Ran replied. This was his first child, and thus Zhang Yi and Amp Oppo's pregnancy held great significance for him, as it would be his first blood relation in this world. Dinner was as sumptuous as ever, with everyone joyfully gathered around the table. Bai Jiajia, who had initially felt a bit apprehensive, now completely immersed herself in the warmth of the gathering. Lin Ran had indeed spoken the truth. Everyone was exceptionally kind, gentle, and, above all, remarkably beautiful. Each woman possessed her own unique charm, and upon entering the living room, Bai Jiajia found herself enchanted by their beauty. She relished the opportunity to be close to such lovely companions. After dinner, Bai Jiajia, understanding the dynamics of the evening, refrained from monopolizing Lin Ran and Amp Oppo's attention. With him having been away for several days, the others yearned for his comfort even more than she did. Thus, she selected a room and retired for the night. Having only taken a single day off, she needed to rise early for work the next day. Due to her pregnancy, Zhang Yi's routine had become increasingly regular, and she too retired early to bed. Lin Ran observed Zhang Yi's graceful silhouette while he longed for her. He recognized that this was not a safe period, and he would have to wait at least until the first trimester had passed. Thus, that night, Lin Ran shared his rest with Lin Qingqing, Li Ming, Song Yi, and Lu Yuming. When Bai Jiajia discovered that Lin Ran was managing to handle 4 women simultaneously, her eyes widened in astonishment. Is that even possible? Chapter 126. Why the disparity? The villa and Oppo's soundproofing was exceptional, allowing Bai Jiajia to sleep soundly through the night, completely unaware of her surroundings. However, upon awakening the next morning, she immediately grasped the situation upon seeing her colleagues' dark circles. In stark contrast, Lin Ran appeared invigorated, prompting Bai Jiajia to reflect silently on his remarkable resilience. Did this imply she ought to join him in this endeavor? After breakfast, Bai Jiajia drove to work. As a novice driver, she left home 20 minutes earlier, arriving at the office building well before 8:30. Upon exiting her vehicle, she encountered several colleagues en route to work. They exchanged glances between Bai Jiajia and Oppo's car and her attire, noting a striking transformation in her demeanor over such a short span. Indeed, wealth possesses a transformative power, enhancing a person and Oppo's aura significantly within just a few days. Jiajia, is that a new car? It must not have been inexpensive. One colleague inquired curiously. Bai Jiajia nodded. It was a gift from my boyfriend. So, your day off yesterday was to pick up this beauty? It's truly splendid. May we take a look inside? Noticing the time, Bai Jiajia realized it was still half an hour before work commenced. She nodded affirmatively. Of course, come on in. As she opened the door for her female colleagues, they climbed inside, marveling at the interior. It's wonderful that your drive to work is now more comfortable. I'm so envious. Jiajia, your boyfriend treats you exceptionally well, one colleague remarked, admiration evident in her tone. Bai Jiajia felt a warmth rise to her cheeks. Lin Ran was indeed generous, spending lavishly and demonstrating thoughtfulness. But most importantly, he brought her immense joy. Having never experienced such affluence before, she now understood the exquisite delight it brought, leading her to a state of enchantment. Lin Ran and Oppo's capabilities were remarkable, and she found herself utterly captivated by him. He and Oppo's truly a remarkable person. Bai Jiajia replied with a smile. What does he do? He must be quite affluent to gift you a car so early in your relationship. Such generosity. Bai Jiajia paused, realizing she was unaware of Lin Ran's business endeavors, only knowing he owned a company. She humbly replied, he's quite impressive. Indeed. He must be far superior to us mere employees. The fact that he presents a car after such a brief acquaintance speaks volumes about his character and resources. Plus, he's tall and handsome. What a perfect match. Jiajia is so fortunate. If you come across any more eligible bachelors, do share. Her colleagues chimed in enthusiastically. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they noticed time was of the essence and quickly disembarked. Just as they stepped out, they encountered Xiaowei. Upon witnessing Bai Jiajia emerge from the driver's seat, Xiaowei's eyes widened in surprise. You bought a car? It's quite nice, she commented with a sly smile. Not bad. It was a gift from my boyfriend, Bai Jiajia answered, aware of Xiaowei and Oppo's disdain towards her. She relished the opportunity to provoke her rival, finding satisfaction in her discomfort. Indeed, Wei's expression shifted as she considered Bai Jiajia's new vehicle in contrast to her own recent efforts that yielded only a purse. Faced with this comparison, Wei couldn't and oppose TL but feel a sense of unfairness. Chapter 127. Anger resurfaces. Wei and oppose. S sense of imbalance lingered until the evening after work. Why should she feel this way? After all, she considered herself quite attractive. Why should her boyfriend be inferior to Bai Jiajia and oppose? Bai Jiajia had a new car, leaving Wei unable to flaunt her new handbag. What worth does a handbag hold compared to a car? If Bai Jiajia's boyfriend gifted her a vehicle while hers only presented her with a bag, what would their colleagues think? They would likely whisper about how stingy her boyfriend was or speculate about his lack of affection for her. The more Wei pondered, the more aggrieved she felt. Additionally, the fact that her current boyfriend had once pursued Bai Jiajia was a persistent thorn in Wei and oppose's heart. Though she often reassured herself that those were bygone days and dwelling on them served no purpose, she still found solace in her present relationship. After all, it was far better to cherish her life with her boyfriend than to lament the choices of others. Bai Jiajia might find herself settling for a less fortunate partner in the future. Real life is not like the internet. After all, how many wealthy heirs truly exist? Yet, Wei never anticipated that Bai Jiajia would be so fortunate as to find such a wealthy boyfriend who, just days into their relationship, gifted her a car. Observing Bai Jiajia now, adorned in luxurious brands, her demeanor transformed entirely, only deepened Wei's distress. Let us break up, Wei thought, her frustration mounting. In a moment of impulse, she took out her phone and sent her boyfriend that message. At that moment, the man was still catching up on sleep. Having overexerted himself the previous day, he needed to rest well, but he was abruptly awakened by Wei and oppose's message. Assuming she was simply missing him and sending some affectionate photos, he eagerly opened the message, only to be taken aback by the breakup note. He stood frozen. Still very fond of Wei and not ready to part ways. He quickly dialed her number, wondering if his absence and picking her up that evening had upset her. After sending the message, Wei felt no joy. Her decision had been impulsive, and now that she could not retract it, she sulked at her workstation, glaring at Bai Jiajia, blaming her for all her woes. Just then, her phone rang. Glancing at the screen, she saw it was her boyfriend calling. She hesitated, feeling a pang of regret for sending the message. If she broke up with him, finding someone better would be quite the challenge. After all, she had navigated the dating scene for years and had encountered numerous men. He was the wealthiest and most generous among them. However, she had already declared her anger through that message, and answering the call immediately would not do. So she chose to let it ring, hanging up instead. Concerned, the man, though unaware of his misstep, called her again. This cycle repeated thrice before Wei reluctantly answered. Hello, what do you want? Hearing her voice, the man visibly relaxed. Wei, what's wrong? Why are you upset? I didn't mean to miss picking you up today. I was tied up with something. He refrained from mentioning he had been sleeping, as his pride prevented him from admitting such vulnerability, especially in front of her. It's not that, Wei replied coldly. The man was taken aback by her response. Then what is it? You seemed so happy this morning with your new bag. Why the sudden anger? Chapter 128. Soul-searching interrogation. The man contemplated these thoughts silently, harboring an interest in Wei, and thus chose to indulge her, reluctant to provoke her displeasure. What's the matter, darling? Share it with your husband. Don't be upset, okay? He patiently coaxed her a few more times. Wei retreated to an unoccupied conference room, where the absence of others allowed her to shed the facade of composure. Clutching her phone, she began to weep. You wouldn't believe it, Bai Jiajia's boyfriend gifted her a car. She flaunted it at the office this morning, strutting around like a peacock. Now, everyone's gossiping about me, saying my boyfriend is stingy. After all this time together, he hasn't even given me a car, while Bai Jiajia's boyfriend, having only been with her for a few days, already gifted her one. Woe is me. As her sorrow deepened, her sobs grew more intense, leaving her breathless. They used to envy me for having such a wonderful boyfriend like you, but now Bai Jiajia's boyfriend is so generous, instantly overshadowing you. They're all laughing behind my back. What am I to do? It's so humiliating. How can I continue to work here? The man listened, gradually understanding the source of her distress. It was merely a matter of jealousy among women. He comforted Wei. Don't worry, sweetheart. How about I buy you a car too? He had already devised a plan. His friend had purchased a small electric vehicle for his girlfriend, so he could do the same for Wei, satisfying her vanity for just a few $1,000s, akin to the price of a handbag. Really? Xiaowei paused in disbelief, her sobs subsiding, astonished by his willingness to comply. Of course, when have I ever deceived you? Let us get that seagull model. It's perfect for commuting, he replied with a smile. The seagull? Xiaowei echoed, initially bewildered, then suddenly recalling that one of her colleagues owned one. Everyone had praised its value, deeming it suitable for female commuters, and charging it was inexpensive. You're actually going to buy me a seagull? She asked, her tone turning sullen. Yes, what is the issue? That car is quite fitting for a woman. If others have it, we should too. Rest assured, darling. Tomorrow is the weekend, and I'll take you to pick it up. I don't want it. Xiaowei's voice instantly chilled. What's wrong? The man, still perplexed, noted her sudden shift from seeming content to discontent. Women were indeed challenging to placate. Do you know what kind of car Jiajia's boyfriend bought for her? What kind of car? He inquired. Surely, it was just another electric vehicle, worth around several thousand. He couldn't fathom that a man would be so extravagant with a woman he had only recently begun dating. Xiaowei inhaled deeply. He bought her a BMW 3 Series. The man was momentarily taken aback. How could that be possible? Such generosity from a man after only a few days? He chuckled awkwardly, now grasping the situation. Xiaowei was subtly hinting for him to procure a similar vehicle, if not one that surpassed by Jiajia's in value, to assert dominance. However, he hesitated. His monthly allowance was merely 200,000, barely sufficient for such a purchase, even if he had the means. He was reluctant to part with such a significant sum for a car. In his heart, he valued Xiaowei. Yet he had not reached the extent of love that would compel him to invest in a vehicle worth 200,000 or 300,000. For a fleeting moment, he even considered the prospect of finding a different girlfriend. As he fell silent, Xiaowei began to sob again, ultimately posing a profound question. Do you not love me anymore? Chapter 129. Seeking support upon hearing those words, the man felt a twinge of helplessness. Why do these women incessantly inquire about such matters? Does love truly hold any significance? Is it not sufficient that I bestow money upon you? Moreover, over the past few months, I have lavished considerable sums on Xiaowei. Why, then, does she remain unsatisfied? Speak, will you? Seeing the man's silence, Xiaowei's heart ached with increasing grievance as she began to sob softly. The sound of her tears stirred an inexplicable softness within him. After all, she is a woman he cherishes, and it is only natural for her to exhibit a touch of petulance. Love, how could I not love you? Yet, my dear, you are aware of my circumstances. I subsist on a modest allowance each month, and my financial resources are quite limited. Perhaps I could take you to purchase a handbag? No. I don't want that. You could simply take out a loan. We can buy it in installments. I never asked you to pay in full. Isn't it possible to make a down payment of just 20 for a car? I only wish for a reasonable arrangement, she wailed. If you truly love me, you cannot refuse my request, lest others mock me behind my back. I have already been overshadowed by Jiajia. The man realized he could no longer evade the situation. However, the thought of spending several 100,000 on a car for Xiaowei left him conflicted. Suddenly, he remembered a friend in the used car business. Perhaps his friend could help him select a quality vehicle, which he could then have meticulously cleaned and repaired to resemble a brand new one. All right, I will buy it for you. Just wait patiently, my dear. Your husband will choose something special for you. I promise it will be a delightful surprise, he declared. Xiaowei and Appo's eyes lit up at his words. Really? You're not deceiving me, are you? After all this time together, do you not know the kind of man I am? When have I ever lied to you? True, Xiaowei pondered for a moment before responding. But it doesn't have to be overly extravagant. Something decent will suffice. I wouldn't want to burden you with excessive expenses. After all, I'm not one of those superficial women, as you well know. Upon hearing her affectionate address changed to brother, the man realized that she only used that term during moments like this. It seemed that this woman truly responded to monetary gestures. Fortuitously, he had connections in the used car market. Otherwise, this situation could have led to a significant financial drain. I understand, my dear. You are indeed thrifty and sensible, he said with a smile. Xiaowei playfully retorted, You're insufferable. I'll be seeing you tonight. The two continued their light-hearted banter for a while before Xiaowei finally exited the conference room. With newfound confidence, she shot a glance at Jiajia, snorted derisively, and promptly returned to her workstation. Jiajia cast a sideways glance at Xiaowei but chose to remain silent. She found no desire to engage further with someone like her. After all, the workday was drawing to a close, and she needed to hurry to pick up her friend. Lin Ran had already announced that her friend could stay at the Guobin Huafu for the next few days, as the property was currently unoccupied. That way, She could spend quality time with her friend, perhaps even deepening their bond. As soon as the workday ended, Bai Jiajia grabbed her bag and dashed off, driving swiftly to the high-speed railway station. Before long, Chang'an emerged from the station. Over here. Bai Jiajia waved enthusiastically. Jiajia. Chang'an spotted her and hurried over, dragging her luggage behind her. I can't wait to see your new car, she exclaimed excitedly. Ever since Bai Jiajia had informed her of her car purchase, Chang'an had been eagerly anticipating the opportunity to lean on her friend for support. Chapter 130. Come on, I'll take you there, Bai Jiajia cheerfully said as she pulled Chang'an and Apos and towards the parking lot. Chang'an and Apos and stared incredulously at the car before her, casting a glance at Bai Jiajia. Then back at the vehicle. Wow, Jiajia, is your boyfriend really this generous? A BMW after just a few days of dating? Chang'an's disbelief was palpable. She had never encountered such a lavish man before. After a moment, as if struck by a thought, Chang'an scrutinized Bai Jiajia from head to toe and then whispered, Have you too, you know? What are you talking about? Bai Jiajia replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Don and Amp, Apos, play coy with me. Just tell me the truth. Have you too? You know? Did he force you? Chang'an's expression turned serious, for she was well aware of Bai Jiajia and Apos' innocence and feared for her friend and Apos' well-being. Bai Jiajia hesitated, then shyly nodded. We have. Is now. Upon hearing this, Chang'an and Apos' face reflected understanding. I knew it. I knew he had ulterior motives in giving you the car. No. It was after that he gave me the car. It's unrelated. I consented, Bai Jiajia clarified. Chang'an and Apos, and was taken aback. So he gave you the car after? I thought he was lured by your beauty and used the car as bait. But if it was after, why the gift? Don't most men lose interest once they've you know? Is the car registered in your name? Did he make you take out a loan or anything? Chang'an pressed on, still feeling uneasy. She was apprehensive that Bai Jiajia might be deceived, doubting the existence of such a good man. I assure you, it's all fine. He took me to the dealership to buy it outright in my name, with no loans involved. He never asked me to take out any loan. Bai Jiajia explained, pushing Chang'an into the passenger seat. I know you're cautious, but trust me, he is genuinely kind-hearted. If it weren't for him, I might have. Bai Jiajia then recounted the harrowing events of that night, leaving Chang'an and Apos and gasping in shock. Oh my goodness, that's terrifying. Thank goodness he was there, otherwise, it could have ended badly. Suddenly, Chang'an seemed to have an epiphany. I guess I should move too, find a safer place to rent. Even if the rent is higher, safety is paramount. Personal safety is the most important. Bai Jiajia laughed softly at this. I didn't and Apos, dare mention it to you since you were busy on your business trip. I wanted to spare you from worrying about me. Besides, you really do need to move. That area is genuinely unsafe. Though they both acknowledged the area's lack of safety, it was only for the sake of saving money that anyone would live there. The true dilemma lay in where to relocate. As Chang'an and Apos' salary was neither too high nor too low, making it difficult to afford an expensive place. I and Apos' look for a new place when I get back. Chang'an stated. No need to search. My brother said you could stay with him for now, Bai Jiajia replied, starting the car. I'll take you back to Guobinhuafu. Tomorrow being the weekend, I can help you move your things. Chapter 131. He has more than one girlfriend, Guobinhuafu? Chang'an inquired. Familiar with the upscale community known for its exorbitant housing prices and spacious apartments. This man is indeed affluent. The car sped along, swiftly arriving at the underground parking lot. Bai Jiajia pulled Chang'an into the elevator and deftly entered a code to unlock the door. As soon as they stepped into the living room, Chang'an was captivated by the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows and dashed over. Wow, the night view here is stunning, she exclaimed, subsequently settling into a nearby rocking chair, gently swaying as she gazed outside. Wealthy individuals truly know how to savor life. This is sheer bliss. Bai Jiajia chuckled. Of course. You can stay here for the next few days. I'll keep you company. Chang'an turned to her, questioning. Just the two of us? What about your boyfriend? Would it be inappropriate for me to stay here, considering I have no relationship with him? It feels like I would be imposing a significant favor on him. Not at all, Bai Jiajia reassured her, handing Chang'an a bottle of juice before settling onto the sofa. My brother is aware of this arrangement. He also possesses a villa where he resides with his other girlfriends. I moved back here to be with you for a few days. Wait a moment, Chang'an and Apos, interrupted. Feeling overwhelmed by the information, she looked at Bai Jiajia incredulously. Did you just say he lives with other girlfriends in another villa, and you also reside there? Yes. Bai Jiajia nodded. Is there a problem? He approved of your stay here, suggesting it was safer than our previous residence. This location is convenient for your commute. Chang'an was utterly bewildered. She knew Bai Jiajia to be innocent and kind-hearted, even somewhat traditional and timid. How had she suddenly become so liberated in just a few days? Not only had she engaged intimately with this man, but he also had multiple girlfriends living together, including Bai Jiajia. Chang'an and Amp, Oppos, and Kuden and Amp, Oppos, T fathomed the situation. What on earth is happening? Is this considered infidelity? Open infidelity? Jiajia, are you truly doing this of your own volition? She asked again, struggling to comprehend it all. With Bai Jiajia's beauty and figure, she could easily attract a wealthy heir or at least someone from the middle class, ensuring a life free of financial worries. Why would she suddenly take on the role of a mistress? After pondering for a moment, Chang'an and Amp, Oppos, and felt that was the most fitting description. For an instant, she imagined she had traveled back to ancient times, to an era where men had multiple wives. However, unlike the fierce rivalries among women of that time, it seemed that Bai Jiajia and the others were getting along quite well. I am doing this willingly. My brother is a wonderful person. You'll understand when you meet him. Not only is he handsome, but he is also very considerate. More importantly, at this point, Bai Jiajia flashed a mysterious smile. He has great stamina. Chang'an and Oppos, and understood immediately, Bai Jiajia was no longer a naive girl, having had a boyfriend before. She stared at Bai Jiajia, instinctively asking, just how good is he? Chapter 132, Sharing a Boyfriend. Bai Jiajia, observing Chang'an and Oppos, and Oppos' reaction, chuckled softly. I knew it. You, being the flirtatious girl you are quite taken with this. How shall I put it? It and Oppos, impressive, to say the least. Just think, with me included. He has a total of 6 girlfriends, and each one is cherished. You might even find it a bit overwhelming. Chang'an and Amp, Oppos, and paused in astonishment. The concept of a natural-born saint? She had only read about such individuals in novels. Could it truly exist in reality? My goodness, you look utterly captivated by him. Chang'an and Amp, Oppos, and remarked. Bai Jiajia laughed lightly. One might say that. With that, she sprang to her feet. All right. Tomorrow and the day after is the weekend. A perfect time for a break. I will accompany you to retrieve your belongings. Chang'an and Amp, Oppos, and nodded but then expressed her disappointment. But I can't and Amp, Oppos, stay here indefinitely. I need to find a place to live. Actually, that and Oppos. That's not entirely impossible, Bai Jiajia said with a mysterious glimmer in her eyes. You could stay here as long as you want. How could that be? Chang'an waved her hands dismissively. Although she and Bai Jiajia shared a good rapport, it was inappropriate to live at someone else and Oppos' home indefinitely, especially since this residence belonged to that man. She feared that her prolonged stay would seem like taking advantage of the situation. If that were the case, it would inevitably put Bai Jiajia in a compromising position in front of him. Moreover, didn't and Amp, Oppos, he have several girlfriends? Chang'an and Oppos, and did not wish to complicate Bai Jiajia and Oppos' life due to her own circumstances. It is possible, Bai Jiajia insisted, taking Chang'an and Oppos' hand earnestly. I am serious, and Oppos, and you are so beautiful, and since you broke up with your boyfriend a year ago, you haven't been in a relationship. Don't you wish to date someone again? Listening to Bai Jiajia's words, Chang'an couldn't help but let out a wry smile, recalling her past heartaches. She sighed softly. What is there to talk about? Men are hardly worth the trouble. You know my previous boyfriend. Let us not dwell on it. I fear I shall be destined for solitude in this life. If all else fails, I'll just follow my family and Amp, Oppos' arrangements for an arranged marriage. Bai Jiajia understood that Chang'an and Amp, Oppos, and was still grieving from her previous betrayal. Indeed, such experiences are hard to forget. She gently patted Chang'an's back. And are we not good friends? Of course, Chang'an replied earnestly, looking at Bai Jiajia. They had bonded well since meeting after graduation a year ago when Chang'an moved to that urban village. I have an idea I want to share. But please don't be upset if you disagree, Bai Jiajia whispered. Go ahead, I'm all ears, Chang'an said, intrigued by Bai Jiajia's mysterious demeanor. What is it that we cannot discuss? Bai Jiajia nodded and continued. Would you like to always be with me? I've thought it through. If we could share the same man, it would mean we could always be together. We could even raise children together in the future. How wonderful would that be? Chang'an and Amp, Oppos, and stood frozen, unable to comprehend Bai Jiajia and Amp, Oppos' words. She gazed at her friend in disbelief. momentarily questioning if Bai Jiajia had lost her senses. Yet, her demeanor suggested otherwise. What nonsense are you speaking? Chang'an and Amp, Apos, and touched by Jiajia and Amp, Apos, forehead. She had never encountered someone so willingly inclined to share their boyfriend. Was Bai Jiajia out of her mind? Chapter 132. Do not be deceived, I am not speaking frivolously. I am earnest in my words. Do you not desire a boyfriend who is both affluent and handsome, as well as considerate? Has this not been your long-standing criterion for a partner? Before you stands a suitable candidate. Bai Jiajia chattered incessantly, leaving Chang'an and Amp, Apos, and utterly bewildered. For a fleeting moment, she even entertained the notion that Lin Ran might be the mastermind of a pyramid scheme, masquerading his true identity to deceive unsuspecting girls. Jiajia, do you truly believe Lin Ran to be as exceptional as you claim? Are you aware of what his parents do? Do you know how many siblings he has? What industry does he operate in? Please, do not let yourself be misled, Chang'an implored sincerely. Otherwise, she found it difficult to comprehend how, within just a few days, her close friend had become so liberated, even suggesting they share a boyfriend. The thought was disconcerting. What could it possibly feel like to share a boyfriend with one's best friend? Moreover, if such a sharing were to occur, would she then have to join her friend on the battlefield of romance? The mere imagery of such a scenario flushed her face crimson, as the embarrassment felt unbearable. I know that my brother is an orphan, which means he has no parents or siblings. As for his business, I only know he owns a company. The specifics elude me, Bai Jiajia replied. But do not worry, rest assured, my brother is a good person. If he intended to deceive me, why would he have gifted me a car? What could I possibly offer him to warrant such deception? If he were truly after mere physical pleasure, he has already succeeded. Why would he continue to treat me with kindness? Listening to Bai Jiajia's rationale, Chang'an and Amp, Apos, and found herself at a loss for a counterargument. Indeed, if Lin Ran were a fraud, having already won Bai Jiajia and Apos' affection, why would he persist in his kindness? It was a perplexing conundrum. All right, stop overthinking it. My brother is undoubtedly a good man. Just have faith, Bai Jiajia reassured her as she picked up her phone to order takeout. Half an hour later, the delivery arrived, and Chang'an was astonished by the feast before them. Jiajia, there is no way we can consume this much food, let alone the cost of these dishes. No worries. I am merely hosting my sister for a welcome dinner. It is only right. Trust me, my brother is wealthy. With that, Bai Jiajia eagerly pulled Chang'an in to join in the meal. After dinner, the two friends strolled downstairs for a while before returning home for a relaxing bath. Finally, they lay in bed, sharing intimate conversations. Chang'an felt a bit disoriented. During their walk, she had noticed the exquisite environment of this upscale neighborhood. Moreover, living here meant access to a grand bathtub for soaking. Upon inspection, even the toiletries were of an extravagant quality, luxury she had never dared to dream of. If she were to be with Lin Ran, she could relish these comforts just like Bai Jiajia, rather than merely borrowing them. Seeing that Chang'an and Amp, Apos, and had yet to voice her agreement, Bai Jiajia refrained from pressing her further. After all, Lin Ran would be coming tomorrow to help them move. Once Chang'an met him, she would surely recognize Lin Ran's merits, and perhaps she would agree without needing further persuasion. Chapter 133. Meeting Lin Ran early the next morning. Bai Jiajia and Chang'an and Apos, and rose from their slumber. After completing their morning rituals, Bai Jiajia took Chang'an and Apos, and by the hand, and urged her to join for breakfast. Let us go. There is a delightful breakfast shop downstairs. We shall dine there today. Sounds good, Chang'an and Apos, and replied with a nod. And together they made their way to the breakfast establishment. After placing their orders, Bai Jiajia led Chang'an into a cozy spot and began fiddling with her phone. Before long, a sly smile graced Bai Jiajia's lips. He is here. Chang'an, bewildered, asked, Huh? Who's here? Brother. Bai Jiajia stood and waved her hand. Upon noticing Bai Jiajia, Lin Ran ambled over leisurely. It was then that Chang'an realized Lin Ran had arrived. As she observed him approaching, an inexplicable flush crept onto her cheeks. Bai Jiajia had indeed spoken the truth. Lin Ran was strikingly handsome, exuding a refreshing aura, impeccably dressed, and undeniably her type. Yet, the thought that Lin Ran had more than one girlfriend made her hesitate. Her family held traditional values. Would they accept her if she pursued a relationship with him? Darling, have you ordered? Lin Ran casually draped his arm around Bai Jiajia's shoulders and settled beside her. Brother, yes, everything you love. Bai Jiajia cuddled against Lin Ran affectionately, resembling a playful kitten. Such a thoughtful sweetheart, Lin Ran remarked with a smile, then turned his gaze toward Chang'an and Amp, Oppos, and his eyes gleaming with admiration. Indeed, she was quite charming. As for her figure, it appeared satisfactory. Yet, he wondered what the experience would be like. Hello, Lin Ran greeted her first. Chang'an snapped back to reality and shyly replied, hello. Brother, this is Anan, my good friend, Bai Jia introduced, adding, I told Anan everything last night. Oh? Lin Ran shot a teasing glance at Chang'an and Amp, Oppos, and, feeling increasingly bashful under his gaze, she quickly lowered her head. While she had felt some hesitation the previous night, she was now resolute. She began to understand why Bai Jia was willing to follow Lin Ran. He truly was handsome, exuding a clean and refreshing vibe, with a hint of mischief. Previously, she had often heard the saying, bad boys attract women, and had scoffed at it. However, now, standing before Lin Ran, she comprehended its essence. Honest and straightforward men held little allure for women. Rather, it was those with a touch of rebelliousness who inexplicably stirred her heart. Yes, Jia has told me everything, and I, Chang'an and Oppos, and hesitated slightly before continuing, I am willing. Lin Ran chuckled softly, we shall see tonight. He was not someone who accepted just anyone. At present, while Chang'an's appearance was satisfactory, he had yet to gauge her true substance. He sought not merely a pretty face, but someone who could bring him genuine joy. Upon hearing his words, Chang'an and Oppos' face flushed crimson, fully grasping Lin Ran and Oppos' implication. She glanced at Bai Jia, who mischievously winked at her. After finishing their breakfast, Lin Ran drove the two back to the urban village. All right, you two can go fetch the items, he said, lighting a cigarette and taking a leisurely drag. Bai Jia nodded, leading Chang'an and Oppos and into the village. Jia, does he have any preferences in that regard? Chang'an inquired as they walked a few paces. She sensed that Lin Ran had not explicitly agreed to her becoming his girlfriend. He likely wanted to interact with her first to gauge their chemistry, which made her instinctively anxious. Despite having had a previous boyfriend, she considered herself a respectable person, lacking in the art of flattery. She was apprehensive that she might not meet Lin Ran and Oppos' expectations in that aspect, fearing he might not choose her. Bai Jia pondered for a moment and replied, well, doesn't he have any particular preferences, just the usual. Bai Jia's face turned slightly red as she added, he does have good stamina. You might find it exhausting tonight. Chapter 134 Encounter with Zhang Jia Chang'an and Oppos. And sighed softly, a flicker of thought igniting within her. Fortunately, she had cultivated a habit of exercise. She should be able to endure it, shouldn't she? After tidying up, the trio returned to the Guobin mansion. Since it was the weekend, Bai Jia and Chang'an and Amp, Oppos, and were free from work, and they settled in the living room to watch a movie. As the film progressed, Lin Ran and Chang'an retreated to the bedroom. Bai Jia remained engrossed in the movie until it concluded. Yet Lin Ran and Chang'an and Oppos had yet to emerge, the sounds of their activities uninterrupted. With noon approaching, Bai Jia ordered a private dining takeaway. Upon its arrival, Lin Ran and Chang'an and Amp, Oppos, still had not appeared. Not wishing to intrude, she began to eat alone, thinking that if they were hungry upon their return, reheating the food would suffice. After finishing her lunch, Bai Jia chose a bedroom to take a nap, sleeping soundly until 4 in the afternoon. Groggy upon waking, she wandered into the living room and was astonished to discover that Lin Ran and Chang'an and Oppos had still not emerged, accompanied by lingering sounds. My goodness, Bai Jia couldn't help but exclaim, they truly possessed remarkable stamina. Feeling bored, Bai Jia selected another film. Just as it was nearing its end, Lin Ran and Chang'an and Oppos finally appeared from the bedroom, one after the other. Unable to contain herself, Bai Jia remarked, brother, and Oppos, are you hungry? Shall I order something to eat? Lin Ran responded affirmatively, suggesting they indulge in roasted whole lamb. With that, he took Bai Jia and Chang'an by the hand, leading them out. Throughout the journey, Bai Jia observed Chang'an and Amp, Oppos, and Amp, Oppos' rosy cheeks, her admiration growing. You truly are resilient, Bai Jia whispered. Chang'an and Amp, Oppos, felt her cheeks flush. Glancing at Lin Ran, replied in a hushed tone, how annoying. Bai Jia chuckled softly, so what do you think? From now on, we are officially family, right? Chang'an murmured softly. Just as Bai Jia had stated, Lin Ran was indeed impressive and considerate. Being with him brought her joy and comfort, and she was willing to follow him. Before long, Lin Ran drove them to the restaurant and Amp, Oppos' entrance. As they stepped out of the car and approached the door, They unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Zhang Jia. She, too, recognized Lin Ran, and, after surveying Bai Jiajia and Chang and in beside him, she flashed a smile and sashayed over. In a flirtatious tone, she called out, "Brother-in-law." Lin Ran furrowed his brow at Zhang Jia, asking, "Is there something you need?" Zhang Jia smiled coyly, "Oh, nothing at all. It's only natural to greet my brother-in-law when I see you out here." She then cast her gaze upon Bai Jiajia and Chang'an, adding sweetly, "Who are these two lovely ladies? Are they friends of my sister? Isn't she with you today?" Following this, Zhang Jia continued, "Oh, right, I almost forgot. My sister is pregnant, so she can't accompany you for fun. But a successful man like you surely needs beautiful companions around." Zhang Jia beamed sweetly, and Bai Jiajia instantly recognized her as Zhang Yi and Amp, Appo's sister. Equally astute, she sensed Lin Ran and Amp, Appo's distaste for the woman before them. "Brother, let us go inside and eat. We're all starving," Bai Jiajia said, entwining her arm with Lin Ran and Appo's and giving it a gentle shake. "All right." Lin Ran didn't respond to Zhang Jia and Appo's remarks, leading Chang and Amp, Appo's and Bai Jiajia into the restaurant. He would never entertain anyone his sister disliked. Watching Lin Ran and Amp, Appo's retreating figure, Zhang Jia stomped her foot in frustration. "Humph. What a disappointment. I thought he was genuinely a good man, but it seems he is just another philanderer. This might just be my opportunity." Chapter 135. Blood ties. Zhang Jia gently pushed open the door to the private room and walked in, seemingly oblivious to Chang and Appo's and Bai Jiajia. She headed straight for Lin Ran and sat on his lap. "Brother-in-law, my sister is not in good condition, but I am quite capable. Why did you come looking for me? Can't we resolve our family matters within our own home? As they say, the fertile water does not flow to outsiders." Zhang Jia intended to say more, but in the next moment, Lin Ran pushed her off, and she fell to the ground unceremoniously. Staring at Lin Ran in disbelief, she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Her voice trembled with anger and urgency. "I'm doing nothing. I already told you last time that I don't appreciate your advances. Who knew you would demean yourself and still insist on approaching me?" Lin Ran spoke without a hint of compassion. Zhang Jia had never encountered such harsh words before. Momentarily stunned, her eyes soon brimmed with tears. She stood up and looked at Lin Ran, feeling a sense of unwillingness wash over her. "What makes me inferior to Zhang Yi? Why do you favor her and not me? Did she say something to you?" "It has nothing to do with Xiaoyi. I simply do not like you. Leave quickly, or I may lose control and strike a woman," Lin Ran replied coldly. He was not a person who could not discern right from wrong, nor was he one to accept just anyone. The Zhang family had bullied Zhang Yi and her mother for years, and now that Zhang Yi was his partner, pregnant with his child, he could not afford to entangle himself with Zhang Jia. Zhang Jia stared blankly at Lin Ran, perhaps unnerved by the frigid intensity of his gaze. She shivered involuntarily and turned to leave. Chang Anan and Bai Jiajia observed from the side, too afraid to breathe. Lin Ran had always been gentle and accommodating in their presence, and they had never witnessed such a display of anger before. They felt a twinge of fear. Seeing their cautious demeanor, Lin Ran smiled and said, "Let us eat." Bai Jiajia responded with an "oh" and immediately lowered her head to eat, refraining from asking any questions. She understood that if Lin Ran wanted to share something, he would do so in his own time. If he chose not to, it would be futile to pry. Chang Anan felt reassured by this. Lin Ran's rejection of Zhang Jia indicated he had standards and was not the type to accept anyone. Consequently, following Lin Ran gave her a greater sense of security. Chang Anan, being more vivacious than Bai Jiajia, was eager to meet more people since joining Lin Ran. She remarked that the more, the merrier, and they would inevitably meet sooner or later, so why not do so early? Lin Ran was pleased to oblige. After their meal, he drove Bai Jiajia and Chang Anan back to the villa. Since Lin Xingxing and the others had received news in their group chat, the gathering that evening was quite complete. Thus, they all enjoyed a delightful reunion, and Chang'an and Amp, Appo's, and participated in her first collaborative effort with everyone. The next day, they all slept in. Lacking a driver and Appo's license, Chang'an and Appo's, and could not drive yet, but fortunately, her workplace was close to Bai Jiajia and Appo's, so after moving in, they commuted together daily. Since accepting Chang and Amp, Appo's, and Lin Ran had settled down considerably, focusing on more pressing matters. Zhang Yi was nearing 4 months into her pregnancy, and as he observed her increasingly rounded belly, Lin Ran found himself overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling, once a solitary figure navigating life in this world. He now had a family tied to him by blood, and this sensation was nothing short of miraculous. Chapter 136. A wedding during Zhang Yi and Amp Appo's fifth month of pregnancy. Lin Ran received an invitation to Chen Su's wedding. As Zhang Yi gazed at the wedding photos of Chen Su and Su Lu, her smile was gentle. Her brother playfully remarked that he was, in a sense, the matchmaker for Chen Su and Lulu. "You little rascal," Lin Ran teased, pinching Zhang Yi's small nose. Remarkably, ever since her pregnancy began, Zhang Yi and Amp Appo's skin had transformed, becoming even more radiant and luminous. Although she had gained some weight, she appeared adorably plump, exuding an added charm. Previously, Zhang Yi had embodied a cool and ethereal beauty, but now she radiated a softer aura, appearing more elegant and refined. Lin Ran had researched extensively online, discovering that Zhang Yi's transformation was often seen as a sign of carrying a daughter. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi felt a twinge of disappointment. Though she was not particularly traditional, she secretly wished to bear Lin Ran a son, as their household already had an abundance of women, creating an imbalance that felt slightly unfavorable. However, Lin Ran was indifferent. He possessed great confidence in his physical constitution. After all, this was merely their first child, and whether it was a daughter or a son mattered little to him. He was already blessed with 7 wives and would surely have ample opportunities to expand his family. "No matter what our precious child is, they will always be our little treasure. I will cherish them," Lin Ran reassured her, gently patting Zhang Yi's back. "Brother," Zhang Yi said, touched as she nestled closer to Lin Ran. For months had passed without issue. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Ran embraced Zhang Yi as they emerged from their bedroom, her complexion more vibrant and alluring than before. Those who had experienced similar journeys understood the unspoken truths between them. On the day of Chen Su and Appo's wedding, Lin Ran accompanied Zhang Yi, as Chen Su had insisted. Given that both Lin Ran and Zhang Yi were considered as matchmakers, especially Lin Ran, whose relationship with Su Lu had played a significant role in Chen Su's eventual marriage. Otherwise, he might still be hopelessly pursuing her. "Congratulations, congratulations," Lin Ran exclaimed with a smile. Chen Su beamed with pride, joyfully reciprocating. "Same to you." He then glanced at Zhang Yi and Appo's noticeably rounded belly. "It and Appo's been over 4 months, has and Appo's it?" "Indeed, you should also hurry," Lin Ran replied cheerfully. At that moment, Su Lu approached, happily whisking Zhang Yi away for a conversation. Once they were out of earshot, Chen Su leaned closer to Lin Ran, lowering his voice. "Ah Ran, I see Zhang Yi's belly growing larger. I'm somewhat aware of her family's situation. Have you considered giving her a wedding? After all, many in our culture hold traditional values. While no one may know about your legal status, a wedding is visible to all." Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback. He had not contemplated this matter. Zhang Yi had never broached the subject, and even during their last visit to see Zhang's mother, she had not mentioned it. However, reflecting on that visit, Lin Ran recalled the way Zhang's mother had hesitated, likely wishing to bring this up. "You are right. I have indeed neglected this aspect," Lin Ran admitted, feeling a pang of regret. Zhang Yi had always been obedient and understanding, while he could not formalize their relationship with a marriage certificate. Her growing belly warranted a traditional wedding to ensure no regrets lingered. With this thought in mind, Lin Ran's gaze returned to the wedding photos of Chen Su and Su Lu, and he couldn't help but imagine how beautiful Zhang Yi would look in bridal attire. Observing Zhang Yi laughing with Su Lu in the distance, he resolutely decided to give her a wedding. Chapter 137. Planning after making up his mind. Lin Ran glanced at Chen Su. "Su, when you and Amp Appo's free later, please pass me the contact information for your wedding planning company." Chen Su smiled upon hearing this. "Have you thought it through?" "I have," Lin Ran replied calmly. "You were right. Zhang Yi has been with me for quite some time now, and she is carrying my child. I truly owe her a wedding." Zhang Yi had never brought up the subject, likely due to her understanding nature. Knowing she was not the only woman in his life, and thus never indulging in the fantasies of a monogamous ceremony. However, her understanding should not lead him to take her for granted. A wedding was something he wanted to provide for her. Chen Su chuckled. "All right, once I finish my tasks, I'll send you the contact details. I'll be there to celebrate your wedding." After attending the wedding, Lin Ran drove Zhang Yi home. Throughout the journey, Zhang Yi remained unusually quiet, more so than before. Lin Ran could surmise the reason. He had clearly witnessed the envy in Zhang Yi's eyes when Chen Su and Su Lu exchanged rings. In that moment, Lin Ran felt a pang of sympathy for Zhang Yi, this overly understanding woman. Reflecting on the past year, Zhang Yi had followed him without ever making demands. always being considerate and tolerant. He acknowledged that she could thrive independently without him. Unlike others, she did not rely on him financially. This realization deepened Lin Ran's compassion for her, even stirring a hint of guilt within him. In the ensuing days, Lin Ran used work as an excuse to stay at the office, and the 7 women harbored no suspicions, as it was not the first time he had been too busy to return home. One evening, a week later, Lin Ran drove back to the villa. As he entered, everyone was dining, and his sudden appearance startled them. "Let us go out for a stroll tonight," Lin Ran announced, lazily reclining on the sofa. "Sounds great," Lu Yuming exclaimed, her excitement palpable at the mention of fun. "Brother, have you eaten?" Li Ming inquired gently. "Aunt Sun made seafood soup today. It's delicious. You should have a bowl." At her invitation, Lin Ran stood and approached. The company had indeed been hectic lately, and both Li Ming and Song Yi had also been busy. They had and Appos tea spent quality time together in a while. After sitting down, Li Ming served Lin Ran a bowl of seafood soup, her smile warm and inviting. Lin Ran surveyed the room. The women gazed at him with tender affection, and he smiled back. I understand. I'll be back tonight." The others exchanged knowing smiles. After dinner, Lin Ran, Lin Qingqing, and Lu Yuming drove straight to the seaside. "Wow, it's so beautiful over there. Is there an event happening?" Lu Yuming exclaimed as she reached their destination, pulling by Jiejia and Chang and then along with her. Lin Qingqing parked the car and, noticing the distant twinkling lights, instinctively guessed Lin Ran's intentions. "Qingqing, it looks stunning over there. Let us go take a look." Li Ming and Song Yi urged Lin Qingqing to join them. Lin Ran drove slowly, cautious due to Zhang Yi and Appos pregnancy, arriving last. Like the others, Zhang Yi was immediately captivated by the lights as they got out of the car. "Brother, look, is there an event happening over there? It's so bright. Let us go check it out," Zhang Yi exclaimed, clinging to Lin Ran's hand, her excitement evident. "Sure, let us go take a look," Lin Ran replied, wrapping his arm around Zhang Yi as they made their way toward the dazzling spectacle. Chapter 138. The proposal. Lin Ran gently took Zhang Yi and Appos' soft hand, and together they walked step by step forward. As they approached, Zhang Yi felt increasingly enchanted by the exquisite and romantic decorations. "Brother, do you think someone is proposing here today? Just look at this setup. It's so enchanting." Lin Ran cast a tender glance at Zhang Yi. "Do you like it?" Before them lay a breathtaking scene adorned with flowers, and vibrant balloons swayed gently in the air. The ground was carpeted with a path surrounded by blossoms and candles, leading to a heart-shaped stage at its center. Countless LED lights twinkled around the stage, casting a soft yet warm glow that interwove into a captivating play of light and shadow, enhancing the atmosphere with an air of mystery and romance. Meanwhile, a melodious and gentle background tune floated through the air, an exquisite piece of jazz music, its melody enchanting and delightful. If Zhang Yi were still oblivious to the significance of this moment, she would truly be foolish. As she absorbed the entire scene, tears welled up in her eyes. Nodding her head, her voice trembled with emotion. "I love it, I truly do." "Thank you, brother." Lin Ran smiled softly, guiding Zhang Yi to the center of the heart-shaped stage. The gentle lights illuminated her, rendering her even more graceful and poised. With a surge of emotion, Lin Ran slowly retrieved a ring and knelt down on one knee. "My dear, I have created a sea of stars for you, and I wish to share every romantic moment of life with you. Will you marry me?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi could no longer hold back her tears, weeping openly. She had not anticipated Lin Ran and Appos' heartfelt efforts. Slowly extending her hand, she nodded. "Brother, I am willing. I am willing." Witnessing this tender moment, the onlookers found themselves misty-eyed. It must be said that at this moment, Lin Ran was more handsome than ever. When Lin Ran placed the ring on Zhang Yi and Appos' finger, the crowd erupted in cheers. Embracing Zhang Yi, he reveled in the blessings showered upon them. At that instant, he comprehended the profound significance of what women refer to as a sense of ceremony. Perhaps the emotions such moments evoke hold great value for them. After the proposal, Lin Ran took Zhang Yi back to the Zhang family home to discuss the wedding date with her parents. Though he could not provide Zhang Yi with a marriage certificate, he could offer her a wedding celebration. Zhang Yi's mother, upon hearing Lin Ran's proactive approach to marriage, felt a surge of emotion, her eyes glistening with tears. Since Zhang Yi and Appos' pregnancy, she had longed for an opportunity to discuss this with Lin Ran, but Zhang Yi had always hindered her, citing a desire not to burden him. However, as a mother, she felt compassion for her daughter, and with traditional values in mind, she grew anxious as Zhang Yi and Appos' belly continued to swell. She had even contemplated subtly hinting to Lin Ran if he delayed the wedding arrangements. To her surprise, she no longer needed to worry. Lin Ran had willingly stepped forward to plan the wedding, lifting a weight off her heart. "All right, you two can discuss it together. Your father and I have no other demands," Zhang Yi and Apos' mother said with a smile. Her satisfaction with Lin Ran as a son-in-law grew, particularly as Zhang Yi and Apos' demeanor had noticeably brightened since being with him. Perhaps with age, she had come to understand many things, what obstacles could remain. Her greatest wish now was to see her daughter happy and joyful. Lin Ran nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, uncle and aunt. I will ensure the wedding is splendid and that Xiaoyi feels cherished." Chapter 139, Missed Opportunities and No Regrets. Zhang Yi, deeply moved, found herself overwhelmed with emotion after listening to Lin Ran. Since she became involved with him, many of her earlier hopes had been relinquished. She understood that Lin Ran was destined not to remain solely for her, and she appreciated the company of Li Meng and the others, feeling quite comfortable in their presence. She had never envisioned monopolizing Lin Ran for herself. Therefore, even upon discovering her pregnancy, Zhang Yi never considered claiming Lin Ran entirely for herself. She was astonished when Lin Ran surprised her with such a grand gesture. Time flew by, and soon the day of the wedding arrived. Zhang Yi, with her slender figure and a noticeable baby bump, donned a custom-designed wedding gown that accentuated her waist and abdomen, rendering her appearance devoid of any typical maternal traits, instead enhancing her allure. Lin Ran, witnessing this, felt a surge of frustration. He knew that Zhang Yi's pregnancy was stable and that it would not harm the child. Yet his thoughts were tumultuous. The bridal party consisted of Lin Qingqing, Lu Yumeng, Li Meng, Song Yi, Bai Jejia, and Shanghanan. Initially, Su Lu wished to join, but upon discovering her own pregnancy, she opted out, considering the instability of the first trimester. Meanwhile, Lin Ran and Apos' groomsmen comprised Chen Su and his affluent friends, equally numbering 6, ensuring that Lin Ran's side was well represented. The wedding ceremony was grand, affording Zhang Yi's parents due respect, as Lin Ran was acutely aware of their generation's emphasis on traditional formalities. For Zhang Yi's sake, he was willing to indulge in such customs. The event took place at the Jianghai Grand Hotel, a venerable establishment frequented by the affluent. Even after its reorganization, the venue remained exorbitantly priced. Lin Ran chose this location to honor Zhang and Apos' family, compensating for the marriage certificate he could not provide, particularly since Zhang Yi was carrying his first child. He was determined not to shortchange her. Su Yuyu and her former boyfriend also attended the wedding. Seated in the audience, Su Yuyu watched as Lin Ran, on one knee, reverently placed a ring on Zhang Yi's finger, causing her eyes to well with tears. She thought that if she hadn't acted foolishly in the past, all of this could have been hers. Noticing Su Yuyu and Apos' distress, her companion anxiously inquired, "Are you all right, dear? Is your stomach bothering you?" "No," Su Yuyu replied, shaking her head. "I am simply overwhelmed with emotion." Her partner felt relieved upon hearing this. Indeed, Su Yuyu was 2 months pregnant. After years of longing for a son, he never anticipated that at 40, he would still possess the capability for fatherhood, especially after Su Yuyu had only been with him for a few months. Other women he had been involved with had never conceived, making him cherish this pregnancy deeply. He eagerly awaited the arrival of a son, and his affection for Su Yuyu grew. Gently caressing her abdomen, Su Yuyu reflected on how the arrival of this child had altered her relationship with his wife, leading to a peaceful coexistence. No longer the hidden mistress, she realized that if she bore a son, her future would be secure. Thus, she had come to terms with her situation, letting go of her fixation on Lin Ran and embracing the present. During a moment of respite outside, Su Yuyu coincidentally encountered Lin Ran, who had just seen off a friend. She stepped forward and called out to him. Lin Ran turned to her, responding coolly. "Is there something you need?" "I'm pregnant," Su Yuyu whispered, before adding, "Congratulations, Lin Ran. I won't trouble you anymore. I've come to an understanding with my partner, and I will focus on our life together." Lin Ran paused, glancing at her abdomen, feeling a mix of emotions. Though Su Yuyu had caused him pain, he had no desire to dwell on the past. "Then congratulations to you," he said before turning to re-enter the banquet hall. Watching Lin Ran's retreating figure, Su Yuyu felt her eyes welling up, murmuring, "Yes, it's all in the past." She would eventually realize what she had lost, but it was too late now, and there was no turning back. She resolved to live her life earnestly, no longer entangled in regrets over missed opportunities. Chapter 140, The Bridal Chamber. After the wedding ceremony, Lin Ran drove Zhang Yi back to the villa, which had been meticulously adorned. A vibrant red carpet stretched from the entrance gate to the front door, while the courtyard was filled with an array of flowers, roses in red, yellow, pink, and every hue imaginable, infusing the atmosphere with romance and warmth. As Lin Ran carefully carried Zhang Yi across the threshold of the courtyard, her eyes sparkled with surprise. Having adhered to tradition by staying at her family home for the past few days, she was unaware of the exquisite transformation that awaited her. "Brother, there are so many beautiful roses," she exclaimed, her excitement evident. Lin Ran, delighted by her joy, pecked her cheek affectionately. "I'm glad you like it, my dear," he replied tenderly. Zhang Yi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she playfully protested, "You're such a tease. Today, it's just you and me." Lin Ran whispered softly into her ear, his warm breath causing her to shiver slightly. Surprised, she glanced at him, acutely aware of his vigor, which surpassed that of ordinary men. Though she was currently in a safe period, she felt a twinge of hesitation. "Brother," Zhang Yi stammered, noticing her discomfort. Lin Ran chuckled reassuringly, "Fear not, I am well aware of the boundaries. Tonight is our wedding night, and I will be mindful of your comfort." His earnestness only made her more bashful. With a soft sound of agreement, she nestled into his embrace, refusing to meet his gaze. With a gentle smile, Lin Ran ascended the stairs, cradling Zhang Yi in his arms. The bedroom had been festooned with celebratory decorations, exuding a festive spirit. After helping Zhang Yi refresh herself, Lin Ran retreated to the bathroom, and the night unfolded in a tapestry of tenderness and romance, leading to sweet dreams. The following morning, Zhang Yi slowly opened her eyes, her heart fluttering as she beheld the man beside her still in slumber. Memories of the previous night flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to flush anew. Lin Ran had been incredibly gentle, a side of him she had never encountered before. By noon, Lu Yumeng and the others returned to the villa, for Lin Ran had already arranged their honeymoon itinerary. However, this was not merely a journey for him and Zhang Yi. He intended to include all his wives. Given that their honeymoon would last at least a month, Lin Ran first returned to the office to address urgent matters. He delegated tasks to Sun Quan, who was more than willing to oblige. Since Lin Ran took over the company, Sun Quan's salary had multiplied several times over, affording him both wealth and influence, which he relished. Yet, he was no fool. Such privileges were not commonplace, so he diligently worked for Lin Ran, embodying the adage that when salaries are sufficient, employees fear company collapse more than their bosses do. Sun Quan harbored the same anxiety. Should the company falter, his lucrative income would vanish. After tending to pressing business affairs, Lin Ran summoned his 3 female secretaries to his office. He had been preoccupied with other matters for some time and had not seen them recently. Considering the upcoming month of honeymoon, he realized he would be absent from the office and wanted to address his secretaries before departing. At 6 in the evening, as work hours came to a close, the 3 secretaries gradually tidied themselves before exiting Lin Ran's office. He lingered for a moment, then slowly rose to dress and return home, where others awaited his presence. Chapter 141. The arrival of a new life during their honeymoon period. Lin Ran accompanied 7 women to Sanya, a place he had never visited before. Previously, he had been content with the basic necessities of life and had never possessed the means to travel. However, Lu Yumeng and Zhang Yi were familiar with Sanya, having frequented the destination. Upon their arrival, a hotel vehicle awaited them at the airport. Lin Ran had booked a suite for a week, intending to familiarize himself with the surroundings before selecting a place to purchase a residence, so that he could visit at any time in the future. Zhang Yi, unable to partake in water activities due to her pregnancy, spent most of her time resting at the hotel, while Lin Ran oscillated between attending to the group and keeping her company, typically spending the mornings with the others and the afternoons with Zhang Yi. One day, Lu Yumeng returned, brimming with excitement. "Brother, I found a beautiful house. It's a 2-story villa with 10 rooms. Let us go take a look." She turned to Zhang Yi, "Sister Yi, let us check it out together. The villa is stunning, and it even has a large swimming pool. Buy it without hesitation. If you like it, we will purchase it," Lin Ran replied with a smile. Lu Yumeng was taken aback. "Aren't you going to see it first? What if you don't like it? Sister Yi, let us go look." Lin Ran chuckled softly. He did not have high standards for accommodation, just a room would suffice. Even after acquiring wealth, his preferences remained modest, perhaps due to a lifetime of simplicity. He understood Lu Yumeng well. Her discerning taste meant that any property she favored would undoubtedly be exceptional. "What you find appealing will surely be worthwhile," Zhang Yi added, smiling. Lu Yumeng shyly scratched her head, acknowledging the sentiment but insisting they should still go see it, as this was a significant investment, not merely a trivial purchase. Very well. Let us go at once, Lin Ran said, assisting Zhang Yi to her feet and donning a short-sleeved shirt. The trio set out while the others indulged in a spa treatment, having just finished when Lu Yuming's phone call summoned them. Once everyone gathered, they collectively agreed that the house was indeed impressive and worth buying. Lin Ran nodded. Let us proceed with the payment. The saleswoman, witnessing the scene, widened her eyes in astonishment. She had seen many clients vacationing with companions, but never had she encountered one accompanied by so many, especially with a pregnant woman among them. However, she understood that personal matters of clients were not her concern. Her priority was to finalize the contract and secure her commission. After signing the agreement, the furnishings were complete, needing only some household items and linens. Upon receiving the keys, Lin Ran and his 7 wives made their way to a shopping center to indulge in a shopping spree. Lu Yuming glanced at the lengthy bill, momentarily hesitant. She was unsure of Lin Ran's financial capacity and wondered if he could handle such expenses. Consequently, she transferred 1 million to him without hesitation. Lin Ran looked at the message on his phone and then at Lu Yuming, who walked ahead, shaking his head with a smile. Despite her seemingly carefree demeanor, she was quite perceptive. Having purchased the villa and with Zhang Yi expressing her fondness for Sanya, their originally planned month-long honeymoon extended to 6 months, with Zhang Yi even giving birth to their child and Sanya. To everyone's surprise, Zhang Yi delivered a boy. Initially, given Zhang Yi and Appo's radiant complexion during her pregnancy, everyone had assumed she would bear a girl and had not even considered checking the gender. The birth left everyone astonished. However, Lin Ran was overjoyed. This was his first child and his only blood relative in this world, a fact that filled him with excitement. Upon learning the news, Zhang's parents flew to Sanya overnight. Zhang's father stayed for just a week before returning, while her mother remained to assist Zhang Yi during her postpartum recovery before eventually heading back home. Chapter 142. The In Lin Hongsu, my dear. What do you think of the name I've chosen for our child? Lin Ran gently embraced Zhang Yi while playfully teasing the little boy in her arms. Hongsu, Zhang Yi murmured. It sounds lovely. Our child will surely adore the name you have given him. Lin Ran smiled tenderly. I have some wonderful news to share with you. What is it? Zhang Yi inquired, her brow furrowing in curiosity. Yuming and Miming are both expecting, Lin Ran replied softly, almost lost in thought. He had once dared not to envision such a life. It was beyond his wildest dreams. Fate had indeed smiled upon him. Really? Zhang Yi exclaimed joyfully. Our home will be filled with laughter. With that, she playfully shook the little boy in her arms and said, My precious, may you grow up healthy and strong. Soon, you'll be a big brother. Lin Ran chuckled softly, remaining silent. Since Zhang Yi had completed her confinement period and was able to venture out, he took his 7 wives back to Jiahai. The villa was maintained by Aunt's son, and the nursery had been prepared before Lin Ran's return. Feeling empathetic towards Zhang Yi's struggles with childcare, he hired 2 additional nurses to assist her. Lin Ran's mother often visited, her heart filled with thoughts of her grandson. Time flew by swiftly, and soon it was the day of Li Meng and Lu Yuming's deliveries. Whether it was destiny or sheer coincidence, both women went into labor on the same day. Lin Ran waited anxiously outside the delivery room. Having witnessed Zhang Yi and Appo's experience, he was no longer filled with trepidation. Moreover, Lu Yuming and Li Meng had maintained excellent health throughout their pregnancies, ensuring a smooth delivery. Ultimately, Lu Yuming gave birth to a son, while Li Meng welcomed a daughter. During the confinement period, Zhang Yi, with her experience, often gathered with the other 2 to share insights on parenting and recovery. Having given birth a year prior, Zhang Yi had successfully regained her former self through both financial investment and personal effort. Of course, this assessment of her recovery was made by Lin Ran, as he had the deepest understanding and was most qualified to comment. A year later, Lin Qingqing, Song Yi, Bai Jiajia, and Chang Anan also became pregnant. It was then that Lin Ran realized their home had become too small. Consequently, he swiftly purchased the neighboring villa. In the middle of the night, Lin Ran and Zhang Yi were engaged in a discussion about life. Brother, shall we have another child? Zhang Yi reached out to stop Lin Ran, but he shook his head. Who could have anticipated that children could be so demanding? With only 3 kids, their home was already a whirlwind. Once Lin Qingqing and the others gave birth, they would have 7 children. They could practically open a small kindergarten at home. He was not inclined to have more. No. 1 for each is just right, Lin Ran insisted as he tore into the topic further. Another year passed. Lin Ran gazed at the 7 children before him, feeling overwhelmed. He had been too young and naive to grasp the challenges of parenting, but now he understood all too well. He silently counted the days, wishing for the time when these children would grow up. Otherwise, he would continue to be called Dad countless times a day, often unable to discern who was calling him. Yet, all these troubles seemed trivial in the face of immense happiness. Watching the children in the yard and the women playing with them, Lin Ran smiled. This was his blissful life. The end.